In the realm of celestial mechas, soaring like dragons, the abyss reverberates with the whispers and roars of deities and demons. In this era where ancient and modern arts, technology, and divine powers collide, Lu Yuan arrives, stumbling into this world with a unique attribute panel that allows for infinite class transitions. Class Martial Arts Master, material heart of the Abyssal Nine-headed dragon, can evolve in a fallen dark dragon sect. Lu Yuan gazes at his hands, increasingly covered in dark scales, as his black hair dances wildly without wind. His crimson eyes fixate on a humanoid mech streaking across the night sky like a shooting star, and he whispers to himself with a smile, "Now that I should be able to tear a mech apart, shouldn't I?" Chapter 1. Martial Arts Class. Lu Yuan sat quietly on a black bench, clutching a gray water bottle. About 20 meters ahead of him lay a thickly padded floor, adorned with over 30 black punching posts, each roughly the height of a person. The characters were emblazoned prominently on each post, with a student in blue martial arts attire standing before each one. The students struck the posts vigorously, their voices rising in various shouts of encouragement, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lu Yuan observed this lively scene with a serene demeanor. He stood up and stepped forward to greet a figure swiftly approaching through the crowd. Lu Yuan. Before him stood a boy of similar age, with slightly tanned skin. Thick eyebrows framed his face, and his damp, slightly curled hair clung to his forehead, exuding the heat of vigorous exercise. "How's it going? Isn't the atmosphere at our martial arts school fantastic?" The boy unwrapped the bandages from his hands. "Practicing martial arts not only builds strength, but is far more useful than those sports you mentioned like badminton or swimming. From now on, we can come here together for classes. Given your scrawny frame, you should learn some combat skills to avoid being bullied." The boy lightly tapped Lu Yuan's shoulder with his fist, then took the water bottle Lu Yuan offered, twisting off the cap and drinking deeply. After quenching his thirst, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and continued, "Besides, our school is running a promotion. Right now, signing up for classes is way cheaper than usual. Lu Yuan responded with a non-committal murmur, choosing not to elaborate. The boy, undeterred, tossed out a casual, "I'm off to shower, wait for me in the lobby," before dashing away. Lu Yuan watched him depart, then picked up his backpack from the bench and turned towards the school's entrance. The boy's name was Cheng Peng, his classmate and close friend, a passionate enthusiast of combat sports. He had recently insisted Lu Yuan join him for a physically demanding extracurricular class, dragging him along to audit the martial arts school where he trained. Standing at the entrance, Lu Yuan gazed up at the enormous sign adorned with the ancient character for Source Martial Arts School. That a recruitment poster was affixed to the wall, touting phrases like ancient martial arts, strengthening the body, combat, summer enrollment warm-up, and special discounts. Lu Yuan scrutinized the pricing information on the advertisement for a long while before ultimately choosing to look away. People continuously passed by him, each exuding confidence and flair. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan's frail frame seemed devoid of presence. He felt a twinge of envy as he observed these individuals. Truth be told, he found Cheng Peng's suggestion quite tempting. This new body he inhabited was weak and petite, having long lacked physical activity. Describing himself as a thin dog would be most fitting. This was a primary motivation for his desire to change. Training in martial arts while simultaneously learning combat techniques appeared to be a splendid option. Yet, the steep tuition fees gave him pause. Given my family's current situation, they're unlikely to approve my enrollment in this martial arts class. The cost exceeds their expectations by FAR. Lu Yuan pondered silently. "Goodbye, coach." Cheng Peng's voice broke through his thoughts, prompting Lu Yuan to turn his head. He noticed Cheng Peng, freshly showered and dressed, waving farewell to a man of medium build in his 30s. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's gaze, the man casually glanced in his direction. The moment their eyes met, an unsettling sensation coursed through Lu Yuan, as if he were being scrutinized by a feral beast, causing the hair on the back of his hand to stand on end. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Yuan felt his heart race as he struggled to quell the unease. When he looked again, the imposing figure had already turned and entered the school. "Who is that?" Lu Yuan maintained his composure, feigning casual curiosity as he inquired of Cheng Peng, who had approached him. "Who, you mean him? He's our martial arts coach, an incredibly skilled fighter. You wouldn't believe it, he can punch a training post over 7 or 8 meters away. No exaggeration, I witnessed it myself. That scene was astounding. As Chung Peng spoke, admiration and envy colored his expression, leaving Lu Yuan somewhat astonished. The training posts Chung Peng had just mentioned likely weighed around 100 kilograms. To send a 100-kilogram object flying 7 or 8 meters with a single punch. What immense power must that entail? Even the champions of the boxing world might struggle to achieve such a feat. Though unsure of the hyperbole in Chung Peng's claim of no exaggeration, Lu Yuan felt a surge of intense desire. Yet that impulse quickly morphed into a greater sense of helplessness. Coach Qin is the direct disciple of the school's owner, which is why he's so formidable. I've heard he's won awards in provincial combat competitions. Oh, if only one day I could be accepted as a direct disciple by the owner. No, even just becoming Coach Qin's formal student would suffice. Then I would dominate at school. Chung Peng continued to chatter away, but Lu Yuan's mind drifted elsewhere. Adjusting his backpack, he stepped toward the distant bus stop. Hey, Chung Peng's words trailed off as he watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Aren't you coming to the internet CAF with me? Didn't we agree to level up together? Darn it, you're ditching me. Chung Peng shook his fist at Lu Yuan's departing silhouette. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan was seated on a bus. My phone wallet has 638 yuan and 50 cents. Adding the class scholarship for my last 2 monthly tests, it barely amounts to 2,000. That's still a long way off. Lu Yuan set his phone down with a soft sigh. His initial plan was to tell his parents he was enrolling in a regular sports interest class, intending to use the funds to secretly sign up for martial arts classes and cover any shortfall from his own savings. However, after some rough calculations, he realized this idea was utterly impractical. The cheapest course package at Source Martial Arts School was already over twice the price of a typical sports interest class. The disparity between the two was vast, and his meager savings were woefully insufficient to bridge that gap. Though he felt a strong curiosity about this field, which he had not encountered in either of his previous lives, the harsh reality forced him to concede defeat. Lu Yuan had never entertained the notion of having his parents pay for his martial arts class entirely. Recently, his grandfather suffered a sudden stroke, necessitating a substantial sum for surgery. Additionally, the family shop was facing financial difficulties. If it weren't for the mandatory sports specialization required for the unified examination, he wouldn't even consider attending any ordinary interest classes. For physical exercise alone, he could simply run each day at 3:27 p.m. on June 5th. Our country's third extraterrestrial base has officially been completed. The list of the first group of personnel has been finalized, which reportedly includes clearance sale. Everything must go. Last day, everything must go. The bus's onboard television broadcasted the news, while outside, the sounds of street vendors permeated the air. Lu Yuan leaned against the hard seat of the bus, momentarily lost in thought as the hurried street scenery flashed by, soon hearing the announcement of their destination's arrival. He exited through the back door. The sun at 11 in the morning in June bore down with an unexpected heat. He crossed the street and swiftly sought refuge in the shadow of a building, continuing along a road ahead. Soon, a small shop with a red background and white lettering, reading Xinhua Food Store, caught his eye. Chapter 2. Profession student Lu Yuan's father was named Lu Xinhua. The little shop sold grains and oils, while also offering cigarettes, snacks, beverages, and household goods. It was challenging for Lu Yuan to accurately categorize the nature of their shop. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw his mother, Zheng Qiuling, fanning herself while watching television. He glanced at the screen, where an older family drama was playing. "Mom," he called out, then helped himself to a bottle of the cheapest drink from the upright freezer at the door. His mother smiled upon seeing him, preparing to speak just as a customer approached to buy cigarettes. She hurriedly said, "The food is ready upstairs, go eat." "Got it," Lu Yuan replied, entering the shop and navigating past stacks of rice, barrels of categorized cooking oil, and shelves of snacks and condiments, exiting through the back door. There was a staircase leading upward, with a few bicycles and electric scooters parked in the corridor beside it, leading to a small courtyard at the end. The building was quite old, with rust covering the stair railing and cobwebs in the corners. The entire structure had 5 stories. The shop on the first floor was rented, while the family owned the side suite on the second floor. Lu Yuan climbed the stairs step by step. Upon reaching his family's door, he took out his keys to unlock it. The modest space greeted him with silence, despite it being lunchtime. There was no one at home. Lu Yuan quietly changed his shoes and entered. After washing his hands, he sat down at the dining table. The table was set with a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup: stir-fried bitter melon, braised pork, smashed cucumber, and a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. He served himself rice and began to eat in silence. His mother, Zhang Xiuling, spent nearly the entire day at the shop from 7 in the morning until 9 or 10 at night. Meals had to be brought down to her in bowls, and she could only sneak away to the restroom during quiet moments. His father, Lu Xinghua, had been at the hospital caring for his grandfather. The lunch he was eating was likely prepared by him, as Lu Yuan could discern the flavors. As for his sister, Lu Jing, she had video called a couple of days ago, saying she had arrived in a place called Shishu, which was filled with gobi and desert landscapes. Lu Yuan checked the map online and discovered that Shishu was over 3,000 kilometers away from Jiaoyan City, nearly reaching the border of Xia country quite a distance. Indeed, that Lu Yuan quickly finished his meal. He ate a fair amount of the bitter melon and braised pork, but left the rib soup untouched, deciding to bring it down to his mother. He spent a while watching television on the sofa, flipping through channels with the remote, yet his mind lingered on the matter of interest classes. He harbored lingering hopes for the martial arts class, contemplating whether to inform his parents to hold off on enrolling him in any classes for now, suggesting that they could always sign up later once the family's troubles were resolved. He also intended to draw from his savings entirely. "I'll discuss it with Dad when I visit Grandpa in the hospital this afternoon," Lu Yuan resolved in his mind. With this thought, he swiftly turned off the television and headed to the kitchen to wash the accumulated dishes, neatly placing them on the drying rack. He then retreated to his room, closed the blinds, turned on the air conditioning, and sat at his desk. Lu Yuan glanced at his phone to check the time. 12:05 p.m. "I must wrap things up before 3, he declared, setting a 2.5-hour alarm. Taking a deep breath while gazing at the pile of papers and assignments before him, his expression transformed into one of calm determination, akin to a seasoned warrior. "Activate absolute focus," he silently intoned. In an instant, all surrounding noise dissipated. The sounds of honking cars on the street, conversations from below, the hum of the air conditioning all vanished. Lu Yuan felt as if he had entered an isolated realm of his own, with only the books and papers before him remaining. Ding, ding, ding. The phone on his desk emitted a piercing alarm, vibrating as the screen lit up, displaying 14:35. At the sound, Lu Yuan, sitting upright and furiously writing at his desk, seemed like an inflatable toy that had been abruptly punctured, slumping back into his chair. He exhaled deeply, his complexion somewhat pale, enveloped in a wave of fatigue. With some effort, he raised his hand to open the drawer of his desk, retrieving a box of golden-wrapped chocolate. He popped a piece into his mouth, washing it down with the prepared water, swallowing without chewing. After consuming 4 or 5 pieces of chocolate, Lu Yuan began to feel revitalized, sitting up straighter and slowly massaging his temples. Before him, lines of notifications only he could see swiftly appeared. "You have focused on studying for 10 minutes professional experience points. 1, your mathematics skill has improved experience points. 2, your physics skill has improved experience points. 4, you have focused on studying for 10 minutes professional experience points. 1. In 2.5 hours, mathematics gained 9 experience points. Physics gained 12 points. Chemistry. Professional experience points increased by 15. I have nearly completed all the homework assigned by the school. The outcome is quite satisfactory," Lu Yuan remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His gaze flickered momentarily, and a faint blue virtual screen appeared before him. Name: Lu Yuan. Age: 17. Profession: student. LV3 233400. Strength: 7. Agility: 8. Constitution: 7. Intelligence: 10. Basic professional skills. Language: LV3 203400. Mathematics: LV3 329,400. Physics: Level 3 209,400. Chemistry: Level 3 224,400. Biology: Level 3 150,400. History: Level 3 78,400. Geography: Level 3 137400. Information Technology: Level 3 238400. Core Vocational Skill: Absolute Focus. Level 1. Active Attribute Points: 0. Skill Points: 0. The entire interface exudes a remarkably minimalist aesthetic, reminiscent of a character panel found in an online game. This is the golden finger of Lu Yuan. Upon his initial arrival in this realm, when he first encountered this virtual panel, he mistakenly believed it to be a ubiquitous auxiliary cognitive device possessed by everyone in this world. After all, the technological advancements in this world surpass those of his previous existence. The purpose of this vocational panel, as its name suggests, is to enhance an individual's professional capabilities. Chapter 3. Absolute Focus. Lu Yuan's current profession is that of a student. The 8 major subjects taught at school represent the foundational skills pertinent to his vocation. He dedicates himself to attending lectures, studying independently, and solving problems, during which he acquires knowledge and gains proficiency in various subjects. For every 10 minutes of concentrated study, he earns a modicum of experience in his student profession. However, the most significant source of experience remains the examinations. Whether it be the grand assessments of the academic year or the smaller tests within his class, each examination he endures propels his experience points to new heights. In the span of 2 months since his arrival, he has transformed from an average student with mediocre grades to one who ranks among the top 3 in his class and within the top 20 of his grade. While his personal effort is undoubtedly crucial, the influence of the profession panel before him plays a pivotal role in this transformation. During this period, he has also experienced 2 promotions in his profession level, advancing from student level 1 to level 3. Each elevation has bestowed upon him 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. The former has elevated his intelligence to a level surpassing that of the average high school student, while the latter has mitigated his weaknesses in physics and illuminated a core skill on his panel, absolute focus. Absolute focus, active effect, temporarily heightens the learner's mental concentration, providing a slight boost to cognitive abilities, enabling them to immerse themselves wholly in their studies. Note: the duration of this skill's activation is contingent upon the intelligence and constitution attributes. The higher these attributes, the longer the effect lasts. For a restless adolescent navigating the tumultuous waters of youth, this skill is nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, Lu Yuan feels the slight throbbing in his head dissipate, prompting him to cease his massaging of his temples. He then shifts his attention to alleviating the soreness in his fingers and wrists. While his mental faculties may not have reached their limit, his body is beginning to falter under the strain. The physical toll of study is indeed considerable. Who says that learning is not a physically demanding endeavor? Lu Yuan aspires to enroll in a sports interest class to strengthen his physique, besides preparing for future standardized examinations. A significant motivation is to enhance his capacity for absolute concentration, thereby indirectly improving his learning efficiency. In the evenings, he downloads various workout videos from the internet to practice along with. He plans to commence his running regimen tomorrow. Lu Yuan pinched his arm, which he could easily grasp with one hand, and silently resolved to change his situation. His physical condition was indeed deplorable. His previous self spent all day cooped up in his room, engrossed in novels and comics, nearly rendered useless. During every physical fitness test at school, he consistently failed. With such a frail physique, he feared that one day, in a moment of carelessness while studying fervently, he might collapse at his desk and never rise again. After resting for a while and feeling his strength returning, he noted that it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yuan prepared to set off for the hospital. Before leaving, he carefully extracted a stack of light green bills from a thick dictionary on his bookshelf, tucking them cautiously into his pocket. This money was a reward from the school for his 2 recent academic improvements, 500 for one and 800 for the other, totaling 1,300. He planned to withdraw additional funds from his phone on the way to the hospital, so he could round up the amount to present to his father. As a member of this family, especially during their current hardships, he felt compelled to contribute in any way he could. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yuan stepped out of his room. Just as he finished changing his shoes and was about to leave, the front door swung open. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, dressed in a blue shirt and looking haggard, stood before Lu Yuan. "Dad." Lu Xinghua nodded slightly at Lu Yuan, remaining silent as he dragged his weary body inside. Once in the room, he sank directly onto the living room sofa, gazing at the ceiling with his eyes closed. Lu Yuan reached into his pants pocket, grasping a small roll of money, pondering whether he should go over and hand it to Lu Xinghua now. Just then, Lu Xinghua's phone rang unexpectedly. He opened his eyes to glance at the screen, then hurriedly rose and made his way to the balcony. "Can it wait another 2 days? That scoundrel Wang Jichao. I am owed a substantial sum of money for goods, yet the debtor has vanished. My father is currently lying in the ICU. Rest assured, I shall return it to you at the earliest opportunity. Faintly, the sound of Lu Xinghua conversing on the phone drifted from the balcony. Lu Yuan stepped closer, his brow gradually furrowing as he absorbed the contents of the dialogue. He lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then clutched the roll of money in his pocket and briskly entered his parents' bedroom. Half a minute later, he emerged with a composed demeanor, yet the money in his hand had vanished. The voices from the balcony had mysteriously ceased. Through the glass door, Lu Yuan observed Lu Xinghua silently smoking, gazing at the opposite residential building. After watching for a moment, Lu Yuan prepared to leave quietly. But Lu Xinghua's voice called out from behind, "Xiao Yuan, come here." "What is it, father?" As I walked further along the road, I caught my first close glimpse of Lu Xinghua, only to discover that his eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of someone who had not slept for several days and nights. "I heard from Xiaoping that you wish to enroll in the martial arts class at the dojo he attends." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, unable to suppress the urge to utter a string of profanities. Qingping, that fool, was so engrossed in gaming that he could forget to eat. Yet somehow he remembered to call his father to discuss matters related to the martial arts class. "No, I do not wish to attend," Lu Yuan immediately rejected, expressing that he saw little necessity in enrolling in a sports interest class, considering the unified examination was still a year away. Furthermore, he believed that such classes would encroach upon his study time, which was already quite demanding. "I spend my days cooped up in my room with books. It would do me good to venture outside more often." Suddenly, Lu Xinghua interrupted Lu Yuan's musings, reaching into his pocket to retrieve an item, which he placed into Lu Yuan's hand. "Remember to balance work and rest." Lu Yuan glanced down to find a receipt thrust into his palm, emblazoned with the words Yuan Martial Arts School at the top, and the amount listed as 9,988. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "You need not concern yourself with matters at home or with Grandpa. Your primary focus should be on excelling in both your studies and your health. At your age, I could carry 2 large gas canisters up 8 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat." Chapter 4. Airstrike. This is your training uniform and identification card. If it does not fit, feel free to exchange it. The changing room is just ahead. After you have changed, please proceed to training room 4 for assembly. Thank you. Lu Yuan accepted the items handed to him by the attendant with a nod of gratitude and turned to enter the room marked Men as changing room. He had indeed become a student of the Yuan Martial Arts Academy. At the moment, he was merely an ordinary 17-year-old high school student. It was quite challenging to waver from the decisions made by his parents, just as he had no confidence in persuading them to agree to his enrollment prior to registration. After his father, Lu Xinghua, had already paid the fees, he felt powerless to convince him to withdraw from the course. Since the money had been spent, he thought it best to train diligently. One could not let that investment go to waste. Resolving to dismiss any unnecessary thoughts, he swiftly located his locker using the number 1002 on his card. It was Sunday, and quite a number of individuals had come to the dojo for training. As he listened to their laughter, he gently swiped his card against the electronic lock on the locker. With a beep, the door swung open, revealing an empty space, save for a few white plastic hangers. The inside of the door was fitted with a large mirror, which barely reflected Lu Yuan's upper half. He examined himself in the mirror. His features were quite handsome, though his skin appeared somewhat pale from a lack of outdoor activity. His slightly long bangs obscured half of his eyes, imparting a melancholic, brooding beauty. Lu Yuan had often jested about being a thin dog. Yet how many robust youths could one find at the age of 16 or 17? Most were lean like him. He was quite popular at school, and his appearance had always garnered the admiration of many girls. As his academic performance soared, and he transformed into an exemplary student, the number of love letters he received each week only increased. Once he built up his physique, his charm would undoubtedly rise even further. He removed his shirt, revealing a pale, slender torso with clearly defined ribs, and contemplated this quietly. After stowing his clothes and backpack in the locker, he quickly donned the training uniform. Once he put on the pristine martial arts attire emblazoned with the prominent character for Yuan, he felt as though the handsome youth in the mirror had transformed into someone even more distinguished. He tightened the belt around his waist, closed the locker door, and made his way out of the changing room, following the directions to the assembly area. Training room 4 was even smaller than Lu Yuan had anticipated, roughly the size of a classroom. The floor was covered in white mats, and several individuals were already waiting inside. Two appeared to be of a similar age, resembling high school students, while a few others looked somewhat older, exuding an air of experience from years spent navigating society. Ah, here comes a little handsome guy. Lu Yuan stepped into the training room, where a girl with a bun hairstyle and light makeup, whose appearance could be rated around 70, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Her voice drew the attention of everyone in the room towards him. Unfazed, Lu Yuan responded with a composed nod before calmly taking a seat. Quite the show-off, isn't he? Remarked a curly-haired young man sitting beside the bun-haired girl, his tone laced with playful mockery. What's the big deal? He's just a student, the bun-haired girl retorted. Swatting at him, the young man promptly seized her hand in response. Defending him like that? Are you into him or something? Get lost. Release my hand. The two engaged in playful banter, their actions somewhat ambiguous, yet lacking the intimacy of a couple. Beside them sat several men, likely acquaintances, each of whom gazed enviously, eager to join the frolic. Ah, you inquire whether completing a course qualifies one as an official disciple of the Origin Martial Arts Academy. A man seated on the opposite side of the bun-headed individual observed the curly-haired youth persistently engaging in physical contact with the bun-headed one, seemingly attempting to enhance his likability. Unable to contain himself, he interjected loudly, sparking a discussion. Dream on, he remarked. The bun-headed individual remained silent, yet another companion of theirs scoffed in retort. Even after completing all the courses, it may not be possible. The Yuanshi Martial Arts School possesses a genuine ancient martial arts heritage and is accredited by the Martial Arts Association of the Xia Kingdom. To become an official disciple, one must undergo rigorous assessments. Merely paying a fee is insufficient. After all, there is a significant distinction between disciples and students. The former not only do not pay tuition, but may even receive a stipend each month. Is it truly that impressive? The girl with the bun halted her playful scuffle with the curly-haired youth, unable to suppress her astonishment. Indeed, upon noticing the bun-headed girl's intrigue, the man who had spoken earlier swiftly added, however, the path to becoming an official disciple is quite arduous. Generally speaking, if one is able to attain the status of a formal disciple, participating in amateur martial arts competitions would likely yield commendable rankings and prize money. It is entirely feasible to pursue martial arts as a legitimate profession. With a playful confidence, the curly-haired youth interjected. Just wait and see how I will be accepted as a disciple at the Yuan Martial Arts Academy. To which the girl retorted, You're merely boasting. The girl with the bun cast a playful glance at him. The conversation revolved around the formal discipleship, salaries, and bonuses. Lu Yuan listened intently to the discussions among a few individuals, and his eyes couldn't help but glimmer with excitement upon hearing these words. Previously, Chengping had mentioned that the ultimate goal was to become a formal disciple of the martial arts school, which he had taken lightly. Now, he realized that qualifying as a formal disciple was no simple feat. Not only could one be exempt from tuition fees, but they could also receive a salary. If he could become a formal disciple, it would undoubtedly alleviate a significant burden on his family. Lu Yuan couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts, yet swiftly suppressed them. Having just enrolled without even attending the first lesson, such contemplations were undoubtedly premature. His immediate priority remained improving his physical condition to ensure the tuition wasn't wasted. As he pondered, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered the training room. Unlike ordinary trainees, this man wore a black martial arts uniform and carried an extraordinary aura in his movements. Clearly, Lu Yuan wasn't the only one who recognized the man's status. The noisy room quickly fell silent. You may address me as Coach Lin, or simply Brother Lin, Lin Jichin announced. No sooner had he spoken than someone from the group with the top knot piped up with a question. Others followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. Indeed. Why does our room lack punching posts? They demanded. When shall I practice my stance? I yearn to engage in my training. After uttering those words, he exchanged knowing glances with others and chuckled, suggesting that they should affix the manager's photograph to the punching bag. Lin Jichin cast a calm glance at the group, his demeanor unperturbed, and replied, The foundation of combat lies in strength. I shall now impart to you some scientifically sound training methods and techniques, enabling you to train independently, whether here or at home. As for striking the punching bag, Lin Jichin paused momentarily before continuing. It is not yet the time for that. For now, you shall only practice shadow boxing. With that, Lin Jichin suddenly raised his hand. Lu Yuan could scarcely discern the movement he made before a sharp crack echoed through the room, reminiscent of fireworks being ignited indoors. This, indeed, was the essence of shadow boxing. Lin Jichin surveyed the room, his expression serene as he spoke calmly. Chapter 5. Fundamental Fist Techniques. Lin Jiqin's sudden display of prowess instantly captivated the entire audience. The previously frivolous youths, who had exhibited a lackadaisical demeanor, swiftly composed themselves, adopting a more earnest countenance. Lu Yuan observed with a hint of astonishment. In his past life, he had encountered descriptions in novels detailing martial artists' levels of skill, distinctions such as manifest strength, concealed strength, and transformative strength. Their strikes were sometimes akin to the crack of firecrackers, at other times reminiscent of thunder, and occasionally entirely soundless. To his surprise, he was now witnessing it firsthand. The resonant sound produced by Lin Jiqin's recent strike indeed echoed like a firecracker, an extraordinary phenomenon. It left him pondering how martial artists' abilities were classified in this world, and whether Lin Jiqin's strength could be deemed formidable. Lu Yuan compared Lin Jiqin, who had brought him an overwhelming sense of pressure at the entrance of the martial arts gym yesterday, to the highly esteemed Coach Qin, whom Cheng Peng greatly admired. He felt that the latter possessed a greater prowess. While Lin Jiqin's gaze was indeed sharp, it lacked the terrifying intensity that would provoke an instinctive reaction. However, his assessment may not be entirely accurate, as he was a complete novice in this field. Mastery of boxing techniques could only be achieved through diligent practice. Until then, one must engage in shadowboxing. After Lin Jiqin concluded his preliminary remarks, he formally commenced the lesson. As he had stated, the first focus was on strength training methodologies and techniques. This segment was relatively straightforward, encompassing exercises commonly practiced in physical education classes, such as planks, crunches, leg raises, sit-ups, and push-ups, all aimed at developing various muscle groups within the human body. Initially, 2 to 3 sets of each exercise would suffice. As one's physical fitness improved, they could gradually increase the intensity of their training. Equipment was readily available for use in the training hall at any time. Next, I will teach you the fundamental combat movements. Upon hearing Lin Jiqin's final statement, everyone's spirits lifted, and Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Many had enrolled in the martial arts class, eagerly anticipating this moment. I will systematically instruct you in these 3 categories of movements. Now, let us begin with the boxing techniques. Lin Jiqin wasted no time and immediately got to work. The foundational movements of combat boxing included jabs, crosses, hooks, and uppercuts, with jabs further categorized into left jabs, head jabs, and body jabs. As Lin Jiqin explained, he demonstrated each punch. Although his speed was not particularly rapid, the fluidity of his movements left Lu Yuan feeling somewhat dazzled. While the basic boxing techniques appeared few in number, they were, upon closer inspection, quite numerous. Lu Yuan instinctively reached for his phone to record the session, fearing he might forget the details. However, he quickly remembered that his martial arts uniform lacked pockets, and his phone was currently stowed away in a locker. Fortunately, after completing the demonstrations, Lin Jiqin assured the class that he would break down each movement for them to practice individually once they had mastered all the techniques. What followed was a detailed breakdown of the movements. Lu Yuan, with his sharp intellect and commendable memory, found it easy to retain each boxing technique, especially given Lin Jiqin's meticulous instruction. The only challenge he faced was his considerably low strength and physical fitness. Many movements that he envisioned clearly in his mind became distorted upon execution. Clearly, he was not alone in this struggle, as many others encountered similar difficulties. Only one individual exhibited a particularly proficient and standard technique. Have you practiced before? Lin Jiqin inquired about the individual who had excelled the most in training. A young man with a somewhat simple and honest demeanor, sporting a crew cut. However, the coach at the martial arts school lacked sufficient skill. And after 3 months of training, I managed to overpower him, the young man remarked with a hint of pride illuminating his face. Once all the techniques had been thoroughly taught, the session transitioned into a period of free practice. Initially, everyone was quite earnest in their efforts. But once Lin Jiqin departed the training room for an engagement, the group with the bun hairstyle began to indulge in light-hearted banter once more. Siki, what do you think of my punch? Do you think it could knock the manager's glasses? Ask you if I landed it on his face? Oh no. Are you trying to take my life? Treat me to a meal, or else someone might find themselves in a bit of trouble. As one of the few females in the entire class, her bun hairstyle, even with the slightest movement, tends to capture the attention of the surrounding males. It seems she revels in the sensation of being under the watchful gaze of many. However, Lu Yuan finds it merely distracting. Perhaps one should attempt to practice absolute concentration? Suddenly, a thought emerged in Lu Yuan's mind. Although absolute focus is a skill associated with students, its utility extends far beyond the realm of academia. Upon this realization, he resolved to act immediately and summoned his absolute focus. In an instant, all the clamor around Lu Yuan faded into the distance. The persistent buzz of flies vanished from his ears. His mind became solely focused on the fundamental boxing techniques, his brain operating like a highly efficient and precise machine, directing his body to continuously swing arms and throw punches, striving to align with the most flawless standards etched in his memory. Understood. I'll remember to pick up my son. Lin Jiqin hung up the phone, adjusted his martial arts uniform, and turned back toward the training room he had come from. His mood was far from pleasant. Instructing new trainees was a tedious and uninspiring task, especially when some troublemakers among them displayed dismissive and disrespectful attitudes during lessons. Normally, handling beginner classes wouldn't fall to a seasoned coach like him. Such duties were usually assigned to younger instructors or ordinary disciples of the martial arts school. But recently, some family troubles had arisen, and the sudden financial strain weighed heavily on him. Overwhelmed and anxious, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and take on such work for the sake of money. Wow, that punch was awesome. Damn it, Zhang Shibin. Are you serious? As Lin Jiqin approached the entrance, he was met with a cacophony of noise emanating from within. Unable to suppress a slight frown, his mood darkened further. He paused at the threshold and cleared his throat with a deliberate cough. Upon noticing his arrival, a group of individuals engaged in playful antics and revelry hastily dispersed, striking poses as if to demonstrate their martial prowess. Lin Jiqin maintained a stoic expression, his piercing gaze sweeping over the raucous students, intentionally exuding the aura of a seasoned martial artist to instill a greater sense of intimidation among them. He intended to adopt a philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Just as he contemplated casually selecting a couple of individuals to offer some guidance before making his exit, a figure in the corner unexpectedly captured his attention. Lin Jiqin's gaze fixed upon this person, a subtle expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. Chapter 6. Unlocking the New Profession Panel, Fighter. Before him stood a youth, seemingly around the age of 16 or 17, who was relentlessly repeating the motion of striking the air. His gaze was unwavering, and each movement was executed with meticulous precision. Although many of the techniques appeared less than standard from Lin Jiqin's perspective, it was evident that the boy was exerting every ounce of effort he could muster. Not just a punch or two, but every single blow was delivered with the same intensity. Sweat dampened the tips of his hair, trickling down from his forehead to the tip of his nose, yet he remained blissfully unaware of it. The aura of focus and earnestness radiating from him even stirred Lin Jiqin's heart slightly. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a dedicated student. Lin Jiqin couldn't help but reminisce about his own youth, when he too had devoted himself fervently to martial arts, often neglecting even the basics of eating and sleeping. During that time, the old master was at the pinnacle of his prowess, and the martial arts school was far more prosperous than it is now. With the advancement of technology, the number of those truly willing to practice martial arts has dwindled. Most who signed up were merely seeking novelty. Once the initial excitement waned, their interest faded. Others merely approached combat as a form of fitness, lacking the true spirit of a martial artist. It was uncertain what the landscape would resemble in another 10 or 20 years. Sighing softly, Lin Jiqin suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, losing the enthusiasm to provide further guidance. After uttering a prompt for the boy to continue with his free practice, he turned and departed. With a sudden stumble, Lu Yuan faltered after throwing a punch, his limbs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. In that instant, he was jolted from his state of absolute concentration. How long have I been training? At this moment, Lu Yuan felt that both of his arms were sore, swollen, and numb, as if they had been rendered useless, devoid of any strength. Are you all right? A soft, gentle voice floated over from the side. Lu Yuan looked up to see a round-faced girl with glasses standing before him, offering a bottle of water. Thank you, he said, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately deciding against being overly formal. He accepted the water from the girl and took generous sips, quenching his intense thirst as he swiftly consumed more than half the bottle. What time is it now? Lu Yuan noticed that many individuals on the training ground had already settled down to rest. Some were engaged in conversation, while others were absorbed in their phones. He, however, was the last student to cease training. It was 9:50, with merely 10 minutes remaining until the class concluded. This meant he had practiced for less than an hour. Lu Yuan did not find this surprising. After all, the primary expenditure during boxing practice is physical stamina, and the significant reduction in duration during intense focus is quite normal. You were remarkably diligent in your practice. Coach Lin observed you for quite some time, remarked a round-faced girl with a hint of admiration. Oh, really? Lu Yuan smiled lightly, saying nothing. By the way, my name is Lu Yu. What is yours? Lu Yuan. Are you from the second high school? I believe I have encountered you at school. I am from the fourth middle school. The fourth middle school? Many of my middle school classmates are also attending the fourth middle school. A girl with a round face seems particularly intrigued by Lu Yuan and begins to engage him in conversation. Lu Yuan responds casually, yet his attention remains fixated on his own panel. Just as he summons the panel, he is met with an unexpected delight. You have focused on practicing for 20 minutes, enhancing your comprehension of new skills. You have grasped the new skill, Basic Fist Technique LV1. Your skill Basic Fist Technique has been upgraded, gaining 3 experience points. Your skill Basic Fist Technique has been upgraded, gaining 5 experience points. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new career panel, Fighter. A brand new occupational panel unfolded before Lu Yuan. The panel, presented in a tree-like structure, illuminated only the 2 foundational skills at its base, Basic Fist Techniques and Elementary Body Conditioning, both at level 1. The latter skill, presumably grasped during Professor Lin Jiqin's strength training sessions, had remained concealed until the unveiling of the new occupational panel, which now brought it to light. Fighter. The newly unlocked profession fills Lu Yuan with exhilaration. This vocation sounds far more prestigious than that of a student, akin to a hidden class within a gang. If the ultimate goal of the student panel is to cultivate me into an academic prodigy, then might the pinnacle of the fighter be the supreme master of martial arts? An unparalleled expert? Lu Yuan's mind instantly conjured up phrases like plucking flowers and snapping leaves with bare fingers or slicing through steel with a mere gesture. This surge of excitement made him barely able to contain himself, feeling that the 10,000 yuan tuition fee was indeed well spent. Beside him, the round-faced girl spoke hesitantly. Your name is Lu Yu, if I recall correctly? The girl nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. After a casual exchange between the two, a notification arrived at 10 o'clock announcing the end of the class. The students immediately surged to their feet, liberated, and scattered in all directions. However, Coach Lin Jiqin did not reappear. Weary and fatigued, Lu Yuan entered the shower room. As the warm water cascaded swiftly from the showerhead, the persistent ache in his arms began to subside slightly. Once he finished his shower, changed his clothes, and emerged from the changing room with his backpack, he discovered Cheng Peng had been waiting in the dojo's main hall. Lu Yuan, you finally emerged. Why does it take you so long to take a shower? Like a girl? Get lost. Lu Yuan, still not fully recovered in strength and feeling the fatigue in his arms, lacked the inclination to engage in banter. With a cheerful grin, Cheng Peng draped his arm around Lu Yuan's shoulders and inquired, So, how was your first day of classes? Not bad, far more useful than I anticipated, Lu Yuan remarked earnestly. That's good to hear. I was concerned you might not stick with it, Cheng Peng replied with a smile. Hurry and master the basics so you can move up a class. I am eagerly awaiting the opportunity to thoroughly challenge you in sparring. Huh. I wonder who will prevail when that time comes. Lu Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. This gaze provoked Cheng Peng, who exclaimed, Wow, you're quite the show-off. Lu Yuan caught a new term in Cheng Peng's words and immediately inquired with curiosity. I'll explain as we walk, Cheng Peng said, pulling Lu Yuan toward the exit of the martial arts school. Along the way, they encountered a round-faced girl named Lu Yu, who was also on her way to class, accompanied by another girl. It seemed she was in a similar situation to Lu Yuan, having come with a friend but attending different classes. Lu Yu smiled at him but hesitated to approach for a greeting. More than half an hour later, Lu Yuan emerged from an internet CAF alone. Chapter 7. Amateur, Professional. Ninth Dan. The realm of martial arts is predominantly divided into 2 tiers, amateur and professional. In a previous life, this could be considered the pinnacle of heavyweight professional athletes. Lu Yuan, in quiet astonishment, began to believe the claims made by Cheng Peng regarding the instructors at the Yuan Martial Arts Academy being capable of propelling a heavy punching bag over 7 to 8 meters with a single strike. If amateur martial artists possess such prowess, one can only surmise that professional practitioners are even more formidable. It appears that the level of martial arts in this world surpasses that of the past. Top-tier martial artists might indeed resemble Supermen. Moreover, Lu Yuan discovered that martial artists formally recognized by the Martial Arts Association receive significant advantages when applying to universities. Some prestigious, yet lesser-known institutions impose stringent requirements in this regard. The Air Force Academy, a cradle for pilots and astronauts, even selects members for mechanical power armor units from its ranks, making high physical standards entirely reasonable. Given the existence of a student profession panel, Lu Yuan had contemplated enrolling in a notable university, albeit with aspirations directed towards becoming a researcher or a business elite. He had never entertained the idea of becoming a pilot, astronaut, or even a mech warrior. However, his thoughts have begun to shift slightly. In this world, humanity's exploration of the cosmos far exceeds that of his previous life, with the elite circles starting to engage in extraterrestrial colonization. If presented with the opportunity, venturing beyond the Earth's surface to gaze upon the stars would indeed be splendid. This necessitates a corresponding alteration in his approach to future attribute allocations. Standing beneath the bus stop at the entrance of the Internet CAF, Lu Yuan gazed at the gray-blue sky, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, his mother, Zheng Qiuling, remained seated inside, engrossed in the television. How is the interest class going? Not bad, quite good. As long as it is satisfactory, you must practice diligently. Your father has invested a considerable amount of money for you to enroll in this class, Zheng Qiuling earnestly advised, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing your studies. I understand, Mom. Lu Yuan nodded, then inquired, where is Dad? I went to the hospital to accompany your grandfather. He has already prepared lunch for you, so hurry up and eat. I will bring it down and join you. Lu Yuan quickly ascended the stairs, taking out his sweat-soaked martial arts uniform from his backpack and tossing it into the washing machine. Then, he made several trips to carry the prepared dishes from the table downstairs. Sitting together with his mother at a small table, barely 1.5 meters high, they began to eat. As the saying goes, it is easy to open a shop, but challenging to keep it running. This little grocery store at home relies almost entirely on his mother's efforts, which is indeed laborious. Do not be misled into thinking that sitting in the shop watching television every day is an easy task. It requires unwavering dedication, 365 days a year, for more than 10 hours each day. Would you care to experience it for yourself? The midday meal bore a striking resemblance to yesterday's fare. The braised pork was replaced with braised fish, and the winter melon and pork rib soup was substituted with corn and pork rib soup. Lu Yuan savored every bite. The physical exertion from the morning left him particularly ravenous, and he astonishingly consumed 3 bowls of rice before pausing. It is worth noting that he typically maxes out at 2 bowls, with the second bowl barely reaching the rim. Today, however, each of the 3 bowls was filled to the brim. While dining, Lu Yuan glanced at his attribute panel, which remained unchanged. It is evidently unrealistic to expect significant improvements in physical condition after just 1 day of exercise. Once training becomes routine, he anticipates an increase in strength and overall fitness. It seems that enrolling in interest classes is indeed advisable, especially with such a hearty appetite today. Eating well is essential for growth and development. As a sophomore, he should still have the potential to grow taller next year. Reaching 1.80 meters would certainly enhance his stature. Zheng Qiuling watched Lu Yuan eat with a warm smile. And once he finished, she gently held him back from moving, rising instead to tidy up the dishes. Lu Yuan refrained from contesting her, understanding that she had been seated for the entirety of the morning, and that it was beneficial for her to have the chance to stretch her legs. Would you prefer the white box of 20 or the red box of 35? Give me a pack of buy-in cigarettes and a lighter. The lighter costs 1 yuan. As he massaged his sore, swollen arm to ease the pain, he idly flipped through TV channels to pass the time. He landed on the local station of Jian City, where the midday news was airing. On the afternoon of June 6th, our city's newly constructed sports center stadium officially commenced operations. It is reported that over 10 major sporting events and large-scale activities are scheduled to take place here in the second half of this year. Hiss! Lu Yuan accidentally pressed on a particularly torn muscle in his arm, causing him to sharply inhale from the sudden sting. Just then, another news segment began. In recent days, multiple cases of missing persons have been reported in the western district of our city. The Municipal XX Bureau has placed high importance on these incidents and has established a special task force to investigate. Lu Yuan paused at the news. The western district? Isn't it merely the vicinity of his residence? The case of missing persons has drawn significant attention, raising questions about why he had not heard of it. It has prompted the Municipal Bureau to take it seriously and establish a special task force, suggesting that this is no ordinary case of disappearance. One might wonder if a considerable number of individuals are missing or if there are implications of murder involved. Lu Yuan pondered in solitude. At that moment, Zheng Qiuling entered through the back door, urging him to ascend the stairs. It's sweltering down here. You should go upstairs, she advised. Remember to read a bit during your nap. School awaits you tomorrow. Understood, Mom. Lu Yuan nodded, rising to his feet and taking a couple of steps forward. Zheng Qiuling paused momentarily, her expression dimming slightly. Indeed, a longtime client of over a decade had suddenly vanished after placing a substantial order, leaving the payment unsettled. Your father has been troubled by this matter lately, she remarked, her demeanor shifting abruptly as she urged him. Go on, hurry upstairs. Why do you need to concern yourself with such things? Lu Yuan merely shrugged, refraining from further comment, and turned to ascend the stairs. After lunch, he found himself alone at home once more. He first hung the freshly laundered martial arts uniform on the balcony before retreating to his bedroom, where he activated the air conditioning and lay on the bed. At that moment, he felt utterly lethargic, as if his arms were becoming increasingly foreign to him. This was the essence of absolute focus, immersing oneself so thoroughly in an endeavor that the passage of time became a mere afterthought. Oblivious to the toll on one's own body, he was a quintessential example of overexertion. He glanced at the fruits of his morning training. Lu Yuan concentrated, opening the attribute panel before him. Now, he had acquired an additional profession, and his profession panel had transformed into two, allowing him to switch freely between student and fighter. The fighter panel displayed Fighter LV1, 13100. Basic professional skills. Beginner body refinement LV1, 22100. Basic fist technique LV1, 53100. There were indeed merits to intense training. Merely within the span of a morning, the experience points for the basic fist technique he had just grasped had already surpassed half. Before long, he would be able to advance to LV2. Chapter 8. Addiction. I have thoroughly mastered the fundamental techniques taught by Lin Jiqin, recalling each of the numerous movements with clarity and executing them with precision. However, there may be slight discrepancies in the adherence to the standard of each movement. Once I have fully learned the foundational leg techniques and footwork, elevating them all to level 3 or above, I may have the opportunity to unlock the core skills of my profession. The core skill of the student profession, known as absolute focus, is unlocked after Lu Yuan elevates the levels of all 8 major subjects to level 3. Only upon unlocking the skill, absolute focus, does Lu Yuan truly distinguish himself from ordinary students. His learning efficiency undergoes a qualitative transformation, granting him an almost supernatural sensation in his studies. Consequently, Lu Yuan eagerly anticipates the surprises that the core skill of the fighter profession will bestow upon him. However, he plans to have Cheng Peng instruct him first, having already assigned him the role of a supportive ally in his mind. After an intense morning workout and a hearty lunch, Lu Yuan reclines on his bed, soon succumbing to drowsiness. It is unclear how long he has slept when a series of notifications from his phone abruptly rouses him from his slumber. Initially still groggy, as he reaches for his phone, the sudden ache in his arm jolts him fully awake. Just endure a little longer. By tomorrow, the torn muscles will have healed, and the pain will surely subside. Lu Yuan grinned through gritted teeth, attempting to console himself. With considerable effort, he grasped his phone and noticed a plethora of message notifications. Upon opening the messaging app, he found several messages, one of which was a friend request from an acquaintance. I am Lu Yu, requesting to add you as a friend. It was the round-faced girl with glasses from the martial arts class. Lu Yuan casually accepted her request. He then perused the remaining messages, all of which were sent by his elder sister, Lu Jing. Elder sister, little brother, come and behold the magnificent scenery of the West. The desert scenery that you have never experienced before. Below are a dozen photographs depicting a desert, a Gobi landscape, and the resilient poplar trees. Among them, several feature a young woman donning a hat, riding a camel with a radiant smile gracing her face. The girl atop the camel is none other than Lu Jing herself. Lu Yuan swiftly perused the collection of images and typed rapidly, how enviable, a sponsored journey through majestic landscapes, all while receiving a salary. You cannot fathom the arduous conditions that prevail here. The discovered relics lie deep within the West Shusha Desert, where I now find myself residing in a tent each day. I am afforded the luxury of a bath only once a week, and speaking outdoors is a perilous endeavor, for the moment I open my mouth. I am inundated with several pounds of sand. Haha. Lu Yuan could not help but chuckle, sending several mischievous emojis in response. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Sister, what have you unearthed this time? This marks a rather significant discovery. Just wait, little brother. It won't be long before you see your sister making headlines. Smugly, as if a mere errand boy for the archaeological team could ever grace the television screens. What is unearthed is of no concern to you. Contempt, contempt, contempt. After conversing with Lu Jing for a while, Lu Yuan learned that her archaeological work would require a considerable amount of time, potentially lasting 6 months or even over a year. Once their conversation concluded, Lu Yuan opened his computer and searched for information regarding the Baishan Temple. The Baishan era boasts a history exceeding 3,000 years, a time marked by chaos and darkness, characterized by an abundance of religions. Many of the teachings from various sects were exceedingly sinister, often involving the gruesome practice of human sacrifice. After only a brief glance, Lu Yuan closed the webpage. He wondered what the temple unearthed by Lu Jing and her archaeological team might resemble. If they were to discover a pile of bones, he imagined that Lu Jing, with her timid disposition, would likely be terrified to the point of tears. Amused by this thought, Lu Yuan chose not to mention the recent family troubles to Lu Jing. He presumed that his parents had not brought it up either. After all, she was currently thousands of kilometers away in the depths of the desert. Even if she were informed, there would be little she could do to assist, only adding to the anxiety. There was no need to dwell on it. Focusing on his studies and diligently practicing martial arts was the most significant way he could support his parents at this moment. He reflected quietly to himself. Setting down his phone, he approached his desk. Although his arms were temporarily sore and he could not write, he had nearly completed his assignments. Within the state of absolute focus, he engaged in reading, previewing new lessons, and consolidating his knowledge. By the end of the afternoon, his experience points in 8 major subjects had increased, and his student profession had gained several points, bringing him closer to level 4. Around 5 in the afternoon, Zheng Qiuling hurriedly called for Lu Yuan to help watch the store while she retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He received the encouraging news that his grandfather's surgery for his cerebral infarction would be scheduled for the following week. Though he could not yet exercise his arms, his waist and legs remained unaffected. After dinner, Lu Yuan spread a mat in the living room, lying down to commence strength training for all areas except his arms. Naturally within the absolute focus state, you focused on professional training for 10 minutes, gaining 1 experience point. Your skill in basic body training has improved, gaining 2 experience points. Your skill in basic body training has improved, gaining 4 experience points. The information prompts continued to appear on his panel. One of the greatest benefits of the professional panel was its ability to provide immediate feedback on Lu Yuan's efforts in the form of experience points. The arduous labor transformed into motivation, enabling Lu Yuan to pursue his training with even greater fervor. Not to mention, the act of physical exercise itself was inherently addictive. In his past life, he had observed others becoming addicted to fitness without understanding it. Now, he comprehended fully. Breathless, Lu Yuan concluded yet another set of training. Muttering to himself, this continuous process of surpassing one's limits indeed fosters a sense of personal accomplishment. Initially, Lu Yuan aimed to complete 2 sets of each exercise. However, upon finishing the first 2 sets and feeling capable of more, he pushed himself to do another 2. After completing those, he went on to do 2 more. Eventually, he completed a total of 8 sets. Exhausted to the point of depleting every last ounce of strength within my body, I lay sprawled on the living room floor, utterly incapable of even moving my little finger. Only then did I find respite. I wonder if tomorrow I shall awaken, my entire body aching, unable to rise. The cool mat beneath him was already dampened by sweat. Lu Yuan lay on his back, gazing at the pristine white ceiling of the living room, silently contemplating. As the professional panel information gradually materialized upon the ceiling, witnessing the surge in experience points, Lu Yuan could not help but smile. If he could not rise, then so be it. The sensation of growing stronger was truly exhilarating. Chapter 9. How dare you visit such a place at your tender age? The incessant beeping of the alarm clock rang 5 times, while his mother, Zheng Qiuling, had attempted to rouse him 3 times. Lu Yuan finally managed to rise from his slumber with great difficulty. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Lu Yuan wore an expression of utter helplessness. What consequences might befall an individual who, having long neglected physical exercise, suddenly embarks on a vigorous regimen of physical activity? Lu Yuan had an immediate sense of his own discomfort. It felt as though every part of his body was in agony, even while brushing his teeth. He had to steady himself against the bathroom mirror. If it were not Monday, he would have gladly remained in bed for the entire day. Breakfast consisted of congee, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and 2 boiled eggs. He ate at a leisurely pace. The usual 15-minute routine of preparing for school stretched into over half an hour today. Fortunately, after breakfast, he regained some energy and his limbs began to loosen up. When he descended the stairs with his backpack, he felt a bit better. At least an improvement from when he first awoke. Initially, he had planned to run to school, but in his current state, that was certainly out of the question. Walking was already a challenge, and time was not on his side. Thus, he opted for a taxi, indulging in a rare moment of luxury. Noticing that Lu Yuan was a student, and a high school one at that, the taxi driver sped through the streets. Despite the morning rush hour, Lu Yuan arrived at school 5 minutes earlier than usual. Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan stepped into the classroom, a figure darted towards him like an arrow. At last, "You've arrived," Cheng Peng exclaimed, reaching for the backpack slung over Lu Yuan's shoulder. "Hurry up, hand over your homework for me to copy. What's in it for me?" Lu Yuan clutched his backpack tightly against his chest, deliberately teasing him. Cheng Peng cast a fleeting glance at the digital clock above the podium. His voice tinged with urgency. "Any benefit will suffice. I implore you, dear brother, to hasten, for there are merely 15 minutes remaining until morning study begins. 2 meals, the finest of their kind. Please." Cheng Peng nodded his head repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, which finally satisfied Lu Yuan enough to retrieve his homework from his backpack. The black gel pen danced in his hand like a frenzied serpent, rendering its movements nearly impossible to track. A bespectacled chubby boy attempted to lift Cheng Peng. Cheng Peng glanced up at him, his hand continuing its feverish task. "Have you completed all your assignments? What concern is that of yours? Allow me to sit for a moment. You may find your own way." With a sharp clap, Cheng Peng placed a stack of assignments and examination papers in front of Lu Yuan. The chubby boy was momentarily taken aback, but upon glancing at Lu Yuan and noticing his lack of reaction, he hastily extracted 2 books from the pile and began to copy. After a while, a thought struck him. "Wait, this is incorrect. Our answers are identical. Surely the teacher will notice. Forget it, I won't copy anymore." "Silly. You wouldn't intentionally alter part of it to evade the correct answer." Cheng Peng scolded him, and the chubby boy suddenly realized. "Indeed, how did I not think of that? The physical chemistry assignment is due. Cheng Peng, Group 4 is only missing your submission." A girl clutching a stack of test papers called out from the lectern. "Wait, I'll be done in a moment." "Seriously, morning self-study hasn't even started yet. Why the rush to collect assignments?" Monday mornings were always the liveliest. No, 4 High wasn't the top school in Jiayan City, and Class 3 was just an ordinary class, so students like Cheng Peng were far from rare. There was a time when Lu Yuan had been one of them. Then, one day, he suddenly broke free. Lu Yuan pulled out his foreign language textbook, flipping to a random page before spreading it open in front of him. His eyes appeared fixed on the text, but in truth, he was studying his profession panel. Fighter LV 1, 35-100. Basic profession skills. Primary body forging LV 1, 71-100. Basic fist technique LV 1, 53-100. Last night's intense training had skyrocketed his primary body forging by nearly 50 experience points. His profession experience had also surged by over 20 points, progress that could hardly be called insignificant. With his profession experience now at 35, he was only 65 points away from reaching LV 2. Factoring in the time needed for physical recovery, a week should suffice. As for student LV 3 to LV 4, that would take roughly the same amount of time. Once both professions leveled up, he would gain 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. And then, his overall strength would undergo a monumental transformation. For him, being a student had now become a secondary occupation, while the fighter role had taken precedence as his primary vocation. This revelation even led him to pioneer an innovative approach to advancement. If one could unlock multiple secondary profession panels and utilize them to nourish a single dominant profession, the progression speed of the main vocation would accelerate remarkably. No matter the profession, leveling up is easiest in the early stages, where acquiring attribute points and skill points poses relatively minimal difficulty. However, the unlocking conditions for new profession panels remain unclear, requiring thorough research, and for now, no suitable new professional identity has come to mind. With the shrill ringing of the bell, the morning self-study session at Jiayan City's 4th high school commenced. Each classroom buzzed with the clamor of students reciting foreign languages, heralding the start of a new week. The morning schedule consisted of language, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Under the enhancement of absolute focus, these classes naturally became mere dungeons for Lu Yuan to grind experience. It wasn't until 5:45 p.m. that the day's academic obligations finally concluded. Finally, school's over. I'm exhausted, Chung Peng muttered weakly as he trudged along the tree-lined path of the campus, his backpack weighing him down. Mondays always feel the most grueling. Time drags on like an eternity. Lu Yuan paid little attention to his complaints. Compared to Chung Peng's weariness, Lu Yuan found attending classes far less taxing than martial arts training. During the 10-minute breaks, he stretched his limbs in the hallway, and by the end of the day, his condition had improved significantly from when he first arrived at school that morning. At the very least, the pain in his body had subsided. By the way, are you heading to the martial arts hall? Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, I'll pass today. I overdid it practicing at home yesterday, and my whole body still aches. No wonder your gait seemed off all day. I thought your hemorrhoids were acting up. I didn't dare to ask in the classroom. Chung Peng's face suddenly lit up with realization. Get lost. Haha, just kidding. Chung Peng approached, wrapping his arm around Lu Yuan's shoulder. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Considering that you copy my homework every week, my friend, today I shall make an exception and take you to a place. I assure you, once we are done, you will feel rejuvenated, and your body will be completely free of any discomfort. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were meeting Chengping for the very first time. Chengping, how old are you to be visiting such places? Chapter 10, Attribute Enhancement. So, the delightful place you mentioned turns out to be the massage room on the second floor of the martial arts hall. On the second floor of the Yuanwu Hall, Lu Yuan gazed at Chung Peng with a look of astonishment. Chung Peng retorted, what do you expect it to be? Lu Yuan displayed a peculiar expression, shaking his head dismissively. It's nothing. Chung Peng cast a disdainful glance in his direction before proceeding to the front desk, where he presented his student identification. After a brief exchange, 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan was ushered into a private room. Just wait here. Someone will come shortly to assist you with a massage. This treatment is remarkably effective. After just one session, I assure you, your muscles will feel rejuvenated and you will be as lively as ever. Chung Peng confidently assured Lu Yuan. I shall descend to practice for a while. Come find me once your massage is complete. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Once Chengping departed, Lu Yuan surveyed the small room before him. The air conditioning hummed pleasantly, creating a comfortable atmosphere. In the center lay a narrow bed, neatly adorned with a folded set of bathrobes, and beside it stood a modest storage cabinet. Lu Yuan placed his backpack into the cabinet and quickly washed up in the bathroom, changing into the provided attire. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Lu Yuan called, setting aside his phone. A middle-aged man entered briskly, carrying a case. Upon noticing the man's robust arms beneath his loose-fitting practice clothes, Lu Yuan felt an inexplicable discomfort, sensing an oddness in the air. Fortunately, the man's warm and friendly smile quickly alleviated this feeling. Please lie down on the bed, the man instructed. Certainly, Lu Yuan complied, settling onto the narrow bed. The man opened the case, revealing a small furnace, which he lit with a lighter and placed carefully on the small table beside the bed. A subtle aroma of sandalwood wafted from the furnace, gradually soothing Lu Yuan's spirit. Have you been practicing too intensely? The man reached out to gently press on the leg of the individual before him, initiating a conversation. There are numerous areas where the muscles exhibit tears and strains. Is it quite serious? Lu Yuan couldn't help but inquire. Not serious. The man shook his head and said, after all, this is a martial arts school. It's inevitable that disciples suffer bruises and sprains. I've seen far worse injuries than yours. Only then did Lu Yuan feel reassured. The man then instructed Lu Yuan to remove his clothing and lie face down on the small bed. He retrieved a white medicinal ointment and gently applied it to Lu Yuan's thighs, calves, arms, and back. The salve imparted a cooling sensation upon contact. Before Lu Yuan could even voice his curiosity, the man proactively explained, this is the school's secret remedy. Combined with my massage techniques, it will ensure your full recovery within a day or two. Secret remedy? Indeed, only the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy are privileged to receive this treatment. Even with wealth, one cannot acquire it elsewhere. Here we begin. The man spoke calmly, then abruptly exerted force. An excruciating pain shot through Lu Yuan's calf, nearly eliciting a cry. Yet swiftly, this torment dissolved into waves of soothing numbness that radiated outward. The man's technique was gentle yet potent. each precise movement targeting the sore and swollen areas of Lu Yuan's body. With his past life's experience as a connoisseur of foot massages, Lu Yuan could discern that this man was undoubtedly a master of his craft. Lu Yuan couldn't recall when he had drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found soft music flowing in his ears and a light blanket draped over him. As for the masseur, he had long since vanished. 8 o'clock already. Lu Yuan retrieved his phone from his backpack and checked the time, only to realize with a start that nearly 2 hours had elapsed. His expression darkened instantly. Without even pausing to bathe, he hastily dressed and hurried downstairs. "I thought you'd sleep straight through till morning," came the remark as soon as he descended. There in the lobby stood Chung Peng, waiting for him. Without preamble, Chung inquired, "How are you feeling?" "Very well, my stomach is growling with hunger." The massage therapy on the second floor of the martial arts school exceeded Lu Yuan's expectations. By merely the second day, the soreness in his body had almost completely dissipated. He felt restored to his original state. No, in fact, he felt even better than before. After all, muscles grow stronger precisely through repeated cycles of tearing and healing. With a deep exhale, Lu Yuan completed a set of fundamental fist techniques. A light sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead, yet his entire being radiated renewed vitality. Splendid. Lin Jiqin gazed at him with a trace of satisfaction, nodding slightly and remarking, "Most of the movements are executed quite well, though there are a few areas that could use refinement." Having said this, Lin personally corrected several flaws in Lu Yuan's boxing techniques before turning back toward the other trainees and calling out, "Next." The primary objective of today's session was to assess how well the students had retained the lessons from the previous class. Lu Yuan's immediate praise from Lin Jiqin drew many sidelong glances. Impressive young man. The girl who wore her hair in a bun last class had now tied it into a ponytail, her makeup more refined than before. She deliberately called out loudly to Lu Yuan, and when he ignored her, she wasn't the least bit offended. Instead, she giggled and remarked, "This handsome guy is quite cool. You're amazing. Among all the students here, you're definitely the best." Lu Yu, the round-faced girl, quickly approached Lu Yuan as he stepped down, admiration evident in her voice. "I plan to use this as my specialty for the unified exam next year, so I've been putting in extra effort," Lu Yuan replied casually with a smile. "I also signed up for martial arts training because of the sports specialty requirement for the unified exam. I heard the grading standards for combat sports are much lower than for badminton or others, but I feel like I have no talent for this. No matter how much I practice, I just can't get it right." Lu Yu sighed. "It's only the beginning, and girls naturally have less advantage in this area." Lu Yuan offered a perfunctory consolation, though his attention was fixed on the status panel before him. Name: Lu Yuan. Age: 17. Occupation 1. Student LV3, 345-400. Occupation 2. Martial artist LV1, 98-100. Strength: 7. Agility: 8. Constitution: 7. Intelligence: 10. Occupation 2. Basic skills: Primary body training LV2, 121-200. Basic fist technique LV2, 23-200. Compared to a week ago, his martial artist experience had surged significantly. Just 2 more points, and he would reach LV2. Both basic skills had also leveled up to LV2, especially primary body training, which was now only about 40 away from LV3, proof of just how relentlessly Lu Yuan had been pushing himself in strength training. Yet, for some reason, his 4 core attributes remained unchanged. "But I can clearly feel it. My strength has increased, my body has grown more robust, and even my appetite has sharpened." Lu Yuan couldn't make sense of it. "Complete 2 sets of strength training, then we'll begin today's new lesson." Lin Jiqin, having assessed everyone's grasp of the basic fist techniques, announced the agenda for the session. Following Lin's demonstration of the foundational movements, Lu Yuan's basic fist technique LV2 gained a few more experience points. The effect was far superior to his solo shadowboxing practice at home, likely due to the hands-on guidance. Then came the 2 sets of strength training as a warm-up. The moment he finished the first set, a notification suddenly flashed across his panel. "Congratulations! Your strength attribute has increased. Congratulations, your physical attributes have been enhanced." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback and once again examined his attribute panel. Indeed, his 4 primary attributes had transformed into strength, 8. Agility, 8. Constitution, 8. Intelligence, 10. Both strength and constitution had increased slightly. How did this sudden change occur? I did not perceive any particular alterations. Lu Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment. However, he quickly discerned the underlying reason. It must be that after a week of rigorous training, both strength and constitution had nearly reached the threshold for enhancement. The improvements were merely not reflected on the panel until now. Having just surpassed this critical point, the increase was finally displayed. Chapter 11, Skill Points. Today, we delve into the fundamentals of leg techniques. As with the instruction of basic boxing, Lin Jiqin first demonstrates the movements, followed by a meticulous breakdown of each technique. However, unlike the previous class, this time, not every student receives hands-on guidance. Only Lu Yuan and 2 other students are afforded this special attention. In truth, the foundational leg movements are considerably more challenging than the boxing techniques. You may practice freely. I shall step out for a moment. Lin Jiqin announces after imparting all the movements. As he departs, the students respond in a scattered manner, yet many find themselves instinctively halting their movements of arms and legs. Ignoring the others, Lu Yuan, after Lin Jiqin's figure fades from sight, promptly activates his skill. Absolute focus, he declares, activating it. In an instant, I entered a state of absolute focus, oblivious to both myself and my surroundings, fully immersed in the practice of fundamental leg techniques. The journey is long. The journey is long. It was as if one had suddenly surged from beneath the water to the surface, with a cacophony of noise rushing in like a tide. Lu Yuan halted his movements, shaking off the fatigue and heaviness that had settled in his legs. This time, he refrained from collapsing onto the ground. Would you care for a drink of water? The round-faced girl, Lu Yu, stood beside him and handed over a bottle of water. Thank you. As was his habit, Lu Yuan did not decline. He took the water and gulped it down eagerly. After finishing the entire bottle, Lu Yuan wiped his mouth and inquired of Lu Yu. How many minutes are left until class ends? In a minute, Lu Yu glanced at the electronic watch on her wrist and suddenly corrected herself, saying, "Oh, my mistake. Class has already ended." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of surprise. Has class truly concluded? Today's session offered significantly more free training time compared to the previous class. He emerged from his absolute focus state even later than last time, yet without exhausting his physical reserves. Evidently, his stamina has markedly improved. That boost in constitution attribute wasn't for nothing. Lu Yuan promptly checked his professional interface. You devoted 10 minutes to focused combat training, gaining 1 professional experience. Your basic legwork skill has improved, earning 3 experience points. You devoted another 10 minutes to focused combat training, gaining 1 professional experience. Congratulations. You are a martial artist. Profession has leveled up. Even though he had anticipated it, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a surge of joy upon receiving the notification of his professional rank advancement. Martial Artist LV2, 6200. Basic Skills. Beginner Body Conditioning LV2, 123-200. Basic Fist Technique LV2, 57-200. Basic Leg Technique LV1, 34-100. The panel displayed an additional point of free attribute and a point of skill. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan allocated his newly acquired attribute point to his constitution. His constitution, which had just recently been augmented, increased from 8 to 9. Like a crumpled piece of paper being smoothed out by an unseen force, the wrinkles on his physique seemed to vanish in mere seconds. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan felt all the fatigue accumulated from his prior training dissipate entirely, invigorating him with newfound vitality. The soreness and discomfort that had pervaded his body swiftly faded away, akin to the effects of a miraculous elixir. He was astonished to discover such remarkable effects from merely allocating points. It was truly wondrous. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, oblivious to the transformation occurring in Lu Yuan, continued to speak to him. You are incredibly impressive, Lu Yuan. You practiced throughout the entire class without pause, while others stopped practicing half an hour ago. At that moment, an individual clad in martial arts attire hurried in from outside, loudly announcing, "Class is dismissed. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Please do not be late." A chorus of relieved sounds emanated from the students as they began to rise and gather their belongings, while a few voiced their grievances. What the heck? We only covered half the class. The rest was all free practice. Indeed. Today we barely taught a few moves. There are many techniques I have yet to master. I must complain if this happens again. Lu Yuan glanced over and recognized the group of men who had arrived with the girl sporting a bun. They appeared quite disgruntled, vocally expressing their desire to lodge a complaint against Lin Jiqin. Paying them no heed, Lu Yuan exchanged greetings with Lu Yu before departing from the training room. After showering and changing clothes, he waited for a while in the dojo's lobby, until Chung Peng emerged with his hair still damp. "Why haven't you dried your hair?" Lu Yuan frowned at him, apprehensive that he might suddenly shake his head and splatter water all over his face. "How refreshing." Chung Peng casually ran his fingers through his hair before inquiring with a nonchalant air. "How are you feeling today, Lu Yuan?" "Not bad. I don't feel as exhausted as last week," Lu Yuandao remarked. "After a week of training, your physique has noticeably strengthened. The initial progress is always the most evident. I experienced the same when I started." Chengping glanced toward the staircase leading to the second floor and inquired with a smile, "Care for another massage session upstairs? In any case, I still have 2 sessions remaining, so let us make use of them together today." "Never mind." Lu Yuan decisively shook his head, suggesting that she should reserve those 2 sessions for a more critical moment. Lu Yuan had previously discovered, only after the fact, that the therapeutic massage he received on the second floor of the martial arts hall was exceedingly expensive. If one were to pay for it, the cost per session would astonishingly reach 4 digits. Changping, as a distinguished member, is entitled to 3 complimentary therapy sessions, which afforded him the opportunity to invite his companion. The effects of the massage were indeed remarkable, even bordering on the miraculous. However, Lu Yuan felt a sense of embarrassment about continuing to take advantage of Changpeng's generosity. While Changpeng himself might not mind, it is conceivable that his parents would disapprove if they were to find out. Regardless of their close friendship, Lu Yuan could not bring himself to exploit such a significant favor. To qualify for the elite membership, one must invest over 100,000 in the martial arts academy, a prospect that is currently beyond his reach. Nevertheless, formal disciples also have the opportunity to enjoy complimentary massages, and this is something worth striving for. The benefits and privileges afforded to formal disciples at the Yuan Martial Arts Academy are commendable, a notion that Lu Yuan had contemplated from the outset. With the activation of the fighter panel, his martial prowess has progressed rapidly, intensifying his desire for these advantages. "Would you accompany me to the Internet CAF later? At noon, I invited you to indulge in fried chicken." As usual, Chung Peng attempted to entice Lu Yuan into visiting an Internet CAF. Naturally, Lu Yuan flatly declined. "Why rush the practice? When one could practice at any time, what is the urgency? Come accompany me to the Internet CAF. In the afternoon. I still have assignments to complete. This week's workload is considerable. With the time devoted to martial arts over the weekend, I might not finish everything. The assignments are of paramount importance. If I cannot complete them, I will have no recourse to copy from." The midday sun blazed fiercely. To add to the discomfort, the air conditioning on the bus had malfunctioned. After a long journey, I arrived home, drenched in perspiration, and immediately retrieved 2 bottles of icy water from the freezer of our little shop, downing them in quick succession. At noon, I dined alone. The meal was prepared by my mother. My father, Lu Xinghua, had just departed in haste, taking some food with him to the hospital. I ascended the stairs to find a bowl for soup, filling it generously with rice and vegetables, and then carried it downstairs to eat while keeping my mother company in front of the television. Of course, my primary focus was not on the screen, but rather on my character panel, contemplating where to allocate the skill points I had recently acquired. Chapter 12, Delivery Moments Later. Lu Yuan decisively allocated his skill points to Absolute Focus. To his delight, Absolute Focus ascended swiftly from level 1 to level 2. The experience required to reach level 3 was relatively manageable, allowing him to elevate a skill from level 1 to level 2 within 2 to 3 days. The experience needed for level 2 to level 3 doubled, slightly increasing the difficulty. However, within a week, he could surmount this challenge. It felt rather unworthy, bordering on a waste of skill points. It appeared that the enhancement of core skills relied solely on skill points, as no experience points were displayed beneath them. "Mom, I finished," Lu Yuan stated hurriedly, rising from the table after devouring the last morsels of his meal. He was eager to ascend and test the effects of level 2 Absolute Focus. "Are you full?" Not having had enough to eat, I decided to grab a little more. After finishing, I simply tossed the bowls and chopsticks into the sink, saving them for our evening cleaning session. "Understood." Just as I was nearing the back door, a customer unexpectedly entered the store. An elderly woman, in her 60s, approached and, without hesitation, purchased a substantial amount of goods: 5 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, salt, peanut oil, soy sauce. I recognized her vaguely. She seemed to live nearby. Initially intending to head upstairs, I found myself pausing. Why would she buy so many items? Is there a banquet being prepared at her home? This transaction for the little old lady is quite a significant deal. And my mother is evidently in high spirits. After swiftly preparing the goods, she could not help but inquire, "Haven't you seen the news? Recently, there have been numerous disappearances in the western part of the city." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qiuling's expression turned notably serious. "Indeed, this morning while I was tending to the shop, I noticed police officers going from store to store, taking notes and asking questions. It seems rather grave. Yes, you may not be aware, but it appears that a child from the neighboring building has gone missing." The two continued their conversation with increasing enthusiasm. Zheng Qiuling fetched a stool for the elderly lady, and they settled down comfortably in front of the electric fan, engaging in light-hearted banter. Lu Yuan, listening intently from the side, felt a subtle shift in his demeanor. The case of missing persons that occurred last week remains unresolved? Why does it seem to be escalating increasingly? It even involves people residing near their home. However, the information shared by the elderly lady is often dubious. It is prudent to take only a fragment of it. Upon observing his mother engaged in an endless conversation with the other party, Lu Yuan was convinced, to the extent that even the dog that had gone missing from the nearby bun shop last month was included in the discussion of the case. He decided to take his bowl and chopsticks upstairs, and when he returned to the living room after a brief respite, the gossip session had concluded. His mother was now discussing delivery arrangements with the little old lady. "Shall I arrange for someone to deliver the items to you later? Please provide me with your address and phone number. When will you be available later?" "By 6 or 7 at the latest. I shall certainly deliver it to you." "Mother," Lu Yuan interjected to interrupt their conversation and said, "Perhaps I shall go, as I currently find myself with some leisure time." "And you?" Zheng Qiuling glanced at the large pile of rice, flour, and cooking oil displayed at the entrance of the store, her expression tinged with hesitation. "Are you able to carry it? There are quite a few items. Since the road is long, I shall retrieve the key hanging on the wall myself. The vehicle is located in the backyard, correct?" "Indeed. There is no need." Lu Yuan has already dashed into the stairwell through the back door with the keys in hand. Upon traversing the corridor, he spotted an electric tricycle parked in the cool shade of the backyard. Effortlessly maneuvering the vehicle out of the yard, he positioned it in front of his family's small shop. The next task was to load the goods onto the tricycle. This was the process that caused the greatest concern for his mother, Zheng Qiuling. However, her worries swiftly dissipated as Lu Yuan effortlessly tossed several 50-pound bags of rice onto the vehicle. What a thoughtful young man, with a handsome face and a robust physique. The proprietress must be proud to have such a wonderful son. The elderly lady beside him praised Lu Yuan with great enthusiasm, and Zheng Qiuling listened with a beaming smile. Her academic performance was commendable, consistently ranking among the top in her class. Truly remarkable. Lu Yuan loaded all the items onto the vehicle, assisted the elderly lady into her seat, and then exchanged greetings with Zheng Qiuling before deftly steering the vehicle away. "Be careful, drive slowly," Zheng Qiuling called after him, her voice lingering in the air. The elderly lady's residence was indeed nearby, a mere 2 minutes by electric tricycle. The only inconvenience was that her home was on the 5th floor, necessitating Lu Yuan to carry the items upstairs one by one. After several trips back and forth, he finally managed to deliver 5 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, and cooking oil to her apartment. Exhausted but satisfied, Lu Yuan sat on the tricycle, sipping the mineral water the elderly lady had given him while taking a moment to rest. Yet, he felt a swell of joy within him. The improvement in his physical condition was unmistakable, although carrying the 50-kilogram bag of rice felt somewhat burdensome. Ascending 5 flights of stairs in one go did not leave him breathless. He surmised that his physical fitness was now comparable to that of a robust adult male who regularly exercises. He was stronger than the average high school student. This conclusion stemmed from his prior calculations regarding his intelligence points. A score of 8 was typical for a high school student. 9 represented the standard for adult males, while 10 marked the threshold of exceptional individuals among the general populace. His student profession was on the verge of advancing from level 3 to level 4, requiring just a few more experience points. Likewise, his fighter, level 2, was rapidly approaching level 3. In the near future, he was bound to gain 2 attribute points. With these additional points, he felt optimistic about passing the formal apprentice assessment at the Source Martial Arts Academy. The future indeed looked promising. Lu Yuan, in a moment of whimsical contemplation about the future, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After discarding the empty bottle of mineral water into the cart of the tricycle, he swiftly turned the handle and hurried home. In the afternoons, Lu Yuan typically allocates 2 hours for study. As the monthly assessments approach, the school has predominantly assigned tasks centered on revision, resulting in a significant reduction of homework. Chapter 13. Concentration is the ultimate advantage upon invoking the state of absolute focus. Lu Yuan immediately experienced a sensation unlike any he had felt before. His mastery of the textbook concepts reached an unprecedented level of clarity and comprehension. When presented with a problem, related formulas, theorems, and principles swiftly emerged from the recesses of his mind, rapidly coalescing into various solutions. This phenomenon was even more pronounced in linguistic subjects. If there had been an observer present, they would undoubtedly have been astounded by Lu Yuan's speed in solving problems. As it seemed, he required no deliberation whatsoever. Ding! The sound reminiscent of a microwave signaling the completion of its task. Lu Yuan emerged from his state of absolute focus. A gentle wave of fatigue washing over him, yet it was a sensation far superior to any he had experienced before. The alarm had not rung. Had he truly not spent an hour? Lu Yuan glanced at his phone, a subtle expression of surprise gracing his features. The effect of Level 2, absolute focus, exceeded his expectations, resulting in a remarkable doubling of efficiency. Moreover, Lu Yuan swiftly leafed through the assignments and examinations he had completed. Although there were no standard answers for comparison, he was nonetheless imbued with an exceedingly strong intuition. This time, the accuracy of his work had undoubtedly improved. The Level 2 skill of absolute focus has enabled him to attain a deeper state of concentration than ever before. In this heightened state, his exceptional intellect, marked by a score of 10, seems to be fully realized. Even if others possess the same intellectual score, their cognitive speed and abilities are undoubtedly inferior to his. Lu Yuan possesses this confidence. Upon reviewing his status panel, the accumulated information provided him with a delightful surprise. He now gains 2 points of professional experience every 10 minutes. Is the foundational skill experience gained nearly doubled each time? The experience gained in a mere 45 minutes proved to be no less than what he typically amassed in 2 hours. The efficiency had doubled, and so too had the accumulation of experience points. This is undoubtedly magnificent news for Lu Yuan, signifying that his pace of advancement has doubled. One must observe whether such effects can still be manifested in the realm of the fighter profession. Lu Yuan could no longer wait for his stamina to replenish. He directly took his dedicated training mat and ventured into the living room. You have dedicated 10 minutes to professional training, gaining 2 experience points. Your skill in basic body conditioning has improved, gaining 4 experience points. Your skill in basic body conditioning has improved, gaining 6 experience points. Upon completing 2 sets of strength training, the feedback received brought a sense of satisfaction to Lu Yuan. The experience points accrued beneath the fighter panel had similarly doubled. Unwavering focus is applicable across all professional domains. Indeed, concentration serves as the ultimate enhancement. After completing 2 sets of strength training, Lu Yuan began to practice the fundamental leg techniques he had just learned that morning. The sensations this time were markedly more pronounced. As he practiced, his mind was like a film reel, continuously replaying the demonstrations of movements given by Lin Jiqin during the morning class. In the state of LV2, absolute focus, Lu Yuan seemed to have enhanced his control over the muscles in various parts of his body. In the past, during self-training, he would often find himself easily grasping a technique, but failing to execute it effectively. Now, however, he had made significant progress. It was quite remarkable. Considering that Lu Yuan was not inherently gifted or a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary insight, all he could do was to exert as much effort and focus as possible. In the time that followed, Lu Yuan completely immersed himself in training. During school days, he only had a few hours each evening to devote to martial arts training. With the rare opportunity of a free weekend, he was determined to make every moment count. Lu Yuan devised a training and rest schedule, carefully regulating the duration of each training session according to his physical condition. He could not afford to repeat the experience of being so sore that he could scarcely walk. Excessive training would only hinder his progress in martial arts. The afternoon passed swiftly in concentrated practice. Although Lu Yuan felt a sense of worry, he kept it to himself. 2 days prior, he had received news from the hospital that his grandfather's surgery for a cerebral infarction would be postponed by another 2 days. Despite having lived 2 lives, Lu Yuan still felt a pang of sadness. He wondered if the more than 1,000 yuan he had hidden in his parents' wardrobe had been discovered. Yet, even if it were found, that amount would hardly resolve their issues, whether in school or at the martial arts academy. Breakthroughs in either field could alleviate the pressure his family was currently facing. I must strive harder. Only through relentless study and training could Lu Yuan hope to somewhat diminish the deep sense of powerlessness that overwhelmed him. The evening was once again spent in training. In Jiayan City, it was still bright out around 8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Jing was eating dry pancakes while chatting with Lu Yuan, sharing that her archaeological team was nearing the entrance of the temple ruins. She estimated that they would be able to begin their exploration in another 2 days. Unfortunately, her lack of experience meant she was not eligible to be among the first group selected for entry. Lu Yuan was about to offer some words of comfort when suddenly the video call was abruptly disconnected due to poor network reception. When he tried to call back, he could not get through, so he had no choice but to give up. By 11 o'clock at night, as he prepared for sleep, Lu Yuan's fighter profession panel data had transformed to Fighter LV2, 81200. Basic professional skills. Elementary body training LV3, 2400. Basic fist techniques LV2, 153,200. Basic leg techniques LV2, 89,200. His professional experience had increased by over 70 points, while his elementary body training had risen by more than 60 points, advancing to LV3. The basic fist techniques had nearly gained 100 points. The skill he had primarily focused on, basic leg techniques, had seen the most growth, approaching 200 points, thereby surpassing LV2 and reaching nearly halfway through the level. After advancing to LV3 in elementary body training, the difficulty of gaining experience points had noticeably increased. Sometimes, after completing a set of training, he would only gain 1 or 2 points of experience. Could it be due to the enhancement of my physical constitution? After taking a shower, Lu Yuan lay on his bed clad only in a pair of boxer shorts. The curtains were drawn back, allowing the light from the street lamps to penetrate the room, while the occasional sound of passing cars drifted in from the road. It appeared that an increase in the intensity of his strength training was imperative. To enhance this intensity, he would need to incorporate equipment, thus planning to visit the martial arts gym for training every day after school next week. The optimal approach to maximize his gains would be to wait until the growth in strength and physique from his initial body training skills began to plateau before allocating further points. After elevating his basic body training to level 3, he distinctly sensed that the muscles in his thighs, calves, arms, as well as his chest and abdomen had become markedly firmer, and his skin appeared to possess greater elasticity. He felt as if he had transformed into a solid ingot of iron, gradually expelling impurities through the relentless forging of external forces, rendering him more compact and resilient. He opened a reading app on his phone, casually browsing through a novel. At 11:25, the glow from Lu Yuan's phone extinguished, as he had already slipped into the realm of dreams. Chapter 14. Father and Son Scheme 5 fried dough sticks, 15 steamed buns, and 2 bowls of soy milk. Please help me pack them up. In the early morning, Lu Yuan, clad in a black tracksuit, stood at the entrance of a breakfast shop purchasing his morning meal. Being a weekend, the usual crowd of students and office workers was absent, leaving only a few elderly gentlemen clad in shorts and tank tops, enjoying their breakfast after a morning workout. One of these gentlemen had brought along a portable radio, which was placed on the table, broadcasting a lively comedic dialogue. After settling the bill and carrying his neatly packed breakfast, Lu Yuan ambled in the direction of home. The clock read 6:45. He had risen at 6 o'clock and jogged through the city to reach this point. The benefits of being young and physically fit were evident at this moment. Despite a day of intense exercise yesterday, he felt invigorated today, his energy levels even more heightened. Name: Lu Hui. Gender: female. Age: 28. Height: 1.57 meters. Local accent of Jiaoyan City. Dressed in a white t-shirt adorned with red hearts and black denim shorts. In May, as he passed by an internet CAF, Lu Yuan's attention was drawn to a missing person notice affixed to the wall at the entrance. The picture depicted a young girl, beaming with joy while cradling a short-tailed blue cat. He paused to observe for a moment, noticing that there were not just 1, but 4 or 5 such notices plastered on the wall. The dates of disappearance predominantly fell within May and June, indicating that these incidents had occurred within the last 2 months. It appeared that this case of missing persons was indeed quite serious. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. In an era rife with surveillance cameras, it was unsettling to contemplate how so many individuals could vanish in such a short span of time. And yet the police had made no progress in their investigations. The thought was chilling. Could it be that a large-scale human trafficking organization had emerged in Jiaoyan City? He suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in his lower back, and his yearning for strength surged intensely. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence happening to him was relatively low, the thought of inadvertently encountering misfortune loomed large in his mind. Possessing greater strength would at least afford him a better chance of escaping peril. He resolved to put in more effort. His mother, Zheng Qiuling, had already opened the shop's door. Lu Yuan assisted her in arranging some goods that had arrived the previous day onto the shelves. Recently, due to the missing persons case, the residents of the nearby community were somewhat anxious, resulting in a significant increase in customers purchasing grains and oils. The small shop was bustling with activity. After a morning of running and moving goods, Lu Yuan was already famished. His appetite had grown considerably, consuming over 3/4 of the breakfast. While having breakfast, his mother, Zheng Qiuling, unexpectedly thought of his sister, Lu Jing, and couldn't help but sigh. What a fine girl she is. Why on earth did she choose to study archaeology? Lu Yuan remained silent, yet his words were imbued with a sense of joy. At 7:30, after having breakfast, Lu Yuan boarded the bus heading to the martial arts school, eager to arrive at Yuan Martial Arts Hall before 8 o'clock. Today, Professor Lin Jiqin was instructing the fundamental footwork techniques of basic combat skills. Compared to the foundational punches and kicks, the basic footwork appeared remarkably simpler. A crucial aspect of combat lies in the agility of the body. Being able to strike the opponent while avoiding their attacks significantly enhances one's chances of victory. Thus, footwork is of paramount importance. Lu Yuan continued to study diligently. His level 2 state of absolute focus allowed him to grasp the basic footwork with greater speed than that of punches and kicks. Even Lin Jiqin could not help but praise him multiple times. Among this new cohort of students, Lu Yuan undoubtedly deserved the title of the most dedicated and focused. However, he was not the one excelling the most in practice. Yang Jiandong, come here for a moment. Lin Jiqin called out a student after teaching all the footwork movements. This student was tall and robust, with slightly dark skin. Lu Yuan found a lasting impression of him. Upon arrival, he had claimed that after 3 months of combat training, he had defeated the coach of his previous martial arts school. In the foundational courses of punches, kicks, and footwork, his performance was indeed the best. Lu Yuan even suspected that this individual had already attained level 3 proficiency in all 3 basic techniques. Initially, Lu Yuan assumed that Lin Jiqin was calling Yang Jiandong out for a class change. However, as the lesson drew to a close, a student suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Coach Lin is secretly giving Yang Jiandong special attention." Not only did they provide him with exclusive training, but they also imparted knowledge beyond the standard curriculum. How do I know? I have Yang Jiandong as a contact, and he just messaged me boasting about it. Alas, Lin Jiqin is truly despicable. A complaint must be lodged against him at the Martial Arts Academy. A group of individuals, filled with righteous indignation, clamored about the injustice and sought to voice their grievances. Lu Yuan felt a slight stir of emotion within him. Besides envying Yang Jiandong's favorable treatment, he also harbored a tinge of resentment. If only he could have performed more exceptionally, would that opportunity for individual guidance from Coach Lin not have been his? Lu Yuan pondered to himself that if he had more time to train, he could undoubtedly catch up to, or even surpass, Yang Jiandong. Unfortunately, he was still a student, with 5 days a week dedicated to attending classes. Regardless, he resolved to become an official disciple of the martial arts school as soon as possible. As the journey unfolds, a thought lingered in his mind. Do you wish to engage in a practical spar with me? Cheng Ping blinked, gazing at Lu Yuan with a somewhat dazed expression. In contrast, Lu Yuan remained composed. Indeed. I have now mastered the 3 fundamental techniques and feel ready to attempt some practical sparring. Don't be ridiculous. Cheng Ping immediately shook his head. You've only just learned the basics. You haven't even grasped the techniques yet. Engaging in real combat now. Not to boast, but I could easily defeat you with just one hand. I simply wish to get a taste of actual combat beforehand. By the time a genuine opportunity for sparring arises, it will likely be in the latter half of the year. If you teach me the practical aspects, I could solidify my foundational skills much more swiftly. However, upon seeing Cheng Peng still hesitating, Lu Yuan could not help but express his impatience. Are you afraid, perhaps? You are afraid of me, yet you want to spar with me casually? Am I truly the one you fear? Cheng Peng, unable to withstand the provocation of such words, immediately sprang to his feet. I fear that you may be hurt by my actions. Come, let us change our attire. Cheng Peng rolled up his sleeves and declared, see you at the training ground in 5 minutes. In this father-son match, the loser shall be the son. This is indeed correct, my dear child. Lu Yuan nodded contentedly. Chapter 15. You have endured a battle. Gaining professional experience. The ultimate purpose of practicing combat is to prepare for real-life confrontations. Lu Yuan invited Cheng Peng to engage in practical training, not only to enhance his mastery of the 3 fundamental fighting techniques, but also to validate a personal hypothesis through this encounter. In the training arena of the martial arts hall, 2 youths clad in martial arts uniforms stood facing each other. There was approximately an hour remaining before lunchtime. The training area was bustling with participants, and the 2, occupying a small corner, appeared rather inconspicuous. Cheng Peng towered over Lu Yuan by several centimeters, his years of martial arts practice rendering him notably robust. His naturally wavy short hair and sun-kissed skin bestowed upon him a more formidable presence than that of the average high school student. This is your own request, you know. If I make you cry later, don't hold a grudge, Cheng Peng remarked, cracking his knuckles as he spoke. You certainly have a penchant for idle chatter. Lu Yuan replied coolly. Hey, I'll make you kneel and call me daddy. Cheng Peng taunted, charging swiftly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng Peng's movements. The maneuvers of the 3 foundational fighting techniques flashed rapidly through his mind. He executed a left slip step to evade Cheng Peng's advance and seized the opportunity to throw a punch aimed at Cheng Peng's head. As this was a practical exercise, both wore protective gear, alleviating concerns about accidental injuries, thus allowing Lu Yuan to strike without hesitation. Heh. Lu Yuan heard Cheng Peng chuckle at the moment he unleashed his punch. Before he could react, he found his right hand ensnared firmly by both of Cheng Peng's hands. With a swift motion, Cheng Peng pivoted, turning Lu Yuan's back to him. Fly for me, Cheng Peng exclaimed, exerting a powerful force. Lu Yuan's body uncontrollably ascended from the ground, as if riding on clouds. He was forcefully thrown to the ground by Cheng Peng in a powerful suplex. The clash concluded in less than a minute after the battle commenced. How do you feel now? Are you convinced? Hurry and call me daddy. Cheng Peng stood with his hands on his hips, gazing down at Lu Yuan from a position of superiority, a smug expression gracing his features. However, upon noticing that Lu Yuan had not risen from the ground for several seconds, a flicker of concern crossed his face. Oh no, Lu Yuan, are you all right? I hardly exerted any force. Please do not let my actions cause you harm. Cheng Peng hurriedly rushed to awaken Lu Yuan. I am fine, Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head, his expression somewhat peculiar. He did not exhibit the disappointment, frustration, or embarrassment typically associated with defeat. Instead, his eyes sparkled with an invigorating brightness, and he appeared to be even more exhilarated. Your skill in basic fist technique has been enhanced, gaining 3 experience points. Your skill in basic footwork has been enhanced, gaining 4 experience points. You have experienced a battle, earning 5 career experience points. My conjecture was indeed correct. In the realm of academia, each examination allows students to acquire a wealth of experience that far surpasses the knowledge gained from routine classroom exercises. This principle holds true for martial artists as well. The pace at which one gains practical experience through real combat far exceeds the rate of personal practice. His fundamental boxing techniques and basic footwork employed in the recent battle demonstrated immediate and remarkable improvement in experience points post-combat. His professional expertise surged by 5 points in an instant, nearly equivalent to half an hour of his usual rigorous training. Though he suffered a harsh fall with lingering bodily discomfort, such trivial humiliation and pain paled in comparison to the invaluable experience gained. Once more into the fray, Lu Yuan rose from the ground with renewed vigor, his fighting spirit soaring as he beckoned Cheng Peng to continue. Shall we go another round? Cheng Peng, however, hesitated slightly. The disparity between us is too vast. Engaging in a match with you would simply be a pursuit of torment. It is not as formidable as you might envision. Without further ado, he launched a punch directly at Cheng Peng's face. What the hell? Are you attempting a sneak attack on me? With a sudden cry, Cheng Peng was compelled to engage in battle. After more than half an hour, Lu Yuan limped out from the changing room. His arms and thighs, exposed beneath his short-sleeved t-shirt, bore faint bruises and abrasions, and one of his eyes was red. Lu Yuan. Cheng Peng cautiously supported him from the side, his expression tinged with concern as he remarked, Please don't blame me. It was your own request. If your parents inquire upon our return, do not say I intentionally bullied you. Rest assured, I shall claim it was merely an accident during my training. Lu Yuan patted Cheng Peng on the shoulder, offering him reassurance. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt exceedingly elated. After over half an hour of practical training, He had amassed a remarkable 40 points of professional experience. His basic boxing technique had reached level 3, and the fundamental footwork he had just learned had ascended to level 2. This efficiency was equivalent to the arduous training he had endured for half a day. Tomorrow we shall continue, and from now on, accompany me for half an hour of practice each day, Lu Yuan instructed Cheng Peng. Are you willing to come again? Cheng Peng shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, and said, No, I cannot bear to continue tormenting you. Shall I simply seek out my own suffering instead? This. Cheng Peng hesitated, ultimately acquiescing with resignation. Only then did Lu Yuan nod in satisfaction. Through this practical combat, he had gained some understanding of Cheng Peng's capabilities. The lad's speed and physique were likely on par with his own, with slightly superior strength, probably hovering around 8 point something. Not quite reaching 9. The disparity between them lay chiefly in fundamental combat techniques and real-world experience. If he could bridge these gaps, defeating Cheng Peng might not be beyond his reach. I still haven't used absolute focus. Though outwardly indifferent after being knocked down over a dozen times in half an hour, Lu Yuan secretly nursed a smoldering frustration. He was determined to make Cheng Peng acknowledge him as the superior, to call him dad in earnest submission. Moreover, even in defeat, each bout yielded an average of 3 to 4 professional experience points. What if he won? How much more could he gain? The long road ahead inevitably stirs anticipation. June slipped away in haste, and July arrived in quietude. The weather in Jiayan City grew markedly warmer. At Jiayan City's 4th senior high school, the shrill chime of the school bell disrupted the cicadas chorus. And the once tranquil campus soon brimmed with vitality as students poured out of their classrooms. Ensure your name, class, and student number are clearly written. One final check. The invigilator reminded loudly while collecting examination papers at the podium. Lu Yuan smoothed his test paper on the desk, gathered his ruler and pens, and exited the examination hall with composed detachment. Today marked the July monthly assessment at 4th High. The final subject tested was history. Your skill history has improved. EXP 18. You have undergone an examination. Professional EXP 8. Lu Yuan cast a glance at his student profession panel. Profession, student LV. 4, 122,800. Core skills, language LV. 4, 23,400. Mathematics LV. 4, 33,800. Physics LV. 4, 8,800. Chemistry LV. 4, 12,800. Biology LV. 4, 2,800. History LV. 3, 377,400. Geography LV. 3, 389,400. Information Technology LV. 4, 12,800. Profession Core Skill, Absolute Focus LV. 2, Active. After this examination, even history, his weakest subject, was on the verge of ascending to LV4. Among the 8 fundamental subjects in the vocational panel, only history and geography fell short of reaching level 4. Lu Yuan. A soft and somewhat bashful voice resonated in his ears. Turning to look, Lu Yuan beheld a girl standing before him, exuding a lively charm. Her long, black hair cascaded to her waist, adorned with a pink hairpin. Her fair complexion and delicate features complemented the blue school skirt that accentuated her slender, porcelain-like legs, enhancing her innocent and youthful allure. As she spoke, she nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, avoiding eye contact with Lu Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan ultimately declined the girl's invitation, suggesting she might seek someone else instead. All right then. Chapter 16. Double 10. I am truly astounded. How could you have the heart to reject Lingwei when she sought you out? As Lu Yuan had just stepped out of the teaching building, he was swiftly caught up by someone. Are you still human? Cheng Peng gazed at Lu Yuan with an expression of utter bewilderment. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, remarking, You are a human. I should have known better than to send you. He paused, adding, Oh, I nearly forgot. Your academic performance is abysmal. Your answers hold no merit whatsoever. Lingyu would never consult you for any solutions. Lu Yuan feigned a look of deep regret, inciting Cheng Peng to erupt in frustration. Had this been a week prior, Cheng Peng would have boasted about his prowess and dared Lu Yuan to practice at the martial arts hall. Yet now, he found himself at a loss for words, only managing to mutter bitterly, So what if you're handsome? Indeed, being handsome is quite remarkable, Lu Yuan replied casually. Then came to a halt. He stood before the large glass wall at the entrance of the school cafeteria, where the direct sunlight illuminated his reflection. The glass revealed the transformation Lu Yuan had undergone. He had grown significantly taller, from just under 1. 75 meters to now 178 meters, surpassing Chung Peng by 2 centimeters. With a strikingly handsome visage and an elongated physique, he no longer appeared frail, but rather exuded a sense of balance and vitality. The muscles of his arms were well-defined and fluid, his hair cut short, presenting the quintessential image of a radiant young man. The changes Lu Yuan had experienced over the past half-month were profound, transcending mere physical appearance. "Let us go," Lu Yuan called to Chengping, leading the way into the cafeteria. "What are you doing? What can one do in the cafeteria?" "Naturally, it is to partake in a meal." 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan settled down at a dining table in the cafeteria, carrying a heaping bowl of food. Chung Peng, seated alongside him, had a plate with roughly half the amount of food compared to Lu Yuan. "Each time I dine with you, a particular word comes to mind." "What word is that?" Chung Peng exclaimed. "Of course, it's a waste of space." Lu Yuan, indifferent to his remarks, continued to eat heartily. The cafeteria's food was undeniably inferior to that of home. As he dined, he opened his attributes panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Age: 17. Strength: 9. Agility: 8. Constitution: 10. Intelligence: 10. Occupation: Fighter LV3, 345 400. Basic skills: Beginner body refinement LV4, 34 800. Basic fist technique LV3, 383 400. Basic leg technique LV3, 319 400. Basic footwork LV3, 392 400. Basic grappling LV2, 23 200. Attribute points: 2. Skill points: 2. In just over half a month, Lu Yuan made remarkable progress in his fighter occupation. Not only had he surpassed LV3, but he was also on the cusp of reaching LV4. Merely a few experience points away. The 3 fundamental combat techniques taught by the Yuan Martial Arts School had all attained LV3, with LV4 within reach. Additionally, he had acquired a basic grappling skill, learned from Chengping, though it regrettably lacked a systematic structure, sitting at a mere level 2, making its advancement more arduous. His 4 primary attributes had seen increments, with both strength and constitution rising by 1 point. The former was a result of rigorous strength training over the past weeks, while the latter unexpectedly increased after breaking through to LV4 in body refinement. Lu Yuan had refrained from utilizing the attribute and skill points gained from leveling up his fighter and student professions, yet he had already been capable, over a week ago, of easily defeating Chung Peng, who had once tormented him. In less than 2 weeks, he had transitioned from being the victim to the conqueror, which explained why Chung Peng frequently labeled him a freak or a monster. The only regret Lu Yuan harbored was that, despite the passage of time, he had yet to unlock the core skill of the fighter profession he had been eagerly anticipating. He surmised that the issue lay in having learned the basic grappling skill from Chung Peng. The prerequisite skill level still lagged by 1, failing to meet the unlocking criteria. Lu Yuan seized a braised chicken leg from his tray and bit into it decisively, resolving, "Enough waiting. I cannot enroll in a grappling class like Chung Peng. Tonight, I will use a skill point to elevate basic grappling to level 3 and see if the core skill of my profession appears." Just then, Chung Peng casually inquired, "Lu Yuan, how confident are you about your exam results this time?" After reaching level 4, Lu Yuan's mastery of the 8 fundamental subjects in his major has become exceedingly proficient. While in the state of absolute focus at level 2, he speculates that he might have a chance to contend for the top position in his grade, the top 5 in the grade. This time, Chung Peng did not oppose him. Instead, he expressed his complex feelings, remarking, "I never anticipated that you would now have the confidence to rank in the top 5. Reflecting on a few months ago, when the 2 of us were languishing at the bottom of the class, he added, "That was you. I was never among the last. May I inquire if you possess any secrets to your academic success that you could graciously share with me?" The secret lies in. Just as Lu Yuan was about to begin speaking, Chung Peng suddenly tugged at his arm with fervor, gesturing for him to look in a particular direction. Following Chung Peng's indication, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon a group of girls entering from the cafeteria, hand in hand. As his eyes swept over them, he understood why Changping had called his attention. Among them was Lingyu, the girl who had previously sought him out for answers outside the examination hall. Lingyu was widely recognized as the belle of Class 3 in the second year, excelling academically and possessing striking beauty, earning her a notable reputation throughout the school. It was not uncommon for boys from other classes to send her love letters. Chung Peng, too, was among those captivated by Lingyu. However, despite his deep admiration, he lacked the courage to approach her, contenting himself with secretly admiring her from afar, even blushing at the thought of borrowing a pen from her. How tedious. If Ling Yu were to confess her feelings to you, would you accept? Cheng Peng cast a glance at him, dismissing him outright. How pretentious. Cheng Peng's expression was one of utter disdain. Lu Yuan found it tedious to engage in an explanation. A romantic relationship? He is already pressed for time with his studies and martial arts training. Does he really have the leisure to indulge in romance? Unless pursuing romance could unlock the Sea King profession for him, allowing multiple career panels to accumulate attribute points and skill points. Only then would he consider it. Following the monthly exams, the standard practice at number 4 high school was a 3-day break. Including today, it was technically only 2.5 days. After lunch, Lu Yuan asked Cheng Peng if he wanted to visit the martial arts hall. Cheng Peng declined, saying he had already made plans to play games at an internet CAF that afternoon. Lu Yuan didn't press him. Ever since he had defeated Cheng Peng in their first real sparring match a week ago, the experience points gained from their subsequent training sessions had dwindled significantly, now only yielding 1 or 2 points each time. This lack of substantial reward had dampened Lu Yuan's enthusiasm for dragging Cheng Peng into further bouts. Has my strength grown to the point where Cheng Peng is now judged as nothing more than a trivial opponent I could effortlessly crush? Once I allocate these 2 attribute points and skill points, will I end up with no experience at all after battling him? Lu Yuan strolled along the tree-lined path leading to the school gate, contemplating the notion of seeking a new practice partner. Perhaps it was time to demonstrate his skills before Lin Jiqin and subsequently propose an application for a class upgrade. Should I directly participate in the formal disciple assessment? Chapter 17. The hospital discovery this afternoon. Lu Yuan indeed had matters to attend to. His grandfather's cerebral infarction surgery had been completed 4 to 5 days prior. Due to the impending examinations, his family had consistently discouraged him from visiting. Now that the exams had concluded, Lu Yuan prepared to make his way to the hospital. The distance from the 4th high school to the 1st hospital of Jiaoyan City, where his grandfather had undergone surgery, was approximately 7 or 8 kilometers. Rather than taking the bus, Lu Yuan opted to walk. Running in the midday sun seemed somewhat peculiar. He alternated between jogging and walking, and after 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the hospital entrance. Your basic footwork has improved, experience gained. 2. This 7 or 8 kilometers was not traversed in vain. Lu Yuan glanced at the notification that had appeared on his interface, and, feeling a sense of satisfaction, wiped the sweat from his brow. With a physical fitness level of 10, he had reached a tier comparable to the elite among normal adult males. His vitality was abundant, and his energy was exuberant. The journey of 7 or 8 kilometers left him feeling no fatigue, merely a sense of warmth. Fortunately, the hospital was refreshingly cool. He inquired with a nurse about the location of the inpatient department and, following her directions, found his grandfather's hospital room with ease. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the frail yet kind-faced elder lying in the hospital bed, alongside Lu Xinghua, who was peeling an apple at his bedside. Grandfather, father, Lu Yuan called out twice while surveying the hospital room. His grandfather, Lu Yueping, occupied a rather ordinary double ward. Another patient lay in the adjacent bed, separated by a blue curtain, obscuring the details within, only faint coughs audible in the air. Xiao Yuan has arrived. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Lu Yueping took a moment to recognize him, his face breaking into a smile as he attempted to sit up from the bed with great difficulty. Please, do not rise. Rest comfortably, Lu Yuan urged. It is merely a minor procedure, nothing to be overly concerned about. Nevertheless, Lu Yueping insisted on sitting up, grasping Lu Yuan's hand firmly. Given the current standards of medical care in this world, a cerebral infarction surgery could indeed be classified as a minor operation. The true burden upon Lu Yuan's family had not stemmed from the risks associated with the surgery, but rather from the exorbitant costs involved. What brings you here at this time of day? Aren't you afraid of the heat? Lu Yueping inquired with a cheerful gaze directed at his eldest grandson. How did your examinations go? Lu Xinghua handed the peeled apple to Lu Yueping and interjected to inquire about Lu Yuan. The first 3 are stable, he said. Lu Xinghua frowned. Didn't he rank second in the last monthly exam? This time, my goal remains to be among the top 3. I am referring to the top 3 in my grade. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Xinghua handed an apple to Lu Yueping, who swiftly passed it to Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan accepted it and took a hearty bite, juice spilling from his mouth. You can boast all you want. Last time you were 16th. And now you aim for the top 3. Lu Xinghua chided him with a smile, his expression considerably brightened. This was precisely Lu Yuan's intention. Whether I'm boasting or not will be revealed once the results are out, he declared confidently, savoring the apple as Lu Yuan watched with a pleased grin. Just as Lu Xinghua was about to inquire further, his phone rang. He glanced at it and promptly exited the room. Keep an eye on your grandfather. If anything arises, press the button on the side to call the nurse. Understood, Lu Yuan replied, watching Lu Xinghua leave, then settled in to keep vigil over Lu Yuan. Since Lu Yuan had entered the room, Lu Yuan's gaze had not strayed from him, scrutinizing him closely. Your father mentioned you recently enrolled in a martial arts class. Lu Yuan reached out to pinch Lu Yuan's arm, satisfied. The money was well spent. You've not only grown taller, but also stronger. You no longer resemble that frail boy from before. I'm not boasting, Grandpa. I've gained considerable strength. Once summer arrives, I'll take care of the fields you've planted in the countryside, Lu Yuan declared, thumping his chest, which elicited hearty laughter from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's grandmother had passed away several years prior, leaving his grandfather, Lu Yuan, to live alone in the rural countryside. Despite Lu Xinghua's attempts to bring him to the city, Lu Yuan had always refused, insisting on staying put. However, following this recent cerebral infarction, it was likely that a tug-of-war would ensue between father and son regarding this matter. After chatting with Lu Yuan for a while, Lu Yuan was suddenly interrupted by Lu Xinghua's hurried return from his phone call. Oh, Lu Yuan acknowledged, rising to speak, but before he could utter another word, Lu Xinghua had already turned and left in haste. It seemed he had not yet ended the call, as muffled voices could be heard trailing behind him upon exiting the room. Keep an eye on him. I'm on my way now. That rascal finally decided to show his face. Lu Yuan overheard the contents of Lu Xinghua's phone call and speculated it likely pertained to the individual who owed their family a substantial debt. It seemed Lu Xinghua had discovered the whereabouts of the person in question and was now pursuing him. Lu Yuan silently prayed for his father's success while remaining focused on his grandfather. Throughout the afternoon, he first engaged Lu Yuan in conversation, then accompanied him in watching television. During this time, he called the nurse twice to change the foredrip. When Lu Yuan settled down to rest, Lu Yuan, unable to remain idle, ventured to the stairwell of the hospital ward to engage in physical training. While fervently performing push-ups, he encountered two young nurses, who regarded him with peculiar expressions, mistakenly assuming he had escaped from the psychiatric ward next door. Go help your grandfather get his meal. The cafeteria is just below the inpatient department. I will come by later, he was told. As the time for dinner approached, Lu Xinghua finally called, his voice tinged with a faint weariness. Lu Yuan obediently assured him that he would manage things well on this end. After hanging up, he sighed softly. It appeared that matters on his father's side were not progressing smoothly. He greeted Lu Yuan and then descended to fetch dinner. He only brought food for Lu Yuan, intending to wait until his grandfather finished before heading down to the cafeteria himself. His appetite was considerable, requiring the equivalent of 2 or 3 meals of an average person. If he were to pack it, he would need 7 or 8 containers, and even after eating, a single trash bin would be inadequate. As Lu Yuan carried the meal containers and prepared to ascend the stairs, suddenly, a voice, sharp as a dagger, pierced through the cacophony of the hospital lobby, reaching his ears. Room 16 on the 8th floor, Yang Jiandong. I am his friend. Yes, thank you. Lu Yuan abruptly turned towards the sound. There, he beheld a familiar figure approaching from the direction of the nurse's station. It was Lin Jiqin. Lu Yuan recognized that the figure was none other than their Martial Arts Academy's combat class instructor, Lin Jiqin. What brought Instructor Lin to the hospital? He just inquired about the name of the patient at the nurse's station. It seems to be Yang Jiandong. Lu Yuan's physique is exceptional, with hearing abilities that surpass those of ordinary individuals. This time, he unexpectedly caught sight of Lin Jiqin at the hospital. Has Yang Jiandong fallen ill and been hospitalized? Coach Lin still came to visit him. How close was their relationship? Lu Yuan's heart brimmed with bewilderment. Rather than immediately descending for his meal, he quietly made his way to the 8th floor of the inpatient ward. Chapter 18. Night returned despite the close rapport between Lin Jiqin and Yang Jiandong. Over half an hour had elapsed, and it was time to depart. Lu Yuan lingered in the stairwell of the 8th floor for 5 minutes before ultimately deciding to venture forth and ascertain the situation. The entrance to the 8th floor ward was prominently marked in crimson, indicating the orthopedic department. A flicker of determination ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes as he discreetly pushed open the door and entered the ward. In stark contrast to the tranquility of his grandfather Lu Yuan's ward, the 8th floor resonated with a cacophony of distressing sounds. Groans of varying intensity emanated from the rooms, some punctuated by anguished cries that summoned the ire of the nurses. As he navigated the hall, Lu Yuan encountered hurried family members carrying water bottles and bedpans, each absorbed in their own urgent tasks. The atmosphere was rife with activity, leaving no room for anyone to notice Lu Yuan. Room 16. Lu Yuan's gaze flitted over the bed numbers at the door. Soon, he located room 16. Indeed, this was the place. The name corresponding to bed 16 unmistakably bore the characters for Yang Jiandong. Peering through the glass window of the door, Lu Yuan beheld a figure on the bed, their head and body swathed in bandages, with one leg encased in plaster. Beside the bed sat a young woman clad in a yellow dress. Appearing to be in her early 20s, her demeanor exuding a quiet elegance. My goodness, had there been a car accident? Lu Yuan silently gasped in astonishment. Yet he dared not linger his gaze, proceeding straight ahead. Upon reaching the 20th hospital bed, a notion began to form in his mind. He sidestepped to the doorway, positioning himself at an angle where he remained unseen by those within the ward. Mere seconds later, the door to the ward creaked open, and a figure clad in pale yellow emerged. Who are you? The girl gazed at Lu Yuan with a look of confusion. Lu Yuan hastily replied, I am a student of Coach Lin. It seems that Coach Lin may have left a spare phone here. Could you assist me in locating it? The girl nodded and turned to enter the room. Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief, confirming that Lin Jiqin had indeed been here moments ago. After a brief interval, the girl reappeared. Noticing the absence of any phone, Lu Yuan apologized, explaining that Coach Lin had just called to inform him that it had been found in the car. I'm sorry for the trouble, he added. It's quite all right, as long as it's been located, she replied with a smile, perhaps charmed by Lu Yuan's courteous demeanor. If there is nothing else, I shall head inside. All right, Lu Yuan responded, but curiosity piqued. He glanced towards the direction of the ward and casually inquired, what happened to this senior? I perceive that the injury appears to be quite severe. The girl pressed her lips together, and her eyes involuntarily began to glisten with tears. Her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. He must have been assaulted. That is simply his nature, even before he trained in martial arts. He had a penchant for engaging in fights. After only a few days of practicing combat, he foolishly entered competitions, claiming that if he won, he would earn enough money to buy a house, and proposed to me it's a miracle he didn't meet his demise in the ring. Injuries sustained in a fighting competition? Yang Jiandong has surprisingly entered a martial arts competition? Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a facade of sympathy and consolation, offering gentle words to comfort the girl. After watching her enter the room, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he approached the nurse's station to inquire about Yang Jiandong's condition. Since he had just conversed with the girl in the yellow dress, Yang Jiandong's family member, by the ward door, the nurse assumed he was a friend and readily showed him the medical report. Multiple soft tissue contusions, fractures on the face, ribs, arms, and right leg. In the hospital cafeteria, Lu Yuan ate while pondering the situation. Yang Jiandong's training schedule seemed completely misaligned with others. Some claimed he received private coaching from Lin Jiqin. A few classmates had even secretly complained to the martial arts school about this, but the matter was eventually dropped, straining their relationship with Lin Jiqin until they withdrew from the classes one by one. Lu Yuan, however, harbored no strong objections. If a coach favored a student and provided extra guidance, wasn't that the coach's prerogative? Fairness hardly entered the equation. Envy had flickered within him. But as his own skills improved, that envy gradually faded. Now, after today's discovery, it vanished entirely. Though Yang Jiandong's girlfriend made no mention of Lin Jiqin, Lu Yuan couldn't shake the suspicion that the coach was somehow involved in the injuries sustained during the match. Otherwise, why would Lin Jiqin specifically visit him? Could it be that he had arranged Yang Jiandong's match? In the evening, I accompanied my grandfather Lu Yueping to watch the nightly news before settling on an old espionage film. We waited until around 8, nearly 9 o'clock, when Lu Xinghua finally appeared in the hospital room, fashionably late. You've had a long day, I remarked, noticing the weariness etched across his face. Even from several meters away, the scent of cigarettes clung to him. How many had he smoked this afternoon and evening? Concerned, I couldn't help but voice my unease. After a brief hesitation, Lu Xinghua relented. Then, be careful on your way home. Message me when you arrive. Got it. Stepping out of the hospital gates, the clock struck 9. The first hospital, nestled near the heart of Jiayan city center, still buzzed with life at this hour. Street vendors lined the intersections, mobile fruit stalls and snack carts tempting passers-by. Unable to resist, I ordered a plate of fried noodles and 2 skewers of barbecue, devouring them crouched by the roadside. Since my physical conditioning improved, my appetite had grown ravenous. 4 or 5 meals a day barely kept hunger at bay, sometimes even 6. Lately, I'd begun studying nutrition, experimenting with high-calorie meal plans, though my meager budget often stalled progress. Once the monthly exams conclude and the school scholarship comes through, I'll finally afford better meals. And then there's the martial arts studio. Casually, I kicked an empty plastic bottle, sending it arcing neatly into a nearby trash bin. The precision drew sidelong glances from a pair of stray dogs loitering nearby. According to Chung Pong, becoming a formal disciple at the studio requires mastering fundamental combat techniques and achieving a punch force of at least 100 kilograms. It is indeed challenging, yet not insurmountable for me. Lu Yuan's strength attribute has recently risen to 9 points. In comparison to the average adult male in this world, his punching power is estimated to be around 60 to 70 kilograms. His confidence primarily stems from the 2 unallocated attribute points he still possesses. If he were to invest all of them into strength, his punching power would undoubtedly surpass 100 kilograms. However, he wonders if allocating just 1 point would suffice. Lu Yuan's intention is to allocate a portion of his points to agility, in contrast to the other 3 fundamental attributes, which stand at 9 and 10 points. His agility at 8 points appears somewhat lacking. Lost in thought, he unwittingly found himself outside the bustling district. After 9 o'clock, the streets were nearly deserted. Only the streetlights remained lit, illuminating the scattered debris that had accumulated throughout the day. Lu Yuan gazed up at the sky, but could not discern the moon's presence. Only a hazy glow shrouded by dark clouds. It seemed as though rain was imminent. With this thought, Lu Yuan quickened his pace. Chapter 19. Rainy alley. Before reaching home, the rain began to descend. As a few drops splattered onto his face, Lu Yuan instinctively sensed impending trouble. Indeed, within mere seconds, the downpour intensified dramatically. The torrential rain poured down like buckets being emptied from the heavens, reminiscent of a late-night deluge. Lu Yuan swiftly sought refuge beneath the eaves of a storefront along the street, shaking off the droplets from his hair, and continued his journey towards home along the narrow shelter. Following the heavy rain, the streets became even more desolate. Occasionally, one might glimpse a beleaguered office worker, clutching a laptop bag, sprinting down the road. Electric bikes and cars with their orange headlights pierced through the curtain of rain, zipping past Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a small van halted at the mouth of an alley ahead. As Lu Yuan walked, he casually glanced over. The van's door swung open, and 4 or 5 men clad in black short-sleeved shirts tumbled out, 2 of whom appeared to be carrying something wrapped in black oilcloth. Its nature remained a mystery. After their descent, 2 individuals swiftly emerged from the alley to meet them. Upon their encounter, the 2 groups promptly disappeared into the depths of the alley, leaving behind a young man in his 20s, sporting dyed yellow hair, standing at the alley's entrance, smoking a cigarette. The rain poured relentlessly, and Lu Yuan pondered why the young man chose to smoke under such a downpour. Would he even be able to light it? Lu Yuan silently murmured a phrase to himself. As he passed by the young man, the latter seemed to glare at him, muttering a few profanities under his breath. Discarding his cigarette onto the ground, he turned and walked into the alley. Lu Yuan continued forward for several dozen meters, preparing to cross the street. He gazed at the flickering red light across the road and unconsciously cast a glance back at the alley he had just traversed. 3, 2, 1. The red light turned green. Lu Yuan stepped onto the crosswalk. Even with his hand shielding his head, raindrops swiftly cascaded down from his hair. Squinting, he cautiously navigated around the puddles on the road. Halfway across, Lu Yuan halted. Perhaps I am overthinking. He sprinted towards the alley where a van was parked and peered inside. The heavy rain blurred his vision, rendering the alley shrouded in darkness. There was not a single glimmer of light. This was one of the oldest districts, where many houses still bore the unrenovated appearance of rural dwellings. With hardly anyone residing there, Lu Yuan took a couple of steps inward. Suddenly, he crouched down and reached for a pink hairpin lying in the waterlogged ground. The color of the hairpin appeared quite new, resembling the style typically worn by high school girls. The more Lu Yuan looked at it, the more it seemed familiar. Fragments of images flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. Recently, our city has experienced multiple cases of missing persons. The Municipal Public Security Bureau has established a special investigation team. Lu Hui, female, age 28, wearing a white top. If anyone has information, please call the following number. A generous reward will be offered. What the hell, you little brat. Get lost. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated everything before him. Lu Yuan instantly connected all the clues swirling in his mind. The case of missing persons, abduction, Lingua. He instinctively reached for his phone, but a faint sound of slicing through the air swiftly approached amidst the heavy downpour. Bang! A rusted steel pipe struck the concrete ground with a resounding thud. Lu Yuan crouched low, his clothes and trousers splattered with mud and water from the rolling, rendering him somewhat disheveled. "Oh, so you managed to evade it?" The young man with yellow hair, clutching a steel pipe, gazed at Lu Yuan with a look of astonishment. The silver earring in his left ear glinting intermittently in the residual light of the lightning. Lu Yuan swiftly rose from the ground, his legs tensed instinctively, poised to charge at the young man. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly halted, pivoting sharply and sprinting towards the mouth of the alley. The adult soul residing in this body informed him that, in such perilous circumstances, the foremost course of action was to extricate himself from danger and subsequently alert the authorities. However, before Lu Yuan could escape the alley, a van stationed at its entrance suddenly illuminated two orange lights, sharply turning and barreling down the alley. With a deafening roar, the vehicle came to a stop, completely obstructing the narrow passage. The glaring headlights compelled Lu Yuan to turn his face slightly away, only to witness the van's door swing open, revealing a middle-aged man of average build and unremarkable appearance, stepping out of the vehicle with an impassive expression. Damn it! It was only then that Lu Yuan realized there had been another person in the car all along. His earlier hesitation, his retreat, and all his actions in the alley had been observed with utmost clarity by this individual. Suddenly, Lu Yuan heard a faint laugh, followed by the sharp sound of a stick slicing through the air behind him. He instinctively dodged to the side, and in that fleeting moment of turning, he caught a glimpse of the figure behind him. In an instant, he executed a powerful spinning kick aimed directly at the young man with the steel pipe. Bang! The kick was delivered with such force that the young man with yellow hair was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away, stumbling before colliding with the wall and collapsing onto the ground. The steel pipe in his hand clattered to the floor. This lad has evidently trained in martial arts. The young man with yellow hair clutched his chest and let out a loud cry. The middle-aged man blocking the alley's entrance shifted his expression and charged towards Lu Yuan. With his left hand tightly gripping the hairpin, Lu Yuan felt his face flush, as if the blood coursing through his veins was boiling at that moment. This could be considered his very first genuine fight in 2 lifetimes. Basic boxing, fundamental kicking techniques, elementary footwork, and basic grappling flooded his mind chaotically. But he found himself unable to grasp any of it. He could only rely on instinct, slightly lowering his stance before launching a straight punch towards the man's face. However, the punch pierced through the heavy curtain of rain but was swiftly deflected by the middle-aged man's palm. The latter, seizing the opportunity, retaliated with a punch aimed at Lu Yuan's neck. Lu Yuan could only pivot his body, but his shoulder inevitably absorbed the impact. The two engaged in a rapid and fierce struggle, their fists and feet colliding amidst the downpour, producing sharp sounds of impact. The sensation was entirely different from his sparring sessions with Cheng Peng. Without any protective gear, each blow landed solidly against his body. Yet, fueled by a surge of adrenaline and enhanced by his tenacity, he scarcely felt any pain. The middle-aged man was clearly experienced, possessing superior speed and strength compared to Lu Yuan. In terms of practical combat experience, Lu Yuan was at a significant disadvantage. Almost immediately, he found himself on the back foot, forced into a position of passive defense. His perseverance was solely driven by sheer willpower and a fierce determination to withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, a splash of footsteps echoed from behind. Lu Yuan struck the middle-aged man's advance with a punch, quickly pressing his body against the wall before turning to glance behind him. He beheld 5 or 6 figures clad in raincoats approaching, each wielding weapons, clubs, and glinting machetes in hand. The young man with yellow hair, whom he had previously sent flying with a kick, had now risen and was joining these individuals, his eyes glinting malevolently like wild dogs scavenging for scraps by the roadside. "Black brother," someone called out, their eyes occasionally darting toward Lu Yuan, revealing a hint of playful mockery. Lu Yuan observed the two groups steadily converging on the verge of an encounter. Amidst the torrential downpour, the towering concrete walls of the urban village seemed to merge seamlessly with the obsidian sky overhead. An inexplicable sense of dread and despair blossomed within him. Lu Yuan began to feel a rising panic. It was as if he could hear the thudding of his own heart reverberating in his chest. The raindrops cascading onto his face and body brought a chilling sensation. His breath came in increasingly labored gasps. At the precipice of reaching a critical point, bang! Lu Yuan slammed his fist fiercely against the wall behind him and, like a wild beast, lunged towards a nearby middle-aged man. In the downpour, the frantic youth clenched his jaw tightly. His handsome features contorted into a somewhat ferocious expression due to the exertion. A flicker of madness ignited in his eyes, unseen by anyone else. A pale blue virtual screen rapidly coalesced. On the screen, 2 available attribute points vanished in an instant, and simultaneously, the strength attribute shifted from its original value of 9, quietly transforming into 11. Chapter 20. The Girl, a raw and unrefined essence. The middle-aged man observed the approaching youth, his mouth slightly agape. He was reminded of the wild beasts he had once captured on the mountain, which, before resigning to their fate, would frantically batter against the cage door. Typically, at such moments, a few forceful kicks would render them subdued. The man fixed his gaze on the swiftly running boy, narrowing his eyes slightly, a glimmer of intensity flickering within them. Just as the youth was about to reach him, the man made his move. Crack! A robust right leg, akin to a whip, cleaved through the sheets of rain, striking the youth with formidable force. The latter emitted not a sound as he was sent sprawling sideways, colliding with the adjacent wall and tumbling into the shadows at its base. Alas, the middle-aged man twisted his neck, spitting out the rainwater that had trickled into his mouth, and gradually approached the position of the youth. How dare you treat me as a mere stepping stone? The man looked down from his elevated position, observing the boy curled up on the ground, and chuckled as he uttered a few expletives. He crouched down, reaching out towards the boy. However, just as he extended his hand, a cold palm firmly grasped his wrist. Still possessing strength, is he? The man momentarily froze, instinctively raising his empty left fist, poised to strike downward. Just then, an overwhelming force surged from his wrist. Before he could react, crack! He watched helplessly as his captured wrist snapped like a mere twig. His palm remained firmly gripped by the assailant, the severed tendons beneath the flesh eliciting a heart-wrenching agony. The middle-aged man, yanked by the pain, instinctively leaned forward. Thud! It felt as though something had struck him violently on the head, causing him to involuntarily lean back. Then, he was lifted by someone. Amidst the torrential rain, 2 figures pressed closely together, charging forward with reckless abandon. Finally, bang! They collided heavily with the rear of a van at the alley's end. The van's body shuddered violently, its front caving in slightly, while the headlights emitted a cracking sound. Then, everything fell silent. The sound of rain, the rolling thunder of dark clouds. A group of raincoat-clad men armed with clubs and machetes stood frozen, each one taken aback by the abruptness of the events that had unfolded before them. Black! Brother Black! Someone suddenly realized and called out loudly. In the stillness ahead of the vehicle, a figure slowly rose, turning to face everyone. The orange glow of the headlights illuminated him from behind, while the heavy rain fell, merging into the shadow at his feet. Is that you, Black Brother? The young man with blonde hair vigorously wiped the beads of water from his face, cautiously taking 2 steps forward while gripping the steel pipe, attempting to discern the identity of the shadow before him. In an instant, the figure surged forward. A bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing a striking visage with tightly pressed lips, a fierce expression intermingled with an undertone of trepidation. The young man with blonde hair was momentarily startled, instinctively exclaiming, "It's not Black." But before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly struck head-on, his entire being forcefully thrust into the throng of people behind him. In an instant, the battle erupted once more. The 2 attributes were suddenly added to his strength, and it felt as though a wild beast had been forcibly thrust into Lu Yuan's body. The beast within him roared fiercely, driving him forward with reckless abandon. He collided violently with a yellow-haired obstacle, forcefully plunging into the throng. Both of Lu Yuan's hands clenched into fists. In a state of absolute focus, the cacophony of whistling weapons and the tumultuous downpour faded into the distance. He could discern the movements of each individual before him, their faces etched with expressions of shock, fury, fear, and ferocity. Utilizing his momentum, he delivered a powerful punch to the face of a young man with a buzz cut. The latter fell to the ground like a puppet struck with a sudden blow, not uttering a sound. Then, he kicked forcefully at the chest of another man wielding a watermelon knife. With a sudden crack, Lu Yuan felt as if he had shattered something. The man wielding the watermelon knife was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the throng behind him. At that moment, he felt a sharp jab at his back, instinctively recoiling as their eyes met. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yuan unleashed a powerful left hook. The man, caught off guard, was struck and sent spiraling sideways, colliding with an assortment of debris in the corner. The expressions of the remaining two men shifted to one of sheer horror as their throats quivered uncontrollably, retreating in trepidation. A flicker of menace crossed Lu Yuan's face as he advanced with purpose. 2 minutes later, the skirmish concluded entirely. Lu Yuan stood amidst a sprawled mass of bodies on the ground, gasping for breath. Rain poured relentlessly upon him, gradually extinguishing the fiery fervor within his chest. Soaked to the skin, he remained oblivious to his condition, slowly regaining his composure. He picked up a baseball bat from the ground and methodically struck each fallen adversary, ensuring they could not rise again, while also verifying that none had succumbed to his blows. After delivering the final strike, he carelessly discarded the bat. Observing the horrified gaze of a young man with a broken leg at his feet, as if he had encountered a specter, Lu Yuan paid him no mind. Unaware of when his heart had hardened so, perhaps it had been during the dire moments of desperation he had faced earlier. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, hastily wiping away the rainwater. The screen illuminated, revealing several missed calls from his parents. Thankfully, it had escaped damage. After hanging up, he rummaged through the belongings of a moaning man in a raincoat nearby, extracting the man's phone to call the authorities. Having completed these tasks, Lu Yuan stepped further into the alley, noticing a partially open door with a faint glow emanating from within. He felt the presence of a pink hairpin in another pocket, hesitating briefly before cautiously pushing the door open. Inside, the room was devoid of inhabitants, an empty space furnished only with a red 8 Immortals table, the floor littered with cigarette butts, and an old standing fan creaking rhythmically. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon a black oilcloth bag discarded in a corner. As he entered, the bag stirred slightly, as if reacting to his arrival. Wiping droplets from his face, he swiftly approached the bag, crouching before it, and heard a rapid, distressed breathing emanating from within. Taking a deep breath, he quickly unwrapped the bag. At the moment the bag was unveiled, its occupant trembled violently in fright, but emitted no sound. A pale, youthful face soon came into view. Lu Yuan froze. Before him lay a small girl, her mouth sealed with duct tape, clad in a school uniform of blue and white, the emblem of Jiao Yin No. 1 High School embroidered on her chest. Her large eyes and pointed chin bore a striking resemblance to his acquaintance Ling Yu, yet she was even more beautiful. Had he made a mistake? It was only then that Lu Yuan realized his misunderstanding. However, she too had been abducted. Lu Yuan shook his head, casting aside irrelevant thoughts, and proceeded to tear off the tape from the girl's mouth. "Do not be afraid. I will take you out," he reassured her. The girl remained silent, her face a portrait of terror as she gazed at Lu Yuan. He attempted to assist her in standing, but she recoiled in fear. In a decisive move, he lifted her into his arms. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Clutching a black tarpaulin bag, Lu Yuan swiftly navigated through the narrow alley. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, he vaulted over a van that obstructed the path. Once outside, he dashed to the shelter of a nearby shop's awning. Carefully setting the girl down, he lifted the tarpaulin covering her, revealing the school uniform-clad girl curled up like a cat in his embrace. Her expression of terror significantly diminished. It appeared she had begun to grasp the reality of her rescue. Chapter 21. A bountiful harvest I have reported to the authorities, and the police shall arrive shortly. Lu Yuan comforted the girl, uncertain whether the kidnappers had accomplices or if there were additional victims concealed within the premises. The girl, nestled in his embrace, clutched his clothing tightly, betraying her palpable insecurity. Fearing to exacerbate her distress, Lu Yuan refrained from forcibly extricating himself. After all, the police would soon arrive. Thus, he held the girl close, squatting at the shop's entrance while gazing at the rain-soaked scene before him. By not long past 10 o'clock, the street was devoid of any passers-by. The world felt eerily desolate, as though only he and the girl in his arms existed in that moment. After a spell, he finally heard the distant wail of sirens. He gently pried the girl's gradually loosening grip from his clothing and rose to his feet. "Do not inform the police that I rescued you," Lu Yuan earnestly advised her. He wished to shield his parents from the knowledge that he had engaged in a life-and-death struggle with several armed men in the alley at such an hour. If they were to learn of this, he feared that his aspirations of continuing his martial arts training would be dashed. "Here, take this," he said, retrieving a pink hairpin from his pocket and offering it to the girl before he turned and vanished into the rain, hastily blending into the desolate streets before the police arrived. Throughout this ordeal, the girl remained silent, clutching the hairpin as she stared blankly at Lu Yuan's retreating figure for an extended time. Even on this rainy night, it was likely that any surveillance would obscure my appearance. Moreover, given that those individuals dared to confine someone here, they surely could not be so amateurish as to overlook the issue of monitoring. Upon Lu Yuan's arrival home, he discovered that the door to their little shop was ajar. His mother, Zheng Qiuling, stood at the entrance, wielding a plastic fan and scanning the surroundings. When Lu Yuan burst into the shop, drenched from head to toe, he startled her. As she discerned his face, her alarm only intensified. "What on earth have you been doing? What happened to your face?" The rain was pouring heavily on the road, and I accidentally slipped and fell. Despite the long journey ahead, I forced myself to concoct a falsehood. Can a mere stumble result in such a predicament? Zheng Qiuling, both anxious and indignant, waved her plastic fan up and down incessantly. "Have you been in a fight with someone?" Lu Yuan remained silent, standing there with a furrowed brow. Alas, Zheng Qiuling struck her thigh forcefully, discarded the fan in her hand, and swiftly dashed into the inner room. Why must one resort to fighting? Zheng Qiuling wiped the water stains off Lu Yuan's body with a towel, continuing her interrogation. This time, Lu Yuan relented. "They bully people. Who do they bully? Do they bully you? Who are they, after all?" "A few rascals." "You have truly become quite skilled." Zheng Qiuling vigorously rubbed Lu Yuan's head, her voice tinged with irritation. Upon hearing his muffled groan, her expression instantly softened with concern, and her movements became gentler. "Clean yourself up. I'll fetch some medicinal wine for your bruises," she said, tossing the towel to Lu Yuan before turning to leave. But just as she was about to head upstairs, she suddenly remembered something and hurried back to bolt the shop door shut, as if fearing the thugs Lu Yuan had mentioned might reappear out of nowhere and barge in. After much fuss, by the time Lu Yuan had finished bathing, applied the medicinal wine, and endured his mother-esque scolding, it was nearly midnight when he finally retreated to his room. Hiss! Lu Yuan pressed against the outer side of his left rib, wincing as a sharp pain forced a quiet inhale. Only now did the dormant aches surge forth to torment him. His most severe injuries were concentrated in two areas: his left ribs, where the middle-aged man had delivered a brutal kick, and his back, which had been struck with a rod. The rest were mostly bruises and scrapes, nothing too serious. Thankfully, after boosting my strength by 2 points, I managed to knock him down before he could react. Otherwise, escaping might not have been possible. But what truly filled Lu Yuan with relief was one undeniable fact. At least those bastards weren't armed with guns. If anyone were to carry a firearm and suddenly find themselves in such a dire situation, they would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. Should a similar incident occur, Lu Yuan could not be certain of his own courage to charge into that alley again, until he acquires sufficient combat experience. He must refrain from placing himself in such treacherous circumstances. Through this battle, Lu Yuan has come to a profound realization of the disparity between himself and true martial artists. The skills displayed on his professional panel, lacking rigorous practical validation, are merely superficial statistics. Reflecting on this, he decided to examine his professional panel. With a slight concentration, a flurry of notifications appeared before him. Your skill in basic fist techniques has improved, gaining 12 experience points. Your skill in basic leg techniques has improved, gaining 8 experience points. Your skill in basic footwork has improved, gaining 7 experience points. It was overwhelming. Lu Yuan scrolled down to the bottom. You have experienced a battle, gaining 57 professional experience points. Congratulations, your profession level in martial artist has increased. Congratulations, your basic fist technique skill level has improved. Congratulations, your basic leg technique skill level has improved. Congratulations, your basic footwork skill level has improved. A series of notifications regarding level advancements elicited a gasp of surprise from Lu Yuan, causing his breath to quicken. Upon inspecting his current fighter class panel, he noted, Class, Fighter LV4, 8800. Basic class skills, Primary body training LV4, 36800. Basic fist technique LV4, 66800. Basic leg technique LV4, 49800. Basic footwork LV4, 23800. Basic grappling LV2, 65200. Attribute points, 1. Skill points, 3. All 3 skills, basic fist technique, basic leg technique, and basic footwork, had ascended to LV4. His fighter class had also progressed from LV3 to LV4, catching up to this student class. This fierce battle, akin to a life-and-death struggle, granted Lu Yuan a remarkable 57 points of class experience, along with several hundred points of skill experience. This was comparable to an entire day of solitary training or the experience gained from defeating Qingping 40 to 50 times. The magnitude of this achievement was undeniable. Indeed, it appeared that the fighter class thrives on growth through combat, as fighting serves as the finest nourishment for enhancing one's strength. The attribute points temporarily allocated for combat had accumulated once more due to the breakthrough in profession level. Lu Yuan initially intended to assign this additional point to agility. However, upon reviewing his stats, he was startled to discover his agility had silently risen to 9. Had it already reached the threshold? With the elevation of his fundamental footwork level through battle causing this latent enhancement to manifest? Lu Yuan blinked, instantly comprehending the underlying reason. Though his agility had already improved, he still chose to allocate this attribute point to agility. His strategy was to first elevate all attributes beyond the threshold of 10 before considering specialization. With this single point invested, his agility rose from 9 to 10. Now, Lu Yuan's four-dimensional attributes stood at strength, 11, agility, 10, constitution, 10, and intelligence, 10. Chapter 22. Imaginary enemy. With the addition of agility, Lu Yuan distinctly felt a newfound lightness enveloping his entire being. The muscles in his arms and legs became more toned, dispelling the slight sense of bulkiness that had accompanied the increase in strength. He retrieved a ruler from his drawer, securing one end with a fine thread and suspending it from the edge of his desk. Due to the ruler's smooth surface, the thread gradually slipped upwards, attempting to free itself under the influence of gravity. Lu Yuan placed 2 fingers on either side of the 0 mark on the ruler, fixating his gaze solely on it, ignoring the thread. The moment the thread finally relinquished its hold and the ruler began to fall, he deftly caught it. It was barely a 2-centimeter drop. Upon reviewing the results of his test, he realized that his neural reaction speed had significantly improved. This was momentous. In an athletic competition, Lu Yuan would be able to surge forward the instant he heard the gunfire, outpacing his competitors. In a combat scenario, this enhancement meant he could react with greater swiftness to an opponent's punch, evading and countering with newfound agility. He resolved to measure his running speed tomorrow to assess the extent of his improvement. Moreover, the increase in strength was also noteworthy. Stripping off his shirt, he approached the dressing mirror in his bedroom wardrobe, scrutinizing his reflection. With the added strength, the muscles in his arms, chest, abdomen, back, and thighs appeared remarkably fuller. The contours were defined, and the lines were fluid. He presented an image of robust health. Before his agility enhancement, he had resembled those exaggerated fitness enthusiasts found online. Now, however, he looked much better. He had muscle when undressed, yet appeared lean in clothing, aligning more closely with his aesthetic preferences. Who could have imagined that just a month prior, the youth in the mirror was nothing more than a scrawny lad with scarcely 2 liang of flesh? The strength at 11 o'clock has more than doubled compared to 9 o'clock. I can effortlessly snap the bones of a wrist and send a man weighing over 100 kilograms flying several meters, as if he were a mere sandbag. I am uncertain as to how much my punching power has increased. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the martial arts dojo to assess my abilities. The recollection of the battle in the alley lingers vividly in my mind, particularly the exhilaration derived from overpowering a group of men clad in raincoats. A sensation that Yuan cannot easily forget. It was akin to an adult engaging in a skirmish with a gaggle of children, where the sheer advantage of strength entirely compensated for any deficiencies in skill and experience. Indeed, while admiring his physique from a distance, he suddenly remembered that he still had 3 skill points remaining unused. With an array of foundational professional skills at his disposal, he had been steadily accumulating experience, feeling a satisfactory increase, yet hesitated to utilize them. As he continued to amass points, he found himself reaching a critical juncture. 3 points had been accrued, and he could no longer resist the urge to spend them. Among the 4 fundamental combat techniques, only the basic grappling skill remained at level 2. He recognized that enhancing this skill to level 3 would fulfill the prerequisite for unlocking the core ability of the fighter profession, a goal he had long anticipated for over half a month. Determined to attempt the enhancement that very evening, a recent skirmish in the alley had intensified his resolve. He channeled his skills into the basic grappling technique, allocating 1 skill point to elevate it from level 2 to level 3, while retaining the experience he had previously garnered. This experience mirrored his earlier endeavors when he had attempted to directly enhance the physical subject under the student profession. Upon expending the skill point, he was immediately enveloped by a surge of fragmented memories flooding his mind. vivid scenes of his arduous training in basic grappling. These recollections seamlessly integrated into his being, indelibly etched into his muscle memory. Not only did he master the nuances of the existing grappling techniques with greater depth and proficiency, but he also gleaned several new techniques that had never been imparted to him by Cheng Peng. The manner in which these insights came to him felt nothing short of miraculous. With a sense of wonder at the extraordinary capabilities of his profession panel, he executed a few basic grappling movements with ease, marveling at the transformation. Eagerly, he turned to examine the panel once more. It had indeed manifested, as anticipated. Under the astonished gaze of Lu Yuan, a faint gray hue quietly emerged on the fighter profession panel. With focused attention, a prompt immediately appeared. Core skills awaiting unlock. Shall we unlock them? Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan allocated a skill point to his ability. Soon, the grayish hue on his panel illuminated, revealing a brand new skill in its entirety. Core skill, imaginary opponent, active. Effect, constructs an adversary within the mind, simulating the course of combat. As Lu Yuan gazed upon the description of this core skill, a peculiar light sparkled in his eyes. Imaginary opponent. Fantasized combat. This seems quite intriguing. If it aligns with my imagination, it may very well compensate for my deficiencies in practical combat. The specifics of its effect shall be unveiled through experience. Lu Yuan retrieved his training mat, opting not to venture into the living room, but instead laying it out in his bedroom. Years of rigorous training had left this aged mat stained with deep brown sweat marks, impervious to even the most vigorous scrubbing with detergent. Yet, Lu Yuan paid it no mind, settling into a comfortable position upon the mat. If this is to be a battle within the mind, it would seem prudent to close my eyes, he thought, shutting them gently and silently invoking the skill within his heart. Come forth, my imagined adversary. Activate, imaginary opponent. The rain poured down in torrents. Lu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, startled to find himself in a narrow alleyway. The relentless downpour cascaded from the night sky above, drenching him thoroughly yet without any sensation of chill. Suddenly, two beams of amber light pierced through the darkness ahead. Squinting instinctively, Lu Yuan discerned a silhouette standing motionless between those luminous shafts. Though the features remained indistinct, he knew with absolute certainty it was the middle-aged man with whom he had just engaged in fierce combat. The imaginary adversary conjured by his subconscious. It was still him. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, gently wiping away the rain that had trickled from his forehead down to his chin. Then come, he murmured. With a twist of his neck and a stretch of his limbs, his increasingly athletic physique, enhanced by the additional strength points, exhibited a mechanical yet fluid grace. Let me defeat you once more. In an instant, a fierce battle intent ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. With a powerful push of his right foot against the ground, he erupted into a splash of water. Like a hound unleashed, he charged towards the silhouette illuminated by the headlights. The surge of agility made Lu Yuan acutely aware of his enhanced sprinting speed. It appeared that the abilities manifested within the realm of consciousness were a true reflection of reality. This realization fortified Lu Yuan's resolve and intensified his fighting spirit. Having previously triumphed over his opponent, he approached this encounter with a mindset far removed from the tension and fear he had felt in the alley. Instead, he was driven by a desire for validation to ascertain the true caliber of his current prowess. As the distant rush approached, the figures before the car's headlights began to stir. Bang! Two silhouettes collided forcefully, sending countless droplets of water exploding from the epicenter of their impact. Chapter 23: The Correct Solution and the True Approach. Lu Yuan's body jolted violently, causing him to stagger backward several steps. The middle-aged man who had kicked him was similarly propelled back by the recoil. However, with an elegant backflip, he harnessed this momentum and landed gracefully atop the hood of the van behind him. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Lu Yuan with a detached expression. His leg strength could only match mine in a fair contest, suggesting his power was around the 10-point mark. Moreover, battles within the realm of consciousness were entirely devoid of pain. Lu Yuan swiftly assessed the strength of the middle-aged man upon their first encounter. He gently shook off the impact from the previous kick and tilted his head upward against the pouring rain. Suddenly, a cloud of mist erupted before him. As the man standing on the hood of the car raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick aimed directly at Lu Yuan's face. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated, and the world around him seemed to slow down, as if time itself had stretched to a fraction of a second. He could distinctly perceive the man's motion, the tip of his black leather shoe shattering the raindrops that relentlessly cascaded toward him. With a swift sidestep, Lu Yuan expertly evaded the man's forceful strike. The benefits of his agility became evident at that moment. Until then, his reaction speed had not been sufficient to execute such a deft maneuver. Get down here. After evading the kick, Lu Yuan swiftly pivoted and executed a sweeping kick aimed at the middle-aged man's lower body. The latter reacted promptly, retreating and leaping onto the roof of a van. Lu Yuan then planted a foot on the front bumper, using it as leverage to vault onto the vehicle's hood, where he unleashed a powerful right punch aimed at the middle-aged man's face. Lu Yuan's assault was fierce, and in an instant, he forced the middle-aged man down from the van's roof, leading their confrontation to the rain-soaked street below. The fight began to evolve in a direction vastly divergent from reality, with enhancements in both strength and agility, as well as improvements in 4 fundamental combat techniques. Lu Yuan felt a significant boost in his capabilities, believing he could swiftly subdue the middle-aged man. However, quite the opposite occurred. The middle-aged man, conceived as a hypothetical adversary within Lu Yuan's consciousness, devoid of any emotion and reduced to mere instinct and combat technique, exhibited a level of power that far exceeded Lu Yuan's expectations. How did he suddenly become so formidable? Or is this truly his original strength? The leg techniques of the middle-aged man are remarkably exquisite and incisive, fierce and venomous each time he strikes. The air seems to swirl with a palpable scent of blood. His legs alternate rhythmically, striking at Lu Yuan like a relentless whip. The speed of his kicks is astonishing, akin to a tempest, leaving Lu Yuan gasping for breath. Although Lu Yuan possesses a strength that should undoubtedly surpass his opponent's, he finds himself perpetually on the defensive, evading and blocking without a moment to seize an opportunity to counterattack. On the rare occasion that he attempts a reprisal, his adversary is as slippery as an eel, swiftly distancing himself at the slightest hint of danger, waiting for the opportune moment to return with renewed ferocity. It is utterly exasperating. The lofty ambitions that once flourished before the onset of conflict now seem to have devolved into mere jest. If this persists, I may very well be battered to death by his erratic kicks. The leg techniques employed by this individual remain firmly within the realm of fundamental leg movements. However, the proficiency exhibited is astonishingly advanced, likely reaching level 6 or 7. The disparity in technique is vast, and their practical experience far exceeds my own. How shall I approach this battle? Should a vanquished foe in the tangible world find themselves mercilessly assailed within the realm of consciousness, it would indeed be a source of profound humiliation. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yuan was resolute in his desire to emerge victorious in this confrontation. Lost in thought, he felt a sudden, forceful impact against his left arm. The colossal force accompanying the strike jolted his entire being. Although pain was imperceptible in this ethereal battleground, the prolonged experience of relentless assault had left Lu Yuan with a sense of pent-up frustration. After enduring that kick, he could no longer contain himself and, fueled by a surge of fervor, retaliated fiercely. As the middle-aged man prepared to deliver another blow, Lu Yuan met it head-on with a decisive kick of his own. Bang! The impact was tremendous. Both individuals staggered backward. Lu Yuan sensed a peculiar numbness creeping into his right foot. The forceful collision between their legs had resulted in a fracture of the tibia in his right leg. The aftermath of his injury was flawlessly mirrored in his consciousness. Damn it! Lu Yuan suddenly regretted his impulsive reaction moments ago. The injury to his right leg would inevitably hinder his evasive maneuvers, undoubtedly worsening his already precarious situation. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's next kick tore through the curtain of rain with a howling force. Lu Yuan stumbled awkwardly, barely dodging on one leg. Normally, this would be followed by a relentless barrage of kicks, swift as a storm. But to his surprise, the second strike was delayed, and it came from the same direction as the first. Wait! Lu Yuan raised his hand with effort, barely blocking the incoming kick. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon the middle-aged man. As he noticed the opponent's unnaturally aggressive advance, a sudden realization flashed through his mind like lightning. Amid the pouring rain, the young man shielded his head with both hands, looking somewhat disheveled as he endured wave after wave of ruthless side kicks. Raindrops and sweat dripped from his hair, scattering in all directions. Yet beneath those damp strands, his dark eyes gleamed with a gradually intensifying light. I think I've found the solution. A long exhale escaped his lips. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, emerging from the mental battle. The fresh, dry clothes he had changed into after his shower were now slightly damp with sweat. First experience with imaginary enemy, over. In the end, Lu Yuan had won, though the victory was hard-fought, far more grueling than reality. He had crippled the middle-aged man's legs by trading injury for injury, then relied on his superior strength to pummel him into the rain-soaked ground. A far from honorable triumph. If he hadn't underestimated me, just a high school student with clumsy combat skills, trapped in their encirclement. If he hadn't toyed with me out of arrogance. And if I hadn't suddenly boosted my strength mid-battle. In reality, defeating him that swiftly would have been nearly impossible. Recalling the man's ruthless ferocity in the mental battle, Lu Yuan found it almost miraculous that he now sat unscathed in his bedroom, bearing only minor scrapes. This fight had been riddled with luck. If repeated, the outcome might have been entirely different. Still, in the end, I was the one left standing. This ordeal served as a stark warning. Never underestimate any opponent. He had no desire to end up like that middle-aged man nicknamed Black Brother. Despite possessing overwhelmingly sharp and formidable leg techniques, he had capsized in a minor ditch, ultimately having both legs brutally shattered by a martial arts novice who had only trained for a month, wielding nothing but a baseball bat. By now, the man was probably sipping tea behind bars. The effect of imaginary enemy far surpassed my expectations. Lu Yuan had not anticipated that the imaginary adversary constructed from his memories would manifest itself with such profound intensity. In the realm of conscious warfare, strength is a flawless replication of reality, not merely a reflection of his superficial understanding of the opponent. The middle-aged man's formidable and domineering leg techniques ignited within him a deep sense of envy. Moreover, the fierce and savage aura surrounding him hinted at the countless adversaries he must have vanquished to hone such prowess. If only I could attain a level of leg technique comparable to his, bolstered by my own physical advantages, this battle would not be so arduous. Wait, why am I envious? I can learn from him. What could possibly serve as a more fitting instructor in the art of combat than the adversary itself? As Lu Yuan pondered this notion, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, and the more he contemplated, the more he felt convinced of the feasibility of his idea. He even began to wonder if this, perhaps, represented the quintessential approach to the concept of a hypothetical enemy. The prospect of boundless practical instruction filled him with fervor. He could scarcely believe that he would not grasp the essence of this leg technique. Lu Yuan's spirits soared with excitement as he eagerly closed his eyes once more. Skill activation, hypothetical enemy. Chapter 24, Longing. The following morning, within the confines of his modest shop, Lu Yuan sat before the television, his gaze fixed upon the flickering screen as he savored the steaming buns in his hands. The morning news broadcast echoed through the room. Yesterday, our city's police successfully dismantled a kidnapping operation, apprehending 8 members of a nefarious cult. And within merely 2 hours of the incident, they successfully rescued the victim. A kidnapping case, is it not synonymous with a missing persons case? Lu Yuan picked up a glass of pure milk from the small table beside him and took a hearty sip, swallowing the last morsel of the meat bun with a frown as he pondered. Today he had intentionally tuned into the morning news from Jiaoyan City, eager to follow the developments of yesterday's incident. However, the information he gleaned from the broadcast was not at all in line with his expectations. The group that disembarked from the van turned out to be what one might call gang members and cultists. Gangs, cults? Lu Yuan could not fathom how these two words were connected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Precisely 8, neither more nor less. At that moment, the television broadcasted footage of the victim of a kidnapping case. Although it had been deliberately blurred, Lu Yuan could still recognize the girl in the school uniform he had rescued the previous night. It seemed she had indeed kept his identity a secret. To this day, his family had not received any calls from the police, indicating that the authorities had yet to uncover Lu Yuan's identity. In this world, a kidnapping crime typically warranted a minimum sentence of 10 years in prison. Even if they had accomplices, it was unlikely they would trace back to him. The rain yesterday had been torrential, and the alley where the confrontation took place was shrouded in darkness. Lu Yuan suspected that many from the gang had not even clearly seen his face. He pondered deeply, for he was genuinely afraid. Afraid of suffering repercussions, and even more so, afraid of his family being drawn into retaliation. His strength was still insufficient. If he were stronger, he would not fear the troubles they might bring upon him. Lu Yuan seized a meat bun and took a hearty bite, pondering to himself, one must possess wealth. With wealth, one could hire bodyguards, ensuring round-the-clock protection for his family. Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented yearning for power and financial security, a desire he had never experienced in his life. His mother, Zheng Qiuling, murmured as she entered from outside the shop. Upon hearing her, Lu Yuan immediately responded, "Mom, wait a moment, I'll assist you. Don't you have martial arts class today? It's perfectly fine to go a little later." Zheng Qiuling nodded and approached, gazing intently at Lu Yuan's cheek. Suddenly, a wave of compassion washed over her as she inquired softly, "Is it because of the pain from your injuries that you were unable to sleep well last night?" Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he nodded slightly. "Let us see if you dare to fight again next time," Zheng Qiuling remarked, her irritation resurfacing. Lu Yuan could only listen obediently. In truth, his injuries had improved significantly. After a night's rest, the bruises on his face and body had faded considerably, and the abrasions had begun to scab over. Only the two most severe areas on his back and ribs remained tender. The reason Lu Yuan had a restless night was primarily due to the imaginary enemy. Who could possibly fathom how demanding the concept of an imaginary enemy can be? After only 3 matches, he felt as though he had pulled several consecutive all-nighters at an internet cafe. Even after a full night's sleep, he still suffered from mental exhaustion. Lu Yuan had initially assumed that after specializing as a fighter, he wouldn't need to invest much in intelligence attributes. Yet, to his surprise, this aspect remained indispensable. No matter how many attribute points he allocated, it never seemed enough. He pondered silently, now left with only a single skill point, which he decided to save for a critical moment. Perhaps he should visit the hospital. What if he had broken a bone without realizing it? "My mother, Zheng Qiuling, remains concerned." As she speaks, she cannot help but exclaim, "If only your sister were here. Having her watch over you would certainly ease my worries." "But, mother," I reply, "didn't you always say that she was the one who troubled you the most? You're no better yourself. Now you've even learned to pick fights with people." Zheng Qiuling shot him a glare filled with irritation, prompting Lu Yuan to immediately fall silent. At 7:23, the small delivery truck arrived at Lu Yuan's home. In an effort to demonstrate that his injuries were not severe, Lu Yuan exerted himself with remarkable diligence. After reaching 11 o'clock, he found himself significantly stronger. He effortlessly lifted bags of rice weighing dozens of pounds with a single hand. In less than 10 minutes, he unloaded the entire cart of goods. While washing his hands, Lu Yuan overheard the delivery driver urging his mother to settle the payment, just as they had done on several previous occasions. His mother, Zheng Qiuling, handed over 2 packs of cigarettes, engaging in pleasantries and negotiations that eventually coaxed the reluctant driver away. Lu Yuan observed this scene in silence. Today, he must successfully pass the assessment for becoming an official disciple of the martial arts school. "Lu Yuan, what has happened to your face?" At 8 o'clock and 5 minutes in the morning, Lu Yuan arrived at the Yuanwu Martial Arts Hall. In the changing room, he encountered Cheng Peng, who immediately exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. The rain had been too heavy last night, causing him to fall while running. But was it truly just a fall? Looking at him, it seemed rather implausible. Cheng Peng scrutinized Lu Yuan with a skeptical expression, while Lu Yuan, disinterested in engaging in further conversation, hastily changed into his martial arts uniform and exited the changing room. Due to assisting his mother with unloading, he arrived 10 minutes later than usual, which could be considered tardy. However, being late was not particularly consequential. Upon entering the training hall, Lu Yuan realized that he was, in fact, among the early arrivals. The number of participants was dwindling. A brief glance around the training hall revealed that only about 2/3 of the original attendees had shown up. Over the past month, many individuals had inexplicably ceased to attend. Initially, they cited personal leave, but soon after, they became elusive. For instance, the boisterous group of girls with buns who had been lively at the onset of the class had nearly vanished by the 3rd week. Their fickle nature reminded Lu Yuan of his past self. In his previous life, he had approached learning in fits and starts, losing interest once the initial excitement faded. Without the benefit of a professional panel or the enhancement of absolute focus, would he have succumbed to the same fate in this life? Lu Yuan silently inquired within himself. Perhaps it might be so. Yet, at least now, things are different. "Lu Yuan, you have arrived." Upon spotting Lu Yuan in the distance, she immediately brightened and greeted him cheerfully. "Good morning." Lu Yuan nodded at her, whereupon she swiftly fixed her gaze upon his face and emitted a soft exclamation of surprise, posing the same inquiry as Cheng Peng. "Lu Yuan, how did your face get injured?" Lu Yuan had lost count of how many times he had used this excuse to brush off Lu Yu's kindness. After declining her goodwill, he began his warm-up routine. As the enthusiasm of the trainees waned, even Coach Lin Jiqin seemed to grow lax. Lu Yuan focused primarily on practicing fundamental kicking techniques. Having sparred all night in the mental space with the middle-aged man, he had gleaned some insights. Now was the perfect opportunity to refine them. Once he entered the state of absolute focus, Lu Yuan unconsciously started mimicking the movements and techniques of the middle-aged man from his memory. Chapter 25. Bench press. His leg extension technique should be executed with such force. It was slightly quicker, yet it still seemed to miss. He persisted in mimicking, practicing, and refining. He sensed that his leg's speed had indeed accelerated. Each extension became more incisive, the power behind it greater. Time became an elusive concept. Lu Yuan gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling, gradually emerging from a state of absolute concentration. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he immediately checked his professional panel. Basic leg technique LV4, 16800. Lu Yuan was taken aback, followed by elation. He recalled that just yesterday, the experience points for basic leg technique LV4 were merely 50. Now it had surged to 160. This bout of practice had netted him over 100 experience points. The progress achieved through benchmark exercises is indeed swift, and several practical experiences play a crucial role. There is no teaching method more lucid than the experience of enduring blows at close range. Lu Yuan attempted to deliver a kick, which, though it produced only a faint whooshing sound, was evidently swifter than before. The direction was correct. A satisfied smile crept across Lu Yuan's face. All that remained was to persist in this direction. Upon glancing at the increase in his professional experience, it appeared to have risen by about 10 points. From this, he deduced that his practice had lasted approximately an hour. Just as he intended to ask Lu Yu the time, he turned to find that most people in the training room were gazing at him, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Beside him, Lu Yu's face was alight with admiration. Lu Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Lu Yu's round face flushed slightly, and beneath her glasses, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Those kicks you just performed were absolutely magnificent." After a moment of bewilderment, Lu Yuan finally grasped the situation. It dawned on him that his vigorous display of leg techniques had left the onlookers utterly astonished. Indeed, it was a testament to the combat skills he had honed under the tutelage of a middle-aged man, forged through rigorous practice and combat experience. His strikes executed with remarkable precision. With an intensity of 11, the force behind his kicks could generate a substantial gust of wind when applied correctly. It was no surprise that a group of novice martial artists, merely dabbling in their training, would be taken aback. Approaching him with an amiable smile was a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and clutching a mobile phone. "My young friend," he remarked, "your leg techniques are truly impressive. Forgive me, but I seem to have left my phone behind. How long have you been training?" "An hour and 7 minutes. It aligned closely with my expectations." Lu Yuan then pondered. "Has Coach Lin not arrived?" She arrived, took a glance at the entrance, instructed us to practice on our own, and then departed. "You were likely engrossed in training at that moment and may have missed it. It seems that Lin Jiqin is once again going to skip this class." Despite Lu Yuan's good-natured demeanor, encountering a coach with Lin Jiqin's attitude inevitably leaves one with some reservations. However, Lin Jiqin's absence from class conveniently allows him to attend to another matter. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan advised Lu Yu. "Oh." Lu Yu nodded obediently. Just as Lu Yuan reached the doorway, she suddenly recalled something and called out to his retreating figure, "Water. You haven't had any water yet." The distance seemed vast. Regrettably, the figure of Lu Yuan vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu, clutching the vitamin energy drink she had thoughtfully selected prior to her arrival, gazed toward the entrance with a hint of disappointment, pouting slightly. Emerging from the training room, Lu Yuan made his way to the main hall of the martial arts school. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly settling upon an individual. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Adorned in a blue short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the name of the martial arts school, with an identification badge hanging around her neck. In truth, there were quite a number of such individuals within the school, primarily tasked with reception and guidance, most of whom had been recruited from nearby universities. The majority were female. "Hello, may I inquire about the location of the device for measuring punching power?" As I approached, I noticed the young woman intently observing several male trainees engaged in strength training. The inquiry from Lu Yuan startled her. It's a device for measuring punching power," she stammered, her cheeks flushing noticeably before she quickly gestured in a particular direction. "Just walk straight ahead and take a left." "Never mind, I'll lead you there." The girl guided Lu Yuan swiftly into a spacious room furnished with various training equipment. This space, a training facility, appeared considerably more sophisticated than the main hall outside. This is our advanced trainees training area. The punching power measurement device is over there. She indicated discreetly towards an object resembling a large, upright punching bag, as if divulging a secretive matter. You can wait until they finish before trying it out yourself. Thank you. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude before stepping into the training room. The punching power testing device was surrounded by 3 or 4 individuals, all youthful in appearance. Huh. Do you think I practice in vain every day? Let me give it a try. A few individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation, their demeanor relaxed. Lu Yuan merely cast a glance at him before disregarding him completely. Restricted to advanced students. Upon noticing the inscription affixed to the wall, Lu Yuan comprehended why the girl had previously spoken to him in hushed tones. Advanced students, wasn't Chengping one of them? When questioned, I'll simply say I'm Chengpeng. Lu Yuan felt no psychological burden at all. While the others were occupied with the punching machine, he wandered around and discovered the training equipment here was indeed remarkably diverse. There were specialized apparatuses for arm strength, wrist strength, finger strength. Some equipment even left Lu Yuan puzzled about their proper usage. On the central wall of the room hung a massive 100-inch LCD screen, continuously looping tutorials on fundamental punching techniques, kicking methods, and footwork. After circling the room, Lu Yuan finally paused before a bench press machine. Testing it out, he kept adding weights until reaching 130 kilograms, yet still felt he had strength to spare. This realization brought him immense reassurance. Generally speaking, punching power tends to exceed bench press capacity, as the former emphasizes instantaneous explosive force, while the latter focuses more on sustained strength output. Comparatively, Lu Yuan believed the latter served as a more reliable standard for measuring one's overall strength, since punching power heavily depends on technique. An ordinary person with no punching experience and a seasoned boxer, even with equal raw strength, could produce vastly different punching power readings. The average adult male with 9 points of strength typically benches around 60 kilograms, yet I've surpassed that by more than double. The difference these 2 additional strength points make is far greater than I ever imagined. Lu Yuan was preparing to explore the limits of his abilities. At that moment, the group of young men and women gathered around the punching machine had finished and were making their way over. His eyes flickered momentarily, prompting him to rise swiftly and head directly towards the punching machine. Chapter 26. In a fleeting encounter, 3 men and 1 woman brushed past Lu Yuan. He approached the punching machine, which bore a striking resemblance to the training dummies used for martial arts, albeit larger and sturdier. At the rear of the machine was a display screen, which illuminated the number 122, 23 kilograms. It was unclear whether the previous group of individuals had forgotten to reset it or had intentionally left it as Lu Yuan had previously discovered online. It was identical, save for the omission of the word amateur from the display. This alteration was likely made for aesthetic appeal and perhaps to serve as a subtle form of motivation. 100 kilograms, surely, that would not be an insurmountable challenge. The benchmark of 100 kilograms represented the minimum standard for certification among the formal disciples of the Yuan Martial Arts Academy. And this was precisely the foundational goal Lu Yuan had set for himself. Positioning himself before the punching machine, Lu Yuan focused intently on the central impact groove. His gaze sharpened as he took a deep breath, aligning himself with the most effective striking technique from the foundational martial arts repertoire. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The punching machine emitted a dull thud, remaining utterly immobile, its structure exhibiting remarkable shock absorption and soundproofing capabilities. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze to the rapidly fluctuating digits on the display screen behind the machine. As the leading digit 1 appeared, his heart relaxed completely. Surely, it must have surpassed 100. Before long, the complete figure emerged, 173. 56 kilograms. Over 170 kilograms. Lu Yuan felt a slight tremor in his heart, but soon returned to a state of tranquility. The figure was unexpectedly surprising yet entirely reasonable. After all, his strength attribute surpassed that of an average person by a full 2 points, and he effortlessly bench-pressed over 130 kilograms. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan attempted to throw a couple of punches. The results were 168. 33 kilograms for the first and 162. 76 kilograms for the second, with each subsequent attempt yielding lower figures. Indeed, the first punch had been delivered in the best condition. Prior to the test, he had trained for over an hour. which had undoubtedly drained his stamina. Additionally, the injuries to his ribs and back had somewhat affected his performance. Had he been in perfect condition, he surmised that he could have consistently achieved around 170. Even though the data reflecting his own punching power was right before him, Lu Yuan still found it somewhat astonishing. For now, he needed to pass the assessment for formal disciples. After a fleeting surge of excitement, Lu Yuan composed himself. Without wasting any time, he swiftly cleared the data from the punching machine and exited the training room. With merely half an hour remaining before the staff at the martial arts school clocked out for lunch, he needed to act promptly to accomplish his task. When he next encountered that fellow named Lei, he would boldly thrust the certificate into his face and see if he would dare to boast in his presence again. The force measurement apparatus at the martial arts school differs from that of the Martial Arts Association, which may result in discrepancies in the outcomes. To ensure accuracy, it is advisable to practice diligently in order to achieve success on the first attempt. After registering, one must wait several days. Rest assured, I have certainly considered this. As long as I maintain a steady performance, that slight numerical deviation will have no bearing on me. With this thought, the young man with short hair approached the bench press, reclining onto the apparatus. Grasping the barbell with both hands, he exerted his strength. Yet the barbell remained utterly unmoved. The young man with short hair paused for a moment, then stood up to examine the weight of the barbell. He quickly exclaimed, "Who has added it to 130? This morning, only a few individuals were present in the training room. The bench press, which had previously been adjusted to 80, had inexplicably transformed to 130. The companions shrugged their shoulders and shook their heads, all innocently asserting that they were not responsible. I would have to readjust it. The young man with short hair frowned in dissatisfaction. However, this was not a significant issue. After muttering a few words, it would soon be forgotten. At that moment, one of the girls among them spoke up. It must have been that person who entered while we were playing on the power machine. I just saw him practicing here for quite a while. That student? The young man with short hair pondered for a moment and realized he indeed had an impression. A tall and slender student, clad in the attire of a novice martial artist, bore a delicate, pale visage. Yes, the girl pointed towards the location of the punching strength machine and confidently asserted. When we approached from behind, he ran off to play with the machine. That must be him. The young man with short hair nodded, refraining from further comment, and began to adjust the weights. He methodically removed the excess weight plates from the rack, murmuring to himself, "This is problematic. Why is it loaded so heavily? Am I even able to lift this? Wait, something feels off." The short-haired youth abruptly halted his movements, staring fixedly at the weight plate in his hand as a startling possibility surfaced in his mind. How could this be? It was inconceivable. The moment the conjecture surfaced, he promptly dismissed it. As he continued to remove the weight plates, he appeared somewhat distracted, his eyes flickering as if lost in thought. Once the final plate was removed, the short-haired youth reclined once more on the bench press. After attempting to lift 80 kilograms twice, he suddenly halted, abruptly rising from the apparatus. Am I truly losing my mind? How can this be possible? Even as the words left his lips, his footsteps hastened toward the punching machine. Mingyu, what are you doing? Another test? His companion shouted at him, but the short-haired young man turned a deaf ear. Swiftly striding to the punching machine, he glanced at the display screen, unsurprised by the reset image. With a few rapid taps on the screen, he accessed historical data. When several figures finally appeared before him, his pupils abruptly constricted, and his entire body jolted violently, as if struck squarely in the face. Unblinking, he stared dumbfounded at the data. After a long pause, a coarse exclamation slowly escaped his lips. "Fuck me." At the front desk of the Martial Arts Academy, the same girl who had previously guided Lu Yuan was now patiently elucidating the process for applying for formal disciple assessment. As Lu Yuan filled out the form halfway, he instinctively halted his pen upon hearing this information. It seemed he was questioning whether he had misheard. He needed to obtain the coach's signature? He had to wait another week? Indeed. The girl nodded and explained, "The process is as follows. Prior to the assessment, one must first obtain the coach's approval. Only when the coach deems you sufficiently capable can you apply. Furthermore, this assessment cannot be conducted exclusively for you. It is held weekly, organized uniformly by the martial arts school." With that, Lu Yuan felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. The fervor ignited within him after testing his punching power was abruptly doused, akin to a bucket of cold water splashed upon his head. He had initially hoped to resolve everything in a single day, yet now he realized he must wait an additional week. Very well, a week it shall be. Lu Yuan swiftly completed the application form in his hand, and after verifying its accuracy, the attentive girl at the reception kindly reminded him, "There is still some time before noon's end. You should promptly seek your coach's signature. If you submit the form before the end of the workday, you won't need to make another trip this afternoon." Chapter 27. Then come at me. Lu Yuan nodded to the girl in appreciation before turning to ascend the stairs to the second floor of the martial arts school. This marked Lu Yuan's inaugural visit to the upper level. The walls were adorned with frames containing photographs of disciples and students from the school, proudly holding trophies earned in various competitions. Lu Yuan perused each image, noting the accolades achieved in the city and province, culminating in a notable success at a national tournament. However, the individual in the photograph who beamed with joy while clutching a third-place trophy and belt appeared to be wearing attire that did not seem to belong to the Yuan Martial Arts School. Lu Yuan read aloud the words emblazoned on the individual's garment. The photograph appeared quite aged, with edges that had begun to yellow. Was the former name of Yuan Martial Arts School something related to Crane? Lu Yuan gazed at the photograph, lost in thought. At that moment, a voice, tinged with authority, resonated from behind him. "What are you doing here?" Lu Yuan hurriedly turned around and was met with the sight of a man of average build, approximately in his 30s, standing several meters away with an inscrutable expression. In an instant, Lu Yuan recognized the man's identity. He was none other than the coach named Qin, who had instilled in him a profound sense of pressure on the very first day he attended the Martial Arts Academy as an observer. It was also the tales of Coach Qin's prowess, having reportedly sent a punching bag weighing over 100 kilograms flying with a single blow, that ignited Lu Yuan's intense desire to pursue martial arts. "Coach Qin," Lu Yuan began, raising the application form in his hand to explain, "I am a student in Coach Lin Skin's class, here to seek Coach Lin's signature." "Oh." The man's demeanor softened slightly as he approached Lu Yuan with measured steps. "What signature? Let me see." With utmost respect, Lu Yuan presented the application form, inwardly marveling at the swiftness of the interaction. Without any visible movement from the other party, the distance of several meters was traversed in an instant, akin to the enchanting descriptions found in novels where space is effortlessly condensed. Of course, the reality couldn't possibly be that exaggerated. It must simply be due to the opponent's extraordinary agility attributes or their exceptionally high-level footwork techniques. Is this the true prowess of a professional martial artist? Lu Yuan marveled silently. A formal application form for the disciple assessment? The man glanced at the form and then at Lu Yuan, casually inquiring, "How long have you been at the Martial Arts Academy?" 1 month and 1 week. "Have you mastered the 3 fundamental exercises? Have you tested your punching power? What is the measurement?" One question after another emerged from the man. Lu Yuan surmised that he was inadvertently assisting Lin Jiqin in reviewing himself. It resembled the scenario where one is summoned to the office by a particular teacher, only to inadvertently encounter the head teacher, who would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to inquire thoroughly about the purpose of one's visit. Have you neglected to submit your assignment or indulged in snacks during class? Did you manage to pass the last examination in this subject? It is somewhat analogous. The man nodded slightly, returning the application form to Lu Yuan, and gestured ahead, saying, "Proceed to the second-to-last office. Coach Lin should be inside. Off you go." "Thank you, Coach Qin," Lu Yuan replied politely, bidding farewell to the man before turning to walk straight in the direction indicated. A couple of seconds later, the sensation of being watched from behind gradually dissipated. Upon reaching the door of the office the man had mentioned, Lu Yuan paused to glance back towards the direction he had come from. The man's figure had long since vanished. Upon closer inspection, the old photograph he had just seen also seemed to have disappeared, leaving an inexplicable emptiness on the wall. What could he have done with that photograph? With a heart full of perplexity, Lu Yuan chose not to dwell on his thoughts. For the moment, he resolved to focus on his own responsibilities. He reached out and gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the unmistakable voice of Lin Jiqin beckoned him to enter. As Lu Yuan pushed the door open, he was greeted by a modest office space. Within, there stood a solitary desk, a coffee table, and an imposing wooden punching bag nestled in the corner. A few potted plants adorned the windowsill, but they appeared rather wilted, their leaves tinged with yellow, likely due to neglect and a lack of water for some time. At that moment, Lin Jiqin was seated on the sofa by the coffee table, indulging in a cigarette, while the ashtray before him overflowed with butts. Just as Lu Yuan entered, he extinguished the cigarette he held between his fingers. "Who are you?" Lin Jiqin inquired. Lin Jiqin frowned as he looked at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, I'm your student in the class," Lu Yuan said, realizing that Lin Jiqin was truly unreliable. Despite being one of the top performers in the group, Lin Jiqin didn't even seem to recognize him. The others were undoubtedly even less memorable. No wonder his teaching had grown increasingly perfunctory. Those who had signed up for his course were truly unfortunate. If not for his professional panel and his own relentless efforts, the 10,000 yuan tuition his father, Lu Xinghua, had paid would have long been wasted. Lu Yuan. Oh, I remember now. A flicker of recognition crossed Lin Jiqin's face, though it was unclear whether he genuinely recalled. He picked up the cigarette box from the coffee table, drew out another cigarette, and lit it once more. Do you need something? He asked, exhaling smoke. I wish to apply for the official disciple assessment, hence I've come specifically to seek your signature. Coach Lin. Lu Yuan spoke as he handed over the application form in his hand. Lin Jiqin, however, didn't even glance at it. His indifferent eyes scrutinized Lu Yuan through the slowly dissipating cigarette smoke. If my memory serves me right, you've only been in the class for a month? Moreover, there should have been no prior foundation. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded, unflinchingly meeting Lin Jiqin's gaze, and spoke earnestly. However, my punching power has now surpassed 100 kilograms, and I consider my proficiency in the 3 fundamental techniques to be quite commendable. Heh. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiqin could not help but chuckle. You claim your punching power exceeds 100 kilograms? Come on then. You just had your assessment downstairs, didn't you? Then hit me. Lin Jiqin stood up from behind the coffee table with a cigarette between his fingers, an amused expression on his face. He walked up to Lu Yuan and beckoned. Throw a punch at me. Let me feel your strength. Don't worry. Go all out. No need to hold back. Whoosh. The sound of a fist tearing through the air. Before Lin could finish his sentence, Lu Yuan's fist was already hurtling toward his face. Coach, watch out. Lu Yuan's warning came only after the punch had been thrown. Beneath his eager expression lay genuine fury. His father, Lu Xinghua, had scraped together 10,000 yuan for these lessons despite their family's dire financial straits. And here was Lin Jiqin, the so-called coach, constantly showing up late, leaving early, or not coming at all. Hit him? Damn right he was going to hit him. Bam. A faint thud resonated as Lu Yuan's fist was firmly intercepted by Lin Jiqin's right hand, though the latter took a slight step back in the process. The amusement on Lin Jiqin's face had completely dissipated, replaced by profound astonishment. He stared blankly at Lu Yuan, his gaze suggesting he was only now truly seeing him for the first time. Apologies, coach. I hope I didn't hurt you. No, of course not. How could you possibly hurt me? He murmured under his breath. Then, abruptly, he flicked away the cigarette pinched between his fingers, his eyes gleaming as they locked onto Lu Yuan. His expression, it was as if he had carelessly brushed aside a pile of gravel, only to uncover a dazzling diamond beneath. Again, demonstrate the 3 fundamental techniques I taught you in class. Lin Jiqin urged impatiently, his tone urgent as he pressed Lu Yuan. Chapter 28. Spring Blossom Noodle House. 10 minutes later, as Lu Yuan concluded his practice of the fundamental techniques, basic fist forms, leg movements, and footwork before Lin Jiqin, he noticed a spark of increased fervor in Lin's gaze. Indeed, quite remarkable, or rather, superb, Lin Jiqin expressed, his admiration for Lu Yuan evident as he generously bestowed praises. Few in the advanced class can master these foundational skills to your degree. In merely a month, you have elevated my teachings to this level, which undeniably attests to your exceptional martial talent. Indeed, you seem almost destined for the path of martial arts. This sentiment, coupled with Lin Jiqin's current demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to the rhetoric of a motivational guru. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan had achieved his desired effect. He relished this moment, affirming to himself, yes, I am indeed a prodigy. You, Lin Jiqin, have looked down upon us in the beginner's class, urging us to practice freely. Today, I shall demonstrate that even through free practice, I can attain the standards of a formal disciple of the dojo. Does this count as a subtle slap in the face to Lin Jiqin? Regarding the matter of the signature, Lu Yuan glanced at the application form that Lin Jiqin had casually placed on the coffee table. Ah, right, I nearly forgot. Lin Jiqin chuckled heartily, his demeanor now a stark contrast to his earlier self. I shall sign it for you right away. He retrieved a pen from the holder on his desk, seated himself before the coffee table, and prepared to inscribe his name in the space designated for the coach's endorsement. As Lu Yuan focused on the pen that Lin Jiqin was using, he also kept an eye on the digital clock mounted on the wall. It was now 11 minutes past 11 in the morning, already beyond the closing time of the martial arts school. While Lu Yuan was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that Lin Jiqin had only partially completed his signature. Abruptly, he halted his writing. Lifting his gaze to the clock, he then suggested to Lu Yuan, "It seems it's time for lunch. Shall we go eat first?" Lu Yuan was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Lin Jiqin's peculiar behavior. Does signing a name truly consume several precious seconds of your time, hindering your meal? Could it not wait until after dining? Coach Lin. Lu Yuan's face displayed a look of dilemma as the individual downstairs awaited my submission of the forms. With a grand gesture, Lin Jiqin rose and beckoned Lu Yuan to follow him outside. "Let us dine first. I am aware of a delightful restaurant near the martial arts school. We shall go there now." Reluctantly, Lu Yuan was ushered out by Lin Jiqin, helplessly watching the solitary application form resting on the coffee table in the office, which, with the closing of the door, ultimately vanished from his sight. What nonsensical regulation is this, requiring the coach's signature for the assessment application? What a ridiculous coach. It would be one thing if he failed to teach properly on a regular basis, but to intentionally undermine his own students at critical moments is utterly unacceptable. On the way to the small eatery Lin Jiqin mentioned, Lu Yuan inwardly cursed the martial arts school's procedures and Lin himself. Of course, he had to maintain an expression of flattered gratitude on the surface. Obediently trailing behind Lin Jiqin, who seemed to be in remarkably high spirits, his lips curled in a faint smile throughout their stroll. They arrived swiftly. Just steps away from the martial arts school, Lin led Lu Yuan to the humble establishment he had spoken of, Chunwan Noodle House, tucked away in an alley beside the school. It was the kind of unassuming, greasy spoon diner one might overlook, a faded red sign with white lettering, a soot-stained storefront darkened by years of cooking fumes. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable about the place. Following Lin through the sliding glass door, Lu Yuan was immediately greeted by a refreshing wave of cool air. The air conditioning was evidently cranked up high, he noted silently. The shop was modest in size, its narrow dining area furnished with just 7 small rectangular tables. A handful of patrons sat slurping noodles, while a menu plastered on the adjacent wall listed not only various noodle dishes but also affordable home-style stir-fries. "Coach Lin is here." Shortly after the two entered, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman, roughly the same age as Lin Jiqin and clad in an apron, emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Lin Jiqin, she greeted him with a warm smile, clearly indicating their long-standing acquaintance. "Has Coach Lin brought another student for a meal?" The middle-aged woman smiled kindly at the distant road. Indeed, Lin Jiqin did not glance at the menu on the wall, but rather promptly inquired, "Kidneys, ribs, chicken. Is the fish fresh today? I just arrived this morning, and it is still alive." "Then let us prepare another fish. The private room upstairs is vacant, isn't it?" No one else was present. "You simply went up by yourself." Lin Jiqin, with his seasoned experience, ordered 4 or 5 dishes and then led Lu Yuan up a narrow staircase, barely half a meter wide, to the second floor. The second floor featured several small rectangular tables and a small door nearby. Upon entering through the door, one would find a modest private room of merely 7 or 8 square meters. The restroom was adjacent, visible upon exiting. Lin Jiqin seated himself at the small table in the room and reminded Lu Yuan to do the same. Lu Yuan complied with a nod. Not long after taking a seat, the middle-aged woman they had encountered earlier entered with a teapot and a small plate of sunflower seeds. "First, have some water. The dishes will be ready shortly," she said. After placing a set of bowls and chopsticks in front of each of them, she exited. Lin Jiqin habitually retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket, opened it, glanced at Lu Yuan, and then closed it again. Instead, he picked up some sunflower seeds to occupy himself. With nothing in particular to do, Lu Yuan took the teapot from the table and rinsed both his and Lin Jiqin's bowls and chopsticks with water. He then poured 2 cups of water, handing one to Lin Jiqin while savoring the other slowly. "Do not feel constrained. It is merely a casual meal," Lin Jiqin remarked, nudging the small plate of sunflower seeds closer to Lu Yuan, who politely took a handful. "What do your parents do?" he inquired. Lin Jiqin suddenly posed a question. Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "My family runs a small grocery store selling grains and oils, and my father occasionally delivers goods for others." "Are you the only child in your family?" "I have an elder sister who just graduated from university this year. You should be in your 2nd year of high school, correct?" "I have a nephew who is approximately your age." Lin Jiqin began to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Lu Yuan's family and personal life, occasionally interspersing the conversation with details about his own matters. To this day, Lu Yuan remains perplexed as to why Lin Jiqin has inexplicably invited him to dine. After taking a seat, he began to contemplate the situation. It seemed that Lin Jiqin was deliberately withholding his signature of consent, likely for ulterior motives, awaiting the moment when Lu Yuan would speak up. Why did you enroll in the martial arts class at the dojo? As the conversation unfolded, Lin Jiqin abruptly shifted the topic towards the martial arts school. Lu Yuan understood that the main event was about to commence. Reflecting on the significance of the college entrance examination, Lin Jiqin nodded thoughtfully. He then inquired further. What motivates you to aspire to become an official disciple of the martial arts school? Lu Yuan cast a glance at Lin Jiqin and replied, for the sake of money. Chapter 29, Truth and Discrepancies. Why? Lu Yuan was taken aback. Wasn't it said that after becoming a formal disciple, one would receive a stipend from the martial arts school each month, along with benefits such as meal allowances? Did you think the martial arts school was a charitable institution? Lin Jiqin shook his head with amusement. While formal disciples at the martial arts school indeed enjoy certain privileges, they are also required to pay tuition fees, which are higher than those of regular students. Do you understand that the law is not to be taken lightly? If becoming a formal disciple of the martial arts school necessitates financial compensation, then our coaches would have long since found themselves destitute on the streets. The expression on Lu Yuan's face darkened. The situation described by Lin Jiqin was in stark contrast to his understanding, completely overturning his long-held plans. The information you have heard seems to stem from a misunderstanding between the concepts of formal disciples and core disciples. Indeed, the benefits afforded to core disciples are significantly superior, and they do receive a salary. However, core disciples are required to assist the martial arts school and must sign a contract before receiving any remuneration. Moreover, the criteria for applying to become a core disciple are considerably more stringent. I believe that to meet your expectations of receiving the higher-level teachings of the martial arts school without any obligations, merely practicing martial arts and receiving monthly payments, there exists only one identity that could fulfill such conditions. What? Lin Jiqin glanced at Lu Yuan and smiled as he spoke. A direct disciple. Lu Yuan's expression momentarily froze. At that moment, the small door of the private room creaked open, and a middle-aged woman entered, cheerfully carrying 2 plates of food. The dishes consisted of stir-fried pork kidneys with bright red chili peppers and chicken served in a clay pot. The chicken, stewed alongside pig trotters, had a gelatinous broth. The meat easily fell apart at the touch of chopsticks, suggesting it had been simmering for quite some time, making it quite appetizing. Do give it a try. The kidneys and chicken here are signature dishes. Lin Jiqin encouraged Lu Yuan, then turned to the middle-aged woman and requested, please bring me some rice. Casting another glance at Lu Yuan, he added, make it a generous portion. Understood, the woman replied with a smile. You practitioners of martial arts certainly have hearty appetites. Lu Yuan did not hesitate, picking up his chopsticks and diving into the meal. His mood was somewhat dismal, and he sought solace in food. Both dishes were quite pleasant, though they were far from extraordinary. However, Lu Yuan had never been particularly picky. He could easily devour a large bowl of the cafeteria food at school. He tore off a chicken leg with his left hand while his right hand, wielding chopsticks, selected other dishes. As he ate, he inquired of Lin Jiqin, what does it mean to be a direct disciple? At this moment, Lu Yuan had completely let go, a stark contrast to the previously tense demeanor of a high school student in the presence of elders. His tone, when inquiring about Lin Jiqin, had grown casual. The primary reason being he had previously feared that Lin Jiqin might refuse to grant him a signature, which had rendered him somewhat submissive. Now, however, Lin Jiqin's words had shattered all of Lu Yuan's illusions about becoming a formal disciple. Although he had not verified it, upon reflection, it indeed seemed to hold true. In fact, his earlier aspirations appeared rather naive, thus lending credence to their authenticity. Lu Yuan's desire to become an official disciple had significantly waned. Consequently, whether Lin Jiqin would sign for him became inconsequential, and naturally, he began to position himself on equal footing with the other party. As for the direct disciple, Lin Jiqin picked up a slice of pork kidney with his chopsticks and slowly chewed. It signified the direct acceptance by the master, representing the true core lineage of the martial arts school. Lu Yuan took a hearty bite of the chicken leg in his hand, smiled at Lin Jiqin, and said, so, Coach Lin, do you think I have a chance of becoming the master's direct disciple? Lin Jiqin seemed to discern the teasing undertone in his words, furrowing his brow slightly before quickly relaxing again. I can provide you with opportunities, Lin Jiqin remarked, gazing at Lu Yuan. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the private room swung open once more. The returning middle-aged woman entered, bearing a plate of braised pork ribs and a dish of fresh greens, along with the rice Lin Jiqin had requested. If that's not enough, I can serve you more. The fish will take a little longer. It has been prepared and is ready to be cooked, she announced as she set down the dishes. Observing Lu Yuan, who was relishing his meal, she couldn't help but compliment, Coach Lin, the students you brought are truly an impressive sight, each one more spirited than the last. Lin Jiqin smiled without uttering a word. Lu Yuan promptly took the rice bowl and served himself a generous portion. With the freshly served spare ribs and greens before him, he devoured several large mouthfuls in rapid succession. The stir-fried kidney now began to reveal its true allure, its piquant and delectable flavor proving utterly irresistible with rice. By the time Lu Yuan finished his bowl and looked up, he noticed Lin Jiqin hadn't touched a single bite. At some point, the man had lit a cigarette and was silently observing him. Lu Yuan pulled a napkin from the box on the table, meticulously wiping the grease from the crevices of his left hand, which had just held a chicken drumstick. Abruptly, he spoke without preamble. Coach Lin, the last time you came to this restaurant, you were with Yang Jiandong, weren't you? The cigarette pinched between Lin Jiqin's fingers trembled slightly, yet his expression remained impassive. I surmised that Coach Lin must have conveyed similar sentiments to Yang Jiandong. Indeed, it was likely not just Yang Jiandong alone. Lu Yuan continued speaking. He wiped the grease from his hands, then pulled out a piece of paper to dab at his mouth. Rising directly from his chair, he earnestly addressed Lin Jiqin. Thank you, Coach Lin, for this meal. I am quite full. The flavors of this establishment are truly delightful, far superior to the fare at the hospital cafeteria. Farewell, Coach Lin. Upon hearing the mention of the hospital, Lin Jiqin's gaze noticeably shifted, betraying a profound inner turmoil. As Lu Yuan prepared to pull out his chair and turn towards the door, he could no longer restrain himself and called out, Wait. Does Coach Lin have more to say? Lu Yuan gazed calmly at Lin Jiqin. Please, have a seat. Let's talk while seated. Lin Jiqin gestured with a slight downward motion of his hand, indicating for Lu Yuan to sit back down. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to humor him, curious to hear what elaborate tale Lin Jiqin might spin next to placate him. Across the modest dining table, separated by the spread of dishes, the two men sat facing each other. Lin Jiqin took a deep breath, stubbed out his cigarette, and met Lu Yuan's eyes squarely before speaking. I believe there may have been some misunderstanding. First, share your perspective. What do you believe is the purpose of my seeking your assistance? Since the secret had already been revealed. Lu Yuan saw no reason to hold back and spoke bluntly. All you want is to deceive me into fighting in underground boxing matches for you. Just like Yang Jiandong before, it's all about the money, isn't it? Underground boxing? Lin Jiqin's expression momentarily froze, followed by a furrowed brow as he remarked. It seems you have truly misunderstood. He offered a wry smile and continued. I admit that I did entertain the notion of taking you to compete. The truth is, I am indeed in dire financial straits, coupled with certain more personal reasons. However, those are legitimate combat competitions, and anyone can easily find the registration details online, with records maintained by the Martial Arts Association. It is entirely different from the underground fight clubs you envision. Would a sanctioned fighting event result in multiple fractures across the body? Lu Yuan spoke with an air of indifference. Lin Jiqin was momentarily taken aback before his expression turned peculiar. Are you referring to Yang Jiandong's injury? He inquired. Lu Yuan's expression remained inscrutable. Ah. Lin Jiqin sighed, his face revealing a mixture of amusement and helplessness. Yang Jiandong's injuries have absolutely nothing to do with me. His injury stemmed from his own ignorance, as he clandestinely participated in unofficial fighting competitions, unaware of the consequences. Furthermore, his wounds were not inflicted in the arena, but rather were the result of retaliation after the match. The incident was provoked by his unsportsmanlike conduct. Having won the competition, he spat at others and made derogatory gestures, which incited anger. Upon leaving, he was ambushed, and for over 10 minutes, he was subjected to a brutal beating with a sack over his head. However, the assailant later faced financial repercussions, and Yang Jiandong utilized that compensation to pay the down payment on his marital home. Lin Jiqin, anxious that Lu Yuan might doubt him, presented his phone and stated, You may call Yang Jiandong's girlfriend directly. I have her contact information, and she is aware of the entire ordeal. Lu Yuan gazed at the phone Lin Jiqin offered for a considerable time, taking a deep breath. Finally, he posed one last question. Why did you intentionally obstruct my assessment application? Do not sign on the application form for me. Are you deliberately withholding your signature? Lin Jiqin's expression suddenly grew more peculiar. When I was in the midst of signing for you, The pen in my hand unexpectedly ran out of ink. I had intended to procure a new one from the front desk after our meal and complete the signature for you. Naturally, I also harbored the desire to engage in conversation with you during our dining time. In the small private room, Lu Yuan quietly observed Lin Jiqin, who wore an earnest expression. After a prolonged silence, he lowered his head and slowly spoke. Coach, may we revisit the matter of discussing your disciples? Chapter 30. The night of boiling fish. The steaming fish pot was presented, with pristine white fish fillets and vibrant red and green peppers swirling in golden broth, releasing an enticing aroma. The fish was black fish. Although not wild, it was delightfully tender and succulent, a signature dish indeed. Lu Yuan savored a piece of fish and couldn't help but express his praise. Upon hearing the mention of bringing students, Lu Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Earlier, he had used this point to mock Lin Jiqin. However, Lin Jiqin appeared unfazed, merely stating, "You are far more mature than the average high school student, though you tend to indulge in flights of fancy." As Lu Yuan picked up a piece of fish and savored it with rice, he reflected on his adult soul residing in a relatively ordinary body. In his previous life, he had been unremarkable, neither particularly intelligent nor possessing extensive life experience. He was indeed more mature than the typical high school student, but only by a slight margin. A minor slip had rendered him embarrassed. Yet Lin Jiqin's words weren't entirely truthful. "My nephew is your age, and he falls short in these aspects compared to you." Lin Jiqin paused, contemplating before saying, "It's natural for you to misunderstand. After all, this isn't a straightforward matter. I do have my own selfish motives." "You mentioned formal combat competitions, right?" Lu Yuan inquired. "Yes, they are formal. However, the martial arts school prohibits disciples from participating in profit-driven combat events." Lu Yuan pondered this, realizing that if he agreed, he could not undergo the formal disciple assessment at this time. "Correct," Lin Jiqin nodded. "This is also why I approached you and Yang Jiandong. Students do not fall under the restrictions placed on disciples." Then, Lu Yuan set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and asked earnestly, "What are the benefits of agreeing? Is it merely monetary?" Lin Jiqin glanced at him and replied, "There is also my personal guidance for Yang Jiandong. Those are the only two benefits." Lu Yuan's expression shifted, sensing there was more for him. Indeed, Lin Jiqin confirmed, "Your talent in martial arts surpasses Yang Jiandong's by a considerable margin. I will impart some other teachings to you. Furthermore, the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the martial arts school. What exactly is the core inheritance of the Yuan martial arts school?" Lu Yuan's mind suddenly flashed to a photograph he had seen on the second floor of the dojo, one that appeared and vanished, depicting a person clad in a crane-patterned martial arts uniform. Regrettably, Lin Jiqin was unwilling to elaborate. "I will tell you once you agree." Lu Yuan, forced to refrain from further inquiries, was told by Lin Jiqin, "Before this meal concludes, you may ask any questions you wish. After we finish, I expect your answer." "Understood." Although Lin Jiqin had indicated that he could inquire freely, Lu Yuan remained silent, having gleaned all he needed to know and already possessing answers in his heart. The meal progressed swiftly, with 5 dishes, most of which found their way into Lu Yuan's belly. He felt quite full, letting out a few satisfied burps. Lin Jiqin had consumed little, setting down his chopsticks early, lighting a cigarette, seemingly lost in contemplation. Once Lu Yuan finished eating, Lin Jiqin beckoned him to leave. It must be said that this establishment was indeed affordable. 5 dishes, including chicken and fish, totaled less than 200 yuan, naturally covered by Lin Jiqin. Standing in the cool shade at the entrance of the small restaurant, Lu Yuan squinted at a stray cat near a trash bin across the street. After Lin Jiqin settled the bill and emerged, he stood beside Lu Yuan and asked, "So, have you made your decision?" Lin Jiqin's eyes flickered. "Very well, I will take you. When are you available?" "Tomorrow works." Lu Yuan had a break for these 2 days, with school resuming the day after. "I will come to pick you up around 6 tomorrow evening. Leave me your phone number and address." Lu Yuan quickly relayed his phone number and provided the address of a nearby intersection, not out of fear of revealing his location, but rather to avoid his mother seeing Lin Jiqin pick him up, which would lead to awkward explanations. By now, it was nearly noon. Bidding farewell to Lin Jiqin, Lu Yuan hurried to the nearest bus stop. As he observed Lu Yuan's swift departure, Lin Jiqin's gaze flickered, and he seemed to mutter words only he could hear. "Truly a rare and promising talent. Perhaps I can persuade the teacher." The midday bus moved sluggishly, akin to an old tortoise nearly succumbing to the sun's heat. By the time Lu Yuan arrived home, it was already 12:45. After watching a few nearby elementary school students play cards in the shop, he ascended the stairs. At the washstand in the bathroom, Lu Yuan turned on the faucet and splashed cool water on his face. The reflection in the mirror revealed fair skin and handsome features. Although still somewhat youthful, he was beginning to exhibit the allure of a sharp brow and bright eyes. The scabs were nearly healed, reminiscent of injuries sustained just days prior. As he touched a scrape on his cheek, he noted how quickly his superficial wounds had mended, now mostly healed. Youthful vitality and an impressive recovery rate, bolstered by his physique, allowed him to recover faster than most. After washing his face, he dried off with a towel, retrieved a beverage from the refrigerator, and sat down at his desk. He began to contemplate the words Lin Jiqin had shared during their meal. If Lin Jiqin was not deceiving him, then participating in a couple of boxing matches could indeed be a viable option. Money was in short supply at home, and he also lacked opportunities for practical combat experience. Each bout, regardless of victory or defeat, would yield substantial experience points. This was an excellent opportunity to accelerate his growth. Lost in thought, Lu Yuan's phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up and checked the screen, discovering a text message from an unfamiliar number. The Mo.Sa Cup, Fiery Night Supreme Fighting Tournament. Details available. Lin Jiqin. Lu Yuan paused, realizing it was a message from Lin Jiqin. Was this the full name of the formal combat competition he had mentioned? He quickly saved Lin Jiqin's number, opened his computer on the desk, and typed the lengthy event name into the search bar. In no time, relevant information began to populate the webpage. Chapter 31. Fragment. Upon clicking the topmost link, a promotional website materialized before Lu Yuan's eyes. The page, adorned with a pitch-black background, was emblazoned with the audacious crimson words Boiling Night, evoking a sense of mystery and fervor. The competition, organized by the Mozag Fighting Enthusiast Association, was structured into preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals. When Lu Yuan glimpsed the prize money, his eyelids twitched slightly. 1 million. The champion's prize for this so-called Boiling Night Supreme Combat was indeed a staggering sum. For Lu Yuan, this was undoubtedly an enticing prospect. If I could claim that million. Never mind, best not to indulge in fantasies. If I could elevate my leg techniques to the level of a seasoned middle-aged fighter. The hope seemed slim. He shook his head, dismissing the impractical notion from his mind, and continued to peruse the information below. The registration process and competition location were detailed, concluding with a small line that read, Boiling Night, please relish the joy that combat brings. The accompanying image was that of a goat's head with one eye painted blood red. After absorbing all the information from the poster, Lu Yuan contemplated before retrieving his phone and dialing the contact number provided. A woman's voice answered, and after Lu Yuan expressed his desire to register for the competition, she instructed him to come for an interview the following day, armed with his identification card. An interview for registration? Lu Yuan found this somewhat perplexing, yet it did lend an air of legitimacy to the proceedings. Lu Yuan further investigated the Mozag Fighting Enthusiast Association mentioned on the poster and discovered that such an association indeed existed in Jiaoyan City, albeit with scant information available. It was known to host 2 to 3 competitions akin to the Boiling Night each year. While the prize money was reasonable, the number of participants was limited, primarily due to the overly complex structure and protracted duration of the events. In truth, it was not so much the complexity but the sheer number of rounds, preliminary, qualifying, group stages, and revival rounds. Most fighting competitions conclude within 2 to 3 weeks at most, while the Boiling Night events extended for nearly half a year. Even professional fighters, who make a living from competitions, seldom participate in such time-consuming contests, despite the generous rewards. Just making it past the preliminary rounds guarantees a payout. Following tradition. After the conclusion of this grand competition, the association would promptly organize another. Was it a case of boiling through the first half of the night only to boil through the second half, maintaining a state of combat throughout the year? One had to admire the dedication of this enthusiast association. Tomorrow's visit would reveal the reliability of this endeavor. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan was uncertain how Lin Jiqin anticipated earning money by enlisting his help in these matches. Before reaching the finals, even winning a single match would yield minimal prize money, which would also be divided between 2 participants. As a coach of a prominent martial arts school, did Lin Jiqin truly regard such a small sum? This was something Lu Yuan intended to clarify tomorrow. Regardless, he had long since resolved in his mind that he would not partake in this matter lightly until it was fully understood. Although he was in need of funds, he preferred to pursue earnings in a safer, more secure manner. just as Lu Yuan was about to close the web page. A chat application in the lower right corner of his computer screen began to flash. It was a video call from his elder sister, Lu Jing. He clicked to answer, and her face soon appeared on the screen. Lu Jing bore a resemblance to Lu Yuan, albeit with a more delicate beauty. However, the Lu Jing he now beheld differed significantly from the one etched in his memory. "Sis, you've tanned quite a bit," Lu Yuan remarked, observing her appearance. She wore an oversized brown sun hat, a scarf around her neck, and a dark green outfit reminiscent of hunting attire. Her complexion was noticeably darker, and she appeared considerably thinner, resembling a professional adventurer from a film. Indeed, she was currently exploring the desert. "Enough about that. I know I've tanned considerably," Lu Jing replied, likely seated in a tent with dark canvas behind her, the fabric occasionally fluttering. The sounds of wind and sand were clearly audible. "There's not a soul within 100 miles. Finding instant noodles is impossible, let alone sunscreen. The 2 bottles I brought ran out last week." Lu Jing sighed softly, her expression tinged with melancholy. Lu Yuan felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but offer, "Would you like me to send you some? Come on. In a place with no supermarkets, how could you expect deliveries? Even if you bought some, it wouldn't reach me." "I know," Lu Yuan nodded. "I was just suggesting." "Lu Yuan." Lu Jing feigned annoyance, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. After a moment of light-hearted banter, Lu Jing inquired, "How's Grandpa? Is he feeling any better?" Initially taken aback, Lu Yuan soon deduced that after Grandpa's surgery, having weathered the critical period, his parents likely informed Lu Jing to quell her concerns. "I wonder if I could video call Grandpa." "Sure," Lu Yuan replied, then recalled something and asked, "Sis, have you entered that temple yet? By the way, I don't think I've seen any news about your archaeological team." What began as a casual question caused Lu Jing's expression to shift to one of tension. "Don't mention it. Even if they let me go down there now, I wouldn't dare." "Why not? Promise you won't tell anyone." Lu Jing glanced around, seemingly ensuring no one was eavesdropping. After a moment, she leaned closer to the screen, whispering, "Because someone died down there." Just as she was about to elaborate on the archaeological team's discoveries, the video signal faltered. "Ugh, not again. Just when we were getting to the good part." Lu Yuan lamented, deciding to continue the conversation another time. He hastily sent a few exclamations in the chat box before shutting down his computer and standing up from his desk. He retrieved his training mat from the bedroom and laid it out. Daily martial arts practice must continue. He had already squandered a fair amount of time today. Chapter 32. The terrifying punch. On a scorching afternoon in July, the relentless heat poured into the room like a steam box. With a deep sigh, Lu Yuan rose from his cooling mat, his body drenched in sweat after completing 10 sets of strength training. The mat beneath him bore a distinct patch of moisture. He hastily grabbed a tissue from his desk to wipe his face, and then opened his professional panel. Occupation: Fighter LV4, 3800. Basic skill: Beginner body training LV4, 41800. His experience points had increased by a few, as usual. And with the enhancement of the absolute focus state, he earned 2 experience points for every 10 minutes dedicated to martial arts practice. However, the gains from beginner body training were disappointingly low. The 10 sets of strength training had only yielded 5 experience points. After advancing to LV4 in beginner body training, the difficulty of gaining experience without specialized equipment had escalated considerably. The return on time and energy invested was far too meager. It seemed more beneficial to practice techniques at home instead. Seizing the opportunity for recovery, Lu Yuan contemplated entering his consciousness space for some sparring. Imaginary enemy, activate. In a torrential downpour, 2 figures engaged in a fierce struggle. The whip-like kicks sliced through the rain, scattering droplets in every direction. The sound of impact echoed as they collided, then separated and retreated. Lu Yuan stood in the rain-drenched alley, breathing heavily, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. The beams of car headlights reflected in his eyes, resembling 2 blazing orbs of orange flame. Again! Bang! Slowly, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, still tinged with the thrill of the encounter. Although the battle had been challenging, he had consciously employed his unique kicking techniques against the middle-aged man, gaining deeper insights and knowledge with each exchange. "One day, I shall unleash my kicks to shatter you." After taking a sip of water, he was prepared for another round. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a thought struck him. Since this was a hypothetical adversary, could he possibly envision someone else? For instance, Lin Jichin. In the empty corridor, Lu Yuan stood alone before a slightly ajar door. It truly could be done. This scene was vividly imprinted in his memory, the very spot he had visited just hours earlier, the office of Lin Jiqin on the second floor of the Martial Arts Academy. Gently, Lu Yuan pushed the door open. He found Lin Jiqin seated on a sofa before a coffee table, quietly observing him with a cigarette that was nearly burned to the end. The two exchanged glances for several moments. Suddenly, Lu Yuan inhaled deeply and flashed a smile at Lin Jiqin. "Coach Lin, smoking is detrimental to your health." As soon as the words left his lips, he dashed forward, executing a powerful kick that sent the glass coffee table flying. Shards of glass scattered in all directions. Seizing the momentum, Lu Yuan pivoted and unleashed another kick, the forceful strike slicing through the air toward Lin Jiqin's left temple. What a thrill! Elation coursed through Lu Yuan's features. He had longed to act on this impulse since their last encounter in the office, and now he was finally unleashing his pent-up desires, breaking all taboos and expressing his inner turmoil through raw destruction and combat. However, just as he reveled in the moment, Lin Jiqin, who had been seated on the sofa, suddenly vanished. Lu Yuan's kick met nothing but air, and as he scanned for Lin Jiqin's whereabouts, the latter reappeared before him like a phantom. Before Lu Yuan could react, Lin Jiqin, expressionless and holding his cigarette with one hand, raised his other hand slightly. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted as he watched a fist rapidly grow larger in his vision, until it consumed his entire field of sight. With a gasp, Lu Yuan jolted awake, panting heavily, his face pale and his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Jiqin's strength was astonishing. Although Lin Jiqin had demonstrated a fraction of his prowess during the first martial arts class, producing a sound like a firecracker with his strikes, his lackadaisical and irresponsible teaching style had left a poor impression on Lu Yuan. Their earlier interactions, his habitual smoking, the change in attitude upon recognizing Lu Yuan's talent, the probing invitation to engage in clandestine boxing matches, painted him as a middle-aged loser, a gambler. Thus, even knowing Lin Jiqin was a professional martial artist, Lu Yuan had not expected his strength to be formidable. Yet, in the realm of consciousness, Lin Jiqin's power had erupted, defeating him with a single blow. The overwhelming sense of pressure had left Lu Yuan in a state of fear. He instinctively touched his forehead, recalling the punch Lin Jiqin had landed in the consciousness space. If this had occurred in the real world, would he have been knocked out cold? The disparity in strength between amateurs and professionals was indeed vast. Or was Lin Jiqin's strength inherently great? Lu Yuan, shaken, could not quell his unease. He attempted once more to view Lin Jiqin as an imaginary enemy. However, this time, instead of storming in to kick the table, he politely addressed him as coach and issued an invitation for sparring. The outcome was markedly different this time. After exchanging 5 or 6 moves with Lin Jiqin, Lu Yuan was finally ejected from the consciousness space. This time, it felt less terrifying. Battling against Lin Jiqin, who had been invited in a different manner, had produced such a stark contrast in strength. Throughout the afternoon, Lu Yuan repeatedly experimented with this concept. He had envisioned Lin Jiqin as an imaginary enemy 5 times in total, twice barging in to kick the table, once making an obscene gesture coupled with verbal mockery, and twice politely requesting to learn practical combat. The result? Lu Yuan had been knocked out by the terrifying punch 3 times. Though these opponents were mere figments, the varied attitudes he displayed provoked different responses, eliciting responses far beyond the norm. Lu Yuan rubbed his temples, trying to alleviate the headache caused by repeatedly triggering the imaginary enemy skill. That inescapable, devastating punch was undoubtedly Lin Jiqin's signature move, unleashed when provoked, delivering a lethal strike at first glance. Now, Lu Yuan understood the significance of the phrase in the imaginary enemy skill description regarding the simulation of combat outcomes. Different approaches inevitably led to varying results. While the adversaries were fictitious, they could still be incited by disrespectful actions or words, unleashing combat prowess that far exceeded expectations. Chapter 33. Advanced leg techniques. Had it not been for the overwhelming fatigue clouding his mind, Lu Yuan would have been inclined to further test the prowess of that coach surnamed Qin, whom he had encountered on the second floor of the martial arts school. He awoke from a deep slumber, only to find himself roused by the oppressive heat. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness, while his phone screen revealed the time to be 3:14 a.m. Realizing that sleep eluded him, he decided to rise. If he had gone to bed a tad earlier, his mother, Zheng Qiuling, would have stealthily switched off his air conditioning, leaving him with no choice but to get up. With no time for a wash, he merely threw on a light jacket and ventured outside. The night air was refreshingly cool, a stark contrast to the warm confines of his room. The streets were desolate, devoid of any souls, save for the steadfast streetlights illuminating the way. In a short while, the city's beautification workers would likely commence their duties. Lu Yuan jogged aimlessly along the road, eventually spotting a breakfast shop with its lights aglow. Inside, a couple busily prepared dough and buns, their motions synchronized in quiet harmony. As he approached the street where he had once exhibited his valor by subduing 8 kidnappers, he reconsidered and deliberately chose to take a detour. After 20 minutes of running, he finally arrived at the banks of the Jiaoyin River. Here lay a park that was usually bustling with activity, though it was now eerily quiet. Only a handful of fishermen, perhaps having pulled an all-nighter, sat silently by the water's edge, their small stools supporting their weary frames. Lu Yuan feared they might doze off and tumble into the river. Finding a spacious spot, he commenced his training. Having squandered an entire evening's worth of practice due to his slumber, he was eager to make up for lost time, primarily focusing on his leg techniques. In a state of absolute concentration, time seemed to fly by. Unbeknownst to him, a group of elderly individuals clad in martial arts uniforms had arrived, each wielding a sword, likely preparing for their morning exercises. Sensing their presence, Lu Yuan quickly stepped aside. Checking his phone, he was astonished to discover it was already 6:15 a.m. Had he truly trained for nearly 3 hours? To his surprise, the 3-hour session of intense focus had left him feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. It seemed his intellectual prowess had subtly ascended, although his status panel displayed no discernible changes. It was possible that his intelligence had increased by a fraction too small to register. The most tangible evidence lay in his previous attempts to employ the imaginary enemy technique during mental battles, where he had felt utterly drained after just 3 encounters. Yet, the previous afternoon, he had activated it 5 times without any overwhelming fatigue. Today, he anticipated an increase in his attempts. This unexpected benefit suggested a potential pathway for enhancing his intelligence without depleting his attribute points. Turning his attention to the fighter profession panel, he noted that his professional experience had surged by 37 points over the course of 3 hours, with his foundational leg technique experience skyrocketing by 220 points. The progress bar for level 4 was now nearly halfway full. At this rate, he could reach level 5 by tomorrow or, at the latest, the day after. Feeling buoyed by this realization, Lu Yuan was suddenly reminded of the rumblings in his stomach, having gone nearly 12 hours without sustenance since the previous evening. Aware of the time, he swiftly exited the riverside park and began his run homeward. Upon arriving, he devoured a staggering 15 large meat buns, truly famished. To his surprise, his father, Lu Xinghua, had not gone to the hospital that morning and took the opportunity to engage Lu Yuan in conversation, primarily about the altercation he had encountered 2 nights prior. To Lu Yuan's astonishment, his father did not scold him like his mother had. Instead, he remarked, "At your age, it's natural to be impetuous and get into conflicts. Just remember not to instigate trouble. And if someone wields a weapon, it's perfectly acceptable to run away. There's no shame in that." "Understood, Dad," Lu Yuan replied thoughtfully, then seized the moment to mention his plans for the evening. "Dad, Cheng Peng has invited me to play video games tonight. I'd like to step out for a while." Go ahead. It's good to relax after exams. But don't overindulge. After this month's assessment, the final exams are just 2 weeks away. Don't slack off in your studies." "I know." Lu Yuan contemplated inquiring about his father's debt-collecting escapade from 2 nights ago, but sensed that he would only receive a dismissive response, so he let it go. After breakfast, Lu Yuan made his way to the martial arts school. With no classes scheduled for the day, he intended to spend the entire day immersed in training. Strength training necessitated the use of the gym equipment, and the training room featured punching dummies where he could hone his leg and fist techniques. Simply practicing on his own felt insufficient. He had his lunch at the dojo, where regular members paid for their meals while advanced members dined for free. Lu Yuan regretted not borrowing Cheng Peng's student ID. At 4:45 p.m., with a resounding crack, he executed a whip kick that sliced through the air, striking the black punching dummy emblazoned with the character Yuan. The force of his kick was formidable. Even the training dummy, weighing over 100 kilograms, shook violently before stabilizing. "Your skill in basic leg techniques has improved, gaining 8 experience points. Congratulations, your skill in basic leg techniques has leveled up." As Lu Yuan steadied his breath, he felt a thrill of surprise at the notifications flashing on his professional panel. Finally, his leg technique had ascended to a new level. From 7:30 a.m. until nearly 5 p.m., He had devoted nearly all his energy to leg training, save for the necessary strength training. In between, he had taken time to recover and activated the imaginary enemy technique once more to validate his findings against a middle-aged man. Just before night fell, he had managed to elevate his leg techniques level. Leveling up once a day truly demands a relentless spirit, Lu Yuan mused. He could feel the fatigue in his legs, both swollen and sore, reminiscent of the exhaustion he had experienced on his very first day of martial arts training. To transform a physique with a mere 10 points in constitution to such a degree was a testament to his unwavering effort throughout the day. The advantage of having a professional panel was manifest, akin to a video game. He could see real-time updates on his experience progress. Lu Yuan was determined to reach level 5 in his leg technique, hence his fervent training. Had he been unable to monitor his experience bar, he likely would have taken breaks or shifted focus to other areas long ago. By the day's end, his professional experience had increased by nearly 100 points, bringing his total experience to 165. If this rate of growth continued, he could reach level 5 in the fighter class in under a week. With school in the mix, it would likely take about 10 days. Suddenly, Lu Yuan let out a soft gasp. On the virtual screen visible only to him, the experience progress bar for basic leg techniques at level 5 had vanished, replaced by a full indicator. Not only that, the tree diagram representing his foundational leg technique on the professional panel began to ascend, illuminating a higher node. Beginner professional skill unlocked. Advanced leg techniques LV1, 0100, Chapter 34, The Weeping Woman Basic Occupational Skills. Advanced leg techniques. Lu Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that upon elevating his basic leg techniques to level 5, it would reach its zenith and simultaneously unlock the more sophisticated advanced leg techniques. However, it also seemed quite reasonable. The more he practiced the leg techniques of the middle-aged man, the more he perceived that many aspects of this sharp leg technique transcended the foundational skills. The term advanced was indeed fitting. Lu Yuan cast another glance at his professional panel, only to discover yet another delightful surprise. When had he acquired an attribute point? The previously vacant attribute point section now displayed a 1. Was this a reward for maxing out the basic leg technique? Most likely. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan felt an impulse to invest this accumulated skill point into elevating one of his other 3 foundational skills from level 4 to level 5. He managed to suppress this urge. For now, he would rely on sheer effort. He would utilize the skill point later when necessary. Had it not been for the commendable performance exhibited by his core skill, imaginary enemy, Lu Yuan might have regretted expending 1 skill point to enhance some basic grappling technique. As for this attribute point, Lu Yuan had yet to determine where to allocate it. After completing his high-intensity self-training for the day and freshening up in the changing room, he concluded his rigorous regimen. The sun still blazed brightly at 5 o'clock in July. Given the half-hour bus ride, he would likely miss dinner at home. Thus, Lu Yuan opted for a nearby noodle shop adjacent to the martial arts hall, where he devoured 2 bowls of beef noodles accompanied by 3 large pancakes. The broth of the beef noodles was generously spiced with chili. While flavorful, it left Lu Yuan gasping for breath. The establishment lacked air conditioning, relying solely on an old fan that rattled as it turned. Lu Yuan, drenched in sweat, requested a bottle of iced water while paying the bill, sipping it as he exited the noodle shop. As he stood at the bus stop across from the martial arts hall, waiting for the bus, Lu Yuan noticed the time had already advanced to 5:20. The next bus would not arrive for another 15 minutes. He hesitated, contemplating whether to call Lin Jiqin to request a pickup from the martial arts hall or to ask him to delay. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the entrance of the Yuan martial arts hall. It was Lin Jiqin. A wave of relief washed over Lu Yuan. He would not need to wait for the bus and would not be late. Crossing the street, he was about to approach Lin Jiqin when a figure swiftly darted past him, heading directly toward Lin Jiqin. Coach Lin. Coach Lin. It was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, clad in a faded yellow short-sleeve shirt, black trousers, and sandals. She carried a small bag and wore a black sun hat for UV protection. She hurriedly reached Lin Jiqin, abruptly blocking his path. Have you heard from my son Qinyang in the past few days? Lin Jiqin paused, his expression momentarily somber before he shook his head. No, Qinyang has not contacted me. Coach Lin, please, I beg you to help me find Qinyang. It's been nearly a month, and there has been no word. The woman grasped Lin Jiqin's arm, pleading desperately. I understand your feelings. I am also searching for Qinyang. However, when someone goes missing, there is little anyone can do. I have already spoken with a friend at the city police department who is handling the case. As soon as I receive any news, I will inform you immediately. Lin Jiqin patiently consoled her. Coach Lin, do you think Xin Yang might have been kidnapped? I dream about him every night. Dreaming he is trapped in a dark room, covered in blood, crying out to me, Mom, it hurts, help me. Coach Lin, I implore you to help me search again. I remember what that little room looked like. I can take you there. We can search together. As the woman's demeanor grew increasingly frantic, Lin Jiqin seemed to lose his patience. He extricated his arm from her grasp and, murmuring an apology, quickly walked away. The woman pursued him for a few steps before halting, burying her face in her hands and weeping. Lu Yuan witnessed the entire scene unfold. He quietly observed the woman cry for a moment before she wiped her tears, her eyes red, and rode off on a red electric bicycle. She must have been there before, Lu Yuan mused, as he followed the direction Lin Jiqin had departed. In the parking lot beside the martial arts hall, Lu Yuan found Lin Jiqin seated in a black sedan, smoking. Lin Jiqin stared intently at the rearview mirror, as if contemplating something. Lu Yuan approached. Still a good 10 meters away when Lin Jiqin suddenly turned his head. It's you? Upon recognizing Lu Yuan, Lin Jiqin's expression relaxed instantly. He closed the overhead mirror and forced a smile. How did you find your way to the martial arts hall? I thought we agreed I would pick you up. I was training at the hall today and happened to run into you on my way out, Lu Yuan replied. Lin Jiqin nodded, gesturing for Lu Yuan to enter the vehicle. Let us get in. I'll take you to dinner. I already ate. Lu Yuan opened the passenger door and settled into the seat. Lin Jiqin glanced at his phone to check the time, pondering for a moment before saying, Let us head straight there. We should arrive right on time. Don't you want to eat? No need, Lin Jiqin replied, starting the car as it slowly exited the parking lot. As they passed the entrance of the martial arts hall, Lu Yuan could not resist glancing back at the spot where Lin Jiqin had been confronted by the woman. Coach, who was that woman just now? You saw that? Lin Jiqin glanced at Lu Yuan, his expression growing somewhat complex. There is no point in hiding it from you. That woman is the mother of a student who went missing about a month and a half ago. It was because of his disappearance that I sought out Yang Jiandong, and then you. Missing. Lu Yuan was particularly sensitive to those words and blurted out. Isn't that the widely publicized case of missing persons that has been causing quite a stir these past 2 months? Yes, Lin Jiqin nodded slightly. It is likely connected to this case. Is this case truly that difficult to solve? Is there not a single lead? Lu Yuan could not suppress his curiosity. He had just heard Lin Jiqin mention having friends in the police. The tone of Lin Jiqin's statement felt peculiar, as if he had some knowledge and was certain that the arrival of those in higher authority would resolve all matters effortlessly. Lu Yuan's questions lingered in his mind. But sensing that Lin Jiqin appeared reluctant to continue discussing the topic, he suppressed his curiosity and sat quietly in the passenger seat, silent. Chapter 35. Mosa. Lin Jiqin drove through a significant portion of the city, encountering the onset of the evening rush hour, which caused a slight delay. After more than half an hour, he arrived at a spacious street, 675, Bachelor Avenue, the Mosa Fighting Club. The enormous sign hanging from a nearby building confirmed the address he had checked on the competition's website last night. This area, close to the Southern Industrial Park, was not densely built, with minimal pedestrian and vehicular traffic, rendering the roads and streets quite open. Lin Jiqin parked the car directly in a roadside spot and called out to Lu Yuan, Come on, let us take a stroll before tonight's competition begins. Lu Yuan nodded, alighting from the vehicle and following Lin Jiqin. Upon reaching the massive sign, Lu Yuan noticed several other plaques at the entrance. Mosa Combat Enthusiast Association, Mosa Fighters Mutual Aid Society, Mosa Ancient Culture Research Center. Lu Yuan paused slightly at the third plaque, realizing that Mosa was indeed the name of a sect. What kind of sect is the Mosa cult? He inquired, as he followed Lin Jiqin inside. It seems to be a minor sect that has been passed down since the White Mountain era. It originally revered hunting and martial combat, which gradually evolved into a modern admiration for fighting and brawling. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, Lin Jiqin casually replied. The White Mountain era. Upon hearing this term, Lu Yuan felt a flicker of recognition. He remembered his sister, Lu Jing, mentioning that their archaeological team was currently excavating an ancient temple from that very era. As they entered the club's lobby, the first thing that caught Lu Yuan's eye was a colossal red-eyed goat emblem. He had seen this design on the competition's webpage yesterday and surmised it might be the emblem of the Mosa cult. The research center and the association's offices are upstairs. The competition venue is down below. Let us head down, Lin Jiqin directed, and they entered the elevator, where he pressed the button for the second basement level. Lu Yuan glanced around and realized there were actually 4 or 5 levels below ground. He silently criticized the audacity of digging so deep without fearing a collapse. The elevator descended, and moments later, the doors opened to reveal a long corridor. Long strip lights installed in the crevices above emitted a cold white light, illuminating the entire passage. Following Lin Jiqin, Lu Yuan noted the distinct sounds of their footwear against the metal floor as they walked. After a minute or two, they finally exited the corridor, and the scene before him was entirely unexpected. Instead of the rusty cages and intimidating fighters he had envisioned, filled with the scent of sweat, blood, and gunpowder, he found a bright, spacious hall with ample air conditioning. The staff, dressed uniformly, wore friendly smiles. Clearly labeled rooms for registration, relaxation, and changing were organized and visible. The competitors did not appear fearsome. Rather, most seemed polite and courteous. He even spotted a female fighter in a combat vest and shorts. Her exaggerated physique accompanied by a soft, cat-like voice, leading him to feel this was less a fighting arena and more akin to the backstage of an anime convention. Everything appeared orderly and efficient. Surprising, isn't it? Lin Jiqin remarked with a knowing smile, having noticed Lu Yuan's astonishment. When I first came here, I was equally taken aback. In fact, the events hosted by MOSA are far more formal than most reputable fighting competitions. Perhaps it's due to their experience. Lu Yuan mused, remembering the information he had discovered yesterday, which indicated that the MOSA Combat Enthusiast Association was almost perpetually engaged in organizing events. With each passing year, the people here had likely become thoroughly familiar with the entire process. One might say so, Lin Jiqin responded, leading Lu Yuan on a brief tour. The staff seemed quite familiar with him, greeting him with smiles and casting curious glances at Lu Yuan. This scrutiny made Lu Yuan somewhat uncomfortable, as he sensed a subtle condescension in their expressions, as if their smiles concealed some deeper meaning. What are they laughing at? Am I that amusing? Or do I simply look like a high school student? His mood soured, and he began to lose the initial impression of the place. He then noticed the walls and ceiling adorned with the red-eyed goat emblem and various inscrutable patterns. That's the betting area. Lin Jiqin suddenly pointed to a small window, interrupting Lu Yuan's growing irritation. If you're interested, you could place a small bet. Don't worry, it's all legal. No one knows the competitor's information for each match. It's purely a matter of luck. The betting limits are low, merely a small entertainment venture. Lu Yuan glanced at it and replied, Coach, the school prohibits high school students from gambling. Haha. Lin Jiqin chuckled, saying nothing more, merely checking the time before urging him. It's about time. Let us head inside. They walked through a narrow passage for about 10 meters before pushing open a large door, revealing an impressively vast arena. The first sight was the iconic red-eyed goat head statue representative of the MOSA cult, suspended high above from an almost omniscient vantage point. Below lay the fighting stage. Equally grand, far exceeding Lu Yuan's expectation of a mere 5-meter squared ring. Will the competitors even need to run on this stage? Lu Yuan wondered. The design of the stage was distinct from typical rings, elevated at least 10 meters above the ground, with stairs leading up on either side. The overall appearance was black, with wooden railings adorned with goat head statues, exuding a surreal ambience. In stark contrast, the spectators seating around the stage appeared rather meager. With barely a handful of seats and even fewer spectators, Lu Yuan estimated there were not even 30. Lin Jiqin guided him to a spot nearly against the wall, slightly elevated above the stage, affording a limited view of the action. Did they even intend to provide seating for the audience? Lu Yuan mused, feeling the awkwardness of the seat, as if it were an afterthought, mismatched with the venue's overall design, and of a lesser quality compared to other aspects of the establishment. But can a competition still be deemed a competition without an audience? Lin Jiqin pulled out his phone to check the time. Lu Yuan noted that Lin Jiqin's wallpaper featured a young, beautiful woman, leaving him to wonder if she was his wife. 10 minutes swiftly passed. At 6:35, precisely on time, the walls of the venue suddenly illuminated. Lu Yuan then noticed the massive screens installed on all sides of the arena. When the display screen was dark, it was obscured by the patterns and textures on its surface. Thus, Lu Yuan remained oblivious. The screens on all 4 sides illuminated with the emblematic image of the goat's head associated with the MOSA faith. 2 teams of women, adorned in vibrant body paint, ascended the stage from opposite ends, commencing a frenzied dance at the center. It appeared that red LED strips illuminated the area beneath the stage. From Lu Yuan's perspective, the scene unfolded like an unusual ritual, a tradition of the Mosa faith observed prior to the commencement of each match. I have also witnessed them bringing live animals to the stage for sacrifice on significant occasions. It becomes easier with time, Lin Jiqin quietly explained to Lu Yuan. He gestured towards the women dancing at the center of the stage, expressing a sense of awe. Do not be deceived by their brief performance each day. Their monthly salaries are astonishingly high. Chapter 36. A word from you is worth 10 fights. The opening dance lasted approximately 20 minutes. Following this, all the painted ladies exited the stage, and the staff began to clean the arena. The events of the evening were officially underway. A host dressed in work attire briefly addressed the audience, followed by the referee, and soon after, the two competitors for the first match ascended the stage. Their physiques were markedly different, yet the sole similarity lay in the masks adorning their faces. One donned a grinning monkey mask, while the other resembled a feline creature. Are masks permitted during the competition? Lu Yuan inquired of Lin Jiqin. It is not merely permitted, it is mandatory, Lin Jiqin replied, shaking his head. The regulations state that competitors must wear masks provided by the organizers before taking the stage. So many rules, Lu Yuan remarked with a hint of exasperation, realizing why the audience for the event was so sparse. Wearing a mask could indeed hinder one's performance, and it was understandable that some individuals were reluctant to compete. At that moment, the two combatants engaged in battle. After a brief period of probing, they entered an intense exchange, their strikes becoming increasingly fierce. Lu Yuan observed the conflict for a while. Despite the large screens broadcasting the event, the distance made it difficult for him to accurately assess the competitors' true abilities. Lin Jiqin, with his keen eyesight, surely had a better grasp of the situation. It was unlikely to encounter any formidable opponents prior to the semifinals. Even if they did, one could simply concede there was still the revival match. Lu Yuan discerned that Lin Jiqin was attempting to console him. After pondering, he remarked, I saw an introduction to the event online. It seems there are monetary rewards for the preliminaries, correct? Indeed, Lin Jiqin affirmed. For effective combat, the victor receives a bonus of 5,000, while the defeated also earns 2,000. What constitutes effective combat? Lu Yuan queried, intrigued by Lin Jiqin's terminology. It is said that the Mosa sect employs a unique judging method related to their teachings. Many prestigious events lack this level of integrity. Match fixing is all too common. No competition is immune. Yet only the Mosa sect has managed to uphold such standards. The notion of a distinctive judging method and effective combat intrigued Lu Yuan, leading him to perceive the Mosa sect as shrouded in mystery. At this juncture, the first match concluded, with the competitor in the monkey mask emerging victorious. The bout was relatively amicable, with one fighter graciously conceding upon recognizing his inferiority, while the other ceased his aggression in a timely manner. The referee announced the results, and the next match commenced. Lu Yuan observed the victor of the first match as he descended from the stage, removing his mask to reveal a refined visage. He swiftly exited while conversing on the phone. If I agree to participate, how much of the prize money does the coach intend to take? Your earnings belong entirely to you, Lin Jiqin replied. Lu Yuan was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Lin Jiqin was so eager for him to compete, yet claimed he would not take any prize money. This seemingly selfless gesture was difficult to accept without skepticism. Perhaps sensing his doubts, Lin Jiqin smiled and explained, I have already received a sum from the event organizers. Due to certain circumstances, I signed a contract with them requiring me to bring participants to compete in a specified number of matches. The penalty for breach of contract is substantial. I have no choice. Is that truly the case? Lu Yuan was hesitant to fully trust him, yet he found no solid grounds for doubt. Thus far, aside from the peculiar nature of the event itself, everything appeared quite normal. As Lin Jiqin had stated, it was indeed a legitimate competition, and Lu Yuan could not pinpoint any flaws. In fact, this could also serve as an excellent opportunity for your development. Your foundational skills are commendable. What remains is to refine your combat style. The fighters participating in this Mosa Sect's Night of Fury tournament are not particularly strong, and there are no sordid affairs. It is ideally suited for a novice martial artist like yourself to gain practical experience. Lin Jiqin's earnest words resonated with Lu Yuan, presenting the very reasons that stirred his interest. There was money to be earned, a chance to practice real combat, and the opportunity to gain experience and level up. Despite the event's oddities, Lin Jiqin seemed to withhold something. Yet who among us is without secrets? He too harbored a concealed professional panel. He was not the only competitor. Yang Jiandong had sparred with Lin Jiqin for a month and had emerged unscathed. With such discomforting feelings, Lu Yuan found it difficult to convince himself to reject this opportunity. At worst, he could participate for just a month. However, Lu Yuan refrained from expressing his decision immediately, choosing instead to continue watching the matches unfold. Lin Jiqin exhibited no urgency either. As a professional martial artist, his coaching proficiency shone through at this moment. The techniques and strategies employed by the combatants were not immediately evident to Lu Yuan, but with Lin Jiqin's succinct insights, he experienced moments of revelation, realizing the intricacies involved. After several matches, Lu Yuan felt his understanding of real combat deepen significantly, as if a grand door had swung open before him. Ideas and inspirations flooded his mind, and he felt an overwhelming urge to delve into his consciousness space to seek validation from the middle-aged man in the rain-drenched alley. During the seventh match, Lu Yuan glanced at his professional panel, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that his fighter experience had increased by over 30 points. Was this the essence of a word from you being worth 10 fights? Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy, even finding Lin Jiqin, who had previously irked him, somewhat more agreeable. Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the distant arena, prompting Lu Yuan to look up. This was the seventh match, which appeared to have concluded. The victorious fighter, adorned with a gorilla mask, did not immediately exit the stage. Instead, he suddenly emitted a bizarre shriek, half kneeling on the ground, gazing skyward as he violently tore at his clothing. Lu Yuan observed the referee, who remained impassive, silently watching the man's actions. What was he doing? Lu Yuan felt a mix of shock and confusion, instinctively glancing at Lin Jiqin, who remained remarkably composed. A devoted follower of Mosa, Lin Jiqin explained. He is invoking the name of the Mosa sex god of combat. This is a unique form of worship among the sect's adherents. Is that the goat-headed figure? Lu Yuan inquired, noting that the man was indeed looking up at the massive goat head sculpture suspended from the arena's ceiling. He could have sworn he saw a flash of red light in the hollow eye sockets of the goat head. Indeed, Lin Jiqin confirmed. The scriptures of the Mosa sect depict their god of combat as a being with a goat's head, wielding a knife in one hand and a spear in the other. Legend has it that this deity grants his followers an indomitable fighting spirit and an unbreakable physique. Given that this tournament was hosted by the Mosa sect, it was entirely natural for their followers to participate. Going forward, you may encounter. Lin Jiqin had previously stated that he had little understanding of the Mosa religion. Yet his current demeanor suggests otherwise. Lu Yuan did not inquire further. He merely nodded, indicating that he had taken note. Chapter 37. The Crow and the Flying Shuttle. The competition on stage continued. As the 10th match, which was the final one of the evening, approached, the commentator Lin Jiqin suddenly paused and shifted his focus to Lu Yuan, inquiring about his availability. When do you have time each day? Taken aback, Lu Yuan realized that 2 weeks later, the summer vacation would begin, granting him ample free time. All right, he thought, considering this a formal agreement. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Which school do you attend? Lin Jiqin's tone had noticeably lightened and become more approachable. So soon? Lu Yuan pondered, then replied. I want to prepare a bit and find time to purchase some insurance. Lin Jiqin couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, what are you thinking? I will first teach you practical combat techniques and some other essentials. Your foundation and punching power are quite commendable, but to compete on stage, you are still somewhat lacking. While the primary purpose of participating in the competition was to train in real combat, it was always preferable to avoid unnecessary blows. Suddenly, Lu Yuan found Lin Jiqin appearing rather endearing. The large screens around the venue illuminated with the emblem of the Mosa religion. The colossal goat head sculpture at the venue's apex began to emit a flickering red light. Confirming his suspicion, Lu Yuan realized that red sensors were indeed concealed within. Without waiting for the energetic dance on stage to conclude, he and Lin Jiqin exited the venue. They traversed the lobby, hallway, and took the elevator to the first floor. Outside, the sky had turned a deep shade of night. Streetlights flickered to life, and a solitary moon hung in the sky, round yet hazy, obscured from clear view. Lin Jiqin beckoned for Lu Yuan to enter the car. As Lu Yuan prepared to open the door, he suddenly heard a cacophony of flapping wings overhead. He glanced up and noticed that the cloud obscuring the moon had dissipated. The moon, now fully visible, appeared large, round, and white. In that luminous expanse, a flock of dark birds swiftly soared by, vanishing into the distance. Crows? Lu Yuan squinted at the sight, puzzled by the unusual congregation of crows in the urban area. Shaking his head, he settled into the car, dismissing the thought. 12:33 seconds. Let us do it again. 12:54 seconds. Again. At the athletics field, a young boy repeatedly sprinted the 100 meters. At the finish line, another boy of similar age recorded the times on his phone. After yet another dash, the one taking notes suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, "Wow! 11:89 seconds. Lu Yuan, you're amazing. At this speed, you could rival a sprinter." Cheng Peng gazed at Lu Yuan with awe, as if he were a marvel. Indeed, his speed had notably improved. Previously, he could barely break the 13.5-second threshold. His agility, likely boosted by enhanced leg strength, contributed significantly. Yes, absolute focus also played a part. Lu Yuan mused, recalling that his final sprint had been executed under the influence of absolute focus, astonishingly breaking into the 12-second barrier. Although Cheng Peng's timekeeping was not entirely accurate, the repeated sprints had caused a considerable buildup of lactic acid in Lu Yuan's legs, leaving him with a slight sense of fatigue. Cheng Peng continued to express his astonishment. "When did you become this incredible? I'm seriously impressed. Have you been secretly using performance-enhancing drugs?" Cheng Peng, who considered himself quite athletic, found it hard to keep up with Lu Yuan's newfound prowess. "I just trained a bit more," Lu Yuan replied casually while gently massaging his legs. "Dude, how long have you been practicing martial arts?" Cheng Peng retorted, "Then couldn't he help but complain. Speaking of which, you dragged me out of class this afternoon. You're not really just here to practice running, are you? What's wrong with exercising? Sitting in class all day makes my butt numb. Getting some movement helps improve brain function and learning efficiency. You're ranked second in the grade. You're impressive, you know?" Cheng Peng gave him a thumbs up, though his expression bore a hint of envy. The results of the recent monthly exam were in, and as Lu Yuan had anticipated, he had indeed secured a spot among the top 3 in his grade, specifically second place, only a few points shy of first. Praise from teachers and admiration from classmates ensued. A month ago, Lu Yuan might have relished this achievement, but now, he felt, it was merely satisfactory. The sense of accomplishment derived from advancing in martial arts far surpassed the recognition from academic success. Conversely, the 2,000 yuan scholarship awarded by the school for his monthly exam performance was quite tangible. With the final exams in 2 weeks, another opportunity for reward lingered. With these thoughts, Lu Yuan's spirits lifted, and he called out to Cheng Peng, "Let us head to the convenience store. Today, it's on me. Get whatever you want." "Really?" Cheng Peng seemed tempted but glanced at the time, his expression suddenly shifting. "Forget it, I have things to do. Maybe next time I'll treat you instead." With that, he dashed toward the teaching building. Noticing something amiss, Lu Yuan couldn't help but shout, "Where are you going?" Cheng Peng turned back with a grin, winking. "I have to deliver something. Buddy S in love, huh?" "What?" Lu Yuan gasped, blurted out, "When did this happen?" He continued, "With graduation approaching. If you don't start dating now, your youth will slip away. Ling Yu is waiting for you. Give it some thought, Lu Yuan," he called out. Unfortunately, this moment of reflection was abruptly shattered by a loud shout from afar. "Hey you, which class are you in? Stop right there." Cheng Peng dashed away like a startled rabbit, his speed far exceeding Lu Yuan's recent sprint. Lu Yuan stood there, bemused, watching Cheng Peng's figure swiftly disappear. He wasn't concerned about being caught by the discipline officer. With his rank of second in the grade, he could afford to skip class. Even if he were caught urinating on the playground, the school authorities might commend him for nurturing the flora. Youth romance. Lu Yuan shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Such pursuits were a waste of time. He preferred studying and honing his martial skills. Deciding to continue training, Lu Yuan glanced at his skill panel. Noticing his basic footwork had accumulated a few points of experience from the sprints. Just as he prepared to run a couple more laps around the field, a faint buzzing sound caught his attention. Buzzing, the sound resembled the fluttering of countless dragonflies passing overhead. Instinctively, he looked up, only to see several silver-gray flying shuttles resembling elongated torpedoes gliding through the sky, alarmingly close, as if within reach. Maglev flying shuttles. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had only seen such things on television news. For some reason, his mind immediately recalled Lin Jichin's words from the previous day in the car. Is someone coming from above? Chapter 38. The Crane Stance, Practical Combat and Problem Solving. As evening fell, students from the 4th high school, dressed in their uniforms and laden with backpacks, surged out of the school gates like a torrent of water released from a dam, gradually dispersing in all directions. Among them, Lu Yuan walked alone amidst the throng. His physique, increasingly well-toned from martial arts practice, and his handsome features set him apart distinctly from the crowd. He stopped by a food stall at the school entrance to purchase a deep-fried starch sausage. Standing slightly away from the bus stop as he ate and awaited the arrival of Lin Jiqin, he had already called home, informing his mother, Zheng Xiuling, that he would be having dinner out and would practice at the martial arts gym for a few hours. As groups of students boarded the bus, Lu Yuan finished his sausage and pondered whether to buy a second one when Lin Jiqin finally arrived. It had been quite some time since he last visited the school, and he had momentarily forgotten where the entrance was, taking a couple of laps around before locating it. Lin Jiqin rolled down the car window and beckoned Lu Yuan to get in. "Did you have relatives who attended 4th High?" Lu Yuan inquired. Lin Jiqin chuckled and nodded, but did not elaborate. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the martial arts gym, where Lin Jiqin instructed Lu Yuan to exit first. Once inside the gym, Lu Yuan changed into his training uniform and made his way to the usual training room just as Lin Jiqin entered. Without unnecessary preamble, Lin Jiqin stated, "I will teach you the crane stance, a technique only formal disciples are qualified to learn. With diligent practice, its efficacy surpasses that of conventional strength training." Lu Yuan nodded in understanding, only to witness Lin Jiqin assume a posture reminiscent of the golden rooster stands on one leg. Simultaneously, a profound aura emanated from Lin Jiqin, akin to the presence of a formidable adversary in the realm of consciousness. This was the first form of the crane stance, the very technique Lin Jiqin was imparting to Lu Yuan. Regrettably, there was no time for inquiries. Lu Yuan activated his absolute focus, immersing himself entirely in the learning process. The crane stance consists of 18 movements. According to Lin Jiqin, formal disciples, even after paying tuition, are only permitted to learn the first 12 movements, with the final 6 embodying the true essence of the stance. Lu Yuan sensed this truth. The first 12 movements, though progressively more challenging, were still achievable for an average individual with effort. However, starting from the 13th movement, the complexity escalated exponentially. Not only did one need to maintain the integrity of the overall form, but it also required subtle vibrations of the body at a specific frequency and precise control over muscle contractions and extensions. Was this the true face of martial arts in this world? The crucial distinction between professional and amateur levels? A thought unexpectedly flickered through Lu Yuan's mind. The entire teaching process lasted over half an hour, during which Lin Jiqin demonstrated and explained all 18 movements, guiding Lu Yuan through a rudimentary execution. "All right, let us conclude today's practice," Lin Jiqin remarked. "Despite your commendable martial talent, mastering the crane stance in a single day is unrealistic. Make it a habit to practice here daily after school, and with time, you will naturally grasp it." Panting, Lu Yuan nodded, his body acutely aware of various sensations, tearing, soreness, and a dull ache. Despite having performed only a handful of movements for a brief period, it felt as though he had spent an entire day engaged in strength training at the gym. The human body is truly a marvel, akin to a treasure trove. Glancing at his professional panel, Lu Yuan was astonished to discover that both his career experience and the basic body refinement skill had surged by over 30 points. The increase in career experience was understandable, as he had listened to Lin Jiqin discuss combat techniques for 2 hours the previous night. The hands-on teaching was bound to yield such results. What truly astonished Lu Yuan was the basic body refinement skill. After reaching level 4, the experience gained from traditional strength training had diminished significantly. Even with specialized equipment, completing a set of exercises would yield only 1 or 2 points of experience. Yet now, after merely a brief introduction to the crane stance, he had gained over 30 points. The effect was comparable to completing dozens of sets of strength training. Remarkable. Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Jiqin shot him a glance, saying, "Indeed, it is remarkable. The complete crane stance is one of the core legacies of our martial arts gym, not something just anyone can access." The crane stance. Lu Yuan slowly relaxed his body and exhaled, asking, "Coach, wasn't our martial arts gym originally called something else?" "Yes," Lin Jiqin replied candidly. "My gym is a lineage of the Tian Shui Lu school, with the current head being the master of the crane school. Due to certain circumstances, we relocated to Jiaoyan City, leading to the renaming of our gym. Tian Shui Lu School." Lu Yuan pondered this name and asked, "Since there is a crane school, are there other schools as well?" Feeling it inappropriate to delve further, he quickly shifted focus, resuming practice with Lin Jiqin on key combat techniques. The 3 foundational techniques you learned in the regular student classes: basic grappling, basic palm techniques, and basic finger techniques, I will teach you shortly. These are all preparatory for combat application. Once in teaching mode, Lin Ziqin transformed entirely, his presence and demeanor resembling the formidable adversary Lu Yuan envisioned in the realm of consciousness. Combat is the process of integrating these foundational techniques while engaging with an opponent. Lin Ziqin suddenly inquired, "How are your academic grades at 4th High?" "Very good," Lu Yuan replied. "Then you should understand better," Lin Ziqin continued, drawing a parallel. "The formulas, theorems, and laws you learn in class are akin to foundational techniques, while the problems encountered during exams represent your opponents. When faced with an opponent, your task is to utilize your intellect and the formulas and theorems in your body to devise a correct solution to the problem before you in the shortest time possible. Do you comprehend?" Lu Yuan nodded. Such matters within his field of expertise were well within his grasp. In truth, he had always approached problems this way. Yet, due to an insufficient volume of practice and encountering either overly simplistic problems, like the middle-aged man skilled in leg techniques, or exceedingly difficult ones, like Lin Ziqin, he had yet to formulate a systematic approach to problem-solving that belonged to him. Thankfully, Lin Ziqin had come to teach him now. Chapter 39. The surge of experience points. "Try to attack me using your most proficient method," came the challenge. "No, your kicking technique and power are commendable, but your aim is amiss. At this moment, a punch would be far more appropriate." "Again, fool, have you forgotten the last time you were struck?" With a resounding thud, Lu Yuan was sent flying once more by Lin Ziqin, oblivious to how many times this had occurred. Though the force was minimal, and he landed on a cushioned surface, the repeated impacts still stung. Lu Yuan inhaled sharply, rising for what felt like the umpteenth time, his back and rear growing increasingly numb. Lin Ziqin stood less than 5 meters away, a steadfast presence that loomed like an insurmountable mountain in Lu Yuan's eyes. "I must turn you over." Lu Yuan's determination surged, his demeanor and gaze sharpening into a singular focus that was uniquely his. In that moment, he seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. With a swift motion, he pressed his foot into the mat, creating a small dent, and propelled himself towards Lin Ziqin like an arrow released from a bow. His right fist was raised, his form stretched, poised for impact, the fist becoming the tip of the arrow. Lin Ziqin remained impassive, not even glancing at Lu Yuan's strike. With nonchalance, he raised his hand to deflect the incoming blow. Utilizing the strength of his left foot, he spun like a top, delivering a powerful kick towards Lu Yuan's groin. Lin Ziqin's expression flickered momentarily as he raised his foot to block Lu Yuan's attempt. Yet, Lu Yuan surged forward unexpectedly, his hands appearing on Lin Ziqin's shoulders. "Coach," Lu Yuan, with eyes ablaze, leaned in closer, a smile creeping onto his lips. "I've got you now." In an instant, his expression twisted into one of ferocity as he exerted force. Bang! A figure was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground. Lin Ziqin calmly dusted off his shoulder, gazing down at Lu Yuan, who lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly devoid of strength to rise. "That will be all for today. Class dismissed. Go shower and change. I'll be waiting for you in the cafeteria." As Lin Ziqin stepped outside the training room, he paused in the corridor, glancing at the creases on his shoulder from Lu Yuan's grip, smoothing them out with deliberate care. His tranquil gaze betrayed a complex tide of emotions. Such a young talent. How long has it been since he began training? No one heard this quiet reflection. Lin Ziqin shook his head and departed swiftly. Lu Yuan lay flat on the floor, arms outstretched, unwilling to move beyond the rhythm of his breath. His hair and martial arts uniform were drenched in sweat. Even if Lin Ziqin hadn't called an end to class, he lacked the energy to rise. What a pity, he sighed softly. Despite entering a state of absolute focus, he had yet to conquer the formidable mountain that was Lin Ziqin. Nevertheless, he had certainly improved from the time he was effortlessly thrown aside, without even grazing Lin Ziqin's attire. One day Lu Yuan clenched his fist, wanting to shout a rallying cry, but deemed it too juvenile. After lying on the mat for what felt like 3 minutes, he finally mustered enough energy to rise. Though every inch of his body ached as if it might disintegrate at any moment, it was even more intense than the first time he had trained vigorously. He began to worry whether he would be able to get up for school the next day. In the changing room, he randomly selected a shower stall. Turning on the faucet, warm water cascaded over his head, flowing down the contours of his skin and muscles, washing away much of his fatigue. Seizing this moment, he accessed his professional panel. His core attributes remained unchanged, but he focused on his fighter class. Class, Fighter LV4, 348,800. Basic skills. Basic body conditioning LV4, 128,800. Basic fist techniques LV4, 321,800. Basic leg techniques LV5, max. Basic footwork LV4, 124,400. Basic grappling LV3, 335,400. Basic palm techniques LV1, 56,100. Basic finger techniques LV1, 23,100. Advanced skills. Advanced leg techniques LV1, 56,100. Intermediate skills. Crane stance LV1, 5,100. Attribute points. 1. Skill points. 1. Every skill on the panel had seen improvement. And 2 new skills, basic palm techniques and basic finger techniques, had been acquired. His professional experience surged by over 100, while his fist technique rose by more than 200. Footwork by 100, and advanced leg techniques by over 50. Basic grappling had also increased by 200. Lu Yuan gazed at the skyrocketing experience values with wide eyes, unable to suppress his joy, as if witnessing the digits of his bank balance soaring. Even his basic body conditioning experience had climbed by over 10 points, likely from the repeated beatings. What an immense gain. He now truly understood the value of having a master to guide him. The speed of his progress felt akin to riding a rocket. Who claimed that Lin Jiqin was unwilling to teach? He simply had no desire to instruct before. Once his basic body conditioning reached its zenith, it would surely bolster his physique further. Completing the remaining 5 foundational techniques would yield additional attribute points, 6 in total. This did not even account for the rewards from leveling up his class. Before long, he would experience a qualitative leap in strength. Lu Yuan vigorously wiped the water from his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, he noticed a new development on his professional panel. A high position on the dark interface had been illuminated. A new skill, crane stance. It was classified as an intermediate skill, quite impressive. Lu Yuan could not help but exclaim softly in awe, immediately prioritizing it in his mind. With the addition of crane stance, Lu Yuan had learned a total of 3 new skills today. There was much more to be done. After hastily showering and changing, Lu Yuan arrived at the martial arts hall's cafeteria. The clock on the wall indicated it was 9:08 p.m. Lin Jiqin's special training had lasted nearly 3 hours. In the corner, Lin Jiqin beckoned to Lu Yuan, who rushed over, surprised to find that Lin Jiqin had already prepared a generous meal for himself. A large bowl brimming with a balanced assortment of meat and vegetables, far superior to what Lu Yuan had eaten previously at the dojo. It was evident that this meal had been thoughtfully planned for nutritional value. Lin Jiqin himself was not eating, with only a bottle of water before him. Lu Yuan nodded appreciatively, sitting down to devour the meal. He was indeed famished. During the period of growth, when one expends considerable physical energy, fatigue sets in, and one's vitality diminishes to a critical level. As they were dining, Lin Jiqin unexpectedly handed over a black card. Lu Yuan gazed at the card, puzzled, until Lin Jiqin spoke again, advising him to ascend to the 2nd floor after their meal, where arrangements would be made for a therapeutic massage. He continued, emphasizing that the upcoming training regimen would be intense, and neglecting proper care could easily lead to underlying injuries. Furthermore, the practice of the crane stance necessitates the use of auxiliary elixirs to achieve optimal results. Chapter 40. The Struggle Between the Snake and the Crane. Unveiling the truth at 9:25, Lu Yuan lay on the massage table, bare-chested, clad only in a pair of underpants. Soft, unfamiliar melodies wafted through the air, while a delicate scent of sandalwood lingered at the tip of his nose. After sending a message with a few taps, he tossed his phone aside and surrendered himself to the rare pleasure of an expert-level massage. The therapist this time was a slender, middle-aged man, reticent yet possessing superior techniques compared to the previous practitioner. His pressure was exquisitely calibrated, and his touch more precise. However, the most notable difference between this session and the last was the oil used. No, the medicinal oil. Lu Yuan recalled that during his last visit, he had borrowed from Cheng Pong, who had applied a lightly fragrant white oil. This time, a thick, black oil was used, its scent somewhat pungent and far less pleasant. The sensation of the oil on his skin was distinct. It ignited a fiery warmth before transforming into a coolness that penetrated deeply, lingering for an extended time. Was this the secret medicinal balm of the Tianshui Liuhe school? Lu Yuan pondered silently. Unlike before, he did not succumb to sleep this time. After half an hour of massage, he lay still for a moment before rising to shower. The efficacy of the expert massage was indeed remarkable. As Lu Yuan stepped out of the martial arts hall, he felt a significant reduction in soreness throughout his body. He estimated that he would be nearly recovered by nightfall, if not sooner. It was said that the more ancient the martial arts lineage, the more adept they were at healing injuries. As practitioners inevitably face challenges and injuries in training and competitions. Reflecting on this, it struck him as quite sensible. The last bus arrived tardily, filled with weary commuters clutching briefcases or laptop bags, their faces etched with fatigue from long hours of work. Seeing them, Lu Yuan felt a wave of sympathy wash over him, reminiscent of his past self. After casting a sympathetic glance, he found a seat near the back door. Outside, the city lights twinkled like stars, and a beautiful, round moon hung high in the night sky. Suddenly, he recalled the group of crows he had seen after leaving the Mosa Fighting Club the previous night. Coincidentally, a shadow darted swiftly past him at that moment. He heard the sound of wings flapping and quickly turned his head to follow, but the figure vanished from sight. He could not ascertain if it was indeed a crow. Lu Yuan pulled out his phone to search online. The encyclopedia stated that crows are highly social creatures, typically active during the day. However, due to the bright lights of the urban area, it was not unusual to spot them at night. Was this considered a normal phenomenon? He contemplated, then could not resist searching for Tianshui Liu's school. The result read, content not found. Undeterred, he deleted the word crane and searched for Tianshui Liu instead. This time, a plethora of information appeared. Warm congratulations to Tianshui Liu disciple Huaning for securing the runner-up position in the 37th Eagle Cup National Martial Arts Competition. The participating martial arts schools included Tianshui Liu, Hongshan Liu, and Haishimin. Yet, there was virtually no information related to the Crane faction. He continued to scroll down, flipping through pages until he reached the 5th, where he finally unearthed a fragment of information. Since the snake crane struggle over 20 years ago, this was an article detailing the history of Tianshui Liu, but it contained merely a brief introductory line. Lu Yuan attempted to click on it, only to be met with a message indicating that the web page was no longer available. Sighing, he scrolled further, but found nothing more and reluctantly set his phone down. The snake crane struggle? So, aside from the crane faction represented by the Source Martial Arts Hall, there was also a snake faction? Currently, the snake faction held dominion over Tianshui Liu, basking in glory. Lu Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. The snake crane struggle. Failure in the bid for the leadership of Tianshui Liu. Disheartened and fearful of retribution from the snake faction, they retreated to Jiaoyan City, renaming it the Source Martial Arts Hall. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that this was the truth. The very name snake faction evoked unease. Revitalizing the crane faction, it was our duty. A slogan unexpectedly surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind, but he hastily dismissed it. After all, he was not yet a formal disciple of the Crane faction. Should he ever join them, he sincerely hoped that matters of revenge would not involve him. As he mulled over this, his phone chimed. He glanced at it, discovering an automated notification from the Jiaoyan City Evening News. Recently, 2 suspected cases of missing persons have occurred in our city, both in the looming community. We urge citizens to exercise caution when going out at night and to report any incidents to the police immediately. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. Another case of missing persons. Noting the locations of the incidents, it appeared that both occurred in the eastern part of the city. He recalled the weeping woman he had seen outside the martial arts hall and the hovering shuttle he had glimpsed earlier that afternoon. He hoped that the authorities could swiftly resolve this matter. With a soft sigh, Lu Yuan reflected on how this case was escalating, its impact spreading wider. He feared that it would eventually affect those close to him, a prospect he dreaded. He then browsed several prominent public forums in Jiaoyan City. Discovering that he was not the sole witness to the floating shuttle, many others had captured photographs as well. The origins and destinations of the shuttle were the subject of much speculation. As he continued to scroll, he suddenly realized he had reached his stop. Mom, can I bring you a bowl of noodles? No need, just go finish your homework, it's already late. Are you planning to sleep tonight? Oh, homework was indeed necessary. But for Lu Yuan, the assignments assigned by school were hardly sufficient to satisfy him. He could complete them in half an hour at most. Lu Yuan laid out all his assignments before him, preparing to activate absolute focus to expedite the completion of his tasks before practicing martial arts. Suddenly, he glanced at his skill panel, and an idea sparked in his mind. There were still a few skill points remaining. Should he elevate absolute focus to the next level? Chapter 41. Intelligence and Descent or Ascension, Imaginary Enemy. Nevertheless, in comparison, Lu Yuan was more inclined to allocate his skill points to absolute focus. This was due to the fact that, absolute focus significantly enhanced learning efficiency, proving beneficial for both the student and fighter professions. After its enhancement, the leveling speed for both professions could increase substantially. Moreover, imaginary enemy had only been unlocked for a few days, and its effectiveness had exceeded expectations, proving sufficient for Lu Yuan's current needs. Despite the potential new abilities that could emerge from further upgrading, he felt no hesitation in his decision and promptly invested his skill points into absolute focus. To Lu Yuan's astonishment, as absolute focus ascended from level 2 to level 3, a beam of light began to extend rapidly upwards. Subsequently, a skill awaiting unlocking, radiating a faint gray glow, materialized before him. The second core skill of the student profession. Lu Yuan felt an exhilarating surge of anticipation, akin to a multitude of cats scratching at his insides. Absolute focus had already proven to be a remarkable skill. What delightful surprises would this second core skill unveil? Unfortunately, he found himself devoid of any skill points. Sighing, Lu Yuan scrutinized both his profession panels and suddenly resolved to utilize his remaining attribute points as well, dedicating them to his intelligence attribute. His intelligence, previously at 10 points, now rose to 11. In that fleeting moment of allocation, Lu Yuan experienced a sharp, needle-like pain in his head, a fleeting sensation that vanished within a second. In its place emerged an unprecedented sense of euphoria, a manifestation of his exceptionally active mind. He felt clearer-headed than ever, with thoughts racing as various pieces of information flooded in from both external and internal sources. He noticed a black crack in the floor tiles beneath the first cabinet leg to the left of his desk, measuring approximately 3.5 centimeters with a deviation of no more than 2 millimeters. This figure startlingly popped into his mind as he observed the crack. He paused momentarily, retrieved a ruler from the drawer, and measured, discovering it to be precisely 3.6 centimeters. Underneath his bed, a cardboard box containing comic books held the 4th page of Superpower Mechanized God Transmission 3. Nestled within were 200 yuan. Lu Yuan hastily leaned down, pulling out a dust-covered box, locating the comic book with the aid of his brain's information prompts, and retrieved 2 crisp, green 100 yuan bills. As he picked up the notes, memories of their origin resurfaced. Money earned during the summer break of his second year in junior high while working for his father, Lu Xinghua. He had made a total of 245 yuan, spent 45, and preserved the remaining 200 like a treasure, tucked within the comic, only to completely forget about it over the months. Now, it all came rushing back. Lu Yuan casually pulled another book from the shelf titled Comprehensive Guide to Traditional Chinese Herbal Medicine, an extensive dictionary of herbal remedies that belonged to his father and had not been perused in years. He opened the hefty tome, randomly selected a page, and began to read from the first character through to the end of the entire page. Upon completing the exercise, he compared his rendition against the original, noting only 2 errors in punctuation. The entire process of testing the benefits of his intelligence attribute enhancement lasted nearly an hour. After closing the last subject's workbook, he had thoroughly explored the capabilities that this increase in intelligence bestowed upon him. The most noticeable improvement was his memory. He could recall nearly everything he had read within that hour with remarkable clarity. His numerical sensitivity also heightened significantly. His thinking speed accelerated, understanding and concentration improved dramatically, and his abilities in language, music, and expression saw considerable enhancement, along with an increased capacity to synthesize existing information. It felt as if his mind now effortlessly conjured thoughts akin to those of an individual possessing intelligence levels found in just 1 out of 12,000. In summary, he had undeniably become smarter. He marveled at the thought that he had officially entered the ranks of the intelligent. Initially, he had considered enhancing his intelligence simply because it was the most challenging attribute to improve. Elevating his intelligence could prolong the duration of imaginary enemy and increase its usage frequency, aiding his martial arts training. Additionally, since the foundational skills of the fighter profession had reached maximum level and rewarded attribute points, he speculated whether the foundational skills of the student profession would yield similar rewards upon completion. A heightened intelligence would shorten the time required to validate his hypothesis. The advantages of 11 intelligence far outweighed those of 11 strength. Lu Yuan couldn't help but reflect. As those vivid images played like frames from a film in his mind, he felt it was worth it. He resolved to further explore the effects of level 3, absolute focus. Suddenly, he remembered that he had yet to conduct this experiment. Glancing at his desk, He noted that he had already completed today's homework. He decided to test it through martial arts. The crane form, comprised of 18 movements, each requiring distinct techniques and principles. Committing all to memory was no easy feat, let alone replicating them physically. Lu Yuan retrieved his dedicated practice mat, laid it out, and stood barefoot atop it, striking the first pose akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg. He then silently invoked absolute focus, activating it. In the instant the skill activated, it felt as if someone had yanked him forcefully from behind. Suddenly, Lu Yuan plunged into water, his body uncontrollably sinking deeper and deeper, the clamor of the world fading away. In reality, if anyone were present, they would witness Lu Yuan's pupils dilating, his expression vacant, as if he were in an unconscious state, yet his body continued to execute the movements of the crane form instinctively. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the second hand of the electronic clock on his desk echoed. Suddenly, after maintaining a particular posture for an extended period, Lu Yuan collapsed, as if awakening from a profound dream, akin to someone surfacing from underwater after a long duration. I. Lu Yuan attempted to utter something, but his expression twisted in agony as a torrent of muscle pain surged through him, akin to being struck repeatedly by a barrage of gunfire, reducing him to a quivering heap on the floor. Chapter 42. Ambition and Aspiration. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Why are you still awake at this hour? Mom, I'm about to sleep. As he heard his mother's voice gradually fading towards the bathroom, Lu Yuan, lying on the floor with gritted teeth, finally relaxed, letting out a series of painful groans. Waves of agony from torn muscles surged through his body, rendering him nearly incapable of moving even a fingertip. Breathing heavily, Lu Yuan gazed incredulously at the ceiling above him. Did I just manage to complete all 18 movements of the crane stance in one breath? His level 3 skill, absolute focus, had plunged him into an unprecedented state of deep concentration, allowing him to instinctively engage in the task at hand, blocking out any subconscious doubts about his capabilities until the feat was accomplished. Incredible, he marveled, unable to suppress his astonishment. Even as physical pain persisted. Thus, it seems that an extraordinary level of focus can indeed be considered a superpower. No obstacle can hinder a person who is utterly dedicated. This thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, alleviating some of his discomfort. With great effort, he propped himself against the edge of the bed and opened his professional panel. Profession: Fighter LV4, 370-800. Basic skills: Primary body training LV4, 200-800. Intermediate skills: Crane stance LV1, 29-100. The most significant changes in experience points were in these three areas. The experience for fighter had increased by 22 points, while crane stance saw a rise of 24 points. The most substantial gain was in primary body training, which surged by 80 points. This was akin to having activated a cheat. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet, the price of this advantage was not insignificant, at least for tonight. Any additional training was out of the question. He decided to simply lie back on the bed, close his eyes, and engage in simulated combat training in his mind's eye using imaginary enemy. The following day, at Jiaoyan No. 4 High School, Class 2 of the second year, the break was filled with a cacophony of laughter and chatter. Hey, Lu Yuan, what on earth have you done? You look like you've got a back injury. Cheng Ping, curious, tugged at the collar of Lu Yuan's school uniform, revealing numerous patches of ointment on his back, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Shut up, you fool. Lu Yuan shook off his hand, glaring at him irritably. Cheng Ping, however, appeared concerned and leaned closer, putting an arm around Lu Yuan's shoulders as he earnestly advised, You, my friend, should balance your martial arts practice with your studies. With finals approaching, others are putting their hobbies aside to focus on learning. Yet you seem to be training more fervently. Even if I don't attend a single class from now on, I could still ace the exam with my eyes closed and my feet writing the answers better than you, Lu Yuan retorted, shifting the topic to Cheng Ping's affairs. By the way, aren't you dating someone? Which class is she from? What's her name? When will you introduce her to us? As the conversation shifted, Cheng Ping's face brightened with pride. However, mid-sentence, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. He hastily grabbed a textbook and began asking, Lu Yuan, can you help me figure out this problem? Confused, Lu Yuan glanced towards the classroom door. There was no teacher in sight, and it was still recess. Suddenly, a pink hairpin floated like a cloud past Lu Yuan's vision, causing him to frown. Aren't you already in a relationship? Why are you still so concerned about Ling Yu? I just don't want her to find out, Cheng Peng stammered, his evasive gaze betraying his inner conflict. It was clear to Lu Yuan that, despite being in a relationship, he had not completely let go of his previous crush, clinging to an unrealistic hope. What a hopeless romantic. The bell rang, signaling the end of the break. Lu Yuan, disinterested in Changpeng's trivial matters, randomly opened a textbook before him, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of martial arts. Last night, he had engaged in 8 matches within his consciousness, 2 against the middle-aged man in the rain, 4 against Lin Jiqin, and 2 in the corridor of the martial arts school against Coach Qin. With a boost in intellect, the frequency of activating imaginary enemy had indeed improved. He could now more easily secure victories in the rain against the middle-aged man. Yet, Lin Jiqin remained an insurmountable obstacle, as did Coach Qin. Regardless of the approach he took to instigate a battle, the outcome was always the same: defeat in a single blow. Lin Jiqin struck with fists, while Qin used his fingers. Lu Yuan instinctively touched his throat, recalling Coach Qin's full name. In truth, he was uncertain whether it was a finger strike or a palm strike. All he knew was that he met his end in an instant. One thing was certain: like Lin Jiqin, that technique was a powerful killing move they both mastered. As Lu Yuan repeatedly faced defeat in his conscious space, he couldn't help but entertain the thought of learning those 2 techniques. However, for him at this moment, such aspirations felt far too ambitious and unrealistic. Better to focus on mastering the fundamentals first. Shaking his head, he turned the page, inadvertently straining the muscles in his arm, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Last night, he had leveraged level 3 absolute focus to astonishingly complete all 18 movements of the crane stance in one go. The aftermath was considerable. It was a wonder he managed to get out of bed this morning. On his way to school, he stopped by a pharmacy and purchased several boxes of ointment for his injuries, seeking some psychological comfort, if nothing else. Lu Yuan. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan decided not to refuse, closing the textbook and standing up to walk towards the classroom door. With his intellect reaching 11 points, the knowledge imparted in school was no longer sufficient to meet the demands of his student profession. The experience gained from a single class was negligible, and remaining there felt like a waste of time. He resolved to visit a bookstore in the afternoon to acquire higher-level textbooks, believing that self-study would yield better results. Chapter 43. The application for self-study at home was far more successful than Lu Yuan had anticipated. After a few teachers in the office posed him several questions, the homeroom teacher readily approved his request. Lu Yuan felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, for the first time in 2 years of high school. He found his homeroom teacher to be exceedingly understanding and endearing. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the teacher and plant a kiss on his shiny bald head. When Qingping inquired, Lu Yuan, did the homeroom teacher truly grant you leave? Lu Yuan continued with his tasks, casting a sidelong glance at him as he replied with a nonchalant, "Yeah, just until the final exams." Instantly, a chorus of astonished whispers erupted around him. "I can't believe it. With finals right around the corner, he still gives you 2 weeks off." Chengpeng exclaimed, his envy palpable as his eyes nearly turned red. Does the second-best student really need to be this audacious? Lu Yuan patted Chengpeng on the shoulder, offering words of earnest consolation. "Once you reach my level, you'll understand." With that, he gracefully slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed amidst a sea of envious and adoring gazes. As he reached the classroom door, a flash of pink from a hairpin momentarily obstructed his path. The girl appeared hesitant, as though she wished to speak with him. Regrettably, Lu Yuan did not afford her the opportunity. He merely said, "Excuse me," and sidestepped Ling Yu. He could almost feel her lingering gaze of resentment behind him. "I have no interest in romance." Lu Yuan exited the school gates and made his way directly to the largest bookstore in the city. He spent the afternoon perusing the textbooks for his senior year, as well as exploring subjects that would be relevant to university studies. He even dedicated over an hour to reading leisure books. The experience he garnered during that afternoon on the student career panel far surpassed what he would acquire in a traditional classroom setting. It was about time. By 11 p.m., Lu Yuan's intelligence had markedly distanced him from the average high school student. Self-study indeed suited him far better than the conventional, methodical education provided at school. Noticing that the time was drawing near, he grabbed a quick bite at the bookstore entrance before boarding a bus to the Yuan Martial Arts Hall. Again, stop. Lin Jiqin suddenly called for a halt, interrupting Lu Yuan's training, his brow furrowed in concern. "Why the sudden decline today? Is yesterday's injury still bothering you?" He pulled at Lu Yuan's martial arts uniform, revealing the patches of medicated plaster beneath, and could not help but ask. Did the healing massage on the second floor not help? No, it was quite effective. I may have inadvertently overdone it, Lu Yuan replied. Overtraining? How many moves did you manage to practice to reach this state? Show me. Lin Jiqin observed Lu Yuan with a stoic expression. Lu Yuan obediently began practicing the crane stance. Without the enhancement of level 3 absolute focus, he could only manage to complete the 15th move before he could no longer continue. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Jiqin's expression transitioned from calm to subtly moved, then to astonishment, and finally returned to a placid demeanor. No more practice today. The sparring session is cancelled. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, Go upstairs now. I will arrange a medicinal bath for you. A medicinal bath? Lu Yuan echoed. In 20 minutes. Lu Yuan found himself submerged in a large wooden tub filled with steaming water. The tub was sealed with a lid, leaving only a small opening for his head to protrude. The steam enveloped him, obscuring any view of the herbal concoction within. But he could discern the rich scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the air. Coach, Lu Yuan called out, glancing at Lin Jiqin, who stood nearby. Oh. He watched Lin Jiqin exit, leaving him alone in the room. As he soaked in the warm water, it felt as though countless tiny insects were incessantly burrowing into his skin. A sensation of both numbness and itchiness, tinged with an inexplicable comfort, enveloped him. It seemed as though his treatment had been upgraded. Feeling rather bored, Lu Yuan began to scrub away the grime from his body, including his armpits and the soles of his feet. Once he had thoroughly cleaned himself, the pain in his body seemed to lessen significantly. The water remained warm, and he dozed off in a state of drowsiness. When Lu Yuan awakened and glanced at the clock on the wall, he was alarmed to find it was already past 9 in the evening. Oh no, I forgot to message my mom. He hurriedly rose from the tub, the water having long since cooled. Without taking the time to rinse off, he hastily donned his clothes and dashed toward the door. Lin Jiqin's silhouette silently emerged from the adjacent room. Observing Lu Yuan's frantic departure, his gaze flickered slightly. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello? Lin Jiqin. Your daughter is currently lying in the hospital, and you, as her father, seem to be neglecting everything. You spend all your time at that dilapidated martial arts hall. The voice on the other end was filled with tears. Lin Jiqin furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and replied, I will come right away. Incredible. Truly incredible. In his bedroom, Lu Yuan unleashed a flurry of punches into the air, creating a wind that whooshed around him. His face radiated astonishment and disbelief. The effects of tonight's medicinal bath surpassed those of the previous 2 massages by a considerable margin. It had only been a short while since he had soaked, yet his torn muscles seemed to have healed completely. Lu Yuan attempted to practice the crane stance once more, this time managing to reach the 16th move before he could no longer continue. It appeared that the healing of his muscle tissue had rendered it considerably stronger, and the pain had diminished significantly. However, he refrained from overexerting himself. That evening, he adhered to a disciplined routine, avoiding any additional training, and retired to bed early to engage in mental exercises. The threats posed by the middle-aged man in the rain-drenched alley had diminished, and Lu Yuan redirected his focus toward Lin Jiqin and Qin Feng. The realistic sparring sessions were now a matter of life and death, taking turns. After all, death in the realm of consciousness held no consequences for him. Who knows, perhaps through this process, he might achieve sudden enlightenment one day. Lu Yuan's life adopted a rhythmic routine. Without the need to attend school, he continued to rise early each morning. Mornings were spent practicing at the martial arts hall, afternoons at the bookstore or library, while evenings were reserved for one-on-one guidance from Lin Jiqin. He did not conceal his self-study from his family. After laying out the pros and cons to his parents, his father, Lu Xinghua, had little to say, while his mother, Zheng Qiuling, being more conservative, expressed her concerns but ultimately relented after a brief discussion. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. Inside a combat training room on the first floor of the Yuan Martial Arts Hall, Lin Jiqin stood impassively in plain clothes. A figure clad in white charged at him like a whirlwind, launching a series of whip-like kicks that sliced through the air with fierce velocity, reminiscent of a cleaving battle axe. Yet, these attacks seemed to dissipate against Lin Jiqin as silently as rain upon a sandbank, causing not a whisper of disturbance. Suddenly, Lin Jiqin raised his hand sharply. His palm struck the white figure with precision, sending the opponent hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, soaring a good 7 or 8 meters before crashing onto the soft mat below. Chapter 44 Coach, your strikes are rather fierce. A figure clad in a white martial arts uniform rubbed his chest as he rose from the soft mat, revealing a handsome face still brimming with eagerness. However, Lin Jiqin did not respond to him. Instead, he stated calmly, "Prepare yourself. I have arranged a match for you tonight." A match? Lu Yuan was taken aback, not expecting this day to arrive so quietly. "After I take a shower, I'll go eat in the dining hall. I'll wait for you in the parking lot." "All right." Lin Jiqin tossed out this remark before turning to leave. Lu Yuan wasted no time, quickly wiping the sweat from his brow and heading straight for the changing room. After a hurried shower, he opened his locker. The full-length mirror reflected his current appearance. Lu Yuan had grown taller. In just over 10 days, he had gained about 2 centimeters, nearing 1.80 meters. With shoes on, he would surely exceed that height. His bare upper body showcased beautifully sculpted muscles, while his thighs and calves were well-proportioned and sturdy. This was Lu Yuan's greatest satisfaction. Despite his passion for martial arts and the enjoyment he derived from pushing his physical limits and continuously improving his strength, he did not wish to become a mere muscle-bound brute. Staring at the youthful, handsome face in the mirror, he summoned his professional panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Age: 17. Strength: 11. Agility: 11. Constitution: 11. Intelligence: 11. Profession: Fighter LV4, 781 800. Basic skills: Primary body refinement LV5, max. Basic fist techniques LV5, max. Basic leg techniques LV5, max. Basic footwork LV4, 62800. Basic grappling LV4, 535 800. Basic palm techniques LV3, 324 400. Basic finger techniques LV3, 134 100. Advanced skills: Advanced leg techniques LV3, 23 400. Advanced fist techniques LV1, 89 100. Intermediate skills: Crane stance LV2, 21 200. Attribute points: 1. Skill points: 0. His 4 primary attributes had each increased by 1 point. The former was a natural enhancement from breaking through to LV2 in the crane stance, while the latter stemmed from reaching the maximum level in primary body refinement. It was undeniable that the crane stance truly deserved its status as an intermediate skill. Merely breaking through the first small realm had resulted in a 1-point attribute increase. Throughout these past days of practice, Lu Yuan had indeed felt his body becoming lighter, or perhaps more agile. He speculated that the Crane School's martial arts inherently emphasized agility, embodying the essence of lightness. In truth, the slight increase in constitution was closely tied to the crane stance, as it was this practice that accelerated his experience in primary body refinement, rewarding him with an additional attribute point. His advanced leg techniques had risen to LV3, marking the most significant gain from his 10 days of intensive training. Now, within the realm of consciousness, he could effortlessly unleash devastating kicks against the middle-aged man in the rain-soaked alley. Lu Yuan's growth was vividly reflected in the data of his professional panel. It could be said that he had undergone a transformation. Today marked the first day of official combat. To be prudent, he decided to allocate his unused attribute point to strength. With the enhancement of 1 point in strength, Lu Yuan felt his muscles tense up suddenly, as if something had been forcefully inserted within. He quickly threw a punch in front of the mirror, the sound of air being displaced accompanied by a gust of wind that slammed the locker door shut. He felt significantly stronger, estimating it to be at least half of his original strength. The precise measurement would have to wait until he tested it on the punching machine. Lu Yuan was pleased with this improvement. With all attributes reaching 11 points, he was confident in his ability to comfortably manage a strength of 12. Having long yearned for a real combat experience after countless solitary training sessions, he was eager for the visceral thrill of a genuine fight. After being defeated repeatedly by Lin Jiqin and Qin Feng in the realm of consciousness, his nerves had grown resolute. Below the professional level, he was ready to battle. He halted his youthful fantasies in time, quickly donned his clothes, and took a final glance at his panel before hastily making his way out. Fearing that intense movement might unsettle his stomach, Lu Yuan only ate to about 70% of his capacity in the dining hall before heading straight to the parking lot. Lin Jiqin was already waiting in the car. "Get in." There was no idle chatter as they sped towards the Masha Fighting Club in the southern part of the city. Upon arrival, they descended to the underground level 2. This time, Lin Jiqin led him directly to the preparation room, where he would change into his fighting attire and select a mask. Choose one that appeals to you. Lu Yuan casually scanned the approximately 40 to 50 different mask styles displayed before him. Most were inspired by various animals, slightly grotesquely modified. The predominant styles were fierce, menacing, and bizarre. As he examined them, one mask caught his eye, a dark greenish-black design resembling a dragon. Just as he reached out to grab it, a large, rough hand covered in dark hair snatched it away. Haha, this mask is quite cool. It suits me. Lu Yuan frowned and turned to look. His gaze shifted slightly upward to meet the gaze of a towering figure. Nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular build and a body covered in dark hair, resembling a gorilla. The muscular man, sensing Lu Yuan's probing gaze, slowly turned his head. From his towering height, he regarded Lu Yuan with indifference, reminiscent of the look middle schoolers gave him when he was in 6th grade. Trying to take over the arcade machines. How dare a kid with barely any hair come here? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to a pulp on stage? The muscular man smirked mockingly, donned the dragon mask, and turned to leave. Lu Yuan stood still for a moment, quietly contemplating. He then raised his head to look at Lin Jiqin, who had remained expressionless throughout. I thought the competitors in this match would be courteous like last time. So that means they aren't particularly polite? Lu Yuan shrugged, casting one last glance at the departing muscular man. He then calmly turned back to select his own mask. This time, he did not hesitate much, simply choosing a mask that resembled a goat with 3 eyes. It was quite ordinary, moderately cool, carefully securing it to his face. He settled into the waiting area, patiently awaiting the upcoming match. Chapter 45. The Knight's Grace. After Lu Yuan selected his mask with Lin Jiqin, he departed without delay. He waited alone until 8:15, when a staff member clad in the club's uniform knocked and entered to inform him it was time to take the stage. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan rose from his seat, attempting to calm his racing heart. However, from the moment he stepped forward, an uncontrollable excitement surged from within, igniting his spirit. He had diligently studied for a month, preparing for the school's monthly assessment. The anticipation, tension, unease, exhilaration, and fear mingled within him, fueling an intense desire to secure a glorious victory and validate his prolonged efforts. As he ascended the first step towards the grand arena, he envisioned himself meticulously polishing his bloodied sword, tossing roses to the earth beneath him, and extending a hand of forgiveness and friendship to his defeated opponent, rescuing him from the mire of failure. He would praise all that exists in this world. This, indeed, epitomized the grace of a knight. Upon completing the final step, Lu Yuan's heart brimmed with joyful combat fervor. Yet, as he stepped onto the stage and beheld his adversary, his gaze froze. Before him stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin and exaggerated musculature, adorned with an abundance of coarse body hair resembling a gorilla. The familiar vest and the dragon mask that caught his eye confirmed his recognition. What a coincidence! Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, but a genuine smile of delight soon emerged from beneath the mask. The splendid image he had envisioned shattered in less than a second. Beneath the mask, Lu Yuan softly muttered, "To hell with knightly grace." In an instant, the fervor within him surged like wild grass in summer. "May both of you deliver a fair and friendly duel." With that, the lethargic referee recited the monotonous rules and officially announced the commencement of the match. The burly man in the vest, standing less than 5 meters from Lu Yuan, recognized him despite not seeing which mask Lu Yuan had chosen. His physique and attire had left an impression. Quite the coincidence, huh, kid? The eyes behind the dragon mask narrowed in a semblance of a smirk. The muscular man raised his furry fist to his chest, as if preparing to shred Lu Yuan to pieces. "Remember what I told you? Be careful not to get knocked out on stage." With a sudden shift, the man's tone turned menacing as he spread his arms wide, charging towards Lu Yuan like an oncoming storm. Lu Yuan's gaze remained calm, though his body trembled slightly with excitement. He launched into action, with a swift sidekick. His right foot lashed out like a whip, striking the burly man's left arm. The impact sent a slight tremor through his opponent, causing him to stagger half a step sideways. "Is that a tickle?" The brutish man sneered, now reassured of Lu Yuan's capabilities after deflecting the sidekick. He thrust his right arm forward, aiming for Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan crossed his arms to block the blow, bracing himself as he slightly sank down. "I wonder how many of these you can take," the man bellowed, unleashing a powerful left punch akin to a cannonball. Lu Yuan deftly evaded with a sliding step. The man continued to throw punches, but Lu Yuan moved with the grace of a swallow, dodging every blow. "Is dodging all you can do?" "Useless," the man spat, ceasing his attacks to shift his stance, lunging towards Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan stood his ground, his gaze fixed on the hulking figure as though examining a poorly crafted ornament. with a physique of 11, strength of 11, and agility of 9. Intellect was negligible. The battle had already concluded. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, his gentle expression sharpening in an instant, akin to unsheathed blades. Battle axe style. The handsome visage beneath the mask twisted with fierce determination. Lu Yuan leaped, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the man's face. The strike cleaved through the air with such velocity that it nearly left a phantom in its wake, generating a fierce gust of wind. This kick was worlds apart from his initial attempt, akin to a sharp battle axe cleaving upward. The man's jaw was struck violently before he could react. And with a shattering crack, the dragon mask exploded, bones fracturing like rain scattering everywhere. The imposing figure was propelled several centimeters into the air by Lu Yuan's kick. With a strength of 12, his punch could easily exceed 200 kilograms. Imagine the force of his legs, enhanced by a level 3 kicking technique. Even if a true gorilla stood before him, Lu Yuan was confident he could send it flying with a single kick, before the burly man could land. Lu Yuan's next kick was already on its way, another swing of the battle axe. The fierce kicking technique honed over countless training sessions now manifested vividly in Lu Yuan's execution, a tempest of attacks. This was the celebration of the battle axe. The ensuing scene bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yuan's pre-stage expectations. Blood-red roses scattered across the ground. In the dimly lit restroom on the second floor, under the harsh glow of incandescent lights, Lu Yuan repeatedly splashed water on his face. Lin Jiqin lit a cigarette, calmly inquiring from the mirror, "How does it feel to step onto the combat stage for the first time?" Wiping his face, Lu Yuan turned to the mirror, noting the flicker of fire still smoldering in his dark eyes. "It feels great," he replied, his gaze reflecting his determination. "You were born to practice martial arts. When I first stepped onto the combat stage, I could barely stand without trembling. You're doing far better than I did." Lin Jiqin shook off the ash from his cigarette, a hint of approval and nostalgia in his tone. "Your strength seems to have increased. Perhaps it's due to the rigorous training you've been undergoing. You've grown taller too. You performed admirably today, while your opponent was particularly strong. His size was a significant advantage. Your ability to defeat him so effortlessly is commendable. Your momentum was impressive too. In the realm of martial arts, the foremost principle is the significance of momentum. Lin Jiqin, however, faithfully fulfills his duties as a coach, providing Lu Yuan with a post-match analysis. Lu Yuan listens attentively until Lin Jiqin concludes his remarks. He nods earnestly and responds, "I understand." A hint of satisfaction appears on Lin Jiqin's face as he takes a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it. He then retrieves an envelope from his pocket and hands it to Lu Yuan. "Today's bonus is 5,000. Count it if you wish." "No need." Lu Yuan replies as he accepts the envelope, his damp hand leaving a mark on its surface, subtly revealing layers of green within. A surge of excitement floods Lu Yuan's heart, and for a moment, his expression becomes dazed. He never anticipated that he could earn money with his fist one day. Moreover, this sum amounts to 5,000, equivalent to nearly half a month's income from his family's small shop. If his parents were to discover this, they would surely be inclined to break his legs. Chapter 46, The Giant Rat That Would Suffice. Exiting the club, at the intersection 2 blocks from home, Lu Yuan called for Lin Jiqin to stop the car. "All right." Upon alighting, Lin Jiqin leaned out of the window to converse with him. "There's another match in 2 days, around the same time. Are you available?" "In 2 days." Lu Yuan pondered, recalling that it coincided with his final exams. However, since the boxing matches were held in the evening, it wouldn't pose an issue. He nodded affirmatively. "Sure, coach, you can arrange it." Lin Jiqin acknowledged him with a wave and quickly drove away. Watching Lin Jiqin's vehicle disappear down the street, Lu Yuan began to stroll leisurely towards home. He felt the envelope of money tucked in his pocket and promptly opened his professional panel. A series of notifications sprang forth. "Your skill in advanced boxing has improved, gaining 5 experience points. Your skill in advanced kicking has improved, gaining 7 experience points. You have experienced a battle, gaining 56 professional experience points. Congratulations, your fighter class has leveled up." The experience for advanced boxing fluctuated slightly, while advanced kicking increased by over 30 points, and professional experience rose by 56. The gains were modest, yet considering his current enhancement in strength and the elevation of his class level, the acquisition of experience points was significant. Furthermore, the 56 points of professional experience were sufficient for him to advance his fighter class to the next level, level 5, surpassing his primary class of student. He received an additional point in attributes and a skill point reward, finally unlocking the second core skill of the student class. gazing at the gray dot on his student class panel, which had flickered for nearly half a month without illumination. An intense urgency and fervor surged within Lu Yuan. He swiftly crossed a street. The road was sparsely populated past 9 o'clock, yet it was an improvement compared to that rainy night. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan had arrived at the entrance of the alley from before. Instinctively, he glanced around, accurately locating the position of the electronic surveillance. It appeared to have been installed after the kidnapping incident. As Lu Yuan slowly passed the alley entrance, he habitually peered inside. In that fleeting moment, a shadow darted past his vision. His heart skipped a beat. He halted. What was that? Lu Yuan was certain he hadn't imagined it. With his physique enhanced to 11 points, his vision had surpassed the average. Days of practical training sharpened his senses. Something had indeed zipped past him. Remaining still, Lu Yuan began to scrutinize the alley. Since the kidnapping incident, it seemed that the last few residents of this aging urban village had vacated. The alley lacked streetlights, enveloped in complete darkness. Compared to the illumination where Lu Yuan stood, it felt like a different realm. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a foul odor, reminiscent of summer's sewage bubbling up, striking him in the forehead. He crinkled his brow, instinctively covering his nose. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from within. His nerves tensed. He contemplated fleeing, yet an inexplicable curiosity urged him to linger just a moment longer. However, the next instant, two glimmering green lights abruptly illuminated the Stygian blackness. The glow flickered and then something lunged at Lu Yuan. Crap. Acting on instinct, Lu Yuan executed a sidestep, narrowly evading whatever had erupted from the alley. The creature, now fully exposed under the bright streetlight, revealed itself to be an enormous rat, over a meter long. Damn. Lu Yuan couldn't help but curse a second time. Anyone would react similarly, as the sight of the rat before him was utterly astonishing. It was more robust than a plump house cat, its dark fur gleaming like satin under the streetlight. Its long tail lashed about like a whip, baring its teeth at Lu Yuan. The stench of stale sewage wafted toward him. This rat was not only colossal, but also menacing. Its oily green eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan, exuding a savage ferocity akin to that of a beast. Lu Yuan's body tensed slightly, mirroring the rat's glare, prepared for a potential second assault. Just then, a blaring horn echoed from afar. The headlights of a speeding car sliced through the tense standoff between man and beast. Lu Yuan shifted a few steps towards the rear of the vehicle. In the moment the car sped past, he caught sight of the massive rat scurrying into a dark alley of the opposite residential building. It fled. Lu Yuan couldn't discern whether to feel relieved or regretful. The foul stench diminished considerably, and the darkness now seemed less oppressive. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to dial the police. Yes, it's at the intersection of XX Street. A very large rat. I'm not joking. There is surveillance. You can check it yourself. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Yuan hung up, uncertain if his call would prompt a police response. The operator's tone suggested she thought he was joking, primarily because he had described a creature so ludicrously immense. Yet even if they did respond, capturing that beast would be a challenge. At this hour of night, it could vanish into any sewer, eluding even the most skilled searchers. Or perhaps not. After all, this world had mechas. As he contemplated this, Lu Yuan continued towards home. Upon arriving at his small shop, the sight of the sign Xinghua Foodstuff jolted him. Oh no, his family operated a grocery store, making it a prime target for that rat. He hurriedly informed his mother, Zheng Xiuling, who was swatting mosquitoes with a fan, to prepare more mouse traps and boards. Yet, Zheng Xiuling dismissed him with disdain. I've been in the grain and oil business for decades. Do you think I need your advice on this? Now, go upstairs and do your homework. Well, that was a futile endeavor. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, intending to share his encounter with the giant rat, but fearing it would frighten her, he resignedly retreated upstairs. In the following 2 days, Lu Yuan remained attentive to the matter of the giant rat. That night, his call to the police did indeed draw them out. After reviewing the surveillance footage, the officers were reportedly taken aback as well. However, due to the lack of any trace of the giant rat, they had no effective course of action and could only advise the neighborhood committee on precautions against rodent infestations. They suggested printing flyers for distribution within the nearby communities and to promptly inform them of any further incidents. The residents of the surrounding neighborhoods buzzed with excitement over the issue, yet apart from Lu Yuan, no one else had witnessed the giant rat. Consequently, the matter quickly subsided. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the examination hall for the fourth-year final exams, Lu Yuan glanced at the clock hanging above the blackboard. After thoroughly reviewing his exam paper, he stood up. "Student, you are not permitted to leave for the restroom half an hour before the exam begins." The proctor, frowning, called out to him from the podium. All eyes in the examination hall turned towards Lu Yuan. Yet, he maintained a serene demeanor as he spoke. "I shall not attend to the restroom, esteemed teacher. I submit my paper." Chapter 47. A spark of inspiration. His expression swiftly turned cold. "All right, place the exam paper on the table and leave." Lu Yuan picked up his stationery and departed the examination hall with a composed stride. Ah, the youth of today. Observing Lu Yuan's receding silhouette, the invigilator gently shook his head, uncertain whether to feel disappointment or amusement. He casually approached Lu Yuan's desk and, upon picking up the exam paper, found himself momentarily stunned. What lay before him was not the vast expanse of blankness he had anticipated, but rather a meticulously filled answer sheet, brimming with neatly pinned responses. As his gaze traversed the paper, moving question by question down the page, the expression on the invigilator's face transformed rapidly from disdain to shock, and finally, to incredulity. It was Lu Yuan from Class 3, and he had submitted his paper early. Only 15 minutes had passed since the commencement of the exam, and he hadn't even completed the multiple-choice section yet. How could he have finished? This was the umpteenth exam, and he had done the same for each subject. The paper was filled completely. What a freak. Could someone please lend me their answers for the fill-in-the-blank questions? Silence. The invigilator's stern voice quelled the buzzing chatter in the classroom, and he turned back to the exam paper in his hand. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he found himself at a loss for words, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Lu Yuan walked alone along the campus path, flanked by towering ginkgo trees that provided a dense canopy of green, shielding him from the midday sun, casting dappled shadows at his feet. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. "You have completed an examination, gaining 7 experience points. Your skill history has been enhanced, gaining 5 experience points." As he walked, Lu Yuan glanced at the notifications that popped up on his panel, his eyes betraying no emotion. Accessing his career panel, he saw, Career, Student LV4, 788 800, Basic Career Skills, Language LV5, 133, 1600, Mathematics LV5, 245, 1600, Physics LV4, 580 800, Chemistry LV4, 434 800, Biology LV4, 362 800, History LV4, 377 800, Geography LV4, 589 800, Information Technology LV4, 32 800. However, upon leveling up language and mathematics to level 5, he realized that the maximum level for the foundational skills under the student career was not actually 5. His initial plan to swiftly enhance his attribute points through this student panel was dashed, leaving him to progress gradually. Having just completed the final exam of the semester nearly an hour early, Lu Yuan thought, "I could use a large cup of lemonade." After walking for 20 minutes under the scorching sun, he finally succumbed to the heat and stopped by a milk tea shop, spending 8 yuan on a refreshing beverage. The chilled lemonade offered a delightful coolness in his hand. In one swift motion, he inserted the straw and gulped down the entire cup. Then, tearing off the paper seal, he tipped the remaining lemon slices and ice into his mouth, chewing contentedly. He finished off the milk tea in just a few bites, casually tossing the empty cup into a nearby trash bin. Core Career Skill, Absolute Focus LV3, active. In addition, a newly unlocked skill, Flash of Inspiration LV1, passive, caught his attention. Flash of Inspiration LV1, passive. Effect, a low probability of triggering flashes of wisdom, thought, and insight under heightened intelligence. This was the second core skill unlocked under the student career, and despite several days of contemplation, Lu Yuan had yet to fully grasp its workings. The triggering probability seemed abysmally low, as he had not activated it even once during the 8 final exams. Ironically, he thought he had experienced it a couple of times while practicing martial arts. In truth, Lu Yuan was uncertain whether those instances counted as successful triggers. One occurred during his practice of the crane stance. Without entering the level 3 unconscious state of absolute focus, he had been stuck on the 16th movement, unable to progress. Yet, during one practice session, he suddenly experienced an inexplicable surge of clarity, as if a switch in his brain had been flipped, flooding him with images of the crane stance's training. His body instinctively responded to unknown commands, allowing him to complete the 16th movement with surprising ease. The second instance arose during a sparring session with Lin Jiqin. It was a similar experience. His mind seemed to unlock, and his body reacted instinctively, resulting in a beautifully executed kick that even forced Lin Jiqin to retreat a step, momentarily taken aback. It was akin to a critical hit in an online game. Flash of inspiration could potentially enable him to achieve performance far exceeding his usual state during learning or combat. A divine stroke of genius. Regrettably, his current critical hit rate was far too low. The probability of triggering it seemed not only dependent on luck, but perhaps on another factor as well. As Lu Yuan's mind raced with analytical thoughts, he quickened his pace, moving from the blistering sunlight into the refuge of a shadow, his eyes flickering with realization. A term sprang to mind: pressure. The contents of the bag he carried were unknown, but it felt heavy. Your grandfather will be discharged from the hospital in a couple of days. Lu Xinhua strode towards the trash can positioned by the roadside, and Lu Yuan curiously leaned in to take a look. What is there to see? Just dead rats. Dead rats. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately recalled the massive rat that had attacked him a few nights ago at the alley entrance. Had there been an influx of rats in the shop lately? Feigning nonchalance, Lu Yuan inquired, though his gaze quickly scanned the corners of the small shop for any signs of movement. Who knows where they keep coming from? Zheng Qiuling's expression grew somewhat grim as she lowered her voice. This morning, one even ran across my foot. Thankfully, there were no customers in the shop at the time. And the storeroom. Enough talking. Do you want to stir up more trouble? Lu Xinhua interjected impatiently. Zheng Qiuling fell silent. Lu Xinhua then turned to Lu Yuan, advising, don't go spreading rumors. What shop owner doesn't he have a few mice? I've already called someone to deal with it. Use your time off to study and review instead of wandering around aimlessly. It's quite distressing to see. Okay, Lu Yuan replied, refraining from mentioning that he had just completed his exams and was already on summer break. He had even lost interest in whether it was the end of the semester. The pressures and trivialities of life overwhelmed the man before him, leaving him fatigued and irritable. The presence of mice at home indicated that the giant rat had likely not strayed far, remaining hidden nearby. As Lu Yuan ascended the stairs, he analyzed in his mind. This conclusion filled him with unease. The last encounter with the giant rat had left a profound impression on him due to its ferocity and speed. He found it hard to fathom how an ordinary person might fare if they were to encounter it. Yet, he had no effective means of addressing the situation. Even the police could only advise everyone to be vigilant. He certainly could not venture into the sewers in search of it during the sweltering summer. Chapter 48. The eighth segment. In the small bedroom, Lu Yuan stood bare-chested, throwing punches into the air. His fists tore through the atmosphere, producing a sharp sound of breaking air. With a strength of 12 points, he had privately tested himself after allocating additional points. He could bench press 200 kilograms, and his punching power had surged to over 240 kilograms, although it still lacked the crispness of Lin Jiqin's strikes. Each punch he delivered now was accompanied by a fierce wind and an impressive momentum. Each increment of strength yielded approximately a 1.5-fold increase, which was quite extraordinary. However, the recoil had also intensified significantly. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough to handle it. Over this period of time spent enhancing his abilities, Lu Yuan had come to realize that the four fundamental attributes, strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence, though seemingly distinct, were inherently interconnected. They balanced and complemented one another. After all, the human body is not merely a game character. If one attribute is excessively pronounced while the others lag, it could lead to a collapse before one even achieves superhuman status. It is akin to a finely tuned machine. If one gear suddenly changes in specification, the entire mechanism will inevitably malfunction. Thus, he could only embrace the role of a versatile warrior. Ceasing his punches, Lu Yuan lowered his hands, gradually calming his breath. He had recently engaged in another match with Lin Jiqin at the Mosa Gym, winning with ease. As Lin Jiqin had remarked, the preliminaries lacked formidable opponents. The adversary he faced last night was easily defeated with a mere kick, far inferior to the muscular man from his first encounter. Lu Yuan pulled out a gray cardboard box from beneath his bed, rummaging through a pile of dusty comics until he found a familiar one, The Legend of the Super Mecha God 3. Carefully, he extracted a small stack of green banknotes from within. 10,000 yuan. With the previous savings and the scholarship from the recent finals, he now had over 20,000 in total. Once he accumulates 100,000, he would take it out. Lu Yuan wished to avoid witnessing the anxious and frantic expressions of Lu Xinhua and zheng every few days. After neatly placing the money back, Lu Yuan exhaled a deep breath. Standing on the prepared bamboo mat, he took a few moments to ready himself. Then, he distinctly felt his pupils dilate, and he entered a state of near unconsciousness. The 18 movements of the crane stance were flawlessly replicated by Lu Yuan. After performing them consecutively twice, he emerged from the state of absolute focus. With the enhancement of LV3 absolute focus, the experience points for the crane stance were steadily increasing. It was likely that he would break through to LV4 in a few days, which would undoubtedly lead to an increase in his attributes. Activating imaginary enemy. Sweating profusely, Lu Yuan adjusted his breath to recover his stamina before commencing his practical training in consciousness warfare. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes, deep in thought as he threw punches into the empty air. Punch after punch, he continually adjusted his form and technique. After dozens of strikes, he again closed his eyes. This cycle repeated itself. This had become Lu Yuan's daily routine. He sought out Lin Jiqin and Qin Feng within the realm of consciousness, only to perish at their hands, drawing insights from those final moments to emulate their lethal techniques, yearning to ascend to greatness in one fell swoop. This process persisted for over an hour. He retrieved a chocolate bar that he had kept in his desk drawer, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. Flipping through a pile of books nearby, he finally pulled out research on ancient languages and began to peruse it slowly. He had discovered this book at the Jiayan City Library, which contained information and introductions to 3 ancient languages, 2 of which had been passed down from the Baishan era. It was precisely this aspect that had drawn him to pursue further studies in this direction. As the sun dipped in the west, the incessant ticking of a small clock filled the room. Lu Yuan closed the book, stood up from his desk, and walked to the window, slightly pulling aside the blinds. A brilliant beam of sunlight flooded in. It was 5 in the afternoon in July, and the sun remained scorching. The pavement, scorched by the relentless sun all day, appeared lethargic, and 2 stray dogs lay panting by the trash bin at the entrance of the shop below. Across the street, on the balcony of a second-floor apartment, a child struggled to collect laundry while balancing on a stool. Congratulations, your student profession level has increased. After an afternoon of dedicated effort, he had finally accumulated the last 20 or so experience points required to advance to LV5. He received 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. While the distribution of the attribute point could wait, Lu Yuan grappled with how to allocate the skill point. It was undoubtedly essential to invest in core skills. The question was whether to enhance Flash of Inspiration or Imaginary Enemy. On one hand, he found the triggering probability of LV1, Flash of Inspiration, too low. On the other hand, neglecting Imaginary Enemy was not an option, as it was pivotal for unlocking the second core skill of the fighter class. Weighing his options, Lu Yuan ultimately decided to invest the skill point into Imaginary Enemy. With this allocation, LV1, Imaginary Enemy, advanced to LV2. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, preparing to test the effects of the upgraded Imaginary Enemy. After a moment's contemplation, he opened them again, having spent the entire afternoon in rigorous study and practice without rest. He felt a bit fatigued. It would be prudent to postpone the trial until later that evening or the next day. Exiting his bedroom, he found the house empty. After taking a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, he resolved to go out. That evening, Lin Jiqin had arranged for him to participate in a match. He intended to head to the martial arts school, have dinner, and meet Lin Jiqin at just the right time. As he made his way out, he encountered a woman in her 30s, dressed in a white professional outfit, with an attractive figure and features, ascending the stairs. Lu Yuan slightly moved aside, noticing that she was carrying something in her hand, strong adhesive mousetraps from the Cat King brand. Through the plastic bag, he recognized the contents and couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Wang, are there mice in your house?" The woman paused, smiled faintly at him, and nodded, "Yes, for some reason, there have suddenly been mice in my home. They nearly scared me to death last night." Lu Yuan acknowledged this with an O, choosing not to press further. The woman, surnamed Wang, was a tenant living above him, divorced with a child, and worked in an administrative position at a company in the city center. They were somewhat acquainted. But Lu Yuan was unsure if she suspected that the mouse issue stemmed from his family's grocery store, the only one in the building, making them the prime suspects. Once on the first floor, Lu Yuan turned to check the back storage room of the shop. It was dark inside, and he did not turn on the light. But he could vaguely see a few mousetraps placed atop stacks of rice bags. Fortunately, he did not detect the foul odor he dreaded. Feeling slightly reassured, he closed the door and walked through the shop, greeting his mother, Zheng Qiuling, before leaving. Since their last video call after visiting his grandfather in the hospital, they had not kept in touch much, only occasionally exchanging a few photos or emojis. A man in his early 30s entered, clutching his chest and limping, occasionally letting out soft groans of pain. Lu Yuan glanced at him, and shortly after, someone hurried in, calling out, "The 10th match is about to start." Okay. Lu Yuan adjusted the three-eyed goat mask on his face, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stood up and walked toward the preparation room. Chapter 49. The true essence of martial arts today. Lu Yuan's fortunes were not particularly favorable. He was scheduled to compete in the last of 10 matches, resulting in an unnecessary wait of nearly an hour. However, this waiting period allowed him to rejuvenate his mental fortitude, bringing him closer to his peak state. As he stepped into the arena, a colossal sculpture of a goat's head loomed silently above. Lu Yuan spotted Lin Jiqin seated centrally in the southern spectator area, his gaze fixed intently on him. Ascending the steps to the ring, the surrounding large screens had grown quiet. His opponent for the day was a tall man adorned with a raccoon mask, well-built, with strong and powerful legs, likely a practitioner of leg techniques. Having participated in 2 matches prior, Lu Yuan had also observed and listened to Lin Jiqin's commentary on no fewer than 20 matches. Among these, he had identified several formidable competitors, often inviting them into his conscious space for practice. If practical experience were to be quantified, he had begun to learn how to assess an opponent's strengths through their physical attributes, evaluating their prowess and techniques. It was akin to swiftly scanning an exam paper before a test to gauge its difficulty level, or analyzing an opponent's character selection and equipment in a game to deduce their strategy. As the match commenced, the referee's command triggered the raccoon-masked man to launch himself forward, delivering a swift sidekick towards Lu Yuan. The force behind this attack was considerable, his powerful thigh slicing through the air like a hefty timber aimed at Lu Yuan. With a flicker in his eyes, Lu Yuan retaliated with a right foot kick. His level 3 advanced leg technique had far surpassed that of his opponent, a style he privately dubbed the battle axe, as it resembled wielding an axe when executed. The impact of Lu Yuan's kick landed squarely on the raccoon man's thigh, despite being a counterattack. The combination of 12 points in strength and 11 in agility allowed Lu Yuan to strike faster, landing the blow first. The raccoon man grunted in surprise as his body slightly shifted. Yet, Lu Yuan was already preparing for another powerful kick, leveraging his momentum. His foot striking with a force exceeding 250 kilograms, akin to a cannonball. The kick landed solidly in the raccoon man's abdomen. Struck without defense, he bent over like a shrimp before being propelled backward, flying several meters yet managing to rise unsteadily, clutching his stomach. Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive beneath the mask as he swiftly advanced, ready to deliver a finishing blow. However, in the instant he raised his foot to strike, a flood of images surged in his mind, an inexplicable inspiration compelling him to halt his attack. Instead, he formed a fist and aimed a powerful punch at the recovering raccoon man. In that moment of disorientation, a sharp sound reminiscent of a bird call echoed in Lu Yuan's ears. He suddenly found himself facing a tall youth with golden-dyed hair, kneeling before him, his face pale, trembling as he declared, "I concede. I concede." Lu Yuan's fist hovered just inches from the youth's nose, the raccoon mask long gone, scattered fragments littering the ground. Lu Yuan stared blankly at his own fist, instinctively turning to the audience. He noticed Lin Jiqin standing, his expression a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. "Who taught you that punch?" Lin Jiqin inquired after a long pause. "I don't know. I can't quite grasp how it happened," Lu Yuan replied. A vague recollection of the crane's stance surfacing, leading to an impulsive execution of the punch. At the sink, Lu Yuan vigorously wiped his damp hair with his hands. Confusion and a wry smile etched on his face. Lin Jiqin maintained a steady gaze, scrutinizing Lu Yuan's clear and sincere eyes, yet finding no clues. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jiqin finally spoke. "Very well." He retrieved an envelope from his pocket and slid it across the sink towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan accepted the envelope with a nod, wiping his face hastily as he took a few steps toward the restroom exit, hesitating momentarily. "Coach, is there anything else?" Lin Jiqin, sensing Lu Yuan's deflation, shook his head. "Nothing. Just go." As Lu Yuan exited the restroom, Lin Jiqin's previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted, revealing a torrent of shock, disbelief, and astonishment that surged forth from within. Could such a martial arts prodigy truly exist in this world? To deduce the true essence of my crane school techniques solely through stance practice. This revelation must be conveyed to my master. Lin Jiqin felt an exhilarating mix of excitement and fervor as he hastily scrolled through his phone. Yet, as he located the contact number, the intensity of his emotions began to subside. Staring at the screen, his eyes flickered before he inhaled deeply, tucking the phone away. Perhaps it was best to wait. As Lu Yuan closed the restroom door behind him, the expressions of confusion and bewilderment vanished, replaced by a profound sense of certainty and joy. An epiphany. He realized he had triggered a moment of inspiration. After enduring numerous defeats at Lin Jiqin's hands within the conscious space and imitating techniques in reality for so long, he had remarkably managed to replicate the power of that punch, aided by the spark of inspiration. Was it truly connected to the crane stance? At the very least, it confirmed that his relentless efforts were not in vain. This idea and approach were indeed viable. As usual, Lu Yuan traversed the second-floor hall, took the elevator down, and exited the doors of the Moza Club. His expression was serene, yet his heart brimmed with exuberance and delight. With nothing but a fleeting impression before a critical moment, he had managed to mimic successfully. All the sweat and toil had not been in vain. This was a testament to his cleverness. Yet, it was this very cleverness that unexpectedly yielded sweet rewards, providing him with a psychological boost that would keep him elated for quite some time. Curious if there had been any changes to his professional panel, Lu Yuan stepped into the light of a street lamp, waiting for a taxi as he summoned his career panel before him. Chapter 50. The new features of imaginary enemy remain unchanged? Lu Yuan meticulously examined the fighter class panel and found no new skills or information prompts. However, he distinctly felt that his recent punch had somehow reached a deeper understanding. As he pondered this, a taxi screeched to a halt in front of him. The driver leaned out of the window, half his head visible. "Are you getting in or not?" "Yes," Lu Yuan replied, pulling open the door and settling into the back seat. It was late, approaching 10 o'clock, and the buses had already stopped running. The car started moving. The air conditioning was off, but the night breeze flowed in through the open window, making the warmth bearable. Lu Yuan continued to reflect on his recent punch. With a force equivalent to 250 kilograms, he unleashed a punch within the confines of the compact taxi. He was careful to control his punch's range. Although each strike was aimed at the back of the front seat, he never actually made contact. Nevertheless, the sound of his fist slicing through the air caught the driver's attention, prompting him to glance at the rearview mirror repeatedly. "Hey, young man." After 5 or 6 minutes of driving, the driver finally couldn't hold back. "Be careful. My seat back isn't sturdy. You might break it." "Don't worry. I won't hit anything. It's quite loud. How about you wait until we arrive to practice?" "All right," Lu Yuan conceded, lowering his fists. In truth, after so many attempts, he had achieved nothing. He wasn't ready to give up, so he told the driver, "Call out when we arrive. I'll just close my eyes for a bit." He then shut his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Imaginary enemy, activate. In the vast arena, a tall young man wearing a raccoon mask stood silently on the massive ring. The large screens surrounding the venue were pitch black, devoid of any audience, lending an eerie silence to the atmosphere. Lu Yuan glanced around and crouched down to touch the surface of the ring. It felt as though the scene had become slightly more tangible. Beyond that, however, there were no significant changes. This was far from the expected level 2 enhancement of imaginary enemy, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan's focus was elsewhere. He removed his mask and carelessly tossed it to the ground. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the masked figure before him and gently twisted his neck. "Come on, you weakling." As per routine, he initiated his taunts to provoke his opponent, aiming to trigger its full potential. Indeed, the raccoon-masked adversary reacted to Lu Yuan's insult. The calmness in its eyes flickered momentarily. Then, with a resounding crack, it launched itself towards Lu Yuan at an astonishing speed. The powerful leg sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lu Yuan's face. He watched the leg's shadow rapidly expand in his vision, and his right foot instinctively twitched. This time, he decided to rely solely on his fists. 5 minutes later, the golden-haired man knelt before Lu Yuan, his raccoon mask shattered beyond recognition. A shard of it was embedded deep in his forehead. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, and his upper body swayed slightly before collapsing heavily at Lu Yuan's feet. No, it wasn't just that punch. Was it the way I exerted my force? Lu Yuan pondered as he gradually withdrew from the consciousness space. The taxi was still in motion, and the driver had begun a phone call, speaking in a dialect Lu Yuan couldn't comprehend. "Let us try again." He closed his eyes once more. The same consciousness space, the same opponent. He attempted to replicate the earlier battle entirely. Yet, he still couldn't capture that fleeting moment of enlightenment. I remember hearing a crane's cry just as I delivered that punch. If I don't trigger the flash of insight passive, is it truly impossible to recreate that crane's cry punch? After some contemplation, Lu Yuan entered the consciousness space for the third time. This time, he changed the imaginary enemy, selecting Lin Jiqin as his opponent. In the corridor of the martial arts school, Lu Yuan wasted no words. He delivered a powerful kick to the door, sending it flying. Striding inside, he found Lin Jiqin extinguishing a cigarette in the ashtray. "You must be Lin Jiqin, right?" Lu Yuan declared, pointing at him with bravado. Before he could finish his taunt, Lin Jiqin suddenly vanished from sight. "He is coming." Lu Yuan's heart raced, a familiar chill creeping up his spine. If all went as expected, in a moment or two, Lin Jiqin would deliver a fatal punch to his forehead. But Lu Yuan wasn't ready to end things so swiftly. As the cold and indifferent face of Lin Jiqin reappeared, along with his rapidly enlarging fist, Lu Yuan attempted to retreat from the battlefield, desperate to buy even a second of time. However, no matter how hard he tried, his body felt as if it were ensnared by an unseen force, refusing to obey his commands. Even the slightest movement was impossible. "Damn it!" Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, forcing his eyes wide open, fixating on the ever-approaching fist. A voice within him cried out, "Slow down. Slow down. I want to see more clearly." To his astonishment, the incoming punch appeared to slow down. Lu Yuan blinked in disbelief, suddenly realizing he could move again. He took 2 steps forward and found Lin Jiqin frozen in his punching stance, as if he were caught in a martial arts novel's immobilization technique. Lu Yuan was taken aback, but quickly understood. "I got it. This is the new effect of level 2 imaginary enemy." In that moment, it felt as if he had discovered a new continent. He had thought that the upgrade held no changes, but the true transformation was hidden within this newfound ability. Slow, fast, advancing, and even retreating. Lu Yuan explored the newly unlocked features of the upgraded imaginary enemy. Lin Jiqin responded to his commands, sometimes moving as slowly as a turtle, other times as swiftly as lightning, occasionally retracting his punch to sit, and at other times raising his hand to stand. It felt as if he possessed a remote control for another person's life, and he couldn't help but revel in the experience. How fascinating! He repeatedly commanded Lin Jiqin to throw punches. In his eagerness to observe the exertion of the opponent's muscles, he even tore Lin Jiqin's shirt off, leaving him bare-chested in the office. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, fueled by Lin Jiqin's accumulating anger and resentment. Fortunately, Lin Jiqin's might only erupted when he was in motion. As if Lu Yuan were dissecting the essence of that punch under a microscope, something impossible to achieve in reality. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally released the pause button. After being treated like a toy for so long, the pent-up fury of Lin Jiqin culminated as he swiftly delivered a punch to Lu Yuan's forehead. Ouch! With a thud, Lu Yuan felt his head collide heavily with a soft surface. He abruptly opened his eyes. The taxi driver, oblivious to the moment he abruptly slammed the brakes, had already brought the vehicle to a halt. Cursing under his breath, he clutched the steering wheel with a visage still etched with shock, muttering, "What on earth was that? A colossal creature just darted past me out of nowhere. I nearly collided with it. It startled me." Hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression subtly shifted. Chapter 51. Rat-eater Lu Yuan leaned his head out of the taxi window and realized that they had already reached a spot 2 streets away from his home. Glancing to the left, he noticed a dark alleyway at the same level as the vehicle. He inhaled deeply, detecting a faint, unpleasant odor lingering in the air, reminiscent of sewage. It must be that monstrous rat. A warning bell rang in his mind. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone and addressed the cab driver, who was cursing in the front seat. "Driver, let me get out here. How much do I owe you? I'll scan to pay." Once he settled the fare and prepared to exit, he feigned curiosity and asked the driver, "What happened to that thing you mentioned that darted across the road?" "Oh, that." The driver gestured toward the alleyway, "Probably just a wild dog. Luckily, I hit the brakes in time." Didn't he hit it? Lu Yuan felt a pang of regret. If that monstrous rat had been run over by the taxi, it would have rid the nearby community of a menace, alleviating his constant worry. As he watched the taxi turn and disappear, he hurried towards the alley. It was as dark as ever, and even his enhanced vision bestowed by training could not penetrate the gloom. The foul odor intensified, and he was nearly certain that the rat he had encountered before was hiding within. He hesitated. On one hand, He felt a sense of duty to eliminate this threat to the neighborhood. After all, he had witnessed the ferocity of that rat firsthand. It was more fearsome than ordinary beasts. If an unsuspecting person were to cross paths with it, misfortune would likely follow. And he did not wish to witness any fatal incidents. This desire to protect the community was something he would not have entertained months ago. Times had changed. Now, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his martial skills and an impulse to embrace challenges of this nature. Opportunities for combat in real life were exceedingly rare. And he considered himself fortunate to have encountered a kidnapping case previously. The saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, and he felt this sentiment deeply. The greater one's abilities, the stronger the desire to utilize and showcase them. At least, that was how Lu Yuan perceived it. However, on the other hand, he felt apprehensive about the darkness within the alley. Venturing in recklessly seemed unwise. The rat reeked of filth, likely carrying bacteria and viruses. A careless scratch or bite could lead to infection. He devised a plan to lure the rat out and then call the police and fire department for assistance, confident they could subdue it. With that thought, he turned to head home. But just as he pivoted, a sudden crack echoed from the depths of the alley, akin to something falling to the ground. Lu Yuan whipped his head around, his expression one of suspicion as he peered into the darkness. He retrieved his phone, activating the flashlight feature. A beam of white light burst forth, illuminating the ground where scraps of fruit peels and plastic bags lay scattered, likely remnants discarded by the rat from the sewer or trash bin. As the light swept across the alley, something caught his eye, and he noticed an object that seemed to flinch slightly. After contemplating for a moment, he cautiously took 2 steps forward, holding the light before him. He nudged the object with his foot and discovered it was a uniquely designed hairpin, either pink or red, completely wet as though just fished out from somewhere. Since the kidnapping incident, Lu Yuan had become particularly sensitive to hairpins. Seeing such an item in the same alley evoked an inexplicable feeling within him. Was that the sound it made earlier? Just then, a sudden rustling noise erupted from ahead. Lu Yuan's expression tightened as he quickly shone his phone into the alley. The light from his phone illuminated only a couple of meters before being swallowed by darkness. He could not discern the situation clearly, only seeing a shadow among a heap of disordered debris that seemed to be stirring. The foul odor wafted towards him. It was undoubtedly the rat. Lu Yuan pinched his nose and furrowed his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he decided it was best to retreat and proceed with his original plan. This creature emitted an astonishing stench. Mere clothing would not suffice. He would need a mask or some form of protection. To avoid startling the rat, Lu Yuan slowly began to back away from the alley. Yet, before he could retreat 2 steps, the rustling noise grew louder, transforming into a series of startling thuds, as if something were frantically struggling within the pile of debris, banging against the surrounding objects, creating a cacophony of noise. Lu Yuan halted his retreat. His expression hardened, and he raised the light as he advanced. He hastily covered a distance of about 10 steps, using the flashlight to finally see what was causing the uproar. To his horror, he beheld a rat over a meter long, as corpulent as a dog, hunched over a woman with disheveled hair, incessantly gnawing at her face. The woman's body quivered, her limbs thrashing wildly, striking against the surrounding debris, generating a series of sharp, crackling sounds. The sight sent a surge of shock through Lu Yuan's mind. The rat was devouring a human. He had no time to contemplate. He quickly scanned the ground, seizing a discarded beer bottle and hurled it at the monstrous rat with all his might. The force of his throw was akin to a cannonball's trajectory. The moment he completed the motion, the bottle exploded against the ground beside the rat, missing its target but startling the creature. The rat, momentarily distracted, leaped aside, turning to glare menacingly at Lu Yuan. In the beam of the phone's light, its eyes seemed to glow ominously. Curse be! Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and looked for a suitable weapon. Fortune smiled upon him as he spotted a rusty steel rod about a meter long at his feet. He grasped it, ready to confront the rat. However, in that brief moment of distraction, the rat seized the opportunity, clamping its jaws around the struggling woman and sprinting swiftly into the depths of the alley. It could carry a whole human? Was it truly a creature of legend? Stunned and terrified, Lu Yuan wasted no time and chased after it. The rat, clutching the woman, moved with astonishing speed, its long, fleshy tail slithering along the ground like a serpent. Lu Yuan contemplated throwing the steel rod to strike it, but hesitated, fearing for the woman's safety. Just as he was consumed by anxiety, the alley ahead narrowed abruptly. The rat darted through the constricted passage, but the woman it dragged along became ensnared by the tight space. tumbling to the ground and left behind. Chapter 52. The Trap. Lu Yuan halted his frantic pace, gazing uncertainly at the spot where the giant rat had vanished. The area was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. It was as if the creature had simply disappeared into thin air. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan decided against pursuing it further. He slowly directed the beam of his phone's flashlight, illuminating the figure of a woman sprawled face down on the ground, abandoned by the rat. Her disheveled black hair lay over her face like a damp rag, obscuring her features. Surely she isn't dead? A tight knot formed in Lu Yuan's chest. Could she have been dragged to death? He intended to approach her, but hesitated once more. He scrutinized the motionless woman, clad in a plaid long dress and black stockings. Positioned just 4 or 5 meters away, he swallowed hard, unable to fathom what kind of visage lay hidden beneath her tangled locks. Yet, the thought that she had been gnawed upon for an extended period suddenly struck him. He realized he might not be as brave as he had imagined. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound broke the stillness. Lu Yuan's entire body tensed, and he swiftly directed the flashlight towards the alley's entrance. To his horror, a grotesque rat's head silently emerged, fixated on him. At that moment, the woman on the ground twitched. Alarm surged within him. The previously subdued atmosphere in the alley grew tense once more. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan dashed towards the woman. With his speed, he could cover the 4 to 5 meters in just a couple of strides to protect her. Yet, as he took his first step, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. The stench of blood. Why was there no trace of it? Had she been gnawed upon for so long without shedding a single drop? The odor was unbearable. It intensified the closer he approached. Had she just emerged from a cesspool? The foul smell emanating from her was more pungent than that of the giant rat. Images flashed through Lu Yuan's mind like a rapid succession of lanterns. The rustling, the hairpin, the woman, the foul stench, the giant rat. Just a step away from the woman, Lu Yuan abruptly halted his advance. A thought struck him like lightning across the night sky. Something was amiss. There was a deception at play. At that instant, the woman, who had been lying face down, suddenly sprang up with a swift motion, contorting her limbs in a bizarre manner as she lunged toward him. Lu Yuan barely had time to think. Gripping the rusty steel bar tightly in his right hand, he swung it instinctively. The steel bar sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. The impact felt as though he had struck a stone wrapped in cotton. The immense recoil sent pain radiating through his hand. The bizarre woman, almost upon him, was flung backward by the force of the blow, her head seemingly detached. No, it was merely a mass of black hair, entangled with something white that resembled flesh. Lu Yuan's heart raced, his breaths coming in heavy gasps. His face etched with lingering terror. He barely managed to sidestep the pit he had just crossed. Glancing back at the chasm, he felt a rush of relief, horror, and exhilaration. He quickly raised the flashlight once more, directing it towards the woman he had struck. In the corner of the alley, crouched a distorted figure. Its limbs were unnaturally long, with elongated fingers and toes, and covered in fine black hairs. The creature cradled its head in its arms, emitting a sound akin to grinding teeth. It seemed to have been hurt by Lu Yuan's blow, yet the display of pain was terrifying, far from anything a normal human could exhibit. The more Lu Yuan observed, the more alarmed he became, slowly retreating step by step. As he backed away, the creature suddenly lifted its head. Lu Yuan's steps faltered. He felt as if struck by an unseen force. His muscles tensed, rendering him motionless. The face before him was not of this world, festering, with abscesses and uneven teeth exposed, devoid of lips, resembling a creature dipped in acid, with patches of matted black fur. It bore a likeness to a rat, yet retained some human features. Under the cold, harsh light of the flashlight, its bulging eyes glimmered with a menacing gleam, sending chills down Lu Yuan's spine. A voice within him screamed, imploring, "Please, do not come any closer." The grotesque rat-like figure rose from the wall, towering over Lu Yuan. It wore an ill-fitting dark gray plaid dress, and its bald head bore a visible dent, a clear mark of the steel bar's impact. In that moment, realization dawned on Lu Yuan. This creature had likely donned a wig to conceal its face, lying on the ground to feign the appearance of a victim of the giant rat's attack. All along, its eyes had been fixed intently on him. He recalled the red hairpin that had been deliberately dropped to lure him into the alley. A trap. The word flashed through his mind. And without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled. His speed surged, faster than before. He had grown stronger, with excess energy and a desire to prove himself against petty thugs, robbers, and even oversized rats, all without flinching. But this creature, a being that transcended his understanding, a monstrous amalgamation of human and rat, was not worth the risk. Moreover, this thing possessed cunning intelligence, using the guise of a victim to entice him closer for an ambush. It was clearly targeting him. Even superheroes do not venture into the lairs of monsters for a fight, run, escape the alley and call for help. Yet, to his dismay, the rat-like creature was faster than him. The sounds of its guttural growls echoed behind him, accompanied by the rasping of claws scraping against the concrete, closing in rapidly. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yuan summoned all his strength and hurled the steel bar behind him. The bar whistled through the air as it flew. Lu Yuan was unsure if it struck its target, but the relentless pursuit seemed to slow slightly. He was on the brink of escaping the alley when, suddenly, a shadow darted past him like a bolt of lightning, defying gravity as it scaled the wall. Then, it launched itself towards him with force. It was the giant rat. Get away! Lu Yuan mentally roared, throwing a punch that connected precisely with the dark shadow hurtling towards his face. The sensation was akin to striking a remarkably resilient and heavy sandbag. With a shrill squeal, the grotesque rodent was forcefully propelled away like a cannonball. It crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. Consequently, Lu Yuan's steps were momentarily impeded. A pungent stench surged toward his face from behind, as if something had latched onto his shoulder with an iron grip. Lu Yuan inclined his head slightly, yet before he could discern what clung to his shoulder, an overwhelming force surged from behind him. He watched in astonishment as the alleyway, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlights, rapidly receded from his grasp. Chapter 53 Die? Lu Yuan's body was uncontrollably hurled backward, his mind momentarily blank. A nauseating stench accompanied by a putrid wind assaulted him from his right shoulder. Abruptly jolted back to reality, as if electrified, Lu Yuan instinctively turned his head to evade the impending threat. In the next instant, a grotesque, menacing head materialized near his right shoulder, nearly grazing his cheek as it lunged to bite. The foul odor emanating from it made Lu Yuan feel nauseous. Reacting on instinct, he delivered a powerful punch to the creature's jaw. A dull thud echoed as the impact resonated. Seizing the recoil from the punch, Lu Yuan deftly freed himself from the creature's grip, activating his level 4 basic footwork, and glided several steps back to the wall. The creature staggered backward from the force of his blow, shaking its head violently. A terrifying growl erupted from its throat, its eyes flashing with ferocity, as something struck the wall behind it with a resounding crash. Bang! A small crater formed in the concrete wall. The monstrous creature transformed into a shadowy blur and lunged at Lu Yuan with lightning speed. The creature's velocity was overwhelming. With one hand still clutching his phone, Lu Yuan had no time to react before he was forcefully tackled by the shadow, tumbling into a heap of debris. The creature's long, fleshy tail lashed behind him, striking the ground with a series of loud cracks. Lu Yuan gripped the creature's forepaws tightly, his mind reeling. The creature's strength was astonishing, despite his own power. He found himself pinned to the ground, nearly unable to move. In the darkness, Lu Yuan could not discern the creature's appearance, only hearing a low growl mere inches from him. Then, something warm and slick dripped onto him. A noxious vapor, reminiscent of a decade-old sewer, wafted onto his face. The stench made Lu Yuan want to retch, yet he was immobilized, feeling as if he might explode from discomfort. A rapid sound approached his ear. It was the sound of the giant rat closing in. Lu Yuan had no chance to turn and look, for he had now seen it clearly, a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth and a sinuous black tongue, reminiscent of a serpent, aimed directly at his head, inching closer. His pupils constricted sharply. Oh no, this is it. Next time, you all have fun. On the sidewalk by the road, a stylish young woman in her 20s helplessly placed her phone down. Glancing at the time displayed on her screen, she couldn't help but grumble. A missing person case. With millions in Jiaoyan City, what are the odds it would be me? Besides, the street is well lit. I'm not wandering into alleys. As she spoke, her curiosity led her to glance into an alley just as a noise erupted from within, startling her. What was that? She widened her eyes, peering into the darkness. The interior was shrouded in shadow, obscuring her view, but she sensed something moving inside, faint, heavy breaths emanating from within. Driven by curiosity, she turned on her phone's flashlight, slowly extending it into the alley. The light, though not weak, gradually illuminated the scene. Upon reaching a certain point, her arm froze. Her expression petrified, as if she had witnessed something truly horrifying. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted in the alley, accompanied by a beastly howl. A shadow with a tail flew past her like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby trash can. The girl trembled violently, feeling as if a century had passed in mere seconds. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence of the street. Crouched like a beast, the rat man suddenly arched its back high. It felt as if it had been struck by a speeding truck. Bang! It was sent flying, landing over 10 meters away, crashing into another trash can at the alley's mouth before rolling to a stop. With the girl's scream echoing, the giant rat, lurking in the alley, seized the opportunity and charged toward the spot where the force had erupted. The creature's shrill cry abruptly ceased as it vanished into the shadows. A moment later, the massive rat was lifted by a single arm, its head gripped tightly by 5 slender, pale fingers. Its hefty body dangled in midair, thrashing wildly but unable to escape, emitting furious and frenzied screeches. With a sweep, debris and garbage were cast aside as a figure emerged from the pile. Huh! Lu Yuan spat, expressionless as he wiped the filth from his face. He glanced at the giant rat he held in his grip, struggling desperately. A flash of anger ignited in his eyes. The veins in his arm bulged as he exerted tremendous force, hurling the creature against the wall. Bang! The rat crashed into the wall with an indescribable force, causing several cracks to spiderweb across the concrete. The creature fell still, its rotund body oozing down the wall, revealing a distinct dent. Having completed this, Lu Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. Yet as his gaze shifted to the alley entrance, where the rat man had risen, glaring at him with a venomous expression, the fire of rage within Lu Yuan flared once more. Damn it! His handsome face twisted into a snarl. Lu Yuan kicked aside the garbage in his path, stepping forward toward the rat man. The creature, seemingly provoked, disregarded the trembling girl sprawled on the ground, fixated on Lu Yuan, and charged at him with a low growl. Its long tail cracked like firecrackers behind it. A fierce glint sparkled in Lu Yuan's eyes as his pupils momentarily constricted. Level 3, Absolute Focus. Activate. With a swift motion, his leg sliced through the air like a mighty axe, intercepting the shadow mid-flight and delivering a powerful kick against the wall. Boom! The majority of the rat's body was thrust into the wall, deeply embedded. Lu Yuan stepped forward, his muscular arm reaching out decisively. He grasped the rat's neck and forcefully yanked it from the wall. Aimed at the ground, he exerted all his strength. You thought you could have your way with me? Die! Boom! Chapter 54. The Gray Mist. At this moment, Lu Yuan was in a peculiar state. His mind was as calm as a winter lake frozen in ice, yet upon this icy surface blazed a fierce and consuming flame. This fire represented the explosive surge of power following a temporary enhancement, a powerful urge for destruction that felt uncomfortable if not released. It was the pent-up frustration and anger from being overpowered by the Ratman earlier, mingled with a deep-seated disgust for the foul stench that clung to it. Boom! The Ratman, caught by the throat, was slammed to the ground by Lu Yuan with the force of a chick being crushed. Before the Ratman could react, Lu Yuan had seized its tail with his other hand, swinging it like a toy and hurling it away with great force. Thud! The Ratman collided with a cement wall, creating a large dent, debris scattering in all directions and striking nearby trash, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Roar! Despite being tossed and slammed by Lu Yuan, the Ratman remained fiercely defiant. Its elongated, gaunt body arched forward as if performing a sit-up, extending its sharp claws toward Lu Yuan in retaliation. Lu Yuan, in response, released his grip. The Ratman was flung against the wall and, using its feet and tail, propelled itself back towards Lu Yuan with increased speed. With an impassive expression, Lu Yuan raised his right leg as the Ratman approached the wall, lifting it high above his head. Then, gathering strength, he delivered a powerful kick downward. Like a giant axe aimed at the Ratman's head, it struck precisely as planned. Bang! The force was immense, and the Ratman plummeted as if struck by a fast-moving baseball. With his strength attribute reaching 13 points, Lu Yuan's power had surged significantly. His estimated punching force had exceeded 300 kilograms, nearing 400. The explosive power in his legs had also increased dramatically, and as his foot connected with the Ratman's back, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Yet, Lu Yuan felt no pity. Instead, he pressed down harder, stomping on the Ratman with a series of sharp, resounding cracks. At that moment, a massive shadow rushed toward him, but before it could approach, Lu Yuan casually kicked it away. It was the giant rat, tasked with guarding the Ratman. Lu Yuan then yanked the Ratman off the ground, delivering a flurry of blows until the creature ceased its struggles, finally discarding it like refuse. He then began to search the vicinity, clearing away the litter and debris. Empty beer bottles, At last, he discovered his still-lit phone among several knotted plastic bags. Using its light, he continued to scour for the steel bar he had previously thrown or any other sharp weapon. He intended to deliver a final blow to the rat man. As he searched, a sudden sound reached his ears, a labored, wheezing noise. Lu Yuan spun around sharply, astonished to find the rat man, which had moments ago lain incapacitated, now standing upright several meters away. Its body was hunched, the concave chest heaving like a bellows, and it stood in an awkward posture, with visible signs of fractures throughout its body, remnants of Lu Yuan's earlier assault. The ratman's bloodshot eyes, nearly crimson, glared at Lu Yuan, its deep-seated malice betraying even the darkness that surrounded them. It can stand. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He estimated the ratman's vitality must exceed 12 points. Otherwise, it couldn't possess such resilience. Then I shall take you down once more. His gaze hardened anew. He slowly placed his phone on the ground, inhaling deeply, fingers splayed before clenching into fists. At that moment, a series of unintelligible sounds escaped the ratman's lips, reminiscent of an ancient language, perhaps a chant. Illuminated by the beam from his phone, Lu Yuan watched in astonishment as a thick gray mist began to emanate from the ratman. This mist formed a column, rapidly being inhaled through its mouth and nose. Then crack! A previously caved-in area on the ratman's chest, where Lu Yuan had kicked, suddenly bulged outward. Crack, crack! In the blink of an eye, the injured bones in its torso rejoined, muscles swelling as if inflated. The entire being appeared to expand slightly. A violent, fierce aura surged forth, sweeping through the alley like an invisible tempest. Lu Yuan, transfixed by the transformation before him, felt his heart race. What is this? A metamorphosis? But why in such a manner? The scene unfurled like a science fiction film morphing into a fantasy narrative at breakneck speed. The eerie gray mist resembled some form of supernatural power. Reality left no room for further contemplation. Roar! The transformed rat man, with eyes aflame, emitted a low, guttural growl. Its new form towered nearly 2 meters high, imposing a heavy pressure upon Lu Yuan in the cramped alley. Staggering back a couple of steps, Lu Yuan felt an ominous presence as the transformed rat man charged toward him with explosive speed, covering the 6 or 7 meters between them in an instant. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted, and in that fleeting moment, his heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. A chilling familiarity washed over him, akin to the sensation of a venomous serpent coiling around his heart, reminiscent of countless encounters in his consciousness. Faced with the wrath of Lin Jiqin, the dread of Qin Feng's strikes, that suffocating, desperate feeling of near death. In the face of impending doom, Lu Yuan erupted, his expression fierce. Mirroring a cornered beast, he struck out at the rampaging ratman with a powerful punch. The veins in his right arm surged, muscles taut as steel cables. In that instant, a switch in his mind flicked open, and a torrent of images flashed before his eyes. In a daze, Lu Yuan heard a piercing, high-pitched crane call. More resonant than before, he seemed to glimpse a figure of a white crane dancing in the haze. Inspiration struck. Crane-esque call fist. Bam! Chapter 55. Bewilderment. Lu Yuan felt as though he had shattered something profound. A vast cloud of blood mist erupted before him. He remained frozen in a fighting stance, gasping for breath. A towering figure, missing nearly half its head, collapsed thunderously at his feet. Once on the ground, it quickly shriveled, its limbs and torso exhibiting a disturbing tendency to melt away. Dead. Moments later, a profound sense of dread washed over his face. That was close. Too close. Had it not been for the sudden flash of insight that activated his passive ability and his prior deliberate practice of Lin Jiqin's crane cry fist, Lu Yuan could scarcely fathom the outcome he would have faced. In that fleeting instant, he had traversed the precipice of death. With a sudden glint in his eyes, Lu Yuan dashed forward. The giant rat moved swiftly, yet perhaps due to the previous blows it had sustained from Lu Yuan, it seemed unperturbed as he pursued it. His calm demeanor abruptly shifted as he noticed that the half-headed ratman corpse, which had been melting away, had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a substantial black stain behind. Following the trace, Lu Yuan sprinted to the mouth of an alley, ultimately halting before an open manhole. It escaped? Even without half its head, it survived? Or was it taken by accomplices? Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he stared into the foul-smelling abyss of the manhole, hesitating whether to descend in pursuit. The distant wail of police sirens echoed through the streets. Red and blue lights flashed rapidly, drawing nearer. Water poured gently from a bottle into Lu Yuan's cupped hands. When it was half full, he pressed his face to the water, vigorously splashing it on his face. Here, a delicate hand offered a pack of tissues from the side. Thank you, Lu Yuan replied, quickly extracting a few sheets to meticulously wipe the grime from his skin and face. After using 3 or 4 bottles of water, he managed to clean his face and hands, though the stench lingered. His filthy t-shirt and pants, damp and disheveled, along with his matted hair, made him resemble a homeless man who had spent a week buried in refuse. Lu Yuan had never felt such disdain for himself. The odor was nearly unbearable. Even to him. I didn't expect you to be quite handsome, a voice chimed in, its tone slightly mocking. Turning, he saw a young policewoman with large eyes and fair skin, pinching her nose as she spoke to him. She held a bottle of water and tissues, having just helped him clean up. Here, take the rest, she said, seemingly unable to tolerate the odor emanating from him. She thrust the water and tissues into his arms, then pointed to a figure in the distance, adding, Our captain wants to speak with you. Head over there, before hastily moving aside. Lu Yuan unscrewed the water bottle and drank deeply, realizing he was indeed parched. After haphazardly wiping his head and clothes with a tissue, he glanced around and tossed the trash into a nearby bin, then proceeded toward the captain as instructed. We have collected a substantial amount of female hair, scalp, and facial tissue at the scene. Any leads on the suspect? One officer inquired. Based on the information provided by the caller and the blood and footprints we extracted, we suspect the perpetrator escaped through a sewer inside, another responded. Get a few people to investigate down there, and remember to bring 2 electronic dogs with you. Understood. As Lu Yuan approached the back of the detective captain, he overheard the conversation. Under the captain's direction, several officers cautiously retrieved 2 silver-gray boxes from the trunk of a police vehicle. Upon opening the boxes, they revealed disc-like devices about the size of a palm. When a button was pressed, a soft blue glow emanated from the discs, causing them to float effortlessly in the air. Lu Yuan watched with intrigue as the so-called electronic dogs hovered before him. Suddenly, the police captain, who had his back to Lu Yuan, covered his nose and exclaimed, Did you just defecate? What's that smell? The officer reporting the situation across from him also pinched his nose, discreetly pointing in Lu Yuan's direction. The captain paused in surprise and turned around. He was a middle-aged man with a square jaw and an authoritative brow. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, his stern expression softened, and he lowered his hand from his nose. You are the one who reported the incident? He asked. No, Lu Yuan shook his head. I am not the one who called. It was the girl who passed by. However, she had vanished before the rat man transformed, likely fleeing in terror. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan added, I suspect she ran away early on. The captain exchanged a few hushed words with a nearby officer, and when he turned back to Lu Yuan, an odd glimmer flickered in his eyes. You claim you just fought a rat man, and the deceased giant rat found at the scene was its pet? You killed the giant rat, and the rat man fled after suffering at your hands? It may have fled, but it is also possible its companions took the body. I cannot be certain it is truly dead, Lu Yuan corrected the man earnestly. The captain chuckled lightly before abruptly changing the subject. You are still in high school, are you not? Yes, at Jiaoyin No. 4 High School, currently in my 2nd year. Do you practice martial arts? I have trained at the Yuan Martial Arts School at 231 Fando Street. Lu Yuan patiently recounted much of what he had said during his initial statement. He suspected that this middle-aged man, as the captain, had only just arrived at the scene and was beginning to grasp the situation. As the captain continued his inquiries, he unexpectedly interjected, The girl who was kidnapped and brought to this alley a month ago, was that you who rescued her? Lu Yuan was taken aback, contemplating before nodding calmly. Yes. He had not intended to keep this from the police for long. It was better to admit it openly. Impressive for someone so young. Your skills are quite remarkable, the captain praised, seemingly viewing Lu Yuan with newfound respect. Since you've played the role of a hero, why not let people know? The department even intends to present you with a commendation. I didn't want my parents to worry, Lu Yuan replied. Understood. The captain rubbed his nose vigorously, likely overwhelmed by the lingering odor. May I ask one more question, officer? Lu Yuan ventured. Go ahead. What precisely is a rat man? Chapter 56. No matter how one looked at it, this young man appeared to be a monster. After Lu Yuan's inquiry, he fixed his gaze intently on the middle-aged man's eyes, his expression earnest, even tinged with a hint of gravity. His foremost concern was the identity and origin of the rat man. The existence of such a creature had utterly shattered his previous understanding of this world. Had he not experienced it firsthand, He could never have believed that such monstrosities could exist. They were the stuff of science fiction, or rather, fantasy films. The middle-aged man, a police captain, seemed somewhat ambiguous in his approach to the case at hand. Lu Yuan speculated that the man might possess some knowledge. The world is vast. And with modern technology being so advanced, it was not unusual for a few monsters to appear. Perhaps it was yet another creature that had escaped from some biological research facility. There had been several similar incidents before, so it was not particularly extraordinary. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. A biological research facility? He wished to embrace this explanation. Yet, how could one rationalize the rat man chanting incantations while emanating gray mist from its body? That was certainly beyond the realm of biological technology. Officer, does this rat man have any connection to the recent case of missing persons? It remains unclear for now. We will disclose any findings if we have leads. So please keep an eye on the news, the middle-aged man replied curtly. Lu Yuan asked a few more questions, but the man clearly displayed a reluctance to elaborate. Did he think of Lu Yuan merely as a high school student? Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to pry open the middle-aged man's mouth with the very hand that had just shattered the rat man's head. However, he had to suppress his frustration. As he left, several fully armed officers carried the hovering disc he had seen earlier, passing by him. That rat man is no easy opponent. He thought sincerely. Had he not reserved a point for strength beforehand and unleashed his power at a critical moment, the officers might very well have been collecting his remains. The process was far too perilous to convey in just a few words. Rest assured, we have many in our team who are trained in martial arts, just like you. The officer beside the middle-aged man reassured. Lu Yuan pressed his lips together. He had already said enough. Whether they chose to heed his words was entirely up to them. Once Lu Yuan had walked away, the officer beside the middle-aged man suddenly gasped for breath, as if he had been holding it for far too long. Is it really that stinky? Look at your pathetic demeanor, the middle-aged man remarked, casting a sidelong glance at his subordinate, who then began to move towards the alley. Have the surveillance footage been retrieved? Bring it to me. Yes, the subordinate quickly responded, handing over a tablet while saying, Captain, this case is indeed rather bizarre. The footage confirms that this fellow was not lying. There truly is a creature that is neither human nor rat. Such rarity breeds astonishment. The middle-aged man replied casually as he began to watch the video. Since the last abduction incident in this alley, cameras had been installed along the road and at the entrance of the alley. The footage was clear, starting from when Lu Yuan entered the alley in pursuit of the giant rat. Upon witnessing the rat man, disguised as a victim, suddenly springing to life, the middle-aged man blinked. He remained silent and continued watching. Soon enough, the video showcased Lu Yuan's explosive display of strength as he brutalized the rat man. The middle-aged man looked up intermittently, surveying the scene before him. Cracked concrete walls, scattered debris, and those horrifying blood-stained craters on the walls, as if a violent demolition had just taken place. Such a lad, he murmured, observing the young man in the video who wielded the rat man as if it were a mere toy. No matter how you look at it, this young man seems to be the true monster here. A high school student? Does he resemble a typical high schooler? The subordinate beside him nodded in agreement. Though it was not their first viewing of the footage, shock was still evident on his face. It was difficult to fathom how such an unassuming physique concealed such incredible strength. A mere teenager, how had he trained to become so formidable? The video continued. And soon the scene depicted the rat man undergoing a transformation. The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened instantly. He quickly paused the footage and zoomed in, scrutinizing the rat man. Now enveloped in gray mist and visibly expanding in size. He studied the image repeatedly, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression unusually grave. After a long moment, he suddenly cursed aloud. Those idiot fools. The subordinate officer, taken aback, could not help but ask, Captain, is it that serious? You don't understand a thing. The middle-aged man snapped, his expression shifting rapidly as he swiftly issued commands. We can no longer manage this matter. Let those fools who look down on us handle it. If they think they're superior, let them bear the burden. The middle-aged man surveyed the bustling scene and thrust the tablet into the arms of his subordinate. Showing no intention of re-entering, he turned and strode toward the alley's exit. Dispatch a few officers to secure the scene. The rest of you, return to base. Yes, Captain. What kind of cases am I dealing with every day, he sighed. By the time Lu Yuan arrived home, it was already 11:30. The sign of his small shop was still illuminated. From a distance, he saw his mother, Zheng Qiuling, seated at the counter, anxiously scanning the entrance. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yuan dashed past the entrance of the shop. Mom, I'm going upstairs to shower. No. Lu Yuan circumvented through the back door to the staircase, not daring to let his mother see his current state. He rushed up to the second floor in one breath. Hiding in the bathroom, he scrubbed vigorously for half an hour, using nearly half a bottle of body wash to remove the foul stench from the sewers that clung to him. He did not even dare to use the bathroom outside, but instead showered in his sister Lu Jing's bathroom. The filthy clothes he changed out of were obviously beyond salvage, practically marinated in odor. Holding his nose, Lu Yuan stuffed them into a trash bag, intending to dispose of them tomorrow. Just as he stealthily emerged from Lu Jing's room, he was caught off guard by Zheng Qiuling, who was sitting in the living room. Chapter 57. Clues and Analysis. Come here. I have something to ask you. Zheng Qiuling's expression was stern as she glared at Lu Yuan. Complying, Lu Yuan approached. His tall stature of 1.80 meters reduced to that of a quail in the face of his mother's fury. Zheng Qiuling immediately launched into a series of probing questions. Lu Yuan hurriedly shook his head. No, I told you, Mom, I didn't get into a fight. If I lied to you, I would be a dog. His words were delivered with conviction, honesty radiating from him. After all, what he had engaged with tonight was, strictly speaking, not human at all. Really? Zheng Qiuling regarded him with skepticism, pulling him closer for a thorough inspection. Lu Yuan remained unfazed. He had already checked himself after his shower, and aside from a few scrapes, neither the rat man nor the giant rat had left any marks on him. The battle, though perilous, had concluded swiftly. Zheng Qiuling, unable to find any evidence of wrongdoing, pressed on with her questions. I don't know who lifted the manhole cover. I was in a hurry and didn't see. I even broke my phone screen. No wonder I noticed a strange smell. Zheng Qiuling frowned, her doubts somewhat alleviated. Having navigated his mother's inquiries, Lu Yuan glanced towards his parents' room, noticing the darkness within. Aren't we supposed to pick up Grandpa from the hospital tomorrow? Who are we after? The one who owes us money? Who else could it be? That person owes more than just us. Your father has been hanging around with a few others, wandering the city like they're in a police drama. Why don't we just call the police, Mom? Why haven't we? But you can't find the person, and the police can't do anything about it. She yawned several times, fatigue evident. Upon entering his room, Lu Yuan refrained from turning on the lights or the air conditioning, opting instead to open the window to let in a cool breeze. He sat bare-chested at his desk, feeling quite comfortable, his gaze fixed on an anime poster affixed to the wall before him. He accessed his profession panel to review his gains. You have experienced a battle. Profession experience, 235. The first notification brought Lu Yuan unexpected joy. His encounter with the rat man and giant rat had granted him over 200 points of professional experience. Such experience was rare, requiring substantial time and effort to cultivate. This considerable amount saved Lu Yuan nearly a week's worth of toil. Your skill, advanced leg technique, has been enhanced. Experience gained, 24. Your skill, advanced fist technique, has been enhanced. Experience gained, 30. Your skill, basic footwork, has been enhanced. Experience gained, 45. Scrolling further revealed a series of notifications regarding the acquisition of experience for ordinary skills. The values exceeded those he typically garnered during training sessions. Altogether, his advanced leg technique and advanced fist technique had both seen significant increases, with the latter rising to level 2. His basic footwork was tantalizingly close to reaching level 5. And his basic grappling had also seen a commendable boost. It was truly a bountiful harvest. However, Lu Yuan was disappointed to find that upon delivering the final blow to the rat man and triggering the moment of inspiration, passive ability, he had not unlocked any new skills on his panel. The only change was the appearance of a new gray skill point in the fighter section, positioned higher than the intermediate crane stance. If only I had extra skill points at hand, I could attempt to unlock it, Lu Yuan lamented. The Ratman incident had profoundly impacted him. Had it not been for his own time-traveling experience as a foundation, his worldview would have shattered entirely. He meticulously recounted the events from start to finish. The first time he encountered the giant rat, it had attempted to attack him. Initially, he had thought it merely a coincidence, but upon reflection, it seemed to have targeted him specifically. If there had only been 2 attacks, he might not have thought much of it. Yet, the second attack, tonight's incident, was decidedly peculiar. It had even used a red hairpin to lure him in, deliberately masquerading as a woman. The red hairpin, representing femininity, was particularly intriguing. Lu Yuan recalled that a month prior, he had saved a kidnapped girl in the rain-laden alley, prompted by the discovery of a similarly lost red hairpin. Was this mere coincidence? He was increasingly convinced that this was a trap meticulously laid for him. Why? It could only be due to the group of thugs he had sent to jail. Lu Yuan opened his computer and searched online, unearthing a news report from a month ago concerning the kidnapping case that had aired on the Jiayan City television station. He read through it thoroughly once more. Yesterday, our city's police cracked a kidnapping case, successfully apprehending 8 members of a gang cult. The terms cult and gang caught his attention. Akalu. Lu Yuan attempted to mimic the pronunciation, but some words were quite difficult, eluding his grasp. He randomly picked up a book he used to gain student professional experience, titled Research on Ancient Languages. Flipping through its pages, he considered that it might pertain to one of the ancient dialects of that era. It was entirely plausible. Tomorrow, he would visit the library to seek out more information. The chaotic, barbaric era of the Baishan dynasty had left behind countless astonishing artifacts, a subject of fervent study among many experts and scholars. With the police withholding information, Lu Yuan had to pursue the truth on his own. His primary concern remained the disappearing rat man. Despite having obliterated half of its head with a single punch, its body had seemingly dissolved into thin air. Either it had not died completely, feigning death to deceive him, or it had companions akin to the giant rat who had carried away its remains. Regardless of the scenario, it posed significant trouble. Who knew if it might return seeking vengeance? If it targeted him alone, that would be one thing. Lu Yuan instinctively clenched his fists. Should it shift its focus to his family? He exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Closing the webpage, he rose and approached the window. The night was devoid of moonlight, and the stars were sparse. The street below lay in tranquil silence, devoid of pedestrians or vehicles. The chorus of crickets filled the air in rhythmic succession. Lu Yuan stood quietly by the window for a moment when suddenly, a small pickup truck approached swiftly. It slowed as it neared, ultimately stopping at the curb right below him. Lu Yuan recognized a familiar figure stepping out of the vehicle, his father, Lu Xinghua. After exiting the truck, Lu Xinghua did not immediately head upstairs. Instead, he leaned against the vehicle and silently lit a cigarette. Had he come up empty-handed once again? Chapter 58. Greetings to Uncle. The following day, at 7 in the morning, the alarm clock rang punctually. Lu Yuan arose slightly later than usual. As he dressed, he suddenly felt a constriction in his attire, initially attributing it to wearing his pristine white t-shirt inside out. However, upon glancing in the mirror, he realized that it was due to his newfound muscularity. Merely increasing strength had seemingly transformed his physique. Lu Yuan observed his arms in the mirror, noticeably thicker than just a few days prior, with his chest muscles also considerably more pronounced. Even at rest, the contours of his muscles were strikingly defined. When he attempted to reach for his left shoulder with his right hand, he found it somewhat challenging, reluctantly accepting the reality that he had indeed become bulkier. Despite the lack of corresponding improvements in his other attributes, was this the inevitable outcome of focusing solely on strength? Lu Yuan had no desire to become a muscle-bound figure. He believed it prudent to shift his martial arts training emphasis onto the crane stance, as it would enhance his agility. Increased agility would better enable him to control his physique, a necessity after the rapid muscle growth he had experienced following strength training. He donned the largest and loosest short-sleeve shirt he could find, layered with a sports jacket before heading out. He suspected that his mother, having been preoccupied with concerns over whether he had engaged in a fight or sustained injuries, had overlooked this alteration in his physique. While his mother might have missed it, Lin Jiqin would undoubtedly notice. He contemplated this as he descended the stairs. His occupational panel was his most significant secret. Although he could mask his rapid advancement in martial arts through talent, there was no way to explain the sudden changes in his physique. Encountering a martial arts expert like Lin Jiqin would surely expose him. At just past 7, Lu Yuan decided against morning practice. Seeing his mother setting up the shop, he lent a hand for a while. Shortly thereafter, a large bag of buns and fried dough sticks was delivered from the breakfast shop across the street. Purchased by his mother, Lu Yuan was not particularly fond of the breakfast from that place, finding it quite unpalatable. Typically, he would make a point to detour to another location for his meals, but today, he had no choice but to make do. "Mom, where's Dad?" Lu Yuan asked as he settled on a small stool outside the shop, biting into a bun. The meat inside was plentiful, yet it felt rather stale and overly salty. "How did you know I was getting ready to leave? When have you ever stayed home quietly?" Zhang Choling shot him a glare. Still seemingly irked over his mishap of falling into the drainage ditch the previous night, Lu Yuan quickly fell silent, hastily finishing off 10 meat buns and gulping down 2 bottles of pure milk. After exchanging greetings with his mother, he departed. Today, he deliberately took a longer route. Arriving at the spot where he had encountered the rat men, the alley where the fight had occurred was cordoned off with yellow police tape. Surrounded by a crowd of curious onlookers, 2 officers were on duty, maintaining order. Lu Yuan approached nonchalantly, overhearing a woman in her 30s, her lips painted red, persistently questioning one of the officers. Will you compensate for the damages? The walls of my shop are in ruins. How can I continue my business? She appeared to be the owner of the neighboring clothing store. Lu Yuan recalled that the scuffle with the rat men had caused considerable damage to the storefronts along the alley. In addition to the clothing shop, a nail salon had also been affected, although it remained closed, likely because the owner was unaware of the situation. TSK, TSK, TSK. A nearby elderly man, carrying a basket of vegetables, sighed repeatedly as he observed the scene. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lu Yuan inquired, Sir, do you know what happened here? Lu Yuan feigned shock. How did someone die? Who is it? Who knows? They won't let anyone in to see. Some say a woman was killed by a rat. I say that's pure nonsense. The old man waved dismissively, muttering that there was nothing to see before heading off to buy vegetables. Lu Yuan lingered, peering into the alley, purposefully edging closer. The 2 officers on site failed to recognize him, merely perceiving him as another curious bystander, and urged him to leave. Feeling somewhat reassured, he glanced towards a nearby manhole cover. The cover that had been dislodged the previous night was now replaced. He surmised that this incident would likely be reported by the police as a regular homicide. He wondered if it was connected to the recent spate of disappearances. As Lu Yuan pondered this, he felt the connection was tenuous. Despite their intelligence, the ratmen did not strike him as capable of abducting dozens of individuals without leaving a trace. The significant case of missing persons in Jiaoyan City had prompted a swift response, including the arrival of the magnetic levitation hovercraft. The ratmen possessed considerable strength, yet it seemed unlikely they warranted such attention, unless they had more formidable allies or even an organization behind them. He recalled the cult gang members who had been captured. Without further delay, he hailed a taxi to the city police station. 20 minutes later, upon arriving at the police station, Lu Yuan stepped out of the cab, momentarily taken aback. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning, the peak of the morning rush, yet a considerable number of individuals loitered outside the station. Many appeared weary, carrying water and food. Some even spread blankets and bedding on the ground. They held up and scattered red banners around them, swarming any officer in uniform who exited the building. We urge the city bureau to expedite the investigation and return our loved ones. We need leads. We implore the city bureau to take this seriously. Some called out, their voices trembling with emotion, evoking memories of the woman he had seen weeping at the entrance of the Yuan martial arts school, entangled with Lin Jiqin. Lu Yuan silently navigated through the crowd. The missing persons case, which he had only seen as numbers on television and in the news, felt profoundly more serious as he drew near. Entering the reporting hall, he observed the hurried movements of those inside. He did not wish to trouble anyone, opting instead to approach the bulletin board by the entrance to search for the name of the criminal police captain who had led the team last night. Otherwise, he would have no idea whom to approach for assistance. As he scanned the photos on the board, suddenly, someone called out from behind him, "What brings you here?" Turning around, he found a middle-aged man in uniform, his square features revealing surprise. It was precisely the captain he sought. "Uncle, good morning," Lu Yuan greeted politely. Feeling a flicker of joy, the man stood over 6 feet tall, his physique robust even beneath his jacket. Recalling the footage he had seen the previous night, Lu Yuan's use of the term uncle caused the corners of the captain's mouth to twitch slightly. Chapter 59. Search. My name is Go Wenjun, but you may call me Captain Go. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and inquired of Lu Yuan, "What brings you here so early?" "Yes," Lu Yuan nodded, seeking to glean some information from Captain Go. "Well, coincidentally, I have matters to discuss with you as well," Go Wenjun replied, gesturing for Lu Yuan to follow him to the office for their conversation. Ascending to the second floor, Lu Yuan settled into a chair in an office adjacent to the staircase. Go Wenjun courteously invited him to sit and poured him a cup of water. "Speak up. What did you wish to inquire about so early in the morning?" Lu Yuan placed the disposable cup down and earnestly responded, "I wish to review the case file regarding last month's kidnapping incident." Go Wenjun, holding a thermos, was taken aback and sputtered water in surprise, both amused and exasperated. "Have you been reading too many novels or watching too many dramas? Case files are not something one can simply request at will. However, since you are directly involved, I can share some non-sensitive details with you. Oh, Lu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, as this was precisely what he aimed to achieve. Had he directly expressed his desire for information, Gu Wenjun would have likely offered vague responses instead of the straightforwardness of this moment. What do you want to know? About the gang of kidnappers. What is their background? Gu Wenjun set down his thermos, pondered briefly, and remarked, they are simply a group of thugs. Led by that old black fellow you injured in the car, breaking several ribs. He has some martial arts training and has participated in underground fighting for a few years. Originally, they operated in the western part of the city, collecting protection fees and such. I am not quite sure what possessed them to become bold enough to engage in kidnapping. Will they have a chance to come back? Lu Yuan asked. Gu Wenjun glanced at him and chuckled. Are you worried about retaliation? Rest assured, they will have no opportunities in this lifetime. Death penalty. Lu Yuan blinked. Or is it life imprisonment? Gu Wenjun merely shook his head, conveying that this was information he could not disclose. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Generally, kidnapping charges do not warrant such severe penalties, and as he suspected, this group was indeed connected to the individuals who had assaulted him. Have they kidnapped anyone else besides the girl I rescued? Lu Yuan inquired further. Gu Wenjun nodded. Yes, they have kidnapped several others. I was just about to mention this. The family of the girl you saved is very grateful. I provided them with your information. That is all right, isn't it? Lu Yuan was taken aback but quickly shook his head. It's fine. Their family is quite well off, but with your sense of justice, I doubt you would care for such things. By the way, do you want a banner? I can have one made in the next couple of days. Captain Gu. Lu Yuan noticed Gu Wenjun was deliberately changing the subject and, with a hint of resignation, said, I have one last question. Go ahead. Gu Wenjun smiled at him. Lu Yuan considered for a moment and, with a serious expression, asked, I want to know, which cult does that old black fellow's gang belong to? At 10:28 a.m., in the Jiaoyan City Library, a young man strode in. He wore a black and white athletic outfit, stood tall with slightly long hair styled in a subtle fringe, accentuating his well-defined and handsome features. His physique resembled that of an athlete, though his pale skin somewhat diminished that impression. Upon entering the library, Lu Yuan headed straight for the smart book search station in the hall. Opening the book search interface, he found himself at a loss for where to begin. After pondering for a while, he typed a Sanskrit character onto the screen. The search yielded a staggering 676 results. Expressionless, Lu Yuan added the character for cult after the Sanskrit term. The screen flickered, displaying 117 results. He then took out his phone and repeated the same process. Encountering over 1 billion relevant pieces of information cursing under his breath, Lu Yuan could no longer contain his frustration, mentally berating Gu Wenjun multiple times. How could he have called him Captain Gu all morning when Gu Wenjun remained as evasive as ever, offering only half-told information? It was as if he had been given a breadcrumb, yet the outcome was no different from receiving nothing at all. After spending considerable time with Gu Wenjun, was he unlocking the riddle profession? Lu Yuan thought bitterly. He had asked Gu Wenjun about the gang affiliated with the rat people and their cult, only to receive a vague reference to something like Sanskrit cult. How many variations of Sanskrit could there be? With this scant clue, Lu Yuan felt like he was searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, he had no choice. He had to search. The origins of the rat people were crucial to Lu Yuan's deeper understanding of the world around him. His curiosity transcended mere interest. As the saying goes, the wheels of fate begin to turn. The word extraordinary held vast possibilities for Lu Yuan, who possessed a career panel. Taking a deep breath, he pondered once more, appending terms such as ancient, rat, cult, evil deity, ancient god, and rat god to the search. However, this time the search yielded 0 results. Lu Yuan was left with no choice but to carefully eliminate less relevant keywords. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away gradually. Could you please hurry? A voice interrupted his concentration. Turning to see a slender girl with glasses and fair skin, Lu Yuan noted her mildly impatient expression. I am the librarian. You've occupied the machine for quite some time now, and others are waiting. Could you please expedite your process? She asked softly. Lu Yuan remained still, calmly observing the other nearby machines. Why not use one of the others? The other machines are undergoing system upgrades and won't be operational until this afternoon. Currently, the only functioning one on this floor is the one in front of you, she explained. Lu Yuan contemplated for a moment, then allow me 5 more minutes. His search keywords had been trimmed down to 5, yielding over 10,000 results. He had already examined a substantial portion, and 5 minutes should suffice to go through the remaining entries. All right, I'll make them wait a bit longer. Lu Yuan wasted no time. In just 4.5 minutes, he completed his review of the remaining entries. He relinquished the search station and settled into a nearby sofa chair. Closing his eyes, he relied on his memory to mentally revisit the book titles he had hastily noted. Even with his near photographic memory, this endeavor was still quite taxing. He could acutely feel parts of his recollection fading under such intense cognitive strain. Next time he had attribute points, he would prioritize enhancing his intelligence. Lu Yuan resolved internally, having gradually begun to appreciate the benefits of increasing his intellect. In addition to these daily encounters, his martial arts practice has proven beneficial as well. A heightened fighting spirit, a more vibrant mental state, an enhanced capacity for learning, and an increased probability of triggering the elusive moment of inspiration. If my intellect were rated at 12 or 13 points, the Crane's Call strike I executed against the rat folk yesterday might have successfully unlocked a skill on my professional panel. Lu Yuan pondered. Chapter 60. The Lord of the Abyss. Lu Yuan was closing his eyes, sifting through information in his mind. At that moment, he heard someone calling him. Hello, hello. Lu Yuan opened his eyes to find the slender girl who had previously introduced herself as the librarian. What is it? Lu Yuan inquired. The machine over there has become available. You can continue using it, the girl kindly reminded him. Lu Yuan glanced towards the book search station and noticed that indeed no one was occupying it. He thanked the girl and started to walk over to reclaim his spot. However, just as he stood up and took a couple of steps, he was called back by the slender girl. Excuse me, are you searching for books related to religion? She asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. I happened to see you standing next to me earlier. Lu Yuan was taken aback, considering her position as a librarian. She might be able to assist him in sorting through his thoughts. Thus, he did not conceal his intentions and simply nodded, yes. I am looking for some materials on religion, but I seem to have forgotten the specific name of the religion. I only recall a few key terms. A look of helplessness crossed Lu Yuan's face. Could you describe them to me? The girl's curiosity was evident in her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan shared all the relevant clues he had. It begins with a Sanskrit character and is related to rats. It is likely an ancient religion with malevolent teachings. His major was the study of ancient religions, and he was quite familiar with this library, so perhaps he could uncover more with her help. He then flushed slightly as he explained, Actually, I'm just filling in for someone today. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to express his gratitude, she quickly dashed aside, engrossed in messaging on her phone. Lu Yuan dismissed the incident from his mind and continued his work at the book search station. Just as he was deeply engrossed in his task, the slender girl returned. Her eyes sparkling, she immediately handed him her phone. Lu Yuan hesitated briefly before accepting it. I can only recall 3 that fit the criteria you mentioned. You can check with him to see which one he is looking for. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, pleasantly surprised that the slender girl had indeed managed to gather some information. Judging by her senior's demeanor, she seemed quite knowledgeable. With a professional helping to narrow down the search, Lu Yuan's efficiency was bound to increase significantly. Feeling invigorated, he wasted no time and began searching for the 3 sect names provided by the girl's senior at the book station. This was a malevolent cult active in a small nation in the central northern hemisphere during the last century. It had sparked a massive rat plague that spread across several countries. Lu Yuan found research books related to the rat sect, and before he could speak, the slender girl eagerly ran off to fetch each book one by one. He merely needed to review the materials for further verification. This step was relatively straightforward, primarily relying on one method, language. Lu Yuan compared the phonetics of the languages used by the sects he had researched with the speech patterns he remembered from the rat people to determine if it was indeed the target he sought. After a busy 20 minutes, he closed the last relevant book and, under the girl's eager gaze, shook his head in disappointment. It's not. Oh. Disappointment flickered across the girl's face. Lu Yuan noticed the strands of hair on her forehead dampened by sweat, her once neat bangs now sticking together in clumps. He recalled that during the past 20 minutes, she had run back and forth to the borrowing area at least 7 or 8 times, and the stack of books beside him was mostly brought by her. The weighty tomes were no light burden, and he felt a pang of guilt for her efforts. Don't worry, it's all right if we can't find it, he reassured her. The girl tilted her head in thought for a moment before saying, Why don't you record the pronunciations of the words you know and send them to me? I have a few senior colleagues who specialize in ancient languages. Let us exchange contact information. My name is Chengyu. What about you? As she spoke, she naturally took out her phone from her pocket. Though surprised by her kindness, Lu Yuan saw no reason to refuse. I am Lu Yuan. Let me scan your contact. Just as Lu Yuan was about to scan her contact, a notification chimed on her phone. Cheng Yu picked it up and exclaimed, "Ah, my senior just messaged me again. He thought of another thing that fits your description. But it's not a sect, it's a person." As she read, she handed the phone to Lu Yuan. A person? Lu Yuan blinked and accepted Cheng Yu's phone. The screen displayed a freshly received message that read, "There's another that matches all the criteria he mentioned. However, this is a person. To be precise, the name of a god. This ancient evil deity, the Lord of the Abyss, was widely worshipped in the ancient region of Donglunsa during the era of the White Mountain. His name is Vantuyas." Upon reading the message, Lu Yuan was immediately taken aback, a glimmer of illumination crossing his eyes. After a moment, he returned the phone to Cheng Yu and calmly stated, "I believe this time it should be correct." "Yes," Lu Yuan exclaimed with a hint of delight. Lu Yueping immediately stood up and waved at him with a smile. Today, Lu Yueping appeared to be in excellent spirits. Lu Yuan could distinctly feel the strength in his grandfather's grip on his arm had noticeably increased since their last meeting. It seemed he was recovering quite well. In just a few days, he had visibly regained his vigor. This was wonderful. Lu Yueping beamed as he appraised Lu Yuan, as if he could never get enough of him. After exchanging a few words, the two were soon ushered upstairs by Lu Yuan's mother, Zheng Qiuling, for lunch. Lunch was, of course, prepared by Lu Xinghua, featuring 8 dishes and a soup. While it was ostensibly to celebrate Lu Yueping's discharge from the hospital, the majority ended up filling Lu Yuan's stomach. At the dining table, Lu Yueping continually served Lu Yuan food while eating very little himself. After lunch, Lu Xinghua received a phone call and hurriedly left the house. Chapter 61. The third new profession. There were 7 books stacked on the desk, nearly half a meter high. One by one, he would peruse them. Habitually, before delving into formal study, he glanced at his phone. The shattered screen, resembling a flower in bloom, reminded Lu Yuan that it was time to visit the phone repair shop. He opened a few unread messages, most of which were from Cheng Yu, a slender girl he had just met at the library that morning. She inquired about his studies and offered her assistance, mentioning that she knew many seniors from various disciplines. Scrolling further, he disregarded a few trivial messages from Changping and some tedious mentions in the class group chat. His gaze settling on a particular contact, elder sister, Lu Jing. Entering the conversation with Lu Jing, he noted that their last exchange had occurred 3 days prior. "Sister, can we do a video call?" Scrolling up, he saw that his messages dominated the chat, with Lu Jing's contributions being sparse. Since their last video call, during which she mentioned a tragic incident involving a death at an archaeological site, their communication had become sporadic. A flicker of concern stirred within him. Could something be amiss? After a moment of contemplation, he messaged her, "Sister, Grandpa is being discharged from the hospital today. Can we do a video call tonight? He wishes to see you." Initially, he planned to dismiss the matter after sending the message. "Tonight? All right, I'll find an opportunity to call you." Lu Yuan felt a surge of relief and quickly replied, "The signal is poor. I'm busy." "Sigh, what progress has been made at the temple? You never followed up on the incident of the death." Angry Xiao Yuan. The chat window displayed elder sister, Lu Jing, is typing. Yet, after a prolonged wait, there was no further response from her side. Lu Yuan stared at her last message for an extended period, imagining Lu Jing typing numerous words only to delete them one by one. Okay. Lu Yuan sat silently at his desk, brows slightly furrowed. Was she concealing her troubles to spare them worry? In this respect, the family shared an uncanny resemblance. Whether it was Lu Yuan, Grandpa Lu Yueping, his father Lu Xinghua, or Lu Jing, they all tended to bear their burdens in silence, resolute in shielding their loved ones from distress. Sometimes, Lu Yuan couldn't help but wonder if this was the reason he had traversed to the Lu family. Perhaps it echoed his past self, separated from his elder sister by over 3,000 kilometers and with her lost amidst vast sands, even if he knew what was happening. He felt powerless to assist her. Shaking his head, he set his phone aside and retrieved the top book from the stack of materials beside him. Placing it before him, exploring the Middle Ages, the Lord of the Abyss, Vantuyas. This book was part of a series that intertwined numerous epic legends with the author's own speculative imaginings, leaning more towards a narrative form. Thus, Lu Yuan refrained from activating absolute focus, instead reading it as one would a novel. Time slipped away, marked only by the rhythmic ticking of a small clock. He was uncertain how long had passed when he turned to the final page of the book. His notebook was already filled with densely packed notes. This habit of diligent note-taking had developed after he became an academic achiever. He instinctively jotted down thoughts no matter the book he read. The name Vanthuas is derived from the ancient Doral language, meaning Lord of the Abyss. Vanthuas is said to control all the treasures buried deep within the earth, possessing boundless power, wealth, and authority, enjoying an endless lifespan. There are legends that describe him as having the head of a bull, the eyes of a deer, the body and limbs of a tiger, and the wings of a vulture. However, it is also rumored that he often transforms into a handsome youth clad in finery, appearing at the edge of a fog-laden wilderness on the second night of the full moon, accompanied by a rat and a centipede, before returning to the abyss before dawn. Vanthuas is a capricious, malevolent deity. He may bestow eternal life and riches upon his followers, only to snatch away their souls in the next moment. It is said that Vanthuas once used a bone flute to summon countless hungry rats from the depths, turning the once thriving capital of ancient Donglunsa into a ghost town overnight. On these scattered notes, Lu Yuan highlighted every term related to rats. The computer on his desk had long been activated, revealing a plethora of search records regarding the White Mountain era and the Lord of the Abyss, over several dozen pages, rendering the screen nearly unresponsive. The most recent webpage displayed an old news article from 8 years ago concerning an incident in the eastern region of the Far Star Federation's Conradsa, detailing multiple attacks by underground monsters on pedestrians within a month. The underground monster was a local legend in Conradsa, referring to a vicious and cunning creature resembling a rat that dwelled underground. The article even included an illustration of the creature, which bore a striking resemblance to the rat-human he had encountered. The legend of the Lord of the Abyss had circulated most fervently in ancient Donglunsa, which was roughly in the vicinity of the present-day Far Star Federation's Conradsa. Rat-humans and underground monsters were indeed likely connected to this so-called Lord of the Abyss. Nevertheless, to unearth more compelling evidence, he would need to approach the matter from a different angle. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan picked up one of the last unread books from the stack, Beginner's Guide to the Doral Language. This was the ultimate key to unraveling the mystery. LV3, Absolute Focus, Activate. A sudden sensation of immersion enveloped him. Lu Yuan instantly plunged into a profound state of concentration. The thick ancient language dictionary flipped rapidly in his hands, while his other hand swiftly scribbled notes. His eyes fixated on the text, a spark of brilliance flickering in his gaze as if data was rapidly flashing before him. Learning, imitating, correcting. Suddenly, a loud utterance escaped Lu Yuan's lips as he clearly articulated a long string of phonetics. The moment he spoke those words, he felt a slight tremor, abruptly breaking free from the state of absolute focus. Concurrently, a new notification from the profession panel appeared before his eyes. You have mastered the new skill, Doral Language, LV1. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new profession panel, Ancient Language Expert. Chapter 62. Cognition of the Extraordinary. Yearning for the extraordinary, touching the extraordinary, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of unexpected delight washing over him. He had long contemplated embarking on a secondary profession, but had yet to determine the field in which to delve. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently unlocked the title of Ancient Language Expert today. Yet, why had this career panel only now revealed itself? He had been self-studying obscure ancient languages for quite some time. Why had it not been accessible before? Was it possible that the study of ancient languages required a deeper understanding of their origins and the historical legends associated with them? After much contemplation, Lu Yuan arrived at this singular conclusion. The two ancient languages he had previously learned were primarily for the purpose of gaining experience and language skills. He had focused solely on grammar, neglecting other aspects. The ancient Doral language served as a lingua franca in the ancient East Luncer region. In his quest to understand the origins of the Ramin and the Overlord of the Depths, he had skimmed through the history of East Luncer. Setting that aside, Lu Yuan chose not to dwell on the matter for too long, redirecting his attention to the insights he had gained in ancient Doral. Ah, ka. Lu mi. He began to repeat a phrase he had uttered previously. The phonetic intricacies of ancient Doral were far more complex than any language he had studied before, with certain sounds proving exceptionally challenging. Initially, he struggled, but through repetition, he gradually articulated the words more clearly and smoothly. Ultimately, he inscribed on his notebook, great, immortal, omnipresent, rodent, devouring, monarch, king, exalted, bestow, loyal, worshippers, kneeling devotees, strong, robust, sturdy, power, abundant physical prowess, Immortality, undying, invulnerable. Praise. In a mere sentence, Lu Yuan's translation nearly filled an entire page. After careful selection and refinement, it coalesced into something akin to, "O great and omnipresent King of Gnawing, please bestow upon your most loyal follower strength, power, and immortality, so that I may eternally praise you. I shall offer all that brings you joy." It resembled a form of prayer, or perhaps a incantation. Lu Yuan pondered, idly twirling the pen between his fingers. He then attempted to translate the first words spoken to him by the rat men during their encounter. That was when he first heard the rat men speak ancient Doral, yet he had not been as attentive as during his second encounter, rendering his recollection somewhat hazy. The translation yielded only fragmented terms: destroy, sacrifice, incompetent servant, bloody food, tear you apart, kill you. This utterance sounded more like a threat or a taunt before battle. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan's mind swiftly wove together the general narrative. It seemed that the gangsters, led by Old Black, had fortuitously encountered the rat men. Or perhaps the rat men were originally part of their ranks. Under the rat men's influence, they had abducted women as offerings to the King of Gnawing or as sustenance for the rat men. On that rainy day in the alley, I inadvertently disrupted their scheme and even managed to send the entire gang to the police station. Consequently, the rat men, having lost their source of sacrificial blood, harbored a grudge against me, biding their time for revenge. While Lu Yuan's conjecture may have contained inaccuracies, the essence of it seemed sound. He conducted a brief inquiry into the title King of Gnawing, but unfortunately found nothing. However, from his previous studies on the Overlord of the Depths, he discovered that the legends frequently mentioned the presence of rats. This so-called King of Gnawing might indeed be a figure within the ancient pantheon of the Overlord of the Depths, Ventius. The ratman's incantation beseeched the King of Gnawing for strength, power, and immortality. Following the eruption of gray mist, the ratman's injuries healed instantly, and its strength and speed surged. If immortality were also a reality, then my punch may not have been capable of slaying it. As this realization dawned on him, Lu Yuan's expression shifted. His swift and powerful crane cry punch had nearly obliterated half the ratman's head, yet it had not succeeded in delivering a fatal blow. Such extraordinary abilities seemed almost grotesque. However, upon reflection, such a formidable ratman would likely not withstand even a half-hearted crane cry punch from him. The true master of that lethal technique, Lin Jichin, must be even more formidable. And what of the similarly powerful Qin Feng? Thus, could martial arts also touch upon the extraordinary? In a certain sense. With my current prowess reaching a professional level, I might also be deemed extraordinary in the eyes of ordinary people. Just as I have now unlocked the new profession of ancient language expert, the early levels of this new vocation can be traversed swiftly, gaining skill points to fully unlock the crane cry punch, as well as the core skill of imaginary enemy and the subsequent fighter core skill. A surge of fervent ambition ignited within Lu Yuan. Cognition of the extraordinary, yearning for the extraordinary, touching the extraordinary. It felt as though a grand portal to a new world was slowly opening before him. Yet, he must remain wary of the ramen. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan contemplated the implications. With the confirmation that the ratman was likely still alive, its vengeful nature would surely compel it to return for retribution once its injuries healed. This creature was cunning, adept at diverting his attention with the giant rat, only to seize the opportunity to flee. It was likely hiding in the sewers, nursing its wounds. It would be best to locate and eliminate it before it fully recovered. Clearly, he could not rely on Go Engine for assistance. He would have to devise a plan on his own. For the next few days, he resolved to remain at home, safeguarding his parents and grandfather while diligently honing his skills. With determination, Lu Yuan picked up his phone and called Lin Jichin. "Coach, I have some family matters to attend to and may not be able to compete for a few days. I'm uncertain how long it will take. I will inform you in advance," he explained. Lin Jichin responded with understanding, offering his assistance should Lu Yuan require it, and then ended the call. Setting down his phone, Lu Yuan began to contemplate how to defend against the lurking ratman. Conventional mouse traps and sticky boards would surely be ineffective. Perhaps acquiring a few cats? He shook his head at the thought. Not only would it be troublesome, but he couldn't be certain who would end up preying on whom, given the ratman's ferocity. Even a Tibetan mastiff might not intimidate it. A soft thud echoed from the living room. Checking the time, Lu Yuan realized it was already past 3, almost 4 o'clock. It must be his grandfather, Lu Yuan, awakening from his afternoon nap. Just as he prepared to rise from his room to take a look, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Chapter 63. Silence and bottle stakes. Hello? Lu Yuan answered the phone, inquiring about the caller's identity. The faint sound of breathing from the other end quickened his pulse, yet no words were spoken. Who is this? Lu Yuan repeated his question. The breathing on the line gradually steadied, but still, there was no response. Frowning, Lu Yuan remarked, if you're not going to speak, I'll hang up. He waited for 3 seconds, but the caller remained silent. Not indulging the mystery, Lu Yuan ended the call. The breath seemed feminine and did not appear to be a wrong dial. A few fleeting figures flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, sparking several conjectures. However, he was too apathetic to verify, throwing open the bedroom door and striding out. As Lu Yuan entered the living room, he caught sight of his grandfather, Lu Weiping. Emerging from a room, he paused momentarily. That was the room of his father, Lu Xinghua, and mother, Zheng Qiuling. After his grandfather was discharged from the hospital, he had been assigned to stay in his sister, Lu Jing's, room. Grandpa, Lu Yuan called out, approaching him. Have you finished your homework? Lu Yueping smiled kindly at him, then looked around in confusion. Where is the TV remote? I can't seem to find it. It's right here, Grandpa. Lu Yuan glanced at the sofa and spotted the remote beneath the coffee table. Oh, I see, Lu Yueping exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I've searched everywhere for it. What do you want to watch? I can turn it on for you. Just as Lu Yuan moved toward the coffee table, Lu Yueping replied, no need. Forget it. It's already 4 o'clock. I'll go buy some vegetables and cook a few dishes you like for dinner. I've been lying in a hospital bed for over a month. It's time to get some exercise to recover faster. Grandpa. Once Lu Yueping stepped out, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before entering his parents' room. 5 minutes later, precisely as he suspected, he discovered a passbook hidden in the pocket of his mother's autumn shirt, containing over 100,000 yuan. Staring at the thin booklet, Lu Yuan couldn't help but recall how he used to stash money beneath his parents' pillows. Truly, a case of grandparent and grandchild sharing the same traits. As night fell, Lu Yuan stood on the rooftop of the 6th floor, his hands and feet bound by thick sandbags, practicing fundamental combat footwork on chalk-drawn footprints. Around each chalk mark, he had circled empty beverage bottles. If he misstepped even slightly, he would collide with the bottles, causing them to clatter noisily. In total, he had drawn over 100 such footprints, creating an elaborate and intricate array of bottle stakes. Each time a bottle clinked, he had to restart from the beginning, only completing the exercise once he had silently traversed every footprint. Given the weight of the sandbags, performing strikes and evasive maneuvers while stepping on the bottle circles significantly increased the difficulty. Panting slightly, Lu Yuan concluded another round of self-training. Approaching the bottle stakes, he picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water and gulped it down, feeling a momentary sense of relief. Though perhaps a rudimentary method, it effectively honed his footwork, punches, and kicks, allowing him to gain experience, which he deemed worthwhile. In a real combat situation, the dynamics would shift rapidly, making it impossible to rely solely on his self-drawn footwork. Lu Yuan primarily aimed to refine his footwork experience while simultaneously enhancing his martial instincts. After quenching his thirst, Lu Yuan took a brief rest, then checked his profession panel. You have focused on professional training for 10 minutes, gaining 4 experience points. Your skill in basic footwork has improved, gaining 4 experience points. Your skill in advanced punching has improved, gaining 2 experience points. Congratulations. Your skill in basic footwork has leveled up. Noticing this notification, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily, though it did not surprise him. His basic footwork had been on the verge of leveling up, and after a night of concentrated training, the advancement was only natural. Glancing at the skill panel, he saw that his basic footwork had indeed upgraded from level 4 to level 5, while a new entry for advanced footwork at level 1 had appeared in his skill set. This evaluative form of skill enhancement felt subtle to Lu Yuan. Its true essence could only be realized in actual combat. He categorized the upgrades into 2 types, evaluative and transformative. The latter involved a clear and significant difference upon breaking through a level, showcasing substantial improvements and benefits. For instance, techniques like the crane stance and absolute focus, among others. Of course, leveling up evaluative skills also brought additional rewards. Reaching the maximum level in basic footwork, Lu Yuan received an unexpected bonus of 1 attribute point. Without hesitation, he allocated this point to intelligence. His intelligence, previously at 11, quietly increased to 12. The familiar sensation of a sharp pain in his head returned. In that instant, A flood of information and images raced through his mind like a film on fast forward. This time, the pain lingered longer, akin to an intense migraine, causing Lu Yuan to instinctively clutch his head and crouch down. Clatter. The sound of something falling to the ground echoed sharply. What happened? What's wrong? Lu Yuan heard hurried footsteps approaching. The pain receded like a tide, and as he lifted his head, he saw a beautiful woman standing before him. Her expression filled with concern. Xiao Yuan, what happened to you? Wang Jia? Lu Yuan recognized her as the woman who lived above him, with whom he had exchanged a few words in the hallway a couple of days prior. I'm fine, just bumped my head accidentally. He shook his head, taking deep breaths to quell the last remnants of the pulsating pain in his head. He noticed the woman was clad in a white nightgown, with a basin tossed nearby, clothes spilling out of it. Likely she had come to the rooftop to dry her laundry after a shower. Thank goodness. I heard you calling as soon as I entered. It startled me. The woman exhaled, placing a hand on her chest. As Lu Yuan observed her actions, a letter and a precise decimal figure suddenly sprang to mind. He was taken aback. This boost in intelligence appeared to enhance his cognitive abilities for knowledge retention and calculations. How could he so readily estimate her measurements? Where did this peculiar knowledge come from? Xiao Yuan, what are you doing here? The ground is littered with bottles arranged quite artistically. Is this some avant-garde art? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lu Yuan avoided looking at her further, chuckling awkwardly in response. He breathed a sigh of relief once the woman finished drying her clothes and departed. With his increased intelligence, executing the crane call technique should be easier now. Lu Yuan untied the sandbags from his hands and threw a few punches into the air. The sound of his 13-point strength cutting through the air was clear and sharp. Chapter 64 concerns entering the realm of simulation. Lu Yuan engaged in a few test strikes. His initial attempts left him feeling rather unfulfilled, prompting him to activate the imaginary enemy and delve into the realm of consciousness. The dim alley was illuminated by the yellow glow of street lamps, casting an eerie light from the outside. Lu Yuan squinted, scrutinizing his opponent before him, a rat man. Indeed, he had configured his imaginary foe as a rat man. A creature of undeniable professional caliber, far superior to the boxers he had encountered in Mosa, yet still inferior to the likes of Lin Jiqin and Qin Feng. As a practical adversary, it was, however, quite suitable. Within the consciousness space, one could utilize professional core skills. Lu Yuan had previously experimented with absolute concentration at level 3. The effects were somewhat diminished compared to reality, lacking that sudden sensation of sinking or immersion. However, his martial instincts still saw significant enhancement. The flash of insight had never been triggered before, leading Lu Yuan to suspect that it was a matter of the opponent's strength and the probability of activation. The imagined rat man, devoid of the deep-seated malice and hatred found in reality, still retained its cunning and ferocity. After a confirming glance exchanged between them, the rat man suddenly vanished from view. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly pivoted. With a resounding crack, the concrete beneath his original position erupted, soil and debris scattering. Looking up, he saw the rat man had somehow scaled the wall of the alley, its sharp claws sinking deeply into the structure as if it were mere tofu. Was this its true combat form? Observing the rat man in this state, Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, his eyes igniting with fervent battle intent. His heart raced, each beat pumping forth increased vigor and vitality. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, Lu Yuan propelled himself forward like an arrow, while the rat man lunged to meet him. They exchanged rapid blows, the ratman's speed evidently surpassing Lu Yuan's. A claw swiped fiercely, its razor-like fingertips grazing his chest, leaving behind several bloody gashes. In retaliation, Lu Yuan executed a front kick, delivering a devastating blow to the ratman's abdomen, propelling it like a soccer ball. Ripping away his tattered clothing, Lu Yuan cast it aside. Leaning down, he peeled back the flesh around his wounds, reflecting on his fortune. Thankfully, this was within the consciousness space. Had it been reality, he feared he might have succumbed to an unknown virus. Even if he survived, he would likely have suffered severe injury. Suddenly, the rat man, having been kicked away, charged back with renewed ferocity. Activating absolute concentration at level 3. He felt no sensation of sinking. Time seemed to stretch instantaneously. Lu Yuan remained still, tilting his head slightly to the right. The sharp whoosh of the ratman's attack grazed past his cheek. Seizing the moment, Lu Yuan executed a swift counter, capturing the ratman's hind leg just as it sped past him. With a forceful motion, he swung it downwards. The battle's dynamics began to align more closely with reality. This time, Lu Yuan was relentless, slamming the rat man to the ground over 30 times, and then stomping down heavily upon its spine, producing crisp sounds of fracture, akin to stepping on dried straw. By the time the rat man lay motionless, resembling a mere puddle of mud, Lu Yuan stepped back, squinting at his opponent, anticipating its resurgence. However, the expected incantation did not manifest. Instead, a thick gray mist emerged from the ratman's body, enveloping it entirely. Moments later, the fully transformed ratman reappeared before Lu Yuan. Impressive, the gray mist was indeed a manifestation of extraordinary power. Lu Yuan marveled at the sight. Such injuries would have incapacitated an ordinary person multiple times over. Yet the ratman stood again, stronger than before. Even after witnessing this transformation a second time, Lu Yuan remained astounded. He decided to test his abilities once more. Stepping back, he assumed a stance reminiscent of his previous encounters. The moment drew near, the transformed ratman, with its crimson eyes, let out a low growl and charged at him. Lu Yuan's battle fervor ignited to its peak. Clenching his fists, he prepared to unleash a powerful strike. As the night breeze rustled the sheets hanging on the rooftop, the boy leaning against the wall suddenly opened his eyes, his expression calm as the summer night itself. He had perished, succumbing to the ratman's attack after its transformation. However, this outcome had been anticipated. The activation of Flash of Insight was too elusive. Consciousness battles differed from reality, and no matter how formidable the adversary, the life-or-death pressure was challenging to replicate. The inability to deliver a decisive blow was entirely reasonable. After all, as the saying goes, great terror often accompanies great opportunity in the threshold of life and death. If he could not strike, he would continue to learn. An enhancement of intellect should aid him in grasping Lin Jiqin's techniques. Without delay, Lu Yuan plunged back into the consciousness battle, this time designating Lin Jiqin as his imaginary opponent. As he had surmised, the enhancement of his intellect bolstered his insight and comprehension. With imaginary enemy at level 2, he could pause, slow down, or rewind the action, allowing him to observe intricate details. Feeling a sense of progress, he sought to validate his findings against the rat man once more. This cycle continued, and unbeknownst to him, he entered the consciousness space over a dozen times. Only when fatigue began to creep in did he finally cease. Remarkably, despite spending what felt like hours engaged in these battles, merely 20 minutes had elapsed in reality. This detail had escaped his notice previously. Glancing at his phone, he was surprised to find that each subsequent entrance into the consciousness space had required less time in the real world. Contemplating the phenomenon, he quickly grasped its nature. It was akin to dreaming. The deeper the dream, the faster time flowed. Often, one might feel they had dreamt for an eternity, only to awaken and discover that mere minutes had passed. Deciding to conclude for the day, Lu Yuan stood and gathered the bottles he had set up, placing them into a snakeskin bag for future use. These bottles, all acquired from the warehouse, were in abundance. His mother, Zheng Qiuling, had been collecting them, and when a sufficient quantity had amassed, she would sell them alongside cardboard to the recyclables collector. As Lu Yuan leaned over the edge of the rooftop, peering down, he noted the stillness of the alleys across the street. The streetlights halted at the alley's entrance, casting shadows where he could barely make out a stray cat wandering and a man relieving himself against the wall. He imagined a fearsome rat man suddenly bursting forth from one of those alleys, crossing the street, and charging directly into the old building beneath him. That would not happen. He shook his head, dispelling the fantasy. The creature lacked such audacity. Even if it survived, its injuries would not heal so swiftly. He reassured himself. Yet as he turned away, a hint of concern lingered in his brow. Chapter 65. Consciousness Infiltration 3 days later. The midday sun streamed through the slight gaps in the slatted blinds, casting a beam of light. Lu Yuan faced the window, his robust physique contorted into a peculiar posture. Balancing on one leg, his arms curled inward, his head and torso shrunk as if emulating a bird nestled in slumber. His breath was calm and elongated, stirring the motes of dust that danced within the light. The noon of early summer seemed to move languidly, almost as if time had come to a halt within this room. It was unclear how long had passed. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's body trembled slightly, as though awakening from a dream, and he stretched outward. With a deep exhale, beads of sweat cascaded down his body, pattering distinctly onto the cool mat beneath him. He reached for a towel nearby to wipe himself down and casually accessed his professional interface. You have focused on vocational training for 10 minutes, gaining 4 experience points. Your skill, crane stance, has been enhanced, gaining 3 experience points. Your skill, crane stance, has been enhanced, gaining 2 experience points. Profession, fighter LV5, 577, 1600. Intermediate skill, crane stance LV2, 178, 200. In a day or two, the crane stance would reach its next level. Over the past 3 days, Lu Yuan had dedicated the majority of his time to mastering this skill. Lin Jiqin had once stated that the crane stance was a profound martial art derived from the movements and rest of the Tianshui flowing crane school. To further his understanding, Lu Yuan had diligently watched numerous videos related to cranes in the animal kingdom. Astonishingly, it seemed to yield some effect. After watching the videos, he noticed a slight increase in experience points each time he practiced the crane stance, and occasionally, images of the crane's graceful movements would unconsciously manifest in his mind. Though he had yet to break through, his physical condition had evidently improved. Lu Yuan examined himself in the mirror, pinching the muscles on his chest and arms, noticing a more balanced physique compared to 3 days prior, no longer so exaggerated. It was as if a bloated piece of iron had gradually become compact and polished through repeated hammering. Of course, his appetite had also increased significantly. He felt as though he had grown taller. Once the crane stance reached LV3, he anticipated a notable transformation in his attribute panel. Scrolling down his vocational panel, Lu Yuan beheld Profession, Ancient Language Expert LV2, 178 200, Basic Skills, Ancient Doral Language LV3, 33 400, Ancient Zai's Language LV1, 88 100. Ancient Dolan Language LV1, 79 100. His earlier surmises had proven correct. To unlock new ancient languages on the panel, one must first grasp the historical knowledge behind them. After researching the historical context of the 2 ancient languages he had previously self-studied, he successfully unlocked them on the panel. New professions, especially those linked to intelligence and learning ability, allowed Lu Yuan to rapidly accumulate experience. In just 3 days, he had elevated his primary focus, Ancient Doral Language, to LV3, and was poised to advance the Ancient Language Expert level as well. The reward for upgrading from Ancient Language Expert, LV1 to LV2 was an additional attribute point, which Lu Yuan temporarily set aside, intending to use his skill points to unlock the Crane Roar Fist. However, he received a notification stating, prerequisite skill conditions not met, unable to unlock. With no other option, he allocated this skill point to Imaginary Enemy. Fortunately, LV3 of Imaginary Enemy once again provided him with an exhilarating surprise. Imaginary Enemy. Activate. Lu Yuan silently commanded, entering the realm of consciousness. In the familiar second floor of the Yuan Martial Arts Hall, Lu Yuan pushed the door open without any unnecessary dialogue, launching a kick that overturned the glass coffee table near Lin Jiqin. The latter, casually smoking on the sofa, vanished in an instant. At that moment, Lu Yuan shouted, "Pause." The figure of Lin Jiqin, now appearing spectrally before him, froze, mere inches apart. With a flicker of thought, a marvelous transformation occurred. Lu Yuan seamlessly merged into Lin Jiqin's body, and an unprecedented sense of power surged from the depths of his being. It was overwhelming. No matter how many times he experienced this, Lu Yuan could not help but marvel. This strength transcended mere physical prowess. It was an extraordinary kind of might. Lin Jiqin's body resembled a meticulously engineered machine, with countless gears interlocking perfectly, moving in harmony. With the slightest motion, any part of his body would unleash a relentless torrent of formidable power. This was the essence of a true warrior, a fighter. In comparison, Lu Yuan felt as if he were a rickety frame cobbled together from flimsy materials. Taking a deep, elongated breath, he felt the contrast between Lin Jiqin's demeanor as an aging smoker and the strength of his lungs, which resembled a well-polished, powerful turbine. His heart pulsated like an 18-cylinder engine, and this intricate yet formidable machine began to operate quietly. The crane's cry, piercing and almost ethereal, resonated in Lu Yuan's ears. And in a daze, a fleeting vision of a crane appeared before him, though obscured by layers of mist. He could not penetrate the haze, nor could he see clearly. When the distance between himself and the impending punch dwindled to mere centimeters, Lu Yuan silently commanded, "Pause." Then, he reversed the course of time. Everything began anew. In reality, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The small clock on his desk ticked steadily, completing a full rotation. Exhaling a breath laden with contemplation, a sense of wistfulness washed over his face. Thanks to the remarkable effects of LV3, Imaginary Enemy, and an additional 12 points in intelligence, his comprehension of the crane roar fist had surged dramatically. While it is often said that one can depict a tiger's skin but not its bones, through repeated teachings and practice, Lu Yuan gradually grasped the core essence of this fist technique. He had validated his understanding countless times in the realm of consciousness against a transformed mouse and under the pressure of its might. He had successfully replicated the power of the crane roar fist 5 times, each instance surpassing the last. The sound of the crane's cry grew increasingly vibrant in his ears, and the vision of the crane amidst the clouds became clearer. It was drawing near. Lu Yuan gazed at the shimmering gray skill point on the fighter panel, silently affirming, "The day I fully master this punch is not far off." The sun at 2 o'clock in the afternoon was relentless, threatening to scorch anyone exposed to its rays. Lu Yuan swiftly navigated through the shadows beneath the eaves of various shops, evading the harsh sunlight. Chapter 66. Surveillance and thunderous roars. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, Lu Yuan finally spotted the blue sign of Jiaowei Electronics and Digital in the distance. With the words mobile phone repair, computer repair, small household appliances repair inscribed beneath it. The range of services was indeed quite extensive. Instinctively, Lu Yuan retrieved his phone from his pocket. The shattered screen had become a familiar sight over the past few days. However, since he was already there, he might as well get it fixed. He opened the messaging app marked by a red dot on his screen and scrolled through a series of unread messages. His gaze settling on the chat with his sister, Lu Jing. He frowned slightly, recalling how she had promised a video call the previous night but had once again left him hanging. Upon entering the modest digital shop, he was greeted by an L-shaped counter. The air conditioning was ample, and a young man in his 20s, clad in a dark blue t-shirt emblazoned with the Jiaowei Electronics logo, was seated at the counter, engrossed in a game on his computer. The sound of the keyboard and mouse echoed loudly as he played. As Lu Yuan stepped inside, the young man glanced at him, presumably recognizing him as a student, and said, "Just a moment, I'm finishing this game." Without waiting for a response, he returned his focus to the screen. Curious, Lu Yuan moved closer to observe the game. It was a popular MOBA title he had previously played with Chung Pong, where players controlled mechs to destroy each other's bases. Each mech had unique skills, requiring considerable skill to play. The game was indeed captivating, making it difficult to stop once one started. Initially worried about a lengthy wait, Lu Yuan felt reassured when he glimpsed the young man's score, 0 to 12. Sure enough, within less than 5 minutes, the screen had turned gray 4 times in succession. The young man, frustrated, slammed his mouse down and exclaimed, "I'm done. No one is helping me. What is the point?" He then shot a glance at Lu Yuan, adding with mild annoyance, "Your presence is distracting." Lu Yuan remained silent as the young man continued typing furiously in the game's chat box before finally leaving the computer to attend to him. "Looking to build a computer?" he asked, scratching his head, still showing signs of defeat from the game. "No," Lu Yuan replied, scanning the counter. "Do you have any home surveillance cameras? Preferably something small and discreet." The young man looked at him curiously. "You mean a pinhole camera? Those can be quite pricey." "Not a pinhole," Lu Yuan shook his head. "Just something a bit smaller would suffice. I mainly want to monitor stray cats and dogs. Ideally, it should connect to my phone or computer for real-time monitoring." "Then you want a cat-eye camera," the young man said, turning to rummage through the shelves behind him. He soon produced a palm-sized box and tossed it in front of Lu Yuan. "Here is a home surveillance camera. It's compact and has a security monitoring mode, so it should meet your needs." Lu Yuan picked up the box to examine it, noting the packaging boasted features such as 60-degree dual-camera zoom, intelligent night vision, and wireless charging with Bluetooth connectivity for computers and phones. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Can I test it?" "Sure," the young man responded readily, unboxing the camera and demonstrating its functionality. It indeed lived up to the advertised features, and Lu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he nodded and asked, "How much?" 8. The young man began to state a price but then waved his hand dismissively, adding, "Let us make it 750. Lu Yuan remained silent, examining the palm-sized camera for a moment before stating, 75. The young man nearly stumbled in disbelief. "Are you serious? You can't be bargaining like that. It's not going to happen." Lu Yuan kept his gaze fixed on the young man's eyes and replied, "Don't rush. I'm buying multiple, so the price is negotiable." The young man blinked in surprise. "Multiple? How many do you need?" 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan emerged from the shop carrying 6 identical cat-eye cameras, casually scrolling through his newly repaired phone. The 6 cameras, combined with the screen replacement, had cost him 2,000 yuan in total. Grateful that he had bolstered his intelligence early on, he reflected on how he might have been taken advantage of otherwise. He felt a swell of achievement for negotiating such a remarkable deal. Slashing the price down to 30% of the original cost, an accomplishment he had never achieved in his life before. In recent days, through careful observation and analysis, he had identified several potential locations in his vicinity where the rodent-like individuals might appear. With 6 cameras, he could strategically cover all these spots. If he responded promptly to any alerts, he should be able to handle any ensuing issues. With adversaries lurking in the shadows and limited resources at his disposal, he realized that without the money earned from his boxing matches with Lin Jiqin, he would never have been able to afford such measures. Regrettably, Gu Wenjun was unwilling to exert any real effort, offering only empty reassurances without any tangible assistance. If only he could borrow a couple of electronic dogs and put in some serious work, perhaps he could track down those elusive figures. As Lu Yuan pondered these weighty thoughts, a sudden buzzing sound broke through his reverie. As he walked along the street, an overwhelming sound resembling countless dragonflies fluttering by filled the air above him, causing the glass walls of nearby shops to tremble slightly. Lu Yuan darted into the sunlight and looked up to see 2 silver-gray, shuttle-shaped flying objects swiftly gliding across the sky. Flying shuttles. Another magnetic levitation shuttle. He marveled, recalling having seen one on the school playground just a month prior. The 2 shuttles quickly vanished behind the silhouettes of distant buildings, and Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with contemplation. However, at that moment, boom, a tremendous explosion echoed from the street ahead, reminiscent of someone using an oversized vintage popcorn machine. The ground didn't shake, but the sudden cacophony startled many pedestrians. Doors of the nearby shops swung open almost simultaneously as people rushed out in a flurry. What on earth is happening? Chapter 67. Lightness. The once orderly and tranquil street found itself momentarily suspended. The sweltering heat could not deter the curious onlookers, and many emerged from their shaded refuges. Lu Yuan was startled as well, hastily moving forward with the flow of the crowd, straining to gaze in the direction from whence a tremendous sound had emanated. He shifted his position repeatedly to evade the obstructions presented by the towering buildings ahead. Faintly, he perceived a wisp of smoke rising from the southern part of the city. Beneath the glaring white sky, he could not ascertain whether it was indeed smoke. What could possibly be in the south? The southern region housed a vast industrial park, and Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. Could it be a chemical plant? At that moment, he noticed a multitude of scattered black dots swiftly approaching from the sky. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he squinted to discern the shapes of the dots. As they drew nearer, their forms became evident. They were a flock of crows, a vast multitude of crows. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan sat at his desk, engrossed in his phone. The truth behind the earlier explosion appeared to have been unraveled by a throng of gossipers. A chemical plant in the south had caught fire and exploded. The details circulated with remarkable clarity. He even stumbled upon a video recorded by a witness during the incident on the largest gossip forum in Gaoyan City. The video was captured from a third-floor room. Through the window, one could see billowing black smoke in the distance, and even the fiery hues of molten flames beneath the dark cloud. The video's uploader claimed to be an employee of a neighboring factory, resting in his dormitory at the time. The explosion occurred without warning, shattering the glass instantly. Furthermore, crows. The sky had been filled with them, flapping about chaotically, many perishing in the flames. Some even dashed into his room. Seemingly eager to validate his account, the individual subsequently uploaded another video. This footage, magnified significantly, indeed showcased blackbirds fleeing amidst the engulfing smoke. One crow, ablaze, nearly flew into the camera lens, eliciting a series of exclamations from the videographer. These crows are scavengers. They flock to the dead. How could there be so many around a chemical plant? Is it possible they sensed that many would perish here soon, thus gathering in droves? Well, don't say that. It's getting creepier. It's true, there are old tales about crows foretelling death. Lu Yuan scrolled through dozens of comments, witnessing the post rapidly ascend through layers of discussion. The conversation gradually shifted from mere gossip to the realm of folklore and the uncanny. Shaking his head, he exited the forum. Though the netizens' speculations were dubious, deep down, Lu Yuan felt that this incident bore the hallmarks of something far from ordinary. One commenter was correct. There was no rational explanation for the sudden congregation of so many crows in the southern district, and an unsettling aura surrounded the event. He absent-mindedly reached for a volume from the Exploring Ancient Mysteries series, hoping to find any ancient deity legends related to crows. After flipping through a couple of pages, he closed it in frustration. Ever since he learned of the existence of the extraordinary, he instinctively attributed any peculiar occurrences in the real world to the supernatural. Yet, this only deepened his sense of helplessness. Even if he could deduce the truth, what then? He could do nothing about it. Lu Yuan picked up his phone, hesitating over the contact details of Lin Jiqin and Gu Wenjun, but ultimately abandoned the idea. What was there to inquire about? There was nothing substantial to ask. He exhaled heavily and rose from his desk, taking the newly purchased cat-eye camera and hurriedly exiting his room. Buzzing, buzzing. The phone on the desk vibrated incessantly, quietly disrupting the stillness of the room. A youth, standing on one leg in a crane pose upon the cool mat, kept his eyes closed, motionless, with steady and prolonged breaths, seemingly oblivious to the vibrating device. After half a minute, the phone ceased its vibrations, restoring tranquility to the small chamber. Yet, after an unknown interval, the air within the room seemed to stir slightly faster, accompanied by a sound akin to a whale drawing in water. Crackling. The still youth opened his eyes, his robust form producing a series of crisp popping sounds. At the same time, beads of sweat cascaded down, as if he were expelling the oppressive heat accumulated over the past few hours. The mat beneath his feet quickly became soaked. As he returned to normal, Lu Yuan noticed subtle changes in his physique. With bare feet, Lu Yuan stepped towards the dressing mirror, disregarding the sweat covering his body, and scrutinized his reflection. The youth in the mirror was strikingly handsome, standing over 6 feet tall. His features were sharp and elegant. The definition of his muscles was clear, sculpted like a work of art in a gallery. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had finally broken through to level 3 in the crane stance, a process that had taken 2 days longer than he anticipated. Perhaps he had grasped the nuances of the crane stance taught by Lin Jiqin. What was initially expected to take 1 day had stretched to 3. Either Lin Jiqin was withholding knowledge, or the subsequent training in the crane stance would indeed require external assistance. Lu Yuan recalled that Lin Jiqin had once mentioned how difficult it was for even formal disciples to inherit the final 6 movements of the crane stance. The increasing complexity and the necessity of specialized elixirs for training were significant barriers. The connection to Lin Jiqin was not one he could easily sever. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan casually opened his attribute panel to review his progress. Name, Lu Yuan. Age, 17. Strength, 13. Agility, 12. Constitution, 12. Intelligence, 12. Achieving a breakthrough from level 2 to level 3 in the crane stance had directly enhanced both his agility and constitution. While the improvement in constitution was somewhat expected, as he could feel gradual progress daily, the increase in agility was remarkably pronounced. He felt lighter overall. Lu Yuan attempted to leap upward from a standing position, effortlessly clearing a significant height above his desk. This lightness was not merely a reduction in weight but rather a sensation of ease, akin to the light-footedness described in martial arts novels, where even a portly figure could become as swift as a feather gliding over snow. Lu Yuan could not fully comprehend the underlying principles. Speed was closely tied to the explosive power of the calves, which in turn related to the strength attribute, while agility enhanced the coordination of his muscles and reduced. Suddenly, Lu Yuan thrust a punch forward. Whoosh. Chapter 68. Seeking someone whether in running or striking, air resistance is an undeniable factor. Lu Yuan is acutely aware of this now. His strength remains unchanged, or perhaps it has even intensified. Yet, the sound of his punches slicing through the air has noticeably diminished. The speed of his strikes has increased, which should correspondingly enhance their power. His neural response time has also significantly accelerated. If others throw 1 punch, I could unleash 2. Under equal strength, no one would stand a chance against me. Lu Yuan feels a surge of excitement, eager to put this to the test. He can only venture into his consciousness space to verify this with the Rat Man. However, before doing so, Lu Yuan picks up his phone to check. 3 missed calls, 2 from Lin Jiqin and 1 from a familiar number that lacks a saved note. He stares at the number for a moment, his eyes flickering, before choosing to disregard it. It is from the caller who never speaks. Over the past few days, they have called almost daily. Sometimes Lu Yuan answers, other times he does not. He has nearly grown accustomed to it. The screen displays 6 surveillance feeds, with several blue exclamation marks in the lower left corner. Lu Yuan's expression remains unchanged. He had set the security mode for the surveillance. Typically, Stray cats and dogs entering the monitored area trigger a blue exclamation mark alert. If a medium to large predator appears, a piercing alarm will sound. Even in a state of absolute focus, LV3, he would be immediately awakened. Remarkably, such a surveillance system costs only a little over 200 yuan. And the owner still makes a profit. Can you believe it? The advancements in technology do have their merits. Lu Yuan cannot help but muse. What benefits does technology offer? At that moment, a curious voice interrupts his thoughts. Lu Yuan realizes that the call he made to Lin Jiqin has been connected. Oh, nothing. I was just speaking to you. Coach, he quickly clarifies. Have you resolved matters at home? Lin Jiqin's deep voice follows, without delving deeper. As time passes, Lu Yuan becomes increasingly hesitant to leave home. The rat man lurking in the city's sewers feels like a ticking time bomb. No one knows when it might explode. All Lu Yuan can do is wait patiently. Additionally, he anticipates good news from Gu Wenjun's side. Is this something you can discuss with me, coach? If it's inconvenient, let it be. Lin Jiqin's tone suddenly softens. You've advanced to the semifinals in Mosa. From here on out, you will earn 10,000 yuan for each victory. He pauses, seemingly to emphasize, I also have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Lin Jiqin hesitates, as if to stress, it's good news. Lu Yuan can perceive the sincerity in Lin Jiqin's words. He surmises that his sudden withdrawal from the competition may have caused Lin Jiqin some concern, fearing that he might abruptly choose to withdraw and terminate their agreement. This call may not lack an element of testing in an attempt to entice him to continue their collaboration. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan finds himself at a loss for words. He has considered seeking Lin Jiqin's assistance regarding the rat man. The issue lies in how to explain the strength required to drive it away. He cannot simply attribute it to being a martial arts genius, can he? The more he envisions Lin Jiqin as a hypothetical adversary within his consciousness space, the more he senses the profound depth of Lin Jiqin's martial prowess. Being scrutinized by such a figure is far more troublesome than any retaliation from the rat man. I understand, coach. Once I resolve matters at home, I will contact you immediately. It shouldn't be too long. All right, I will wait for you. Lin Jiqin ends the call. Setting the phone down, Lu Yuan gazes at the surveillance feeds on his computer screen for a while. He shakes his head and swiftly closes his eyes, entering his consciousness space. Half an hour later, after showering and changing into clean clothes, Lu Yuan descends from the second floor, a large stack of thick books in his arms. Grandpa, where's Mom? Lu Yuan walks into the family shop. Surprised to see his grandfather, Lu Yueping, sitting alone, peering at his phone screen through his reading glasses. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, Lu Yueping looks up. Wasn't it said that I should handle such matters? Why has she gone off alone again? Lu Yuan, feeling a twinge of irritation, pulls out his phone and quickly taps the screen. Since installing the surveillance, he has tried to keep his family from going out, striving to keep them within the monitored area. However, he cannot tether them like animals. His father, Lu Xinghua, leaves early and returns late every day, never revealing his whereabouts. The more this happens, the more Lu Yuan feels powerless in confronting the situation. The place isn't far, and there's not much to carry. What's the matter? Lu Yuan sets the books aside and approaches. Lu Yueping presents his phone to him. Do you recognize this person? The screen reveals a bald, round-faced, short, and stout middle-aged man. Seems somewhat familiar. Oh. Lu Yueping nods, watching the man on the screen before making a startling remark. He the one who owes our family money, isn't he? I see your dad staring at this man's picture, smoking in frustration, and making dozens of voice calls to him daily. This picture, this man's chat avatar. Grandpa, did you tamper with Dad's phone? Lu Yuan exclaims in surprise. Lu Yueping waves his hand nonchalantly. Your dad is my son. What's wrong with me checking his phone? And nothing. As long as you're happy, Grandpa. Xiao Yuan, could you do your grandfather a favor? Lu Yueping finally reveals his true purpose for seeking Lu Yuan. Isn't there a way to find people online now? I see your dad fretting over this daily. We ought to think of ways to assist him. Listening to Lu Yueping, Lu Yuan cannot help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Grandpa, Dad has already tried that method. Otherwise, how do you think he gets the news about people daily? However, with so many people online now, there are also many scammers. You must be cautious not to be deceived. It's best to download an anti-fraud app on your phone. Just as Lu Yuan is explaining this to Lu Yueping, his phone suddenly vibrates in his pocket. He pulls it out to see that the person he had arranged to meet has arrived. Chapter 69 Intuition. Lu Yuan unilaterally concluded his conversation with Lu Yueping. hastily grasping a book left beside him before exiting the door. He had learned what he needed. Yet, he had not ventured far. He lingered at the end of their street, waiting at the intersection. After a brief pause, a taxi pulled up before him. As the door swung open, Lu Yuan quickly approached to assist a girl inside, who was struggling with a bulging backpack. "Thank you," Qingyu murmured. Her head bowed as she laboriously climbed out of the vehicle, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Yuan reassured her it was no trouble, intending to settle the fare. But the taxi sped away abruptly, likely summoned via an app. "I'll take it," Lu Yuan offered, seizing the opportunity to grasp Qingyu's backpack. He unzipped it, revealing approximately 8 or 9 books within. As he extracted the volumes, he placed his own books inside, perusing the titles. The Epic of Sarenal. Changes in geography and topography from the Middle Ages to modern times, barbarism and civilization, entering the White Mountain era. Most were titles he intended to borrow, while a few unfamiliar ones piqued his interest as well. Qingyu, aiding with the backpack, softly remarked, "2 of these have been checked out. I noted the return date. It's around next Wednesday. I'll remind you ahead of time." "Thank you, Sister Qingyu." Lu Yuan genuinely expressed his gratitude. He felt both appreciative and somewhat embarrassed that Qingyu took the time to deliver the books personally each time. "I mean it, pick any restaurant you fancy," he insisted earnestly. "Such grandiosity. What if I choose somewhere exorbitantly priced?" Qingyu teased, covering her mouth with a chuckle. "Are you worried I might not be able to afford it, considering I'm still in high school, little brother?" When she mentioned high school, her tone inadvertently carried a hint of wistfulness. Yet she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. "Really, I mean it. You can decide where we go to eat." "I'll call for the cab," Lu Yuan said, pulling out his phone to summon a ride for Qingyu. She did not refuse, pouting slightly as she stood beside him, occasionally glancing towards the other end of the street, seemingly counting which house belonged to Lu Yuan. "Would you like some gum?" Qingyu suddenly produced a pack from her pocket and offered it to him. Lu Yuan shook his head, so she popped a piece into her own mouth. "About that ancient religion related to crows you asked me about," I inquired with my senior brother. "What did he say?" Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he set his phone aside, focusing intently on Qingyu. "He said he didn't know either," Qingyu replied, shaking her head. "Crows have become a common symbol in various cults. Many peculiar sects have some connection to them. If you delve deeper, there is an overwhelming amount of information. It's simply unmanageable." "All right," Lu Yuan responded, not overly disappointed. It had merely been a casual inquiry. Qingyu, however, curiously probed. "Are you researching this due to the recent explosion incident?" Lu Yuan nodded. Qingyu took out her phone, stating, "I've been following it too. I heard that the chemical factory in the southern city was built over an old graveyard years ago where many people perished, and crows became accustomed to feasting on the dead, lingering around ever since. This explosion was also triggered by workers witnessing something unsavory while on the job." As Lu Yuan listened, his expression remained unchanged. He had heard countless variations of such rumors in recent days. The explosion at the southern chemical factory had taken on an eerie hue due to the numerous crows involved, prompting the authorities to step in and dispel the escalating online myths regarding the cause of the explosion and the crow's presence, providing a plausible explanation. Lu Yuan lacked the energy to sift through the truths and falsehoods circulating online. His curiosity was purely instinctive. Something about this incident felt far more complex than it appeared. For just before the explosion occurred, he had spotted a flying shuttle passing overhead, which might be connected to the ongoing, unresolved cases of missing persons. This notion lingered in Lu Yuan's mind. The taxi's number was 7499. At that moment, a taxi halted before them. The driver honked and leaned out of the window to inquire. "Yes," Lu Yuan affirmed, assisting Qingyu into the car. She waved goodbye from within the vehicle, her smile tinged with reluctance, evoking a fleeting resemblance to his older sister, Lu Jing. Instinctively, he reached for his phone and opened the chat history with his sister. "I'll video call you later." The last message was sent by Lu Jing 2 afternoons ago, just as she had always done, leaving him hanging. He tapped on her profile. Her moments shared on social media, showcasing archaeological adventures and scenic views from 2 weeks prior. "So," Lu Yuan murmured softly, before falling silent, shouldering his backpack and walking homeward. The sound of slicing air echoed, reminiscent of a heavy axe cleaving through the atmosphere, occasionally accompanied by sharp, explosive cracks. Lu Yuan stood on the rooftop, his gaze intense, executing a series of punches and kicks against an unseen formidable opponent. Suddenly, his expression sharpened, and he exerted greater force with his legs. The sound of air rushing became piercing. His kick landed like a battle axe against a massive concrete pillar. Boom. Crack. The impact resonated with a deep thud, causing clear, elongated fissures to appear at the base of the concrete pillar, as if it had been violently struck by some colossal creature. Lu Yuan paused, bending down to gently massage the calf of his kicking leg, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath, a sound of discomfort escaping his lips. Oh. With the enhancement of agility, his punching and kicking power had indeed increased significantly. Yet, he sensed that his physical stamina struggled to keep pace. The foundational attributes were truly interdependent, each essential to the other. Lu Yuan touched the concrete pillar serving as his target. He wondered what purpose it had originally served. It was 2 meters in diameter and 1.5 meters tall, solidly cast in concrete, perfectly suited as a punching post. He had wrapped one side of the pillar with thick layers of cardboard, blankets, old clothes, and rubber, adding cotton and sand as fillers. However, if he exerted too much force, he still felt the sting of pain. Having massaged his legs sufficiently, Lu Yuan stood upright and approached the edge of the rooftop, spotting a child on the 4th-floor balcony of the adjacent building. The child held a pair of binoculars, seemingly observing him. He squinted, attempting to see more clearly. But it appeared he startled the child. Moments later, the lights in the room extinguished. Chapter 70. The extraordinary Lu Yuan smiled silently. It was just past 9 in the evening. After reviewing the surveillance footage, he found nothing unusual. He glanced down at the street and several alleys, feeling a slight sense of relief. Turning away, he did not rush to descend the stairs, but instead walked to the stairway on the rooftop. Picking up a few books that lay on the ground and casually flipping through them, he naturally entered a state of absolute focus, his lips silently moving as if engaged in conversation. About half an hour passed. Suddenly, he slapped a plump mosquito that had settled on his thigh, slowly closing the book and withdrawing from his concentrated state. That should be sufficient, he thought, casually checking his professional panel. You have focused on professional study for 10 minutes, gaining 5 professional experience points. Your skill in ancient sys has improved, gaining 3 experience points. Congratulations. Your profession as an ancient language expert has leveled up. Profession, Ancient Language Expert LV3, 8400, Basic Skills. Ancient Doral Language LV3, 218,400. Ancient Sys Language LV2, 88,200. Ancient Doran Language LV2, 13,200. Attribute points, 2. Skill points, 1. After days of diligent effort, the experience points for leveling up as an ancient language expert were nearly fulfilled. Now, it had seamlessly advanced to level 3. He received 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Both constitution and agility could be enhanced through the crane form stance. But as for strength, Lu Yuan hesitated at the sight of his 2 attribute points. Should he invest in strength again? His current punching power was estimated to exceed 400 kilograms, equivalent to nearly 1,000 pounds in his previous life, with an additional point in strength. Calculated at an approximate 1.5 times increase, his punching power would soar beyond 600 kilograms. He would undoubtedly become a muscle-bound giant, even more exaggerated than before. He looked down at his well-defined pectorals and abdominal muscles, contemplating his body lines, and decisively shook his head. Perhaps not. So, he allocated 1 point to intelligence instead. His intelligence, originally at 12, rose to 13. In an instant, a severe stabbing pain struck him, more intense than before, akin to an arrow piercing his skull. Lu Yuan's body tensed, his fists clenched tightly. Sweat poured from his forehead and body in large droplets. The agonizing sensation persisted for several minutes before finally receding like a receding tide. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained, leaning against the wall and half lying on the ground. He sensed that his mental capabilities related to intelligence had improved once again. However, he was too apathetic to assess the specifics. Intelligence, while undoubtedly significant, was arguably the least impactful attribute concerning his overall strength enhancement. He now regarded intelligence as a catalyst, paired with absolute focus. His learning efficiency had transformed dramatically compared to his initial days. If he were to retake the final exam, barring the essay section, scoring full marks would be tantamount to defeat. In his mind, he mused about the upcoming release of the final exam results in a couple of days. Yet, someone in the class had already caught wind of it, tagging him in the class group chat, proclaiming he had secured first place in the grade. A rather uninspiring first place. Following the Ratman incident, Lu Yuan's mindset and goals had gradually shifted. His emphasis on academic pursuits had lessened. With the existence of extraordinary beings in this world, there were numerous paths to choose from beyond merely attending school and aiming for military academies to pilot planes, rockets, or mechas, weren't there? While contemplating this, he attempted to rise from the ground. Suddenly, he froze. Wait. Lu Yuan felt as if he had stumbled upon an epiphany. Closing his eyes, he raised a hand and waved it in front of him. Moments later, when he opened his eyes, they were filled with profound astonishment. How could it be that I can see even with my eyes closed? He hurriedly grasped a book beside him, laid it across his legs, and flipped it open, closing his eyes, opening his eyes, closing his eyes. After repeating this numerous times, he finally confirmed that after raising his intelligence to 13, he had undeniably unlocked an extraordinary new capability. Superpower? The ability to see everything around him even with his eyes shut. To be precise, it was not seeing but rather perceiving. A mental perception. In some respects, even more potent than vision. With his eyes open, Lu Yuan could only perceive the immediate surroundings, yet with his eyes closed, he could sense a panoramic view in 720 degrees. Although the clarity was not perfect, it was somewhat hazy, akin to experiencing severe myopia. The visible range was limited, perhaps only 2 meters in diameter, but it was marvelously astonishing. Lu Yuan felt as if a switch in his mind had been activated, somewhat akin to triggering the passive ability of a moment of inspiration. Though not as overwhelming as when he activated Epiphany, the sensation was continuous and enduring. His perception of the external world had sharpened significantly. Moreover, this mental visibility seemed capable of penetrating physical obstructions. Lu Yuan closed his eyes again, managing to discern his 2 palms resting beneath the book. Continuing to experiment, he could even see through his shoes and socks, observing his toes. This discovery exhilarated him. And then an idea struck him. He began to focus intently on the open book before him, attempting to turn the pages with his mind. For a mental superpower, this should be the most fundamental ability. Filled with anticipation, Lu Yuan concentrated deeply. Unfortunately, after several minutes of effort, his eyes nearly strained. The pages before him remained unchanged. It appeared that the superpower switch in the realm of intelligence had not yet been fully activated. He would need to continue enhancing it. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Yet, his heart raced with excitement, the thrill coursing through his chest. For regardless, he had indeed brushed against the threshold of extraordinary power. This ability to perceive a 720-degree holographic image with closed eyes was far more representative than shattering concrete with his fists. The human body is indeed a vast treasure trove. Martial arts serve as the key to unlocking this trove. Lu Yuan could not help but marvel, quickly correcting himself. No, martial arts are not the key. The professional panel is. With a heart full of joy, he rose from the ground, tidying up the mess on the rooftop before preparing to descend. As he bent down to pick up an empty plastic bottle, a sudden thought struck him. Right, he still had 1 skill point unspent. Instantly, he dropped the empty bottle and hastily refocused his attention on the professional panel. The imaginary enemy skill has reached LV3, just like absolute focus, both are maxed out. The second core skill of the fighter class had long since revealed itself. The gray skill points danced and flickered, awaiting Lu Yuan to apply a skill point to illuminate it. This moment was one he had anticipated for quite some time. Yet, the recent breakthrough in the realm of intelligence had momentarily overshadowed it. Unlocking it, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and allocated the 1 skill point. Soon, a brand new core skill presented itself before him. Chapter 71, Special Force Beneath the Night Sky. A gentle breeze caressed the rooftop, causing the clothes hanging on the line to sway softly, while the chirping of crickets echoed in the air. Lu Yuan stood before a concrete pillar, preparing himself, and slowly threw a punch at the pillar before him. The speed of the punch was agonizingly slow. As he executed the move, beads of sweat visibly dripped from his forehead and cheeks. He gritted his teeth, displaying an expression of immense effort, his eyes fixated on his right hand as it struck. Remarkably, his right hand appeared to be visibly thicker than usual. The muscles in his arms surged like waves, and veins that typically lay hidden beneath the skin bulged forth like worms, inflating with intensity. Lu Yuan felt as if the muscles within his right arm were rapidly twisting together like thick ropes. Contraction, expansion, explosion. Bang! The punch from his right hand suddenly produced a sharp crack. The sound resembled a taut bowstring snapping. He gasped for breath, watching in disbelief as his right arm gradually reverted from its grotesque state to normal. A faint, tearing pain washed over him. He realized that during the punch, Some of the muscles and tendons in his arm had torn and strained. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Despite successfully unlocking the second core skill of the fighter profession, he found himself unable to utilize it, which would dampen anyone's spirits. Upon checking his status panel, the newly unlocked skill appeared. Special Force, active. Effect, when activated. It grants over twice the instantaneous explosive power. The description was straightforward yet undeniably powerful. With this skill, his usual punching power, which exceeded 400 kilograms, could surge to over 800 kilograms in an instant. It was no wonder that even before he could fully unleash his punch, his arm showed signs of impending rupture. In terms of attribute points, activating Special Force was akin to an immediate boost in strength from 13 to 15. The strain was palpable, as his physique could not keep pace with the demand. It was a remarkable technique of bodily control, where the muscles in his arms, thighs, and abdomen twisted together like tightly coiled ropes, resulting in that surge of explosive power. There was a fleeting moment when Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to allocate his remaining attribute points to enhance his physique immediately. Yet, he restrained that impulse. The crane stance would also improve his constitution. Patience was key. Lu Yuan continually reassured himself. His typically cautious nature had conditioned him to reserve a few attribute points for emergencies. Instances like his first encounter with the gang leader, Old Black, and the second battle against the Rat Men were precisely due to last-minute attribute allocations that had caught his opponents off guard, turning the tide of battle in his favor. In a sense, this was akin to Lu Yuan's unique core skill, the profession, Old Six, with the core skill, Ambush. This technique had proven consistently effective. However, today, refraining from testing the effects of Special Force with its doubled power was becoming unbearable. It felt as though countless ants were crawling beneath his skin. He simply could not endure it any longer. Entering the realm of consciousness, where injuries could be disregarded, seemed a viable compromise. He swiftly tidied the disarray on the rooftop and gathered his belongings to descend. Top of the class. Little Yuan is making great strides. He'll surely get into Xiada in the future. Impressive, Little Yuan. This child has always been clever. He was just a bit playful before. Now he has matured, and his brilliance is finally shining through. Your Little Yuan and Little Jing are both excelling in their studies, each more worry-free than the last. And they're both so handsome. Xiaoling, you truly are fortunate. We envy you so much. Haha, not at all. In the early morning, outside their small family shop, Lu Yuan's mother, Zheng Xiaoling, was surrounded by several familiar neighbors, her face beaming with joy. His grandfather, Lu Yueping, donned his reading glasses, examining Lu Yuan's report card with a happiness that surpassed even that of seeing his discharge approval. With full marks in foreign languages and near-perfect scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, he exclaimed, "My grandson is truly remarkable." This morning, the school's end-of-term report card had been mailed home, and the family was overjoyed. However, Lu Yuan felt little fluctuation within. After all, he had already known his results. At that moment, he sat before the vintage television in the shop, engrossed in the morning news being broadcasted on the screen. Last night, a fire broke out at a paper factory in the eastern district of our city. Fortunately, firefighters arrived promptly and extinguished the flames, resulting in no casualties. With the weather being hot and the air dry, we remind citizens to be vigilant regarding fire and electrical hazards, including the recent explosion incident in the southern district. This marked the third fire reported in just a few days. Lu Yuan stared intently at the television screen, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Though the locations differed, he sensed an underlying connection among these calamities. As he pondered, another news segment caught his attention. Recently, there has been a significant breakthrough in the investigation of the missing persons case that has plagued our city for over 2 months. We will continue to provide updates. Dingling. His phone rang from his pocket. Lu Yuan pulled it out, surprised to see that the caller ID displayed Go Wenjun. Captain Go. He answered the call. Go Wenjun's voice came through. Lu Yuan, how have you been lately? Well, I haven't encountered it again. That's good to hear. You needn't worry too much. This matter should be resolved in a couple of days. Just try to stay indoors and avoid wandering into alleys. Resolved in a couple of days. Lu Yuan paused, instinctively glancing at the television news, his eyes flickering slightly as he nodded. Understood, Captain Go. Oh, by the way, Go Wenjun's tone shifted suddenly. Did you mention you practice martial arts at a place called Yuan Martial Arts School? Yes, why? Just curious. I'll hang up now. I have a meeting to attend. Goodbye, Captain Go. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 72. Mastery of Muscles, and the Riddler Lu Yuan discreetly grumbled to himself while gazing at his phone. Yet the heaviness weighing upon his chest dissipated considerably with Gu Wenjun's call from the television news and the information shared by Gu Wenjun, along with the sight of the 2 flying shuttles he had observed days prior. It was apparent that the authorities had commenced their operations against the forces or organizations concealed within the missing persons case. It seemed they had already achieved some measure of success. Once they could spare the resources, it would be time to address the matter of the rat people. After spending so long behind bars, daily consumed by an omnipresent and intensifying anxiety, it felt as though the end of this arduous period was finally in sight. If he could just endure a few more days. He hoped the next call from Gu Wenjun would be to summon him to the police station to identify the remains of the rat people. Lu Yuan silently prayed. Xiao Yuan. Hey. At that moment, his mother, Zheng Qiuling, entered with a beaming smile, softly suggesting, "How about I give you some money to travel with your classmates? You've worked so hard these past few months, studying and practicing martial arts. You've lost weight, and it's time you took a proper break." As she spoke, she affectionately tugged at his clothing, her concern evident. Lu Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He had become robust enough to fell a bull, and even concrete blocks would not withstand his strength. How could she perceive him as having lost weight? Resolutely, he declined Zheng Qiuling's kind offer, greeted her briefly, and swiftly ascended the stairs. Zheng Qiuling watched his retreating figure, a hint of frustration in her heart. This child, why did he seem increasingly withdrawn after taking up martial arts? Xiao Yuan has grown up and formed his own opinions. We should just go along with him, remarked Lu Yuan, casually removing his reading glasses and carefully placing the report card on the table before him. Zheng Qiuling sighed lightly, only to suddenly remember something. Eagerly pulling out her phone, she had forgotten to inform Xinhua about Xiao Yuan achieving first place in his grade. He ought to share in the joy. Lu Yuan spent the morning and afternoon practicing the crane stance. His sole focus and training was to elevate the crane stance to level 4, improving his physical constitution. Without a corresponding enhancement in physique, he could not freely execute the core skill of his secondary profession, the fighter. The thought of such a formidable skill being beyond his reach plagued Lu Yuan, leaving him restless at night. However, what frustrated him was that despite his diligent practice, the progress of the crane stance was painfully slow. After reaching level 3, completing all 18 movements of the stance yielded only 2 or 3 experience points. A full day's training netted him merely a handful of points. At this rate, it would take him over 10 days to elevate the crane stance to level 4. He suspected that the improvement in his physique played a role in this stagnation. The 2 upgrades of the crane stance had increased his physical attributes by 2 points, thereby diminishing the efficacy of the exercises on his body. He even doubted whether further training would yield any additional benefits to his physical attributes. Preparing for the future, Lu Yuan resolved that once the issue of the rat people was resolved, he would promptly consult Lin Jiqin regarding auxiliary potions. He practiced until 6 in the evening when his grandfather, Lu Yuan, knocked on the door, calling him for dinner. Lu Yuan was treated with remarkable reverence that evening. The dining table was adorned with 12 dishes. His mother had temporarily closed the shop to celebrate his achievement of securing first place in the final exams. Observing the beaming faces of his mother and grandfather, along with his father, Lu Xinghua, who wore a slightly yellowed shirt drenched in sweat and reeking of smoke, Lu Yuan contemplated pulling out 200 from the 2,000 on the table, leaving the remainder untouched. He planned to combine it with the scholarship he would soon receive and donate it all. At the dinner table, Lu Yuan absent-mindedly chewed his food while pondering where his grandfather had hidden the money last time. Roar. With eyes aflame and a robust physique, the black-furred rat man howled. Its tail, as thick as 2 fingers, lashed behind it, striking the ground and shattering large chunks of concrete. The atmosphere brimmed with a ferocious, boiling rage, saturating the narrow alleyway. Yet, this terrifying aura was forcefully suppressed by 2 grotesque hands that gripped the rat man's shoulders, rendering it immobile. Suddenly, those bulging, veined hands, resembling grotesque gloves, dug into the rat man's flesh. With sickening crunches, the scapulae were crushed as if kneading dough. The rat man opened its maw wide, lunging forward to bite, but the monstrous hands simply pulled it apart. Accompanied by a series of agonizing snaps and rips, the nearly 2-meter-tall, stout rat man was irrevocably cleaved in 2, a torrent of foul organs and blood erupting everywhere. Lu Yuan released his grip, the severed remains of the rat man dropping with a thud to the ground. He glanced at his own arms, where skin had rolled back from fingertips to shoulders. Blood vessels ruptured, revealing the torn fascia and bones beneath. His chest, abdomen, and thighs bore varying degrees of injury, leaving him feeling as though he had been plowed through by an iron plow. But what a thrill! Lu Yuan cast a satisfied glance at the writhing remains of the rat man beneath him and reclined back, overwhelmed with contentment. In reality, upon opening his eyes, Lu Yuan bore a lingering expression of unfulfilled excitement. In the real world, he could not execute the special power, yet these past few days, he had indulged thoroughly in the realm of consciousness. The transformation into a rat man was child's play. He had even faced off against Qin Feng on the second floor of the martial arts school, albeit for only one exchange, which resulted in an even more disastrous outcome. The description of the special power skill, indicating more than double, likely referred to a specific lower limit. While the lower limit was doubled, the upper limit depended on his physique and control over his muscles. Lu Yuan extended his right hand, observing the muscles beneath his skin ripple like gentle waves. Without activating the special power, he experienced an ancillary benefit from it. Over these past few days, Lu Yuan had not practiced in vain. He had been diligently contemplating and researching this technique of muscle control. Mastering this technique would allow him to make slight adjustments to his physique and facial features. As he pondered this, he prepared to enter the realm of consciousness once more to engage in playful sparring with Lin Jiqin and Qin Feng. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of voices emanating from the living room outside his room. Chapter 73. Night Pursuit. Lu Yuan swiftly rose from his desk and approached the door, pressing his ear gently against the wall. The sounds from the living room became distinctly clearer, prompting him to close his eyes. The superpower of a 720-degree holographic projection manifested before him, rendering the living room scene hazily visible in his mind's eye. What time is it? It's the middle of the night, and you're still out? His mother, clad in her pajamas, emerged from her room in pursuit. Chasing. I see you've become obsessed. It's just a few 100,000. If we lose it, we can earn it back. But what if something goes wrong? As she spoke, Zheng Qiuling could not help but wipe her eyes. His father, Lu Xinghua, stood at the door, changing his shoes while reaching for the car keys hanging on the hook. You should hurry to bed. After uttering this, Lu Xinghua opened the door and hurriedly stepped outside. In the bedroom, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at the small alarm clock on his desk. 11:46. His father actually went out to apprehend someone at this hour. What if? In these last few days, let us hope nothing truly goes awry. Clenching his teeth, Lu Yuan swiftly resolved to follow. His mother, Zheng Qiuling, remained in the living room. Taking the front door would not suffice. He made his way to his bedroom window and opened it, reaching out to grasp the railing of the window's security bars and applying a bit of force. With a creak, he managed to create a gap just large enough for a person to slip through. The hollow stainless steel pipes of the security bars bent easily under Lu Yuan's current strength. Lu Yuan lightly leaped onto the windowsill, one hand gripping the window ledge. His room's window faced the street below. Once he descended, he could intercept his father, Lu Xinghua, a height of 3 meters. With a margin of error not exceeding 5 centimeters, Lu Yuan glanced down, and his intellect immediately calculated the height of his descent. Without any hesitation, he released his grip and slid through the gap in the security bars. As he fell, Lu Yuan pondered. Thud! A soft thump echoed as he landed securely. The sound was far quieter than anticipated, even less than the noise made by someone upstairs tossing a bag of trash. My agility is only at 12. If it were higher, I might truly land soundlessly, like a master of lightness in a novel, leaving no trace as I tread upon the snow. Even jumping from the rooftop wouldn't likely lead to my demise. Instinctively, Lu Yuan glanced upwards. At that moment, he heard his father, Lu Xinghua, cough. He quickly stifled his thoughts, raised his gaze, and swiftly locked onto the small pickup truck parked by the roadside. Like a cat, he darted forward, reaching the vehicle with agile grace. With a leap, he silently nestled himself in the back of the truck. Moments later, Lu Xinghua's footsteps approached. He was on the phone, not even glancing at the truck bed. I'm coming. Keep a close watch for me. Did old Lu and the others notify everyone? All right. I understand. Lu Xinghua hung up and climbed into the driver's seat. Lying in the truck bed, Lu Yuan listened to the engine roar to life, gripping the edge of the bed with one hand while quietly muting his phone with the other. Soon, the truck began to move, making a U-turn and heading toward the end of the street. Lu Yuan's heart raced with exhilaration. It felt reminiscent of sneaking out with classmates in the dead of night during school, scaling walls to get online. It was tense, mixed with a hint of apprehension. However, this emotion quickly dissipated. A son helping his father is only natural. If caught, the worst that could happen is a scolding. The last remnants of doubt vanished from Lu Yuan's mind. His father, Lu Xinghua, drove swiftly. The pickup, used for family deliveries, had seen better days. The truck bed shook violently, and the cool night breeze rushed past Lu Yuan's cheeks. He dared not move, fearing any noise might provoke Lu Xinghua to stop and investigate. Cautiously, he checked the family surveillance on his phone. Everything appeared normal, allowing him to relax further. He dreaded the thought of leaving only to find their home ransacked by thieves. Let us hope such a glitch scenario does not unfold for me. Even if they turned into humans, some instincts remain unchanged. The map of Jiaoyan City flickered in Lu Yuan's mind. Observing the streets racing by, the road signs, and towering buildings, he silently calculated his real-time location. He discerned that his father was driving toward the outskirts of the Western District. 20 minutes later, the pickup entered a rural road, growing bumpy. Lu Yuan noticed orange trees and farmland lining the sides. Jiaoyan is known for its citrus cultivation. Many farmers in the surrounding villages grow oranges and tangerines. His grandfather, Lu Yueping, tended to 2 acres, and every summer, Lu Yuan would spend a couple of weeks or even a month in the countryside, catching loaches and eels in the fields, fishing and shrimping in the streams, and feasting on the early ripening citrus until he was completely satisfied such bliss. In another 5 minutes, the truck came to a halt. Seizing the moment when Lu Xinghua turned off the engine, Lu Yuan crouched low and leaped from the truck bed, rolling quietly into the dense underbrush nearby. Lu Gu. As Lu Xinghua disembarked, 2 individuals, each holding a phone for illumination, hurriedly approached. Lu Yuan, concealed in the foliage, cautiously lifted his head to observe. He noticed a distant vehicle parked and, further away, a brightly lit house perched upon a small hillside. Suddenly, a flurry of night birds erupted from somewhere, nearly swooping over Lu Yuan's head. Startled, he quickly lowered himself. What was that? The trio conversing nearby, including Lu Xinghua, was also taken aback. It's crows, remarked a short, thin man among them. This area is swarming with them. It must have once been a graveyard for goodness sake. Can you keep your mouth shut at night? Before he could finish, another person interrupted him with a reprimand. All right, let us get down to business. Lu Xinghua, his expression serious, inquired of the 2. Where is Wang Jiqiao? In that house. They pointed toward the brightly lit dwelling on the hillside. I followed that rascal all the way here. I saw him walk inside with my own eyes. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I wouldn't joke about something like this. Then let us go? Lu Xinghua assumed the role of the leader, gesturing decisively as he issued commands. Chapter 74. Drama. Lu Yuan crouched in the grass, swarmed by startled night mosquitoes that buzzed around him. He dared not swat them away and silently regretted not wearing long pants. Once Lu Xinghua and the other 2 finished their conversation and moved ahead, he hastily emerged from the brush, trailing them at a cautious distance. The rural dirt road, a blend of yellow mud and scattered stones, allowed Lu Yuan to tread lightly, undetected by the trio ahead. He followed them to a vehicle parked up ahead. Observing them retrieve some wooden sticks and wrenches from the car, he watched as they proceeded towards a brightly lit house in the distance. Lu Yuan couldn't help but find his father, Lu Xinghua, reminiscent of the gangsters depicted on television, wielding a steel pipe and flanked by 2 younger companions, their strides brisk. A mix of curiosity and amusement bubbled within him, even as a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. When had his father been forced into such a life? After merely 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Xinghua and the others arrived at the house. Lu Yuan halted beneath a wild pomelo tree, about 20 meters away, and checked his phone. It was 12:35 a.m., while the 4-story self-built house before him blazed with light. Suddenly, Lu Yuan noticed that his phone displayed no signal. He raised it high and gently shook it. A thud sounded as something white fell from above. Instinctively, Lu Yuan dodged, glancing down to find a lump of bird droppings. Looking up again, illuminated by the glow of his phone screen, he was taken aback to see the tree, not particularly large, teeming with crows. What the? Lu Yuan quickly covered his mouth. What was that sound? A short, thin middle-aged man asked anxiously, glancing around. A sturdier man beside him pushed him impatiently. Can you not be so jumpy at night? Who are you trying to scare? But I really heard something. The thin man remained alert. Enough, Lu Xinghua interjected, then addressed the sturdier man. Kuei, you'll come with me to knock on the door, but first, put away the weapons. Understood, brother Lu. The 2 nodded in agreement with Lu Xinghua's plan. Lu Xinghua exchanged a knowing glance with the sturdier man, and both concealed their steel pipes and wrenches behind them. They then proceeded towards the house, one following the other. What a stench! Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, the sturdier man couldn't help but cover his nose and spit onto the ground. Is Wang Jichao brewing excrement in there? How can it smell this awful? Earlier, from a distance on the hillside, they hadn't noticed the odor, but now, as they neared the house, the wind ceased, and a heavy stench of chicken and duck droppings wafted out. Lu Xinghua frowned but dismissed it. Many rural households raised chickens and ducks in their yards. With summer upon them, the smell was to be expected. Lu Xinghua pushed against the large iron gate, which was locked from the inside. He exerted more force, creating a louder commotion. Strange bird calls echoed from within the yard, accompanied by the sound of fluttering, before quickly subsiding. Is anyone home? Lu Xinghua shouted, his voice cutting through the quiet night air, sounding somewhat jarring. The sturdier man, growing impatient, joined in the knocking, and the two large iron doors clanged loudly. Open up! Open up! After an undetermined stretch of time, suddenly, the iron gate creaked open just a crack, revealing a middle-aged man in a tank top. His expression blank as he stared at the two. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for. Lu Xinghua's eyes brightened. He was about to speak when he noticed several shadowy figures lingering behind the man. His gaze sharpened instinctively, taking a couple of steps back, while maintaining a polite demeanor. Fellow villager, I'm looking for Wang Jichao. There's no one by that name here. The sturdier man, Kuei, could no longer contain himself. What do you mean there's no Wang Jichao? I saw that scoundrel enter. He must be hiding in there. Hurry and bring him out. I told you. There's no one. The tank top-clad man grew impatient, disregarding Kuei's hand resting on the doorframe as he forcefully attempted to close the door. Damn it. Kuei's expression hardened, and he kicked the door with all his might. Bang. The door swung wide open, causing the man to stagger backward into the house. The shadows behind him surged forward. Lu Xinghua felt a rush of panic, instinctively reaching for the steel pipe at his waist. Just then, a figure darted out from within. Go. You need to leave now. Lu Xinghua was pushed far back, and once he regained his balance, he focused his gaze. It was Wang Jichao. Damn. You scoundrel. You really were hiding here. Return the money. Beside him, Kuei lunged forward, grabbing the figure that had emerged from the door. I will return it. You need to listen to me and leave now. The man pushed Lu Xinghua and Kuei with urgency, constantly urging them to leave. Lu Xinghua furrowed his brow, observing as more figures emerged from behind the iron gate, their expressions grim, causing an unshakable sense of unease to stir within him. He retreated step by step under Wang Jichao's insistence, while Kuei remained relentless, shouting, Leave? Not a chance. We want to go until we see the money. Oldly, call the police. Kuei yelled to the thin middle-aged man standing watch. Wang Jichao, in a frenzy, suddenly raised his fist and swung it towards Lu Xinghua and Kuei. I'm telling you to get lost. As Lu Yuan witnessed the figure lunging toward his father, Lu Xinghua, he tensed, ready to leap into action. He had mentally prepared himself to dive into the ensuing chaos, to take down the crowd and lead his father and the others away, or perhaps storm into the house. But before he could act, his father, Lu Xinghua, had already seized the two companions by their sides and turned to flee down the hillside. 4 or 5 men emerged from behind the iron gate, chasing after them. Meanwhile, Wang Jichao, who had earlier been so eager to rid himself of the three, was now desperately trying to restrain those who should have been his allies, preventing them from pursuing. The men struggled against Wang Jichao's grasp, sprinting down the hillside until they spotted 2 vehicles, their headlights illuminating the path as they turned and sped away. Ultimately, they yanked Wang Jichao by his hair, dragging him forcefully back inside the iron gate. Chapter 75. Infiltration. With a clang, the iron door swung shut once more. Lu Yuan observed the headlights of 2 vehicles swiftly retreating into the darkness at the base of the hill, turning his gaze back with an expression of peculiar intrigue. This fellow, is he under some form of house arrest? The term seems somewhat inaccurate. The man named Wang Jichao appears more ensnared in a predicament from which he cannot extricate himself, yet he seems reluctant to involve others. His recent demeanor at the door clearly indicated a desire to protect his father, Lu Xinghua, and the others, not wanting them to be captured. It seems to stem from a place of goodwill. But what would happen if they were caught? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, meticulously surveying the 4-story rural house before him. The structure stood solitary atop a small hill, seemingly distant from the nearest village and situated in a rather desolate locale. While it appeared grand, its exterior was quite rudimentary. The outer walls lacked any paint, save for a few tiles on the second floor. while the third and fourth floors were stark cement. The roof was bare, with only the outlines of a water tank and solar water heater faintly visible. Encircled by a 2-meter-high wall, the property featured 2 large iron gates locked tight. As Lu Yuan stepped closer, a pungent and acrid stench assaulted his senses. The odor resembled accumulated bird droppings, mingled with the foul scent of decaying animal remains. He instinctively cast a glance toward a wild pomelo tree behind him. Is this the smell of crow droppings? Lu Yuan pondered. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he was on the brink of uncovering the truth behind this situation. Determined to investigate further, Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered as he stealthily circled to the left side of the house. He crouched beneath the wall, taking a moment to close his eyes and utilize his meager psychic ability for a moment of observation. Confirming no one was beneath the wall inside, he gently leapt upwards. With agility rated at 12 and explosive strength at 13, he effortlessly cleared nearly 2 meters in height. His hands grasped the wall lightly. The rural courtyard walls often employed measures to deter thieves, and this property was no exception. The top of the wall was strewn with shards of beer bottles, sharp edges facing upward to prevent intruders. Fortunately, having previously surveyed the area with his closed-eye holographic imaging ability, Lu Yuan's fingers managed to find gaps between the shards, allowing him to avoid injury. Using only the strength of his fingers, he slowly hoisted himself upwards, peering cautiously over the edge. From his vantage point, he observed the side door of the house. The front yard was a chaotic scene, with 2 agricultural tricycles parked haphazardly alongside scattered farming tools and jars of pickled vegetables. There were neither dogs nor surveillance cameras in sight. However, he noticed numerous dark shapes of birds perched on the ground, tricycles, and jars. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to exert himself, propelling his body over the wall as if leaping like a mountain goat, landing softly in the courtyard. Thud! A faint sound accompanied his landing. 2 dark figures, perched at the base of the wall, flapped their wings and soared to the top, glancing down at Lu Yuan before quickly disregarding him. Upon landing, Lu Yuan rushed to the side of the house, crouching low. After half a minute passed without anyone emerging from within, it appeared he had not drawn the attention of those inside. Nevertheless, his heart began to race. Infiltrating the house in the dead of night. Indeed exhilarating. It felt akin to being in one of Longshu's films. Even if he were discovered by the men inside, Lu Yuan felt confident in his ability to handle them and strut out through the front door. Yet, who knew what other bizarre secrets this house might conceal? Growing more cautious, he crept towards the front of the house, approaching the first-floor window. A cacophony of blows, interspersed with shouts and the sounds of muffled groans, reached his ears. Lu Yuan gently closed his eyes, extending what could be loosely termed his mental energy inward. Spit! He beheld the man in a tank top, who had previously opened the door for Lu Xinghua and the others, now viciously stomping on Wang Jichao's chest while spitting in his face and hurling curses. This man appeared to be in his 50s, with dark, weathered skin and a face lined with deep grooves, embodying the visage of a common laborer. His speech was thick with a regional dialect, rendering it nearly incomprehensible to Lu Yuan. He could barely discern phrases resembling "the dead crow cannot escape." Wang Jichao lay curled on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his countenance a tragic sight. It was evident he had just endured a brutal beating for allowing Lu Xinghua and the others to escape. "I do not wish to harm them. I do not wish to harm them," Wang Jichao repeated, his face etched with fear and anguish. Observing this, the tank-top man suddenly erupted into a frenzy, delivering a vicious kick to Wang Jichao's lower back. He bellowed something about death. Wang Jichao emitted a pained groan, while the men surrounding him resumed their assault. The tank-top man stood aside, coldly watching, as another individual turned to inquire about something. He fixed a long, icy stare on Wang Jichao, eventually shaking his head and muttering something before retreating to smoke a cigarette. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. The behavior of these individuals inside the house resembled that of a cult, imbued with an inexplicable fervor in their actions and words. "Let me check the second floor." Lu Yuan retreated to the wall where he had first arrived, noticing several small windows above the side door. The lowest one was open, situated just over a meter high. He calculated briefly in his mind, then sprinted towards the courtyard wall, leaping off with his right foot for leverage. Like a parkour artist, he launched himself toward the window. With ease, Lu Yuan grasped the windowsill and effortlessly slipped inside. The interior revealed a staircase leading from the first to the second floor, with the hallway devoid of light. Slowly ascending the stairs, he soon reached the second floor. The second floor featured 4 or 5 rooms in a row. The nearest one had its window open, yet it was closed tight, with curtains drawn, obscuring any view inside. Approaching the room's entrance, Lu Yuan was surprised to find the door unlocked. Gently pushing it open, he was immediately assailed by a blinding light accompanied by a heavy metallic scent of blood. Chapter 76. Sacrifice. Lu Yuan remained poised at the threshold, his body frozen in place. His gaze was fixed on the horrifying scene within the room. Immobile, until, after several agonizing seconds, he stepped inside and gently closed the door behind him, standing quietly at the entrance. The bright glow of a 100-watt incandescent bulb illuminated the grotesque tableau before him. Blood. It was everywhere, on the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Dark crimson, already dried and congealed. The stench of blood was overpowering. In the center of the room, a woman knelt with her back to Lu Yuan. She was lifeless. Her skin had been flayed from her back, her chest cavity gruesomely opened, revealing an emptiness within. Around her lay bizarre patterns painted in blood, lines, symbols, some resembling the erratic scribbles of a child. The entire scene resembled a ghastly and brutal sacrificial ritual, with the woman serving as the sacrificial lamb, slaughtered like cattle. Lu Yuan's facade of calm shattered, his stomach churning slightly, thanks to his previous experiences in the realm of consciousness, where he had experimented with various methods of torturing rat men and witnessed the grotesque images of blood and entrails strewn about like refuse. His nerves had been somewhat steeled. It was a relief that he did not succumb to the urge to vomit on the spot. He attempted to take a deep breath to steady his nerves, but the acrid stench overwhelmed him, halting the action abruptly. Covering his nose, he moved cautiously within the room, eventually discovering a pile of charred remnants in the corner. Likely the woman's clothing, along with a handbag that had been singed to the point of being nearly unrecognizable. With a gentle nudge of his foot, he discerned a few letters on the bag's strap. H.A.L. Perhaps a luxury brand. Clearly, this woman, whose innards had been used as paint, was not a local. Perhaps a young professional working in some upscale office downtown. Lu Yuan retrieved his phone from his pocket, only to find that there was still no signal. He took several photos of the woman's corpse in the room before retreating. The corridor on the second floor was illuminated, yet devoid of any other presence apart from Lu Yuan. Hearing a noise from below, he peered down to see the man in a vest from the living room, accompanied by another individual, both of whom were feeding crows in the front yard with something resembling a dustpan. Lu Yuan could not discern what was inside the dustpan, and the two men remained oblivious to his presence. After observing them for a moment, he boldly entered the second room on the second floor. The second room was similar. Once again, a scene of bloody brutality unfolded, with the walls and floor adorned with various strange symbols. However, this time, the sacrificial victim was a man. He appeared robust, yet was bound and kneeling, his head severed from his body. Lu Yuan continued to document the scene with his camera before exiting the room. He traversed room after room. Upon completing the second floor, he ascended to the third. Each chamber bore the same grisly spectacle. The higher he climbed, the fresher the corpses and bloodstains became, and Lu Yuan's expression hardened further. He could distinctly sense a chilling and oppressive current swirling within his chest, accumulating, poised to erupt at any moment. In a cramped, dimly lit room, the flickering fluorescent light suggested a fault, casting a soft glow unlike the blinding brightness of the previous chambers. Lu Yuan crouched down, using a half-burned mosquito coil he had found on the stairs to sift through a mound of charred ashes. From the disordered heap, he uncovered a partially burned identification card. The photograph was indecipherable, but the name field bore the first character, Chun. The second character was charred beyond recognition, though he could barely make out the radical for. Chun. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and he instinctively looked up at the corpse in the center of the room. Qinyang. He recalled the weeping woman he had encountered at the entrance of the Yuan martial arts school, entreating Lin Jiqin, repeatedly uttering Qinyang, my Qinyang. This sacrificial offering was indeed a male, very young. His limbs were broken, his facial features mutilated, and his hollow eye sockets stared silently at the ceiling. Was this the same person? Lu Yuan could not say, but at that moment, it seemed irrelevant. He gazed silently for a while, discarded the mosquito coil, and exited the room. This was the last room on the third floor. Only the fourth floor remained. Throughout his journey, Lu Yuan had entered no fewer than 10 rooms. Witnessing a multitude of gruesome corpses in varying states, he had thought he was becoming desensitized. Yet, upon entering the first room on the fourth floor. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an unseen hand. The first room on the fourth floor was spacious. Again, a scene reminiscent of a bloody slaughterhouse unfolded, filled with bizarre and peculiar symbols. The sole difference was that, at the center of this ritual, 4 corpses knelt, 3 adults and 1 child. All had been beheaded, their heads cradled in their own hands. A wooden stake protruded from their chests, preventing them from collapsing. On the floor before the bodies lay a knife, more than a foot long, impaled into something. Lu Yuan approached step by step, discerning that it was a photograph. The bloodstained image depicted a family of 5, with a young couple holding a little girl. Behind them stood an older couple. Among them, a dark-skinned man with a hearty, unpretentious smile, reminiscent of an old farmer, was unmistakably the same man in the vest he had seen earlier, who had ordered the brutal beating of Wang Jichao. Beside the photograph, a message was scrawled in blood, dedicated to the great Zhonggaos. Pro Shun. Lu Yuan stared at the crooked writing, noting the misspellings. His mind conjured the image of the man in the vest methodically severing the heads of his kin, arranging them with precision, and using his rough, calloused hands, honed through years of labor, to solemnly inscribe these words in blood upon the ground. Perhaps, in a final act of sincerity, he had pinned the cherished family portrait before the corpses. As Lu Yuan gazed at the photograph, his eyes flickered with a tumult of emotions, as if something deep within him yearned to erupt. Suddenly, a heavy stench assailed him. He looked up to see that the window in this room was ajar, the heavy black curtain billowing in the wind. He strode forward and yanked the curtain aside. The foul odor that had lingered since he entered the yard intensified exponentially. Peering down from the window, he beheld a sprawling cesspool, teeming with crows. Amongst the refuse, he could vaguely discern decaying, pale limbs. Lu Yuan stood at the windowsill, frozen for what felt like an eternity, as the oppressive heat mingled with the stench of decay and droppings assaulted his face. Beasts, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Upon opening his eyes, they were filled only with a profound chill. Damn it! He calmly turned and walked towards the door, step by step. Chapter 77. The desolation. Lu Yuan ascended to the 4th floor corridor, peering downwards. The courtyard below lay in eerie silence. The 2 men in vests, who had previously been feeding the birds, had vanished without a trace. No longer intrigued by the remaining rooms, Lu Yuan opted to descend the staircase adjacent to him. He made no effort to muffle his footsteps, even hoping that the individuals in the hall below might hear him and come forth. As he approached the 3rd floor, nearing the 2nd, a sudden clatter echoed from below, reminiscent of pots and pans crashing to the ground. Lu Yuan paused, tilting his head to listen intently to the commotion. Curiosity compelled him to investigate. He believed he could discern a voice drifting upwards, followed by faint footsteps approaching. His eyes narrowed slightly. Synchronizing his descent with the rhythm of the approaching footsteps, he carefully made his way down to the 2nd floor. He halted at the corner of the staircase, where moonlight streamed through a nearby window, casting half of his face in illumination while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. Lu Yuan quietly closed his eyes, allowing his subtle mental energy to radiate outward like the glow of a tungsten bulb. In that moment, he faintly perceived a towering silhouette advancing towards him. He was certain he had not encountered this figure below. A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Yuan's mind. At that moment, the ascending individual abruptly halted. Lu Yuan's eyes snapped open, fixating on the staircase leading up. Had he been discovered? Yet it seemed not. After a few seconds of stillness, the footsteps resumed their ascent. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, feeling the oxygen invigorate his lungs, propelling his heart to pump fervently, energizing his body. He felt as if he were a finely tuned mechanism, gradually coming to life. The footsteps grew ever nearer, until finally, a head emerged from the staircase leading from the 1st floor to the 2nd. Now was the moment. A fierce glint ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes, transforming his handsome visage into one of fierce determination. He leapt forward, his right hand gripping the staircase railing for leverage as his body launched upward. His right leg lifted, striking down like a battle axe aimed at the temple of the emerging figure. A sharp, whistle-like sound pierced the dimly lit staircase. The individual seemed to raise a hand in defense, letting out a muffled grunt as they staggered backward. Yet Lu Yuan felt as if his kick had struck solid steel. The anticipated impact failing to materialize, replaced instead by a searing pain radiating from his foot. This was not the group of vest-clad men. They had summoned formidable new allies. Thoughts raced through Lu Yuan's mind, but there was no time for regret. He propelled himself toward the shadowy figure below without hesitation. The ground beneath him exploded as he collided with the person, propelling them backward into the wall with a resounding crash. The impact was thunderous. The individual's back embedding into the wall, causing chunks of plaster to crumble and reveal the fractured red bricks beneath. Lu Yuan pressed against them, hearing the ominous sound of broken ribs. Countless battles in the realm of his consciousness had honed his instincts. He was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. The experiences of adversaries he had faced, whether they had bested him or vice versa, flowed through him like lifeblood, nurturing his rapid evolution. At last, the moment for release arrived. Lu Yuan positioned his elbow against the chest of the individual he had pinned, swiftly rising to his feet. He tilted his head slightly. Utilizing the faint moonlight to lock onto the contours of his opponent's head, his youthful features now hardened with resolve, his eyes ablaze with a fierce luminescence. Drawing in a sharp breath, Lu Yuan's chest expanded rapidly. In an instant, he unleashed a punch with such speed that it seemed to defy the very laws of perception. As he struck, a cascade of images surged through his mind, igniting a primal instinct within him. In the midst of swirling clouds, a crane silhouette emerged, its call resonating through the air. With a powerful crane's call punch, Lu Yuan's fist collided with the man's face. The sound of impact reverberating as if a hammer had driven the head into the wall, creating a breach that let light seep through. Emotionless, Lu Yuan shook his hand after delivering the blow, casting not a glance at his fallen foe. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended the staircase, leaping through the small window from which he had originally entered. The exterior wall of the building loomed close. A gentle leap would allow him to escape the clutches of this malevolent cult. With the photographs on his phone as evidence, he could dismantle this hideous establishment alongside Go Wenjun that very night. The remaining cultists were formidable. Lu Yuan had barely managed to eliminate one, and the rest remained a mystery. Prolonging his stay here would only lead him deeper into peril. It became increasingly clear to him that the disappearances plaguing Jiaoyin City over the past 2 months were orchestrated by this cult. The actual number of victims far exceeded what had been reported in the news. As he floated in midair, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. With agility at 12 and explosive strength at 13, the distance of over 3 meters from the window to the surrounding wall was inconsequential. Just as he was about to clear the wall, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a tight grip on his right foot, as though a vice had latched onto his ankle. Yanking him down from the air, his body plummeted rapidly. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared by iron-like arms, a force pressing him firmly against the wall. Instinctively, Lu Yuan struggled, only to be horrified to discover that even his strength of 13 could not liberate him from the constraining grip. It was as if he had been nailed to the wall by some unseen force. At that moment, he heard a voice behind him, laced with anger. That little punk still thinks he can escape. Damn, number 13 is nearly wrecked because of him. Chapter 78. The yellow bear. Lu Yuan felt as though he were ensnared by a powerful force, akin to being tightly bound by 6 formidable locks affixed to his arms, ankles, abdomen, and the nape of his neck, rendering the flow of strength throughout his body utterly stagnant. Pulses of electricity surged from the restraints, permeating his skin and relentlessly striking and numbing his muscles. Lu Yuan was certain it was electricity, for he had once experienced a similar shock during his middle school years. It had occurred in his rural hometown, when he sought refuge from the rain in an old house. A severed power line had fallen into a puddle, and out of curiosity, he had reached out to touch it. Fortunately, nothing had happened, yet the sensation of being shocked left an indelible mark on his memory. What he now endured was exponentially more intense, with no means of escape. An arm reached from the side, slipping under his armpit, dragging him swiftly along the ground. Lu Yuan's face was pressed down, and he lacked even the ability to move his fingers. He could feel the rigidity of his facial muscles, his mouth unable to close, with saliva slowly trickling from the corner of his lips. The discomfort was overwhelming. Lu Yuan felt akin to a marionette, completely at the mercy of another, or like a frog pinned to a board in a biology lab, unable to move. What am I to do now? In an instant, an array of chaotic thoughts flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. He compelled himself to regain his composure and fervently contemplated a solution to break the impasse. He still had a few attribute points reserved, which happened to come in handy at this moment. Allocating 1 point to his constitution would double the effect of his special force. This short-term surge in strength might enable him to break free from the layers of restraint currently binding him. This was the only feasible solution that Lu Yuan could conceive at present. If that failed, he would have to resort to a desperate act of surrender. Lu Yuan resolved to focus intently on his character panel, just as he was about to allocate the single attribute point to his constitution, preparing to activate special force and absolute concentration to escape the bindings and seize an opportunity to flee. His peripheral vision caught sight of a scene in the corner by the living room door that made his pupils constrict sharply. The thought of allocating points slipped from his mind. Bang! Lu Yuan was abruptly thrown into a chair. Subsequently, the grip on the nape of his neck was released. The reflexive reaction of the muscles in his neck and shoulders compelled Lu Yuan to lift his head sharply. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on a particular spot. There lay the man in the vest and his companions, Wang Jichao's group, all with their eyes shut, sprawled haphazardly on the floor, resembling refuse carelessly piled in a corner of the living room. Several men clad in form-fitting black long sleeves strolled about the room, each robustly built, reminiscent of trainers emerging from a gymnasium. Among them, one sat directly before him, a man in his 30s, with short hair and pronounced brows, possessing strikingly masculine features that conformed to the conventional notion of handsomeness. His attire slightly diverged from the others, as he donned a light gray sports jacket over his black bodysuit. The man in the jacket lounged comfortably in his chair, his hands resting casually on his knees. Lu Yuan distinctly observed a flickering blue light pulsating within the man's right eye, resembling a prosthetic. At that moment, a man in a black bodysuit approached the one in the jacket, adopting a tone indicative of a subordinate reporting to a superior, and remarked, "There are 3 survivors in the basement, confirmed to be on the missing persons list, all locals from Jiaoyin City. Have you checked upstairs?" Having reviewed the matter, there are a total of 28 victims, whose identities have been preliminarily verified and sent to Chief Jiaoyin for confirmation. The situation regarding the pool in the backyard remains unverified. Therefore, let us refrain from pursuing that for now. We shall leave it for them to handle. It is hardly fitting for us to undertake such menial tasks. The man in the coat chuckled and patted the arm of his companion. He then turned his attention to another individual clad in tight-fitting attire who had just entered from the courtyard, inquiring, "Has the bait signal been dispatched?" "It has been resolved." "Head." The man in the coat nodded and suddenly inquired loudly, "Where is number 13? The living room fell into an instant silence, with several figures clad in tight-fitting attire directing their gaze towards Lu Yuan. "Number 13 is here." 2 individuals in skin-tight suits carried a person into the room. Lu Yuan discerned the features of the man they bore. He too was dressed in a black bodysuit, but his chest bore a significant indentation. The appearance suggested he was a young man in his 20s, his lips pressed tightly together, and his forehead deeply sunken, resembling a deflated ball. If all went as expected, this individual was likely the cult accomplice whom Lu Yuan had previously subdued in the corridor. His hands were grotesquely bent, with extensive fractures in both his sternum and ribs, and his brain had sustained severe trauma, with damage exceeding 40%. One of the skin-tight figures, while reporting, kept his eyes fixed on Lu Yuan, an unsettling blend of curiosity and palpable hostility evident in his gaze. Lu Yuan deliberately avoided eye contact, projecting an air of calm indifference. 40%? Well, that isn't too bad. The man in the outer garment rose from his chair and approached the unconscious youth. He reached out to inspect the injured areas on the young man's body, and Lu Yuan watched in disbelief as the man's finger tore open a patch of flesh on the youth's forehead, revealing a metallic sheen beneath. Moreover, the young man's hands and elbows, which hung limply at his sides, bore a twisted appearance reminiscent of the steel bars he had bent with his hands on the security window of his bedroom. A cyborg. Suddenly, the 3 words jolted into Lu Yuan's mind. He gazed at the few individuals in the arena with both astonishment and trepidation, as if he were truly perceiving them for the first time. This was the perfect opportunity to also address the modifications on his front chest. Surely, the 13 coins should have accumulated by now. The man in the coat wore an expression of ease, seemingly unfazed by the horrifying injuries afflicting the youth before him. Casually, he remarked while tearing away several patches of scalp from the youth's forehead, revealing the mark left by Lu Yuan's punch with greater clarity. The true essence of the Tianshui Lyoha school's martial arts. Observing the wound, the man in the coat spoke softly, his right eye flickering with a persistent blue light. However, he had only grasped the superficial aspects. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of superficial techniques. The man in the coat suddenly lifted his head and flashed a smile at Lu Yuan, half-jokingly stating, "Otherwise, you would surely be dead by now. The Tianshui Lyoha school's signature moves have long been buried, haven't they?" Lu Yuan took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and fixed his gaze intently on the man in the coat, slowly inquiring, "Who exactly are you people? Ah, you nearly slipped my mind." The man in the coat jestingly patted his cheek, causing the blue glow in his right eye to vanish. He took a few steps towards Lu Yuan, casting a glance at the person beside him. With the sound of several locks clicking open, the restraints binding Lu Yuan's arms, waist, and ankles were instantly released. Before Lu Yuan could let out a sigh of relief, he heard the man in the coat smilingly address him. "Lu Yuan, is it? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Ling. We are affiliated with the XX Bureau of the Summer Country, and, well, you may refer to us as the Yellow Bears." Chapter 79, Lu Yuan, Practicing Flesh, Old City. The yellowed walls bore the markings of a plastic digital clock, displaying the time 1:47. Lu Yuan observed a man with a buzz cut and a tight-fitting outfit bending down to retrieve two objects that had fallen at his feet. These were the very tools that had just clamped around him, now embedded deep into his flesh. Only now did he discern that they were several silver-gray, ring-like contraptions. He reached to touch the spot on his arm where the iron rings had been fastened, and to his surprise, he found no trace of any indentations. Yellow Bear. Lu Yuan conducted a thorough examination of himself before raising his gaze to the man who introduced himself as Zhou Ling. "I believe I have heard that term before." "You should have," Zhou Ling replied with a smile. "You are the top student in your grade, with near-perfect scores in history. It is only natural that you are aware that the totem of the ancient Xia kingdom is a winged yellow bear. Your history teacher must have mentioned the tale of the bear descending from the heavens, establishing the tripod for Xia." "I have heard of it," Lu Yuan nodded. Though his eyes were fixed on the emblem of a white bear embroidered on Zhou Ling's tight-fitting outfit, a detail he had noticed earlier. "Yet the bear on your chest has no wings." Zhou Ling chuckled, offering no explanation, but rather pulled up a chair and sat down before Lu Yuan again. Adopting a casual tone, "Let us discuss you first. What brings you here at such a late hour? Shouldn't you know everything?" Lu Yuan calmly retorted. By now, he had completely relaxed. It was evident that this group was not allied with the man in the vest. Their purpose here seemed aligned with his own, all drawn to the so-called Crow God cult. Naturally, Lu Yuan connected them to the magnetic floating shuttle that had passed overhead a few times, as recounted by Lin Jiqin. His curiosity was piqued. Zhou Ling's eyes glimmered slightly at Lu Yuan's retort. "You appear somewhat dissatisfied." "Not at all," Lu Yuan shook his head. It had merely been a misunderstanding, and since that misunderstanding had been cleared, it was time to sit down and converse peacefully. After all, he was the one who had injured their companion. "I appreciate your understanding." Zhou Ling nodded, studying Lu Yuan with a sense of admiration. No wonder Lu Yuan, at his age, still wishes to take you under his wing. Talent is one thing, but your composure surpasses that of most. "Oh, by the way, you haven't begun practicing flesh yet, have you?" Zhou Ling interjected suddenly. Lu Yuan maintained his composure as he shook his head, but internally, a storm of thoughts erupted. Lu Yuan, practicing flesh? Who is Lu Yuan? The master of the Yuan martial arts school? Lin Jiqin's mentor? The same individual who lost in the contest between the flowing snake and crane styles in Tianshui? Is practicing flesh a realm of cultivation beyond the professional level of martial arts? Countless speculations raced through Lu Yuan's mind, yet his expression remained unchanged. Not having begun as to be expected, Zhou Ling seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, for someone like you, a newcomer to the martial arts, even with the core teachings of the crane style, to step into the realm of practicing flesh in less than 2 months would indeed be somewhat exaggerated. The Tianshui flowing crane style is hardly considered a top-tier lineage. Zhou Ling spoke with an air of familiarity, as if he were well acquainted with this obscure sect that Lu Yuan had found scant information about online. If only he could conceal the blue light in his eyes, it would be even more perfect, Lu Yuan mused silently. As Zhou Ling discussed the Tianshui flowing crane style, the blue light in his right eye flickered incessantly, leading Lu Yuan to suspect that he might be secretly researching information while pretending to be knowledgeable in front of him. It seemed Zhou Ling had realized this himself, as he promptly shifted the topic. "The information we have about you is sourced from our internal database. In an old city like Jiaoyan, where the information network is underdeveloped, these details are likely only updated to 3 days prior." Old city. Lu Yuan noted this keyword from Zhou Ling's words, mentally cataloging it as his gaze drifted to the corner of the living room. "You should be able to deduce what transpired subsequently. There is nothing to conceal. It is not a secret." He gestured toward the upper floor. "Having just descended from above, you must have gleaned some knowledge. Are you referring to the Crow God cult?" Images of bloodshed and brutality flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, darkening his expression. A pack of beasts. Cults venerating ancient evil deities have always been thus. One must grow accustomed to it. Ratman. Lu Yuan perked up at the mention of this. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Why didn't he kill it? Can you help me locate its current whereabouts? It should be an easy task for you, right?" As he spoke, Lu Yuan instinctively glanced at Zhou Ling's eye that glimmered with blue light. The threat of the rat man loomed over him like a ticking time bomb, causing Lu Yuan great distress and hindrance. If he could leverage Zhou Ling and his group to track down the rat man, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous relief. To his surprise, Zhou Ling responded, "Actually, you have already killed it." Lu Yuan was taken aback. But the trouble persists. How about this? Zhou Ling paused for a moment of contemplation. Chapter 80, Mutation. This was, after all, your responsibility. Lu Yuan recalled the information Gu Wenjun had previously imparted to him over the phone, yet he maintained a courteous demeanor. "There's no need. If you can help me locate it, the rest I should be able to handle on my own." He feared that Zhou Ling and his companions might delay matters too long. Acting himself would allow him to resolve this troublesome issue sooner. Zhou Ling, however, chuckled softly and then turned his gaze towards the staircase, shifting the conversation. "In fact, the moment we entered, we noticed your presence." Number 13 went up to prepare to bring you down. I suspect he didn't anticipate your decisive and ruthless approach. I doubt he intended to engage you at all. Zhou Ling observed Lu Yuan and continued, "Do you comprehend my meaning?" Lu Yuan fell silent. Zhou Ling's implication seemed to suggest that his strength was not as formidable as he had imagined. The reason number 13 had been so thoroughly defeated was that he had no desire to fight, while Lu Yuan had approached with lethal intent. One lacking will to battle, and the other driven by a desire to kill had led to the subsequent outcome. Lu Yuan remained non-committal to Zhou Ling's words, contemplating before suddenly asking, "Why are you sharing so much with me?" This question had long lingered in his mind. Zhou Ling's current attitude towards him seemed excessively amiable. Although Lu Yuan had gained some prestige in Zhou Ling's eyes due to his prowess, he felt that some matters were unnecessary to discuss with a mere high school student. "Indeed, I may have spoken too much today," Zhou Ling admitted candidly. "Primarily, we find you quite intriguing." Taken aback, Lu Yuan instinctively responded, "You mean, you wish to invite me to join the Huangxiong?" "That is indeed a consideration," Zhou Ling affirmed. "Huangxiong actively seeks to recruit elite talents from various fields, especially promising newcomers like yourself." Recalling the earlier incident with number 13, who had required brain surgery after being thoroughly pummeled, Lu Yuan could not help but interject, "I have no desire to undergo any bodily modifications." Zhou Ling chuckled at Lu Yuan's remark. "I anticipated you would say that. Not everyone in Huangxiong is modified. You can join as an ordinary martial artist, and there are many benefits. However, to be frank, the path of modification is far more legitimate and promising than martial arts. You will understand in due time." After a moment of reflection, Zhou Ling abruptly rose from his seat and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. "It's too early to discuss these matters with you. Time is of the essence." Zhou Ling then glanced aside. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed that the muscular men in tight clothing in the living room had all adopted serious and solemn expressions. Suddenly, Lu Yuan became aware of a cacophony emanating from outside the house. It was the sound of countless birds flapping their wings as they took flight, resembling a torrential rain pelting against the awning. Turning to look outside, he saw vast shadows soaring into the sky. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. "Get ready." Zhou Ling's demeanor shifted, his previously relaxed posture now radiating a newfound intensity, akin to a languid tiger roused from slumber. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Ling evoked the same daunting presence Lu Yuan had felt when he first encountered Qin Feng at the entrance of the Yuan martial arts school. "Prepare yourself as well." "Am I also going?" Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, blinking. "Prepare for what? Who are we fighting?" "Not you," Zhou Ling replied with a chuckle. "I'm telling you to find a place to hide. Once the battle begins, I may not have the opportunity to look after you. As for who we're fighting..." He glanced at the group of men in vests huddled in the corner, and with a calm demeanor stated, "Surely, you don't think we came just to capture a few lowly individuals?" The Crow God cult. Lu Yuan's heart sank, and he quickly realized. Indeed, even a cult as trivial as the Rat People had connections to the extraordinary. The Crow God cult, capable of causing disturbances in the city of Xinjiaoyan, must surely have powerful forces in place. He had anticipated facing the extraordinary before entering, yet upon encountering Zhou Ling and the others, he had completely overlooked this fact. Acting swiftly, Lu Yuan began searching for a hiding place. "The basement is this way." A man in a tight suit kindly indicated a direction. Lu Yuan glanced briefly and said nothing, instead dashing towards the staircase leading to the second floor. "This kid is sharper than you," Zhou Ling laughed heartily, then turned his attention away from Lu Yuan. His expression grew serious as he casually removed his outer jacket, revealing a black combat suit beneath, similar to the others. The tight fabric accentuated Zhou Ling's perfectly sculpted physique, and a white bear emblem, depicting a raised arm in a roaring pose, gleamed under the bright lights. Zhou Ling strode confidently to the entrance of the living room, squinting at a certain direction, as if awaiting an impending arrival. Suddenly, a foolish crow careened through the window at the staircase, struggling to regain its footing. The first thing it did was to ferociously lunge at Lu Yuan, who effortlessly swatted it aside. The bird slammed against the wall, leaving a dark crimson stain that slowly oozed down. Without a glance, Lu Yuan charged up to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the far left corridor on the fourth floor, he discovered an opening in the ceiling, intending to ascend to the rooftop for a better view. However, as he approached, he was met with a deluge of bird droppings cascading down, akin to a rainstorm. Lacking the courage to confront such a mess, he abandoned that idea and stood still in the corridor. At this moment, the sky above the house was completely dominated by a dense cloud of crows. Those perched in the front yard and those pecking at human corpses in the backyard suddenly took to the air en masse, shrieking and circling the house in a frenzied manner. In literature class, one often describes a person as noisy as a crow. Lu Yuan had never truly grasped that simile until now. The cacophony of thousands of crows surrounding the house was exponentially louder than the clamor of a morning market. Beyond the cacophony, he could scarcely discern any other sounds. The din was maddening, a true auditory torment. Lu Yuan felt his facial expression unwittingly contort into a grimace. The multitude of discordant sounds invaded every inch of space around him, desperately trying to penetrate his very being. And even the most placid of souls would find their tranquility shattered. Chapter 81. Dark clouds. Lu Yuan tore a piece from the hem of his t-shirt, ripping it in half to stuff into his ears. The cacophony remained unbearable, though slightly muted. He gazed at the magnificent flock of crows swirling around the house like a black tornado, his mind shaken. The scene before him resembled something conjured in a fantastical film. Thankfully, this was a remote rural area and it was the dead of night. Otherwise, the spectacle would have surely stirred considerable commotion. As he pondered, Lu Yuan suddenly sensed that the noise around him had intensified. Initially, he thought it was the fabric in his ears loosening, so he pushed it deeper. Beneath the dreadful din, it seemed as if all his other senses had dulled. Yet, he soon realized that the escalating noise originated from outside. Narrowing his eyes, he looked up and saw a large mass of black clouds rapidly approaching from approximately a kilometer away. The clouds hovered low, about 10 meters from the ground. If they weren't in motion, they would have been nearly indistinguishable in the darkness. Was it another swarm of crows? Lu Yuan fished his phone from his pocket. The screen still displayed no signal. He had previously attempted to send a message to Gu Wenjun, but each attempt had been met with a persistent red exclamation mark. Lu Yuan quickly activated the camera, focusing on the dark cloud, repeatedly tapping the screen to zoom in. The image appeared hazy in the night, with distant shapes blurring into indistinct masses. Nevertheless, it was clearer than the naked eye could perceive. The screen revealed the true nature of the black cloud. Indeed, it was a mass of crows huddled together. As the flock approached rapidly, the details became more discernible. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted on his phone screen, and in that instant, he seemed to glimpse a fleeting silhouette within the dark mass. Were there people among the crows? Lu Yuan gasped. Was someone being carried by this cloud of crows? Was it a member of the crow god cult? He hurriedly sought a better view. But the crows were now alarmingly close to the house. Suddenly, a deafening buzz, a blinding blue light burst forth from beneath Lu Yuan's line of sight, piercing through the darkness like an intense beam from a powerful flashlight, striking the approaching black cloud with precision. Boom! An explosion of fiery light erupted from the cloud, a significant portion of it dissipating. The crows hovering above the house seemed spurred into a frenzy, their agitation escalating dramatically. No longer merely circling and squawking chaotically, they now dove toward the ground like fighter jets, launching frenzied attacks on every living thing within the vicinity of the house. Lu Yuan was, of course, within their assault range. He swung his arm forcefully, creating a sound akin to tearing fabric in the air as he sent 7 or 8 crows, which were about to pounce on him, crashing away. Seizing the moment while the other crows were still in flight, Lu Yuan quickly lowered his head to glance below. He spotted a figure standing at the front door, right hand raised in a fist, blue light flickering rapidly from his forearm. It was Zhou Ling. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan turned sharply, flinging open a nearby room's door and darting inside, as if breaking free from the clutches of a dark cloud. Bang! Upon entering, he slammed the door shut, crushing several crows against the doorframe. With frantic hands, he tore off the few crows still clinging to him, hurling each one violently to the ground. When he finally grasped the last one, he inspected it closely. The frantically writhing creature was entirely black and glossy, with its feet and beak also pitch black, save for its eyes, which were a terrifying shade of red. As it screeched in desperation, Lu Yuan was horrified to see its mouth filled with sharp, needle-like teeth. Disturbing and repulsive, he swiftly strangled the creature, discarding its carcass on the floor. Having encountered ratmen before, the sight of crows with teeth was no longer shocking to him. Now somewhat calmed, Lu Yuan began to feel the sting of pain across his body. His arms bore the marks of the crow's claws, and he suspected his face bore similar wounds. Ignoring the corpses and the acrid scent of blood in the room, he quickly approached a window along the corridor, pulling back the curtains. He found the window closed but completely obscured by the overwhelming mass of crows, rendering the outside world invisible. The crows continued their relentless assault on the window and door, producing a series of muffled thuds. At this rate, the safe house would not withstand their onslaught for long. Lu Yuan's expression tightened as he prepared himself to dash out again at any moment. What was that? A laser cannon? He began to believe Zhou Ling's earlier words. If number 13 did not harbor intentions to harm him, he would not have had the chance to strike him down. If every one of Huang Xiong's modified soldiers was equipped similarly to Zhou Ling. No, it need not be identical. Even a slight upgrade in power beyond that of a pistol would suffice. Had he been targeted from behind a wall, he would likely have become a corpse by now. Extraordinary technology. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, his emotions profoundly complex. Since arriving in this world, he had understood that its technology far surpassed that of his former life. Yet, daily life bore little difference. At most, the news he saw on television appeared slightly more fantastical. Now, the background setting he had grown accustomed to suddenly leaped vividly into his perception, making him feel as if he had staggered a step closer to the true essence of this world. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated from outside. Lu Yuan felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. Before he could react, a second explosion followed, and then another, incessantly. The crows pressed against the window were scattered by an invisible shockwave, while dust fell from the ceiling in a cascade of tiny particles. Crack! Lu Yuan heard a distinct sound of cracking walls. He searched the surroundings, yet could not locate the source of the noise. Heaven knows if it was the wall of the room that had fractured. Chapter 82. Departure. I can no longer remain within these walls. Lu Yuan swiftly resolved to leave. This rudimentary earthen house, constructed in the countryside, was no match for a laser cannon like the one in Zhou Ling's possession. He could easily punch a hole through it. In such a battle, the structure was as fragile as paper, offering him no sanctuary whatsoever. If he continued to hide here, it was only a matter of time before a beam of energy struck, leaving him inexplicably defeated. With a decisive motion, Lu Yuan yanked aside the curtain from the window and approached the door. He extended his mental energy through the thin wooden door to assess the corridor outside. The previously clustered crows seemed to have diminished significantly, likely having gone to join the fray below. He could not ascertain the situation downstairs, but could faintly perceive intermittent flashes of intense light. Lu Yuan twisted the curtain into a makeshift rope and flung open the door. The crows waiting outside surged toward him in a chaotic flurry. He quickly waved the curtain to fend them off. Once in the corridor, he wasted no time and dashed toward the nearest staircase. As he ran, he cast a hurried glance downward. Outside, the area had transformed into a battlefield. Led by Zhou Ling, the members of the Yellow Bear had surrounded a dark figure engulfed by a swarm of crows, each wielding a firearm-like object, incessantly firing at the shadowy mass. Lu Yuan watched in awe as orange streaks of light erupted from the barrels, each impact igniting a brilliant explosion. It was like a scene from a science fiction film. His heart raced with a mix of fear and excitement. Upon reaching the third floor, he paused momentarily to observe the battlefield once more. Despite the fierce onslaught from Zhou Ling and his comrades, it was evident that this was the domain of the Crow God sect. Crows flitted about in the air and on the ground, a sight Lu Yuan had never witnessed before in such abundance. He even noticed more crows converging from all directions, continuously replenishing the ranks surrounding the central shadow, providing cover for the figure at its heart. Suddenly, Lu Yuan heard a piercing scream emanating from the shadow. The entire flock of crows echoed the shriek. In an instant, a tendril-like mass of black energy shot forth from the shadow, striking one of the yellow bear members on the periphery. The unfortunate soul was flung away like a rag doll, crashing into a nearby wall, which crumbled under the impact, accompanied by a burst of sparks. Abruptly, Zhou Ling discarded his weapon, and beams of light resembling conduits illuminated his body. He lunged toward the crow swarm with incredible speed, so swift that Lu Yuan could barely track his movement. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ling vanished, leaving behind a massive crater where he had stood. Bang, bang, bang. He shut his eyes and swiftly entered his conscious space. Imaginary enemy activated. The desolate hillside and building loomed ominously before him. Lu Yuan found himself in a disordered courtyard, confronted only by a strange figure shrouded in a cloud of black mist. There were no crows, no levitation. He swallowed hard, then steeled himself and charged toward the shadowy figure. There was no sound of air being cut. A tendril-like black energy suddenly approached Lu Yuan. His pupils constricted as he instinctively entered a state of absolute focus. But then, there was nothing more. Gasping, Lu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, breathing heavily, his face still tinged with trepidation. In mere seconds, he had gained a rough understanding of the strength of the Crow God sect member being besieged by Zhou Ling and the others. It would be as effortless to crush him as it would be to squash an ant. No longer concerned with the battle below, Lu Yuan sprinted to the second floor and leapt from a side window over the wall, landing solidly in the muddy ground outside. This time, no one attempted to seize his ankles. Only a few oblivious crows briefly obstructed his path. Without pausing, Lu Yuan dashed down the slope. Remaining there was far too perilous. Setting aside the risk of collateral damage, the strength of that Crow God sect member was formidable. What if Zhou Ling and his team were defeated? Lu Yuan sprinted along the countryside road, the cool night breeze whipping against his cheeks, while tiny insects collided with his face. He utilized every ounce of his agility. Recalling that the members of the Yellow Bear had mentioned a few survivors hidden in the basement of the house, including Wang Jichao, who had previously aided his father. These ordinary people remained trapped within the building, and if they were caught in the crossfire. This thought flickered through Lu Yuan's mind before vanishing. Under the current circumstances, he could hardly afford to concern himself with others when his own life was at stake. He could only hope that Zhou Ling had made arrangements for their safety. After a couple of minutes, Lu Yuan finally slowed his pace and came to a stop. He was now a considerable distance from the battlefield, approximately 2 kilometers away. The houses on the hillside appeared faint, and the sounds of conflict gradually faded into silence. As he steadied his breath, he pulled out his phone, which indicated full signal strength. He contemplated calling Go Wenjun, but decided against it, deeming it a futile endeavor. Instead, he opened his phone's camera, zooming in, yet the image remained hazy. He resolved to observe from a safe distance. If he sensed any danger, he would flee and then contact Go Wenjun. Boom. The battlefield on the hillside erupted with bursts of flames, the sounds reminiscent of distant fireworks. Lu Yuan pressed the recording button on his screen, watching as the explosions persisted for a minute or two before gradually subsiding. Was the battle coming to an end? As he pondered this, suddenly, boom, the screen of his phone was engulfed by a fiery orange glow. Lu Yuan looked up just in time to see a small red mushroom cloud rise from the hillside, swiftly consuming the building within its embrace. Chapter 83. The Strong Divine Attendant. A diminutive mushroom cloud illuminated a small patch of the night sky above the earthen slope in a vibrant orange hue, gradually dissipating and leaving only a cascade of descending flames. Once the mushroom cloud had entirely vanished, the remnants of the house were nearly indistinguishable, reduced to smoldering ruins engulfed by the inferno. Lu Yuan stood transfixed, momentarily at a loss, as the astonishing sight registered in his mind. The emergence of such a mushroom cloud could only signify a fierce battle, and those unaware might mistakenly believe it was a war. Coupled with the crows, everything began to connect. The cacophony was the result of the Yellow Bear's forces besieging the Crow God sect. The exaggeration was almost unbelievable. While it was one thing for a cyborg to unleash energy beams, it was quite another to cause an explosion of such magnitude. In comparison, what did martial prowess amount to? Could someone as formidable as Lin Jiqin or Qin Feng survive such a cataclysm? Lu Yuan had no answers. Yet he began to grasp the meaning behind Zhou Ling's earlier words. that the path of augmentation was far more legitimate and luminous than the practice of martial arts. If given the choice to gain such power through the replacement of bodily organs, would he be willing? He questioned himself, and the answer was a resounding no. While others may struggle with martial arts, he felt he might not be hindered in the same way. He gazed at his hands, the exquisite lines of his palms visible. Possessing a professional panel allowed him to infinitely augment his attributes, easily surpassing the limits others faced. Could mere flesh withstand the onslaught of a mechanized cannon? Without experimentation, how could one ascertain? Perhaps in the future, should he find the martial path truly impassable, coupled with an unwavering obsession for power, he might contemplate the route of augmentation. Yet, such thoughts were premature. He had not yet reached a juncture necessitating choices. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan dismissed the irrelevant musings and fixated on the distant slope, where flames flickered, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. The battle seemed to have subsided, yet the outcome remained unclear. Who had triumphed, the Crow God sect or the Yellow Bear? From this distance, Lu Yuan could not ascertain. Should he venture closer? The thought was extinguished almost as swiftly as it had emerged. Curiosity had led many to peril. His previous incursion into the Crow God sect's lair was predicated on witnessing his father, Lu Xinghua, and the others escape unscathed, leading him to believe there was little danger within. Combined with his recent rapid power growth, these factors had inflated his ego, prompting reckless behavior. Fortunately, he encountered the Yellow Bear's members afterward. However, having learned a lesson once, Lu Yuan was reluctant to find himself at the mercy of another. What if the battle was not yet over? What if Zhou Ling and the others had actually lost? Tomorrow's news or a query to Gu Wenjin would reveal the outcome. There was no need to seek excitement now. Even if Zhou Ling's group had suffered defeat, the Crow God sect would likely face dire consequences, as the area belonged to the government. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his body instinctively turned to retreat, quickening his pace, heading resolutely away from the battlefield. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his father. Dread washed over him as he glanced at the screen. Knowing he had been caught sneaking out in the middle of the night, the ringtone echoed loudly in the serene, empty countryside, piercing the silence. With no other option, he hastily concocted a plausible excuse in his mind. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pressed the answer button. "Dad," he spoke, striving to keep his tone calm and natural, bracing for the reprimands he anticipated from Lu Xinghua. Yet the voice on the other end was unexpectedly jovial. "Lu Yuan." "It's me." Lu Yuan's grip on the phone stiffened, his expression frozen in shock. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Suppressing his indignation, he replied coldly, "This joke has gone too far." To his astonishment, the call labeled with his father's name had connected to Zhou Ling instead. That scoundrel had taken advantage of him. Why had the explosion claimed him? "Apologies." Cough. Zhou Ling's voice came through, sounding somewhat weakened. "It was merely a minor technicality. I was concerned I might not reach you. Why do you need to contact me?" Lu Yuan's annoyance dissipated, realizing Zhou Ling's call implied clarity regarding the battle's outcome, allowing him to relax. "I need your assistance with something small." Zhou Ling's tone turned serious, urgency palpable. "Once my reinforcements arrive, it may be too late." Lu Yuan turned his gaze back toward the distant slope, falling silent for a moment before finally responding, "All right." The inferno raged, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Only from close proximity could one truly comprehend the devastation wrought by the earlier explosion. The entire outer wall of the house had been leveled, the four-story structure completely obliterated, leaving only a disordered outline of the first floor. The water tank and solar heater once situated on the roof were now twisted remnants, reduced to charred metal frames. The conflagration had likely claimed countless crows, and combined with the stench of charred flesh wafting from the nearby septic tank, the entire hillside was permeated with a nauseating aroma. When Lu Yuan arrived, Zhou Ling was hauling a half-dismembered member of the Yellow Bear from the flames. He appeared in disarray, his body charred, an arm missing, and a severe gash on his left cheek revealing twisted metal beneath, as if a sharp object had cruelly carved it. One leg was injured, causing him to walk unevenly, resembling a comical duck. "Careless," Zhou Ling remarked with a wry smile upon seeing Lu Yuan, his handsome visage marred by the aftermath of battle. He had not anticipated encountering a formidable divine attendant of the Crow God sect, nearly leading to his downfall. "What is a divine attendant?" Lu Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhou Ling tossed the half-body of the Yellow Bear member at Lu Yuan's feet, alongside two others, familiar faces that Lu Yuan recognized, though now they lay lifeless, their eyes closed, each appearing battered and broken. He suspected that some might already be dead. Anyone suffering such grievous injuries would surely be beyond salvation in his estimation. Administer 1 milliliter of this to each of them. It will ensure they do not truly die. As long as they are not completely gone, there is hope. Zhou Ling produced a syringe filled with a mysterious blue liquid and handed it to Lu Yuan before hastily making his way back toward the blazing ruins. I need to go back in a few more times. I'm counting on you. Chapter 84, Run. Lu Yuan glanced at the syringe in his hand, not wasting any time. Following Zhou Ling's instructions, he injected 1 milliliter of the blue liquid into each of the 3 yellow bear members lying on the ground. After completing the task, he felt each of their chests and was astonished to discover that 2 of them, who had previously lost all signs of life, were gradually regaining their heartbeat. Remarkable. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the serum. Observing the remaining liquid in the syringe, he contemplated whether he should secretly keep some for himself. If the deceased could be forcibly revived, perhaps next time his grandfather, Lu Yuan, suffered from a stroke. A dose of this serum would have him springing back to life, performing a set of Tai Chi, and saving the trouble of going to the hospital for surgery. Lost in thought, Zhou Ling dragged 2 more yellow bear members out. The grim reality of this brutal battle unfolded before Lu Yuan's eyes. The yellow bear members Zhou Ling had brought were all severely injured, some barely recognizable as human. Among them was a burly man with a square face, who Lu Yuan had previously seen being dragged before Zhou Ling by an electronic collar. He had a profound impression of him. This man now had a gaping hole in his left chest, with his heart mysteriously absent. Strangely, there was no blood at the wound. Instead, it exhibited a state of decay and foulness. Is the strong divine servant really that formidable? Lu Yuan administered the serum to the unfortunate man, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. Zhou Ling collapsed onto the ground, evidently exhausted from rushing into the flames to save others. His forehead was damp, hair sticking together. The strong divine servant is far more powerful than an ordinary divine servant. I foolishly underestimated him. He took a heavy blow, but didn't he flee, daring to continue fighting us. I should have anticipated his formidable strength and called for reinforcements sooner. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. What does divine servant truly mean? Lu Yuan pondered, eager to verify his thoughts with Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling glanced at him and slowly explained. It refers to a group of lunatics who spare no effort to try to communicate with the gods of folklore and legend. They beseech strength, wealth, power, and even immortality. They scour ancient texts, sacrificing the lives of many innocents in their experiments. The most absurd part is, Zhou Ling smirked slightly, they have actually succeeded in some respects. Of course, it's not a complete success. Each individual who harbors such delusions ultimately becomes a grotesque creature, neither human nor ghost, with bizarre and distorted consciousness. They call themselves divine servants, meaning servants or lackeys of the divine. As Zhou Ling's explanation unfolded, Lu Yuan gradually constructed a rough framework in his mind. The rat man I killed, could he be considered an ordinary divine servant? Far from it. Zhou Ling shook his head. Didn't I mention? That thing could barely be deemed a deformed cultist. Not just anyone can become a divine servant. Lu Yuan wanted to inquire further about the purpose of the yellow bears in combating these so-called divine servants, and whether there existed classifications beyond ordinary and strong divine servants. What about the strength of these modified individuals? What of martial prowess? However, Zhou Ling seemed to sense the multitude of questions swirling in Lu Yuan's mind and decisively cut off the conversation. Perhaps he was truly exhausted. Is there any of that serum left? I need some, Zhou Ling gasped, unable to contain himself. None, Lu Yuan replied, shaking the empty syringe in his hand. There might be some residue inside the walls of the syringe. Should I fetch some water to rinse it out and give it to you? Zhou Ling rolled his eyes, uninterested in further discussion, and began to search his own body with his remaining hand, seemingly for something useful. Lu Yuan, with nothing to do, stood still, gazing at the fire scene not far away. The orange flames had diminished significantly, revealing many charred corpses of crows, not yet completely incinerated. Tonight's experience felt surreal to Lu Yuan. He had inadvertently stumbled into a battle of extraordinary forces belonging to this world, witnessing bizarre scenes that he had only ever seen in films. If encountering the Ratmen had nudged him to the threshold of the extraordinary, tonight, that door had opened a crack, allowing him to peer through with a curious and yearning gaze at the splendid light filtering from beyond. Suddenly, Lu Yuan recalled that Wang Jichao remained inside the house, along with the survivors rescued from the basement by the yellow bears. He wanted to ask Zhou Ling about their whereabouts. As for the vest-clad men, he could only disdainfully think they had not been burned enough. Turning around, he was startled to find Zhou Ling staring intently at him, his expression peculiar. Zhou Ling stood rigid, his limbs stiff, face twitching, mouth opening and closing as if he were in distress, unable to articulate his thoughts. What is wrong? Lu Yuan hesitated, cautiously inquiring. Pu. Zhou Ling seemed unable to approach him, resembling a person on the verge of transformation into a zombie, making Lu Yuan wary of getting too close. What do you want to say? Lu Yuan emphasized his tone. Pu. Zhou Ling's expression grew increasingly grotesque, his eyes fixated on Lu Yuan, as if urging him to understand something. Lu Yuan focused on the movements of Zhou Ling's mouth. Once, twice. On the third attempt, he finally comprehended. Zhou Ling was telling him to run. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt a chilling sensation coiling around his ankle like a venomous serpent. The surroundings seemed to undergo a strange transformation in the blink of an eye. The vibrant flames in the ruins dimmed abruptly, and the sound of flapping wings filled the air as shadows began to rise. Crows were appearing again. The most alarming transformation, however, originated from Zhou Ling himself. Lu Yuan could hardly believe his eyes as a bulge formed on Zhou Ling's forehead, rapidly protruding as if something beneath was growing. Zhou Ling's expression became increasingly grotesque and anguished. With a soft thud, the bulge on his forehead finally burst open. A long, sharp horn, curving downward, emerged from Zhou Ling's skull, accompanied by thick, dark red blood mixed with brain matter. Zhou Ling trembled violently, and Lu Yuan noticed an eerie black mist emanating from him, akin to smoke after a fire. Then, a shadowy humanoid figure quietly materialized from behind him. Cough. Zhou Ling emitted a series of guttural, phlegmy sounds before suddenly lunging forward. With a splat, Lu Yuan finally discerned the true nature of the horn. It was unmistakably a grotesque finger, over a foot long, complete with a fingernail. This finger pierced directly through Zhou Ling's skull, penetrating from the nape of his neck all the way to his forehead. The words that had been lodged in his mouth for an eternity finally erupted at this moment. Run. The deafening roar shattered the stillness of the night. As a crow coldly soared overhead, a gust of wind swept by. In Lu Yuan's eyes, all that remained was Zhou Ling, with a gaping blood hole in the back of his head, and the eerie figure he clutched tightly. Chapter 85. Ultimate Eruption. This series of upheavals, though seemingly protracted, transpired within mere seconds. Beneath the fiery glow, the shadow that had emerged from Zhou Ling's back was fully revealed before Lu Yuan. It was a man adorned with a peculiar mask, the center of which protruded outward like an oversized raven's beak. Tendrils of black mist enveloped his form, reminiscent of smoke or decaying silk billowing in the wind. Zhou Ling lunged at him, and where his body made contact with the black mist, it appeared to melt away like wax. Run! Zhou Ling bellowed, and within his combat suit, blue luminescent pathways ignited. The man with the bizarre mask lowered his gaze upon him and raised the long, claw-like fingers of his hand, which had previously pierced through Zhou Ling's skull, gently pressing against his face. Zhou Ling's voice and movement abruptly ceased. Lu Yuan's eyes were fixed on the man before him, and in that moment, it felt as if his very blood had frozen. An unnatural chill enveloped him, rendering him as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Run. Where could he possibly flee? Was escape even an option? Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that instant. A cascade of images and thoughts raced through Lu Yuan's mind within the briefest fraction of a second. These chaotic musings converged like light, coalescing within his suddenly constricting and then expanding pupils. His expression quickly settled into a placid mask, devoid of emotion, yet his body sprang into action. He surged forward, positioning himself inches away from the man and Zhou Ling. In the next instant, Lu Yuan felt a tremendous surge within him, as if he were explosively expanding outward. His entire physique swelled, his fair skin transforming into a deep crimson. The veins beneath the surface bulged, writhing like earthworms. His bones creaked under the strain. With a sudden, powerful motion, his robust arms, rippling with muscle like tempestuous waves, surged forth. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Lu Yuan's mind, pure and unadulterated. Throw a punch. Strike down the man before him, for only then could he survive. With levels of absolute focus, special force, and eureka moment activated, he amplified his strength, unleashing a devastating blow. Die! With a sickening squelch, the man's grotesquely elongated fingers pierced into the skull of the figure before him, silencing his roar and extinguishing the luminescent pathways adorning his body. The man beneath the mask, his blood-red eyes brimming with malice, suddenly overflowed with a sense of satisfaction and triumph as he felt the fragrant scent of death burgeoning within his opponent. He greedily absorbed the essence, seeking to compensate for the grievous losses he had suffered in the previous confrontation. Suddenly, a faint sound sliced through the air. The man, momentarily distracted, recalled that there was still another presence in the arena. Yet, he deemed this presence too insignificant to warrant concern. Did the ants, sensing their impending doom, emit such sounds of fear and trembling in their final moments? He casually glanced upward, eager to witness the pitiable sight of this insignificant being, anticipating an amusing spectacle. However, as he adjusted his focus, his pupils constricted in horror. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as Lu Yuan's formidable arm, resembling a monstrous serpent, crashed into the man's face. The protruding part of the mask was replaced by Lu Yuan's colossal fist, which sunk deep into the man's visage. The force of the blow sent him reeling backward, though he remained anchored by the corpses entwined around him. His head jerked back at an unnatural angle, accompanied by a sharp crack from his neck. Following swiftly was the second punch. Bang! The sound of cracking bones resonated as Lu Yuan's fist sank into the man's chest, lifting him slightly off the ground. A massive bulge formed on his back. Just then, the black mist surrounding him began to stir, but alas, bang! Before it could develop any further, it was obliterated by Lu Yuan's third strike, scattering like torn, decayed cotton. Then came the fourth, fifth, and sixth punches. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yuan's previously handsome face contorted into a grotesque mask of fury, his muscles bulging, veins protruding. He had transformed, his arms now resembling the limbs of a beast as they unleashed a relentless barrage upon the masked man. Each strike tore through the air, leaving behind phantasmal trails. Warm liquid splattered upon his face, perhaps from his ruptured vessels, or perhaps from the masked man himself. He felt neither fatigue nor pain. Like a machine operating at its maximum output, Lu Yuan lost count of the number of punches he had thrown. It was only when he was forcibly ejected from the state of absolute focus that he sensed the immense weight of his arms, as if they belonged to someone else. Nearly too heavy to lift, he exhaled a long, heated breath. As he released this breath, he felt as though he were deflating, rapidly shrinking in size. At that moment, Lu Yuan's body was a patchwork of wounds, marred by countless gashes. His arms bore protruding white tendons. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him, overwhelming him. Gasping, Lu Yuan trembled as he gradually braced his hands upon his knees. Blood mixed with sweat streamed down his skin and muscles, pooling beneath him in a shallow, crimson puddle. It was unclear how long this torment persisted, but finally, Lu Yuan felt a flicker of relief. Perhaps the increase in his constitution to 13 had stemmed the flow of his ghastly wounds. Fortunately, his arms still retained some mobility. Slowly, he straightened himself, taking the opportunity to assess the aftermath of his ultimate eruption. Indeed, he had unleashed an ultimate eruption. Since beginning his martial journey, Lu Yuan had never attacked an opponent with such reckless abandon. He had drawn upon every ounce of strength and potential within him, as if no barrier could withstand his might. Surely, he must be dead. Lu Yuan stood before a pile of dismembered flesh, suppressing the urge to retch as he gingerly prodded the sanguine mass with his foot until he discerned fragments of skull unmistakably belonging to the head. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, confirming that the masked man of the Crow God sect was unequivocally deceased. This creature was indeed inhuman. The relatively intact limbs bore a striking resemblance to gigantic bird claws, interspersed with remnants of black feathers. For a moment, Lu Yuan almost believed he had slain a monstrous avian. Zhou Ling. As Lu Yuan regained his bearings and located Zhou Ling a few meters away, his expression turned complex. Zhou Ling was dead. His flesh had rotted away, leaving behind a nearly entirely exposed skull, glimmering with a silvery hue, punctuated by several deep cavities. Nature has lost all semblance of pulse and heartbeat. Lu Yuan discovered a syringe containing a blue serum, recently administered to several members of the Yellow Bear group. Lying on the ground, gripping it tightly, he endured the pain and vigorously shook it. After considerable effort, a few drops of the residual blue liquid were expelled from the vial. Uncertain of its efficacy, he haphazardly injected it into Zhou Ling's cold arm. Can a cyborg in such a dire state be revived? After completing this act, Lu Yuan sat on the ground, staring blankly at the tragically lifeless Zhou Ling, pondering the possibility. Perhaps. Chapter 86, the harbinger of death, extraordinary. It was now 3:05 a.m. Lu Yuan pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. Looking up at the eastern sky above, faint morning stars were beginning to twinkle. In his current ghastly state, it was uncertain whether he could even make it home. If his family were to see him, they would surely be terrified. Even a trip to the hospital might require a month for him to fully recover. The powerful divine attendant of the crow god was likely in a similarly poor state. The dark aura that once enveloped him had thinned to a mere shadow. Fortunately, Zhou Ling and the others had delivered a devastating blow, rendering him a shadow of his former self, or Lu Yuan might not have succeeded in his ambush. Bored, Lu Yuan began to slowly peel away the dead flesh from his knuckles, remnants of the dark aura that had clung to him during the fight. He remained uncertain about the nature of that dark energy. Even a slight touch transformed him in such a way. No wonder Zhou Ling remarked that the rat men barely qualified as ordinary divine attendants. Compared to this extraordinary power, the rat men indeed seemed insignificant. The gray mist that could heal injuries and enhance strength and speed appeared remarkably potent in Lu Yuan's eyes. But after witnessing the bizarre dark energy of the crow god's attendant, he realized what true monstrosity was. The flesh and blood of a human body could hardly withstand such force. He doubted even Lin Jiqin or Qin Feng would fare any better against it. No wonder the task of hunting the evil divine attendants fell to the modified beings of the yellow bear. They were impervious to injuries, with metal skeletons that largely immunized them against such strange energies. Suddenly, his face itched. Lu Yuan absent-mindedly rubbed his face, only to find his fingertips stained with tiny fragments of dried blood. His earlier explosive effort had unleashed power that far exceeded the usual limits, each punch delivering more than double the force. Additionally, it seemed he had triggered multiple instances of flash of insight, landing critical hits with his crane cry fist. Even with his physique temporarily boosted to 13 points, the strain had left his muscles and blood vessels damaged. Several capillaries in his face had burst from the excessive force, causing him sharp pain even with the slightest expression. However, the effects of his enhanced physique began to manifest. The small wounds on his cheeks were now healing. Initially, he had guessed that his injuries would take a month to heal, but now it seemed he might recover in just a week. With this thought, Lu Yuan couldn't help but check his professional panel. You have experienced a battle, professional experience 1002. Your skill, enhanced fist technique, has improved. Experience 23. Your skill, enhanced fist technique, has improved. Experience 45. A flurry of notifications dazzled his senses. Then, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. His professional experience had surged by over 1,000 points. His martial artist profession required a total of 1,600 points to advance from level 5 to 6. And this boost had propelled him nearly 2/3 of the way there. Truly, this was extraordinary, and not merely in the conventional sense, even in a weakened state. Defeating the divine attendant granted him 4 times the experience compared to the rat men. The experience for the enhanced fist technique had also skyrocketed, surpassing a level increase and reaching level 3, with its progress outpacing that of the enhanced leg technique. Lu Yuan then glanced at the skill point representing the crane cry fist. This foundational skill, akin to a morning star amidst darkness, had yet to be fully unlocked. However, its brilliance had significantly intensified, suggesting he was very close to complete mastery. It seemed he was merely a punch or two away from attaining full comprehension. This battle had yielded substantial rewards for him. Yet, the thought that these gains came at the cost of Zhou Ling and the other Yellow Bear members, who had suffered grievous injuries, even losing their lives, dampened his spirits. Zhou Ling's demise had been particularly tragic. To this day, Lu Yuan felt deeply moved by Zhou Ling's desperate act of blocking the crow god's attendant to allow his escape. Zhou Ling may have instinctively fought for his own survival after being attacked, but regardless, Lu Yuan felt an immense sense of indebtedness. Yellow Bear, Lu Yuan whispered these words softly, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, he turned towards the sound and noticed several crows, drawn by the scent of blood, descending to peck at the remains of the crow god's attendant. A sarcastic smile tugged at Lu Yuan's lips. The divine attendant, who had prided himself on being a servant of the crow god and had murdered countless souls in tribute, had commanded flocks of crows in life, appearing as though he had stepped out of a fantasy tale. Yet upon death, his remains were not spared from being scavenged by crows. Lu Yuan observed quietly, surprisingly unperturbed by the gruesome scene. Suddenly, he noticed a few crows tugging at a black, leather-like object from the mangled corpse, inadvertently revealing a blood-red pearl. As the pearl rolled away, it flashed a crimson light that vanished into the night. What could that be? Lu Yuan's expression shifted in astonishment. His excellent memory prompted him to recall the intense red glow he had captured with his phone camera when he first encountered the crow god's attendant. Was this pearl the source of that light? A surge of curiosity welled within him. He forced himself to rise from the ground and approached, shooing away the crows. After a brief search, he found a branch about a foot long. With it, he carefully prodded the black leather and the blood-red pearl out from the mess. He ground the two items against the earth to remove the bloodstains. Lu Yuan first picked up the black leather object and gave it a gentle shake in his hand. The limp black skin transformed into a peculiar mask with a beak-like protrusion. Ah! Lu Yuan gasped in surprise. This was the very mask worn by the crow god's attendant. His first punch had struck the attendant's face, and he had relentlessly targeted that area. Despite the barrage of blows that had rendered the attendant's head a pulp, the mask remained intact. He wondered what material it was made from, certainly a valuable item, albeit rather unsightly. After briefly examining it without discovering anything remarkable, he turned his attention to the blood-red pearl. This pearl was akin to a child's marble in size and hardness, entirely blood-red. Lu Yuan pinched it between his fingers, squinting as he directed it toward the flickering firelight in the distance. He noticed a black line nestled within the pearl, encircled by a small ring of white light, resembling an eye of a crow. Did it not flicker with red light? Just as Lu Yuan pondered this, the pearl suddenly emitted a brilliant crimson beam. He instinctively recoiled, but before he could react, a series of notifications appeared before him. Congratulations, you have acquired a material for professional advancement. Would you like to proceed with the advancement? Prerequisites not met, advancement failed. Would you like to attempt fusion with the professional panel? Prerequisites not met. Fusion failed. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new professional panel. Harbinger of Death, extraordinary. With the final notification, the blood-red pearl in Lu Yuan's hand shattered with a crack. A viscous crimson liquid, reminiscent of blood, flowed forth. This substance cascaded rapidly down Lu Yuan's fingers, subsequently permeating his skin. Before he could react, a profound hum resonated in his mind, as if struck by an unseen force. He collapsed backward, eyes tightly shut. Simultaneously, a vast swarm of crows suddenly gathered in the night sky. These crows circled around Lu Yuan, soaring and screeching incessantly. Soon, they lifted him and swiftly carried him into the distance, reminiscent of the appearance of the crow god's attendant from the past. Chapter 87. The flower of the underworld. A low, buzzing sound resonated through the air, reminiscent of dragonflies fluttering their wings. A sleek, silver-gray spacecraft descended silently from the night sky, akin to a peregrine falcon. The door of this futuristic vessel opened, and a small team swiftly emerged. Leading them was a young woman with short hair and a sharp, angular face, her refined features exuding an air of competence. Clad in a fitted black combat suit that accentuated her near-perfect physique, a luminous white bear emblem adorned her left breast. Clear the area, rescue the survivors. The short-haired woman commanded coldly, as her similarly attired and armed companions dispersed with the precision of trained operatives. She remained stationary, her left eye projecting a beam of blue light that scanned the surroundings as she turned her head. I have not located the formidable god envoy you mentioned, she spoke, seemingly in remote communication with someone. Certainly not. You arrived too late. The individual has likely fled. A voice laced with disappointment emanated from her earpiece. That is unlikely, the woman retorted, her gaze suddenly fixating on a particular spot as she advanced briskly. I believe I have found something. Reaching a large pool of blood and dismembered flesh, she was met by a member of the Yellow Bear faction, who pointed to a lifeless body nearby. We have located the remains of team leader Zhou Ling very well. The woman nodded, casting only a fleeting glance before crouching down to sift through the gruesome remnants, murmuring. You mentioned that the god envoy of the Crow God sect was slain, but the body is so mangled, it appears as if... What? The incredulous gasp from her earpiece was followed by an urgent inquiry. Who killed him? I wish to know as well, the woman replied, standing upright and surveying her surroundings with a slightly relaxed demeanor. Most of your comrades are still alive. It seems fortune is on your side. This mission may indeed be deemed a success. You can request reimbursement for the costs of the new body modifications, and there may even be rewards. A pause ensued on the other end, and after a moment of silence, the voice returned, now notably calmer. Are there any other individuals present? Who do you mean? The woman inquired casually. The rookie from the Tianshui Lioha sect you mentioned earlier? That's him. None found. The woman noticed a small patch of pale red liquid on the ground not far off and approached it. Collect a sample of this. Understood, one of her subordinates affirmed. After issuing the command, the woman resumed her conversation through the earpiece. You don't think that kid was responsible for the near obliteration of your squad 8 at the hands of that crow god sect god envoy, do you? Not at all. The voice hesitated before continuing. His skills are commendable, approaching the level of martial arts mastery, even nearing the physical refinement stage. However, to counterattack a still formidable god envoy, that is utterly impossible. I suspect it was an elder from his Tianshui Lioha sect who intervened. Although the sect has fallen into decline, there are still a few masters among them. If it was a surprise attack against an already weakened god envoy, it would be quite easy. That aligns with my speculation. The short-haired woman nodded, then inquired, have you retrieved any video footage from the scene? A tone of exasperation permeated the response from her earpiece. This area still harbors the force field set up by the Crow God sect. The satellites over the old city failed to capture complete video signals. It's infuriating that things returned to normal just after your arrival. Let it go. As long as the situation is resolved, the woman remarked nonchalantly. Oh, and since that boy has previously engaged with the Crow God sect, we must follow the necessary protocols. It seems you are inclined to recruit him. Would you like me to make contact? There's no rush. Focus on your current tasks. As you wish. The short-haired woman raised her hand to her right ear, stating, shall I hang up? Indeed. A yellow bear member approached her swiftly, reporting, Leader, we discovered 3 survivors beneath the building. Initial scans indicate they are ordinary people with faint life signs. Very well. Another team member interjected. How should we handle Team Leader Zhou Ling's remains? Inform them that he was destroyed by the God Envoy. He invested significantly in bone modifications. These are valuable materials we can consider as compensation for our assistance. Understood. The team member's expression turned peculiar before complying. After giving her directives, the short-haired woman surveyed the scene. The objective God Envoy was dead, and this desolate terrain offered little of interest. She appeared unfazed by the stench and gruesomeness of the carnage, instead scanning the morass of blood and flesh with intrigued persistence. Her left eye's blue light continually refreshing the data and information within her line of sight. What martial arts expert? What Tianshui Lioha sect? She murmured to herself. This technique is exceedingly crude. Only the force seems adequate. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stirred from his unconsciousness. The moonlight bathed his face in a silvery glow, and he noticed red shadows flickering before his eyes. Startled, he abruptly propped himself up, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. He found himself amidst a vast sea of blood-red flowers, sprawling endlessly in every direction. A dark river flowed calmly before him, and in the distance, a colossal full moon hung in the sky, a quarter of it submerged in the water. It appeared as if the river's end led directly to the moon itself. Lu Yuan stood mesmerized by the grandeur, beauty, and eerie silence surrounding him. His gaze drifted to the blood-red flowers resembling lanterns, their vibrant hues enchanting. He murmured, Manjusaka? Manjusaka, also known as the flower of the afterlife, is steeped in mystery, yet the flower itself is not particularly rare. Lu Yuan plucked one, crushing it in his hand until it yielded a pool of crimson. The pulpy remains clung to his palm, reminiscent of having squashed an oversized mosquito. He meticulously wiped his hands on his clothing while gazing at the low-hanging moon, murmuring, what a vividly realistic dream, as if I have activated imaginary enemy. Chapter 88. I contact in Jiaoyan City. There exists neither the sea of red spider lilies nor a moon of such grandeur and proximity. Lu Yuan rose from the ground, once again scrutinizing his surroundings with meticulous attention. Beneath his feet lay soft earth, and as far as the eye could see, a profusion of blooming red spider lilies adorned the landscape. A gentle breeze swept across, causing the flowers to rustle in a harmonious symphony. While the full moon hung serenely above, reflecting in the gently flowing river, the scene was so breathtakingly beautiful that it felt as though Lu Yuan were witnessing an exquisitely rendered cutscene from a top-tier video game. As Lu Yuan descended the slope, the spider lilies brushed against his calves, producing a soft, whispering sound. Was this an essential trial following the activation of his extraordinary panel? Or was it merely the result of that peculiar orb from the Crow God sect? He could not ascertain, so he proceeded with heightened caution. This dreamscape felt more vivid than the imaginary enemy. Yet, he could not voluntarily withdraw, nor did he know what awaited him next. Navigating through the vast expanse of spider lilies, Lu Yuan approached the tranquil river. The water stretched wide and smooth, resembling a mirror. The surface reflected the red flowers lining the banks and the silhouette of the round moon. He casually plucked a spider lily and tossed it into the river, watching as the silvery moonlight shattered into fragments, carried away by the current. Was this akin to cosplaying the river Styx? Lu Yuan took a few tentative steps closer, dipping his right foot into the icy water. The frigid touch enveloped his ankle, sending ripples across the surface, revealing a shifting figure beneath. A strikingly handsome youth with tousled hair stood before him, clad in a white t-shirt stained with dark crimson spots, his body marred by numerous small wounds, each crusted with dried blood. Why not heal my injuries while we're at it? Lu Yuan quipped, but to his surprise, the next moment, he felt an itch spreading across his arms, face, and several other parts of his body. He absent-mindedly wiped his cheek, and fragments of dried blood flaked away, settling upon the still surface of the water. Had he truly been healed? Lu Yuan attempted to wave his arms, feeling an unprecedented vigor coursing through him. Even the most severely injured arm had completely recovered, seemingly stronger than before. It was somewhat unexpected, but not entirely, for this was merely a dream. He began to wade through the river, step by step, moving towards the immense full moon. The cool moonlight bathed him, flowing serenely alongside the current. Before long, Lu Yuan noticed the silhouette of a tree appearing in his line of sight. It stood at the foot of the great moon, beside the banks of the river Styx. Instinctively, he halted, squinting towards the distant tree. Suddenly, the shadow of the tree shifted. The entire tree abruptly scattered, transforming into a flock of black crows that soared into the night sky. The crows danced beneath the full moon for a brief moment before converging once more, slowly coalescing into a human form. Though too far to discern her features clearly, he recognized that it was a woman. She emerged beneath the moonlight, her exquisite silhouette gliding across the water's surface with an ineffable elegance and poise. Lu Yuan silently admired her for a moment, then clenched his fists, preparing for any potential confrontation. As the woman approached, drawing ever closer, just as he was on the verge of seeing her face, she shattered like an illusion, morphing back into countless crows that scattered into the night. Had she vanished? Lu Yuan stood momentarily stunned, turning to search for any trace of her presence, apprehensive that she might reappear at any moment. The sound of water splashing echoed as he stirred the river with his feet, taking a couple of steps forward. Yet, with a sudden turn, the ethereal beauty of the dreamscape began to fade rapidly. The luminous full moon at the river's end transformed silently into a blood-red orb. Lu Yuan stared in disbelief at the enormous blood moon. A dark line emerged from its center, radiating pale tendrils outward, resembling an immense eye that gazed back at him with eerie stillness. Suddenly, a taut fishing line snapped, and a fish leaped from the water, shimmering silver scales catching the morning light like glistening gold. A fisherman, sun-kissed and seated on the riverbank, sprang to his feet, a grin stretching across his face. How many is this today? Skillfully, he maneuvered his net, scooping the fish into a bucket, casting a proud glance at his companion, an Air Force general of similar age. The latter, glancing at his empty bucket, fumed with frustration, wishing he could kick his friend into the river. Get lost, he scolded, though with no malice. The general merely smiled, rebaiting his hook. As the line descended back into the water, he settled back onto his stool. Pop. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, releasing beautifully shaped smoke rings. Fishing is truly an art form. Shut up. The fisherman suddenly noticed his companion, eyes locked on the river's surface. His fishing rod bent dramatically. Holy cow, I've hooked something big. The fisherman abruptly extinguished his cigarette, tension surging within him. Take it slow, don't rush. His companion's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gripped the rod tightly, embodying a warrior poised for battle. The rod's curve deepened, veins standing out on the back of his hands as he instinctively rose from his seat. The struggle lasted merely half a minute before the surface of the river erupted with tremendous commotion. The fisherman's eyes glinted with determination, gritting his teeth. He yanked the rod upward with all his strength. With a resounding splash, a dark silhouette burst forth from the water, shimmering with specks of golden light. Both fishermen gasped in astonishment, mouths agape, only to be met with a sudden shift of disbelief as they exclaimed in unison, "What the hell?" The figure that emerged from the water was not a fish, but a person, towering and well-built. The young man's exposed arms and legs showcased a physique sculpted by rigorous training. As he reached the shore, he began wringing out his soaked clothing. The two fishermen gradually regained their composure. "Incredible, Lao Chow, you've reeled in a morning swimmer," one murmured, but upon seeing the young man's face, their expressions transformed into shock and horror. Chapter 89. Attribute Growth. The lithe figure of the water-splitting individual turned around, revealing an eccentric face with a prominent beak-like protrusion at its center, resembling the visage of a colossal black bird. However, the young man swiftly reached up and grasped his face, pulling off the bizarre mask to reveal a handsome, youthful countenance. The two fishermen exhaled in relief. Initially, they had been taken aback, fearing they had encountered a creature of the supernatural. "May I borrow your phone?" The young man rummaged through his pocket and produced a phone, shaking it with a hint of exasperation. "It's waterlogged." The fishermen exchanged glances, and one hesitantly retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocking it before handing it over to the young man. He quickly utilized it, seemingly accessing a map application. "My apologies for the trouble." He politely thanked them before selecting a direction and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Who swims with a mask in the river at such an early hour? What a lunatic! Once the peculiar young man had completely departed, the fishermen couldn't help but voice their astonishment. This odd experience was indeed remarkable. Who would have thought they would pull a person from the river at dawn? They would surely have tales to share at their next fishing gathering. However, moments later, one of them suddenly realized, "Damn, where's my fishing rod?" It fell into the river. Lu Yuan strolled along a pebble-paved path, flanked by low white railings. On one side, beautiful water cypress trees flourished, while the other was lush with sweet-scented grass, with the river stretching further beyond. The gentle morning breeze carried the moist air from the river's surface. Jiangban Park? This location is a good 10 kilometers away from the lair of the crow god cult. Moreover, how did I end up in the river upon waking? Lu Yuan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, yet his demeanor remained composed. The riverside jogging track was populated with early risers, who occasionally brushed past him. He decided to casually stuff the crow mask and phone into his trousers, adopting the appearance of a morning jogger as he began to run slowly. Allowing his clothes to dry more quickly, it was likely related to that vivid dream. Lu Yuan vividly recalled the dream, filled with the flowers of the other shore. At its conclusion, the enormous hanging moon transformed into a crow's eye, undoubtedly linked to that crimson pearl from the crow god cult. Speaking of which, it seems I have unlocked an unprecedented new career panel. The thought invigorated Lu Yuan, prompting him to instinctively summon his attribute panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Age: 17. Strength: 13. Agility: 12. Constitution: 15. Intelligence: 14. Upon glimpsing the four-dimensional attributes, Lu Yuan was utterly astonished. Constitution 15? His intelligence had also increased by 1 point. He then noticed that the injuries on his body had inexplicably healed completely. The numerous small wounds from overexerting himself with special force during his relentless punching had vanished without a trace, with an increase of 2 points from a base of 13. No wonder. A glimmer of excitement flickered across Lu Yuan's face as he instinctively threw a punch. Whoosh! His fist cut through the air like an arrow, the speed and power seemingly unchanged. Yet, he felt a newfound control he had never experienced before. The elevated constitution significantly enhanced his bodily functions, allowing him to wield his strength with greater ease. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled as he punched again, this time at a slower pace. The muscles in his right arm swelled like waves. Bang! He released his grip, quickly tightening it again, producing a small sound of explosive air. The double burst of special force was effortlessly sustained, even allowing him to reach a higher limit. Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. This was undoubtedly excellent news for him. Woof woof! A golden retriever bounded towards him, barking excitedly. Lu Yuan turned to see a young girl in a pink tracksuit. Her figure graceful and her features charming, reprimanding the dog before flashing him an apologetic smile. After her smile, her expression shifted slightly, her gaze fixated on him, her eyes shimmering until he passed by. Pondering this, Lu Yuan touched his cheek. His fingertips brushed against skin as smooth and delicate as satin. Applying gentle pressure revealed astonishing elasticity. Have I become more handsome? He glanced down at the rest of his body, finding a similar transformation. After a constitution of 15, his physique had strengthened considerably. His muscles were firmer, his skin more resilient and smooth, his bones tougher, and his organs healthier. It was as if a car had undergone a complete upgrade, from the engine to the transmission and chassis, though he still felt a significant distance from the precise, tightly interwoven structure of Lin Jiqin's physique. He was beginning to sense that resemblance. It served as a benchmark for his own development. Zhou Ling had once mentioned that in martial arts, there seemed to be more defined levels of attainment. He wondered what tier he currently occupied and what heights others had reached. Lost in thought, Lu Yuan was suddenly alerted by the sound of birds chirping. Since encountering the crow god cult, he had become particularly sensitive to bird calls, instantly turning to look. In the distance, several egrets were chasing each other over the river, causing him to pause in surprise. The egrets were far out in the river, yet their calls were remarkably clear. Furthermore, he could distinctly see their forms. His hearing and vision had both significantly enhanced. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, discerning the mingled scents of grass, earth, and the sweat of passing joggers, along with the fishy aroma wafting from the river. His sense of smell had also improved. This enhancement could be attributed to the 3 points gained from his constitution boost, along with an additional point from the battle the previous night. Lu Yuan felt as though he had been reborn. Additionally, with 1 point of intelligence increase. After a brief experiment, he noted that with 14 points of intelligence, his mental probing range had expanded to about 5 meters. Beyond that, the invisible enhancements in cognitive abilities and learning capacity were not immediately perceptible, gradually slowing his pace. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and approached a fan-shaped area designated for relaxation. Steadying himself against the railing, he gazed out toward the heart of the river. His mind still focused on his panel information. Chapter 90. The panels for the 3 professions, student, fighter, and ancient language expert, flitted past, and I turned my attention to the 4th and most recently unlocked panel, Harbinger of Death, Extraordinary. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with intense excitement, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. The Harbinger of Death was triggered and unlocked by the Crimson or possessed by the Crow God. It has become Lu Yuan's first extraordinary panel. The explicit designation of extraordinary within the profession name carries significant weight. Lu Yuan meticulously examined the information on the panel and was astonished to discover that this newly unlocked profession had already ascended to level 3 within less than a night. Profession, Harbinger of Death, Extraordinary, LV3, 12400. Lu Yuan paused in surprise, as a vision flashed through his mind of an orb shattering and a viscous liquid seeping into his skin. It was indeed due to the orb. The panel's information from last night still lingered in his memory, prompting him to retrieve it once more. It indicated that upon triggering the fusion and advancement of the profession, the experience had increased without meeting the requisite conditions. Lu Yuan marveled, growing ever more curious about the orb's origins. Simultaneously, this also resolved his confusion regarding the enhancement of his constitution and intellect. Under the influence of the orb, the Harbinger of Death, Extraordinary, had ascended 2 levels in one breath, earning him 2 upgrades worth of attribute points and skill points. The remaining 2 skill points in his available skill point bar confirmed this fact. His intellect had likely increased following the crow's dream. Speaking of dreams, could the words spoken within truly hold weight? They had indeed granted him additional points. Lu Yuan couldn't help but scoff. During his time in the crow's dream, he had casually mentioned healing his injuries, yet he was unsure which wise decision-maker had decided to allocate both points to his constitution for recovery. Well, it was done. There was no point in regretting it. However, why did the newly unlocked extraordinary panel appear in this manner? Lu Yuan gazed at the Harbinger of Death extraordinary panel, his eyes glimmering with a mix of surprise and contemplation. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan arrived home. Oh no, it would be more accurate to say he had transformed into a superhuman. The journey of 7 to 8 kilometers from the river to his home had left him feeling not the slightest bit fatigued, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. After a vigorous run, his face remained unflushed, his heart calm, and only a few beads of sweat had formed. It was worth noting that his running speed had nearly matched that of an average person sprinting 100 meters. Now, I understand why Lin Jiqin consumes cigarettes as if they were meals daily. Such a robust physique renders the harmful effects of nicotine negligible. Of course. As Lu Yuan caught sight of his family's shop from afar, he slowed his pace and approached leisurely. Smoking is indeed detrimental to health. It is a poor habit. His mother, Zheng Qiuling, stood at the shop's entrance, a small notebook in hand as she took stock. Lu Yuan glanced at his disheveled appearance and, after a moment of contemplation, quickly devised a strategy. Mom, did you buy breakfast? Lu Yuan eagerly approached his mother. Zheng Qiuling turned at the sound, her eyes narrowing as she continued scribbling in her notebook. Oh, when did you go out? I thought you were still asleep. As she spoke, her actions halted abruptly. She stepped closer to scrutinize Lu Yuan. What happened to you? Did you get into a fight? Zheng Qiuling reached out to tug at Lu Yuan's shirt. He had left the house in a white t-shirt and khaki shorts, but the encounter with the crow god had left him splattered with filthy blood. Not to mention, a large portion of the hem was missing, having been torn off to serve as earplugs against the cacophony of the crow's screeching. Today was indeed unlucky. Lu Yuan shook his head and pulled out his phone, explaining, "My phone accidentally fell into the river while I was running. I tried to retrieve it, but I slipped and fell in too. How careless of you," Zheng Qiuling said, her tone laced with concern as she gently tousled Lu Yuan's messy hair. "Hurry upstairs, wash up, and change your clothes. I'll go get you some breakfast." Being the top of the class in the final exams certainly carries some prestige. "Yeah, it was terrible," Lu Yuan replied. All right. You have such a discerning palate," Zheng Qiuling teased with a laugh, urging him upstairs. Upon entering his home, Lu Yuan's first task was to restore the bent security window in his bedroom. He then turned on the computer to check the surveillance footage, feeling a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, none of the events he had worried about had transpired. His grandfather, Lu Yueping, was not home, likely out shopping for groceries or watching people play chess at the park. Lu Yuan quickly showered and changed into fresh clothes before rushing downstairs. Breakfast consisted of beef buns that his mother, Zheng Qiuling, had arranged from another street. Each bun was roughly the size of an adult's palm. There were 10 filled with chives and 10 with radishes, steaming hot and incredibly fragrant. Lu Yuan savored them alongside a carton of pure milk while tentatively inquiring about his father. "Mom, where's Dad?" Lu Yuan feigned curiosity. "Why?" Zheng Qiuling replied, her expression shifting. "Isn't it because of that matter again?" With a sigh, she paused her tasks. "Your father found that person last night. It's not merely a matter of money." Lu Yuan nodded, taking a bite of his bun. "Your father said that individual seems to have been kidnapped, not long after going to bed. The police station called him back. Why? The person is gone. A massive fire occurred, and his wife and child, along with the kidnappers, were lost. All of them perished." Zheng Qiuling sighed heavily once more, reaching out to pat Lu Yuan's shoulder, her face a mixture of concern and reflection. "So, it's crucial for our family to be safe and healthy. May heaven protect us from such misfortunes." Poor old Wang's family. Sigh. Zheng Qiuling pressed her hands together in a gesture of prayer, murmuring softly before rising to resume her inventory tasks. Chapter 91. The Crow Walker. Regarding the plight of Wang Jichao's family, Lu Yuan could only express his sympathy. He was grateful for their actions last night in driving away his father, Lu Xinghua. But it was evident that Wang Jichao had spent over 2 months in the company of the malevolent followers of the Crow God cult, and his hands were not necessarily clean. The truly innocent ones were his wife and children. This reminded Lu Yuan of the harrowing sacrificial scenes he had witnessed at the cult's hideout, the family of the man in the tank top, Chen Yang, and Zhou Ling, who had tragically perished while trying to save him. Suddenly, he lost his appetite and, feeling dejected, ascended the stairs to his room. In his bedroom, seated at his desk, Lu Yuan had an open book of ancient tales before him, with a computer screen displaying surveillance footage on his left. To his right, a small bucket filled with rice concealed his mobile phone, a method he had recently discovered online, purportedly effective for reviving water-damaged electronics. He was uncertain of its efficacy. His gaze fell upon the pages of the book, yet he was primarily focused on examining his professional panel. The Harbinger, Extraordinary, panel had already advanced to level 3, yet it was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any skills, save for 3 gray dots at the bottom waiting to be illuminated. It appeared that skill points were required for activation, rather than being acquired through learning. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan mused that self-discovery should still be feasible. But the prerequisite was to join the Crow God cult or to obtain a method to become a divine servant of the cult. With 2 skill points available and 3 foundational skills yet to be unlocked, he could only proceed to activate 2 of them. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan selected the last of the 3 gray dots, spending 1 skill point. Instantly, the chosen grade burst forth in brilliance, accompanied by a notification. "Congratulations. You have unlocked the foundational occupational skill, Crow Speech. Foundational occupational skill, Crow Speech LV1, 0100. Lacked any description or accompanying phenomena." The only change was that Lu Yuan felt a multitude of fleeting images concerning crows flash through his mind. Subsequently, he realized he could understand the crow's speech. This sensation was difficult to articulate, akin to an innate ability, although he had yet to conduct any experiments. His subconscious clearly conveyed that he could now communicate with crows without barriers. A druid? No, it was more fitting to refer to him as a crow walker. With an odd sense of anticipation, Lu Yuan stood from his desk and exited his home, ascending to the rooftop terrace. This rooftop had become his personal sanctuary, a place where he practiced martial arts in peace, seldom disturbed. His residence was situated in an older building, and the rooftop still bore the remnants of the original water tower, long since abandoned. A concrete pillar, repurposed as a punching target, stood a few meters from the water tower. Seeking refuge beneath the dilapidated water tower, Lu Yuan gazed up at the glaring white sky, attempting to activate the crow speech skill. As the skill activated, he immediately sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within his mental faculties. The subtle supernatural awareness he had gained from his heightened intellect radiated outward like a luminous bulb, shining brighter and expanding its reach as he utilized it. However, this state shifted. It no longer resembled a glowing bulb but transformed into the vibration of a musical string, plucked repeatedly, emitting invisible yet melodious mental sound waves. Lu Yuan could visualize the intangible ripples emanating from him in all directions. Perhaps intellect was a hidden prerequisite for mastering and employing this skill, he pondered. In the distance, Lu Yuan spotted a black dot in the sky. Then 2, 3, 4, an increasing number. He hastily ceased the activation of the skill, cutting off the summoning. In that brief moment, he had summoned approximately 50 to 60 crows. These raucous black spirits flapped their wings and descended directly towards Lu Yuan's position at the water tower, encircling him without any apparent malice. However, as soon as the crows landed, he was inundated with dozens of voices, each carrying a torrent of fragmented information flooding into his mind. White building, food, water source, humans, gathering, danger, cat, satisfaction, release, hunger, shoot. These voices were shrill and piercing, chaotic and dissonant, conveying information that was jumbled and illogical. Within mere seconds, Lu Yuan could no longer endure the cacophony and shouted, "Silence! Stop!" Instantly, all sounds vanished, and the flow of information became remarkably pure. Each crow transmitted to him a palpable sense of fear. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yuan contemplated how to engage in normal communication with these small creatures. Suddenly, he noticed a woman on the opposite rooftop staring fixedly at him. He was taken aback and quickly waved away a few crows that had crowded too close, feigning annoyance. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly observed the woman until she turned away, her expression one of suspicion. Lu Yuan exhaled, relieved, but soon recognized that his current behavior was somewhat conspicuous and peculiar. Should someone capture a video of him and post it online, it could spell trouble. He certainly did not wish to be mistaken for an accomplice of the crow god cult and apprehended by the authorities. Thus, he left only 2 crows behind, dispersing the rest temporarily. The experiment continued, progressing more smoothly than anticipated. Contrary to expectations, while the skill was called crow speech, Lu Yuan's communication with the crows occurred entirely through mental interaction. He could perceive the consciousness, emotions, and even some vaguely defined memories transmitted by each crow. The only barrier lay within the crows themselves. Their ability to articulate was lacking, and it required considerable effort for Lu Yuan to decipher their meanings. There appeared to be cognitive discrepancies regarding the subjects he described. Clearly, some basic training was necessary. He casually reached into the small bucket on his desk, scattering a handful of rice onto the windowsill of his bedroom, watching as the 2 crows pecked at the grains, lost in thought. The crow speech skill proved quite useful. If he could cultivate a cadre of crows capable of fluent interaction, the potential applications would be vast. The next time he encountered the crow god cult stronghold, he could avoid the risks of a direct confrontation by sending his crow companions to scout ahead. Alternatively, once he infiltrated a location, he could position the crows to keep watch at the entrance. Or perhaps, he could uncover the lurking rat men of the subterranean cult who troubled his peace. Chapter 92. The Eye of Death. Each raven serves as an eye for Lu Yuan. With each additional raven under his command, Lu Yuan gains another eye. Suddenly, he comprehends why the crow god cult has been brazenly abducting individuals for live sacrifices in Jiaoyan City, while the local police have been unable to solve the cases. Their surveillance is simply too extensive. Every move made by the Jiaoyan police is entirely within their watchful gaze. There is no need for him to contend against Huang Xiong's intelligence network. Securing the safety of himself and those around him suffices. Such a request is hardly excessive. Due to the matter concerning the rat men, his computer has remained operational for nearly a week, and he finds himself enveloped in a persistent sense of anxiety. Fortunately, it appears he has discovered a potential solution to this predicament. Through this, he can glean the whereabouts and movements of the crow god cult. Yet, he quickly dismisses the thought, realizing he is overthinking. Shaking his head, he focuses his mind and attempts to summon the two ravens on the windowsill to perch upon him, using their claws to grasp his clothing and lift him. Flapping vigorously, the two ravens nearly exhaust their wings, yet Lu Yuan remains utterly still. It is clear that relying solely on two ravens is insufficient. He aims to harness the strength of a single raven to calculate the feasibility of being lifted by a flock. However, that too proves unworkable. The disparity in strength is too great. In his mind, Lu Yuan swiftly computes the outcome. He seizes one raven, prying open its beak for a brief inspection. It possesses no teeth. The ravens he has summoned casually differ significantly from those he encountered at the crow god cult's lair, which were larger and more ferocious, exhibiting even some mutations. Lu Yuan is uncertain, but thus far, the fantasy of soaring amidst countless ravens, akin to the formidable crow god cult's powerful servants, has been shattered. It may be feasible to recruit a batch of specially raised ravens from the cult. However, for the time being, Lu Yuan dedicates his entire focus to training the ravens, striving to enable them to communicate with him in a more succinct and fluid manner, with the primary objective of ensuring they comprehend his intentions. Progressing from the rudimentary to the complex, from the simple to the challenging, he aims to become a competent raven subordinate as soon as possible. This process is far from tedious, for ravens are remarkably intelligent creatures, once regarded as the most intellectually gifted birds. Although they are scavengers, they maintain a surprising cleanliness, lacking any foul odors. Perhaps due to the raven dream he experienced, Lu Yuan now harbors a peculiar fondness for these creatures, often deemed ominous. Despite having previously suffered their frenzied attacks, witnessed them feasting on corpses, and endured the splatter of their droppings, he finds himself captivated. Lu Yuan scours the internet for bird training techniques and methods, and with the aid of raven language, which facilitates direct mental interaction with the ravens, his progress accelerates dramatically. Within a single morning, he trains over 50 ravens, who begin to grasp the commands he has devised to locate the Ratmen. He releases these 50-plus ravens into the vast avian network of Jiaoyan City. Ravens are highly social creatures. Their communal living fosters frequent information exchange. By encouraging his raven subordinates to frequent areas bustling with birds, the likelihood of discovering the Ratmen increases significantly. He remains vigilant, implementing mandatory access training for each raven subordinate. This means that the ravens are prohibited from disclosing any information about him to anyone. This precaution is primarily a safeguard against the crow god cult. At noon, during lunch, Lu Yuan glances at his profession panel and notices that the skill, raven language, has only gained 5 points of experience. The increase in professional experience is even more disheartening. A mere 1 point. The difficulty of advancing in extraordinary professions is indeed considerably greater than that of ordinary ones. It is only now that Lu Yuan realizes the rarity of the crow god cult's Crimson Pearl, which had granted him over 300 points of professional experience in one go, explaining its role in triggering conditions for professional advancement and fusion. If only he could obtain another. Lu Yuan cannot help but sigh. Who wouldn't appreciate an experience elixir? Why haven't I seen you at the martial arts school lately? Didn't you pay tuition through October? At the lunch table, Lu Yuan is surprised to see his father, Lu Xinghua, and even more surprised that he wishes to engage him in conversation. The lunch consists of Lu Xinghua's cooking braised spare ribs, Lu Yuan's favorite. The coach has been unavailable for the past week, and with summer vacation approaching, I thought I'd take a few days to relax. Lu Yuan responds vaguely, evading the topic. Once you commit to something, make sure to see it through. Don't abandon it halfway, Lu Xinghua advises earnestly. Understood, Dad, Lu Yuan replies. Sitting nearby, he shovels rice into his mouth while secretly observing Lu Xinghua. After reaching an intelligence level of 14, his perception has sharpened significantly. This heightened awareness manifests not only in his observation of the environment, but also in his ability to sense danger and detect emotional fluctuations in people or objects. He distinctly felt this during his training with the Raven subordinates. Now, he perceives a sense of relief emanating from Lu Xinghua. The burdensome debt that had weighed heavily on the Lu family for months seems to have dissipated, along with the relentless pursuit of answers regarding the betrayal of trust. It appears that last night's fire has cleared the air in his father's heart. That's good. Lu Yuan thinks silently as he discreetly places a piece of braised spare rib into Lu Xinghua's bowl. In the afternoon, Lu Yuan does not hasten to continue training the Raven's subordinates. Instead, he prepares to unlock the second foundational skill of Harbinger of Death, Extraordinary. It's a choice between two options, and he hopes to unlock an extraordinary skill related to dark energy this time. The most profound impression left by the Crow God cult's servants is the eerie black energy they wield, capable of rapidly decaying flesh. In contrast, the Crow God cult's servant, stripped of this dark energy protection, was easily ambushed and killed even by an ordinary martial artist like Lu Yuan, who has yet to fully step into the extraordinary realm. The significance and power of the dark energy are evident. Naturally, Lu Yuan yearns to possess such terrifying extraordinary power. While the effects of Raven language are indeed remarkable, they pale in comparison to the dark energy. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lu Yuan makes a brief decision between the remaining two unlockable skills, ultimately choosing the first option. Congratulations, you have unlocked the foundational professional skill, Eye of Death, for Harbinger of Death, Extraordinary. Foundational professional skill, Eye of Death LV1, 0100. The newly unlocked skill brings Lu Yuan a mix of surprise and intrigue. Eye of Death. As he gazes at the name of this skill, he is momentarily taken aback. Unbidden, a phrase rises from the depths of his heart. I have foreseen your demise. Chapter 93. Understanding weakness, is it the effect I imagined? Lu Yuan blinked. Once again, there was no description of the skill, requiring him to explore and comprehend it gradually. After contemplating, Lu Yuan approached the mirror of the wardrobe in the room and activated the skill. Eye of Death. In the instant the skill was triggered, he clearly observed the blackness rapidly spreading within his pupils. In less than a second, his eyes transformed into a completely pure black hue. The distinctions between the pupil, iris, and sclera vanished, entirely merged into the same obsidian color. Within this void of darkness, a faint straight white line emerged, as if someone had sliced through the center. It was eerie. It reminded Lu Yuan of certain cinematic depictions he had seen, where individuals possessed by malevolent spirits or demons exhibited similar eyes. Yet, he felt no discomfort, and his vision remained unaffected. The scene before him did not induce any peculiarities. No, that was incorrect. There was indeed a difference. As Lu Yuan looked down, he noticed wisps of faint black smoke entwined around him. It was exceedingly thin, nearly imperceptible unless one paid close attention. This black mist coiled around his fingers, the surface of his skin, and various parts of his body. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it emanated from within him. What is this? Lu Yuan immediately thought of the dark aura surrounding the Raven Goddess attendant. The two bore a striking resemblance. However, the dark energy of the Raven Goddess attendant was so domineering that even a slight touch could corrode flesh, while the black smoke emerging from him exhibited no extraordinary effects. Once he ceased the activation of the skill, it vanished entirely. What then? Was the utility of Eye of Death? Lu Yuan pondered as he exited the bedroom. The living room was enveloped in a tranquil silence, characteristic of a summer afternoon. Only the soft whir of the electric fan could be heard. His father, Lu Xinghua, had gone out, and his grandfather, Lu Yueping, was napping in his room. The fan he had set in motion. Lu Yuan activated Eye of Death, stealthily observing his sleeping grandfather. He noticed that Lu Yueping was similarly surrounded by a thick black mist, far denser than his own. It could hardly be termed mere black smoke anymore. It was more accurately described as dark energy. Lu Yueping was entirely enveloped in this dense darkness, particularly around his head, which was most pronounced. Lu Yuan glanced again and quickly turned away. He feared that if he continued to gaze, he would be unable to resist rushing in and forcibly waking his grandfather to take him for a thorough medical examination. He decided to observe others. Lu Yuan attempted to wear sunglasses. They fit, albeit a bit tightly around his temples. Nevertheless, they sufficed to conceal the peculiarities of his eyes. After donning the sunglasses, he approached the window, parting the slats of the blinds to scrutinize the pedestrians passing below. Each individual was shrouded in dark energy. The only variation was in degree. Within 20 minutes, Lu Yuan observed 123 pedestrians and 13 cats and dogs, ultimately deducing several characteristic patterns. 1. As long as they were living beings, they would be enveloped in dark energy, with older individuals exhibiting a greater density of it. 2. Those appearing robust and healthy typically bore less dark energy. 3. Although the dark energy enveloped the entire body, it often concentrated more heavily in specific areas. Thus, did the intensity of dark energy signify proximity to death? In other words, did it represent lifespan? Lu Yuan mused. Coupling this with the name, Eye of Death, he considered a more apt descriptor for the dark energy, death energy. The denser the death energy, the more pronounced the death omen, indicating an impending demise. The areas where this death energy coalesced within each individual were likely the organs that were relatively weakened or exhausted. For instance, his grandfather Lu Yuan had recently undergone brain surgery and had yet to fully recover, hence the accumulation of death energy around his head. Furthermore, a neighbor with a well-known heart condition displayed a concentration of death energy around his heart. The majority of other pedestrians exhibited similar concentrations around their chest and abdominal areas, corresponding to their vital organs. Lu Yuan found himself possessing the least death energy among the 138 subjects he had observed, even less than a few infants. He speculated that this might be related to his physique score of 15. Such a physique might significantly extend his natural lifespan. If the effect of Eye of Death was to perceive the death energy within living beings and the patterns of its flow and accumulation, Lu Yuan gently stroked his slightly stubbled chin and immediately thought, could this insight allow him to identify the weak points in an individual's body? Striking at the vulnerabilities of an opponent during combat would undoubtedly yield greater efficacy. Eye of Death, revealing weaknesses, it could still be of some utility. Alternatively, prior to engaging an enemy, he could glance at them and dramatically proclaim, I foresee your death. To me, your demise is imminent. Such an introduction before a confrontation seemed quite fitting. Lu Yuan, amusing himself with idle thoughts, removed the sunglasses and ceased his exploration of this new skill. Presently, on the Harbinger of Death, Extraordinary class panel, only one of the 3 basic skills remained unactivated. Lu Yuan had not anticipated such ill fortune, with a 2/3 probability. He had failed to unlock any skills associated with extraordinary death energy. Oh well, it was merely a matter of a few days. He would eventually unlock it. He glanced at the other 3 class panels. The experience bar for this student class had hardly moved since the start of summer vacation, so he disregarded it. The ancient language expert was now at level 3, 24,400. The martial artist was at level 5, 1280,1600. The experience needed for both classes to level up was minimal. With a bit of effort, it wouldn't be long before he could break through. At that point, he would have sufficient skill points to activate the final skill. In the afternoon, Lu Yuan continued training his crows, interspersing his practice with crane stance exercises, engaging in simulated enemy awareness battles, and occasionally studying ancient languages to relax. By 11 at night, as bedtime approached, he had successfully trained over 200 crows, establishing a preliminary intelligence network unique to him within Jiaoyan City. The following morning, Lu Yuan refrained from morning exercises and instead sat at his desk, swiftly scanning the information displayed on his computer screen. It was from the local news website of Jiaoyan City. He sought to uncover any updates regarding the incident involving the Raven God cult. Chapter 94. The Goddess of Death. Regrettably, there were no significant findings. Setting aside the lair of the Crow God, the location where the incident occurred the night before last was merely an ordinary house in the rural outskirts of Jiaoyan City. A house fire in the countryside naturally lacks newsworthy value. Curious. Lu Yuan closed the webpage, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a deep sense of confusion. Huang Xiong had perished, as had the Crow Goddess attendant. Logically, Huang Xiong would surely trace the matter back to him, considering he was an essential participant in this incident. He had even prepared himself for the impending interrogation. Yet, strangely, there had been no movement from either Huang Xiong or the police. Such a significant event seemed to have left no ripples in its wake. Was that possible? Over the past couple of days, Lu Yuan had scoured the internet for information regarding the Crow God sect. After filtering through the data, the most reliable information he found pertained to a foreign deity, Lamashtu, the goddess of death from the folklore of the Havel people. Legend has it that she was birthed by a raven by the banks of the River of the Dead and was, in essence, a raven herself. She perpetually lingered by the river, transforming into a raven to speak human words, guiding the lost souls ensnared in the river's depths toward liberation. She would often take the form of a beautiful woman, seducing some of the more aware souls into eternal despair. She is a capricious and malevolent deity. Lamashtu is known by many titles, aside from the goddess of death. She is also referred to as the god of evil ravens and the god of the river of the dead. She embodies the essence of foreboding and death. The attributes and powers of this legendary figure, Lamashtu, closely align with those of the Crow God sect. Particularly, Lu Yuan recalled the raven dream he had experienced. where he distinctly witnessed numerous ravens transforming into a woman. Could it have been her? With a perplexed expression, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. According to the legends, the female form of the goddess of death, Lamashtu, is the most perilous. When she approached him in her feminine guise, was she attempting to entice him? What if he had succumbed to temptation and moved toward her? What would the outcome have been? Would it have indeed been as the legends foretold? An eternal descent into oblivion, unable to awaken? Uncertain, Lu Yuan shook his head, refusing to dwell on such futile questions. He reached for the cell phone buried within a rice bucket nearby. After a day and night, the moisture within the phone had been absorbed by the dry environment of the rice, and remarkably, it powered on smoothly. Numerous, unread messages flooded the screen. Lu Yuan hastily scanned them, dismissing the trivial ones, and sent a message to Chung Yu at the library, requesting her assistance in borrowing several books about the goddess of death, Lamashtu. Barely a second after sending the message, an OK emoji was promptly returned. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile, engaging in a brief, light-hearted conversation with her. Just as he set the phone down, a series of crisp knocks echoed in his ear. Startled, Lu Yuan swiftly made his way to the windowsill. He drew open the blinds and the window, revealing a raven perched obediently, gazing at him. Rather than opening the window, he activated his crow language skill, connecting with the raven's consciousness. His mind instantly received fragmented bits of information and images. The arrangements made yesterday had yielded preliminary results. The raven subordinates he dispatched had begun to glean information, although most of it was irrelevant to Lu Yuan. It was evident that progress was being made. This was far better than merely waiting passively. In the dim, quiet corridor, footsteps gradually approached. Lu Yuan stood at the stairwell corner, his expression composed as he observed the direction of the sound. 1, 2, 3. Upon counting to 5, his demeanor sharpened, and he leaped downwards. At that very instant, a blinding light erupted below. Boom. The floor beneath where Lu Yuan had just stood collapsed with a thunderous roar. A pale blue sphere of light burst forth, piercing through the floor and the concrete wall beyond, soaring into the depths of the night sky. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan descended to the stairway below. With a firm thrust of his right foot against the wall behind him, he launched himself towards a shadowy figure brandishing a gun, its barrel dimming rapidly. In midair, he inhaled deeply and struck. His lithe form suddenly expanded, muscles rippling like waves across his right arm, accumulating power in his fist. Boom. With no flourish, his fist landed heavily upon the figure's head. The assailant barely had time to react before being violently thrown backward, their skull exploding like a watermelon. Lu Yuan rose from the debris, dusting off the fragments of stone and concrete. He exhaled gently, his inflated physique quickly returning to normal. Observing the now unrecognizable and utterly incapacitated figure of number 13 on the ground, a faint satisfaction flickered across his face. With a physique of 15 points, he had flawlessly mastered the special burst technique, allowing him to dispatch ordinary members of the Huang Xiong with ease, provided he could evade their firepower. Even if he didn't T-dodge, he could still manage a one-for-one exchange. Lu Yuan instinctively glanced at his chest. During previous skirmishes, he had tested the effects of number 13's energy weapon, sustaining a direct hit that had left a gaping hole through his torso. Yet, with his extraordinary vitality at 15 points, he had managed to retaliate with a punch, obliterating his opponent. Against ordinary members of Huang Xiong, it was typically an instant kill. But facing Zhou Ling proved to be a strenuous endeavor. Lu Yuan had envisioned Zhou Ling as a hypothetical enemy in 4 or 5 battles, never emerging victorious. The only distinction lay in the severity of his defeats. Zhou Ling was undeniably formidable, having undergone extensive modifications to his flesh and bone. In their 5 encounters, Lu Yuan had only once managed to slip into close proximity, grazing him. In the remaining 4 confrontations, he had been obliterated by energy blast before even getting close. Fighting this individual was particularly disheartening. Engaging in unarmed combat against an armed opponent is inherently unjust. Moreover, Zhou Ling's strength far surpassed his own, leaving little room for competition.